As night fell, the man carried a young woman, who was completely drunk, back to the hotel. The woman had fair skin and a slender figure. She was a stranger he had only recently met. After settling the woman into her room, the man discovered that she had grabbed his clothes and was vaguely calling him husband, trying to force him to stay the night. The next second, he was pulled down onto the pristine white bed by the woman. Her expression was hazy with intoxication, her cheeks flushed, and she simply lay down on top of him. Chen Yuanqi's cheeks flushed instantly, but he couldn't hide his secret joy. After all, this was his first time. However, just as the ambiguous atmosphere was about to intensify, an unfamiliar notification suddenly rang out in the air. All players have obtained the qualification to enter the civilization of 10,000 worlds. Please prepare yourself. 30 seconds countdown. Congratulations on becoming a new lord. Your ID number is 015. Chen Yuanqi was completely stunned. A multiverse civilization? Everyone's participating? Everyone will become a new lord? He abruptly looked down, the countdown numbers flashing before his eyes. 30, 29, 28. The situation was urgent. He could no longer care about the woman's alluring beauty. His first instinct was to call Jiang Tang, who was also in the city. Although Jiang Tang is not related to Chen Yuanqi by blood, she has been taking care of him for the past 20 years, and she is Chen Yuanqi's only relative in this world. As soon as the call connected, Chen Yuanqi anxiously asked, "Sister, what's your identification number?" The voice said that the number is a unique identifier. Before Jiang Tang could fully react, Chen Yuanqi shouted urgently, "My number is 015, Jiang Tang. You must remember it." However, just as Jiang Tang began to ponder whether the string of numbers was 015 or 4015, the countdown was nearing its end. Before she could even respond, the world before her eyes went black. As if suffocating, Chen Yuanqi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar scene. He stood on the soft, damp sand, with a clear blue sky overhead and the sea stretching as far as the eye could see ahead. Behind him lay a primeval jungle surrounded by forests and rocks. The unfamiliar surroundings chilled Chen Yuanqi to the bone, and the woman who had been with him just moments before had vanished without a trace. Just as he was at a loss, a palm-sized white jade identity token suddenly materialized before him, covered in mysterious runes, and flew straight into his hand. "What is this?" The mysterious voice rang in his ears once more. "Welcome, new lord. This is the Battlefield of Myriad Realms. Each lord will be in an independent small world. Strive to survive and become the strongest lord. Your lord identity card is the core of your identity and strength. Do not lose it. The newcomer chest has been distributed. Please claim your rewards as soon as possible." This was the second time Chen Yuanqi had heard these words, especially the phrase, "Each lord exists in an independent small world," which immediately made him realize everyone had been scattered. Despite his inner rage, he knew he had to remain calm, quickly gather all the information about the world, and find a way to survive. He looked down at the jade token in his hand, and the next second, a system notification appeared in his field of vision. Lord Identity, token number, 015. Lord, Chen Yuanqi. Territory, range undetermined. Rank, not activated. He fell into deep thought. After a moment, he tried to access the world communication channel, only to see a floating bullet screen system appear before him, as if countless projected messages were being broadcast simultaneously. What the heck? Is this some kind of time travel? I was just kissing my girlfriend while we were shopping, and suddenly I was dragged here. People from all walks of life expressed their confusion, and the channel was in chaos and noise. Some were cursing, some were looking for someone, and some were chatting and joking. It was a noisy mess. Chen Yuanqi then tried to check the Myriad Realms mall, but found that the function was still grayed out and not yet open. Clicking on Manufacturing reveals that it displays basic manufacturing technology and indicates can be manufactured once today. Just as he was about to operate the system, he suddenly noticed a wooden crate that had appeared on the beach, clearly not there before. He immediately went over, and as soon as he touched the crate, a system notification popped up. The newcomer lord's treasure chest, once opened, grants newbie rewards. Just as he pressed the open button, another voice boomed in his mind. The Hundredfold Rewards God-level system has been activated. Next, the contents of the treasure chest are revealed. You opened the beginner's treasure chest and received Stone Axe X1, common quality. However, immediately following.
A 100x reward is triggered. Options are as follows. 1. Stone Axe X100 Common Quality. 2. Iron Axe X10 Bronze Common Quality. 3. Fine Steel Axe X1 Bronze Excellent Quality. A hundredfold reward. Chen Yuanqi's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment of astonishment, he quickly calmed down and decisively muttered to himself, "Choose the third one." The next second, the simple, heavy stone axe in the box instantly transformed into a gleaming, crescent-shaped steel axe with a handle 50 centimeters long and an incredibly sharp blade that radiated a cold light. This is the hundredfold reward? Chen Yuanqi took a deep breath, staring at the refined steel axe, his heart already churning with astonishment. He realized, this cheat system, is it only me who has it? The hundredfold reward system, this is too insane. Suddenly, Chen Yuanqi remembered the daily check-in function, so he clicked on the check-in option on his lord's identity card. A prompt appeared on the screen. Daily check-ins will earn you check-in rewards, and consecutive check-ins will trigger treasure chests of different levels. He then clicked the check-in button, and the notification sound from the Myriad World civilization immediately rang out. Check-in successful. Day 1 of check-in, received 1 stone pot. However, the next moment, the familiar system notification rang in his mind again. 100x reward triggered. 1. Stone pot X100 quality none. 2. Iron pot X10 quality bronze. Common. 3. Refined iron pot X1 quality bronze. Excellent. Sure enough, here it comes again. Chen Yuanqi was overjoyed and chose the 100 refined iron pot option without hesitation. The ordinary stone pot on the ground instantly transformed into a shiny black cooking utensil that was hard, heavy yet lightweight. The prompt mentioned bronze and silver. It seems that silver is above bronze, and the quality is divided into 2 levels, common and excellent. He pondered as he secretly assessed the system settings. There should be even higher quality levels. Just then, he suddenly remembered that someone had mentioned that wooden crates could be broken down into wood units. He looked at the wooden crate next to him, and the system immediately gave him a new prompt. Empty wooden crate can obtain 2 ordinary wood. Logging by hand will cost 4 stamina points plus 10 minutes. Still need stamina? He glanced down at his stamina, which was currently at 95. Losing 4 points isn't a big deal, he thought for a moment, then decided to take out the refined steel axe he had obtained through the 100x reward and check the information on the wooden crate again. An empty wooden crate yields 2 pieces of common wood. Harvesting it with a refined steel axe costs 0.1 stamina points and takes 10 seconds. In comparison, this directly saves nearly 60 times the time and 40 times the stamina. Chen Yuanqi raised his axe without hesitation and chopped at the crate. Sure enough, the 100x reward was triggered again the next moment. 100x reward options. 1. 200 ordinary wood, quality unknown. 2. 20 multi-purpose wood, quality bronze. Ordinary. After a moment's thought, he decisively chose the second option. Higher quality multi-purpose timber was clearly of greater strategic value. However, when he retrieved the 20 units of wood, the system abruptly prompted, "Your personal storage space is full and you cannot store any more wood." Chen Yuanqi was taken aback. So fast. The space is already full in just 1 cubic meter. The warehouse already contained iron axes, iron pots, and half a batch of wood, and the remaining space was already stretched thin. Upgrade warehouse. Upgrading the warehouse to 2 cubic meters requires 10 common wood or 1 multipurpose wood. Upgrade. He didn't hesitate and used 1 unit of multipurpose wood. Upgrade successful. The warehouse has expanded to 2 cubic meters. Seeing that it could be upgraded further, he continued, Upgrade. Upgrade successful. The warehouse has expanded to 3 cubic meters. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. The warehouse has expanded to 4 cubic meters. When he clicked upgrade again, the system finally prompted, Upgrade failed, insufficient materials. The requirements for the next upgrade stage are 16 multi-purpose wood, 8 iron nails, 2 iron plates, and 1 civilization point. So it turns out that advanced materials like iron nails and iron plates are also needed. He then realized that it wasn't just wood that was a limitation, but that civilization points had also become an important factor. Chen Yuanqi frowned. If it were anyone else, the materials required to upgrade from 1 cubic meter to 5 cubic meters would be as high as 230 units of wood, and the physical and time consumption would be astronomical. That's why he realized how terrifying the 100x reward god-level system was. It was practically a cheat code. He wanted to check on other people's situations, but he saw a chorus of groans in the world channel, which made him feel a little smug and proud. Suddenly, a comment caught his attention. "I figured out how to get civilization points." Apparently, a player had used one of today's free crafting opportunities in the crafting interface, putting 2 units of ordinary wood into crafting and unexpectedly synthesized the item Fire Seed, gaining +1 civilization point. I see. Chen Yuanqi nodded to himself. He didn't want to resort to rubbing sticks together to start a fire. This shortcut saved a lot of energy and time. Opening the crafting interface, he saw the same message. Basic crafting technology, 1 free use remaining today. Basic manufacturing, he muttered to himself. Then it seems there are indeed higher manufacturing levels. The system did not provide any further guidance. More information would only be unlocked by performing actual operations. He carried his steel axe and walked along the beach for more than 10 minutes, but still hadn't reached the end of the coastline. The beach was empty and barren. He hadn't even seen a single crab. After walking about 2 kilometers, Chen Yuanqi stopped and scanned his surroundings. He recalled the coastline between his starting point and his current location. It didn't have a significant curve, so he couldn't determine whether it was the edge of the mainland or an isolated island. I can't keep wandering around like a headless fly. He glanced at his stamina, which had dropped from 95 to 93.6. It seems that walking is slowly consuming my stamina. He then checked his hunger level and saw a message saying a little hungry. He did indeed feel that his stomach was empty and that he needed to eat. However, the beach was barren, and there was an urgent need to build shelters. Otherwise, they would be unable to cope with emergencies when night fell. Chen Yuanqi sighed silently and turned to walk towards the forest. He had walked no more than 200 meters into the woods when he suddenly spotted a fruit tree ahead. The tree was no more than 2 meters tall, and 5 red fruits, about the size of apples, hung from its branches. A system message appeared. This is an unknown wild fruit tree. Be careful, it's poisonous. He cautiously picked one of the fruits. You have picked 1 fruit. Your stamina has decreased by 1. Then, the 100x reward arrived as scheduled. 100x reward options. 1. 100 sweet and sour wild fruits. Quality unspecified. 1 fruit plus 10 stamina. 2. 1 sweet and sour fruit. Quality bronze. Common. Attributes. Replenishes 50 stamina, 100 hunger, and 20 energy. 3. Element fruit X1. Quality bronze / good. Attributes. All attributes are fully restored for 3 hours after consumption. No stamina is consumed in activities below bronze intermediate level, and stamina cap is increased by 10 for 1 week. Looking at the options before him, Chen Yuanqi smiled broadly and decisively chose the third one. He knew there were still 4 fruits on the tree, which would most likely trigger a similar reward again. At the same time, a new notification popped up. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully gathering food and earning the title, Forest Gathering Newbie. You have gained +1 civilization point. You have unlocked the Encyclopedia of All Species, gaining +1 civilization point. Immediately afterwards, the 100x reward was triggered again. 100x reward. Forest Gathering Master. Attributes. 1. Gathering speed of items below silver level plus 50%, 20% chance to obtain additional gathered items. Second, the stamina and time required for gathering tasks have been significantly reduced by 0.1 stamina to a minimum of 10 seconds. Advanced tasks now require 3 stamina and 5 minutes less. Additional reward. Civilization points plus 200. Chapter 4: The Multiverse Mall. Free mode? Chen Yuanqi received a hundredfold reward this time, with no selection options. The system automatically credited the account. After reading the reward details, he couldn't help but gasp, completely stunned. Others have the Forest Gathering Novice skill, which at most increases gathering efficiency by 20%, but he's a Forest Gathering Expert, not only having an extra attribute, but also having stats that far surpass others. This is absolutely outrageous. Just as he was marveling at his incredible luck, the system popped up another notification. He had acquired 200 civilization points. With the civilization points exceeding 5, the multiverse shop was now unlocked. The shop interface appeared instantly, with a wide variety of categories: equipment, materials, food, medicine, seeds, pets, buildings, and special items. Chen Yuanqi clicked on a category and saw that the lowest price was only 1 point, such as wood, seeds, and gravel, which were very cheap. Looking further up, ordinary bronze quality goods were priced between 20 and 200 points, fine quality goods between 200 and 1500 points, and perfect quality goods were priced above 1200 points. After a quick scan, he roughly understood that bronze items were divided into 3 tiers based on quality. Herbs and seeds, which are not equipment, are referred to as superior instead of excellent. However, even for high-quality items, some prices overlap with those of lower-quality items, which is very similar to the skin system in some games, where prices vary but the appearances are all flashy. There are very few items that actually cost more than 8,000 points. There are only 50 such items in the store, and the 9 highest-priced items are all priced at 9,999 points and are categorized as special items. One of the items, called Heart of Bronze, caught his attention. However, clicking on it resulted in a message stating that his rank was incompatible and he couldn't view it. Rank? Does this refer to the rank of a lord? He suddenly realized that this world was becoming more and more like a game, and he probably wasn't even a bronze player yet. Chen Yuanqi couldn't help but laugh at himself. He really was a complete weakling. However, this civilization system didn't seem to have a main quest. Players had to figure everything out on their own. While you can get information by reading other people's posts and chat groups, he offers a hundredfold reward, so resources are never a problem. Instead of passively waiting for others to lead the way, it's better to actively explore and might even get you ahead of the competition. He speculated that the system must have arranged a protection period for all newcomers. so they wouldn't encounter too much danger in the short term. Some people in the chat group said that shelters should be set up as soon as possible, otherwise there would be nowhere to stay at night. Chen Yuanqi wasn't worried. He had enough points now. 200 points in the shop would be enough to buy a tent or a makeshift shelter, no problem at all. He already had the weapons. He could worry about the rest later. So he decided not to waste time on the beach and instead ventured deeper into the forest to see if he could make any new discoveries. He hadn't gone far when he received a notification from the system. He had picked a wild fruit. Thanks to the title bonus, gathering fruits consumes almost no stamina and can trigger a hundredfold reward. He obtained a variety of fruit choices, including ordinary fruits, bronze quality sweet and sour fruits, and even a bronze quality elemental fruit. This elemental fruit is the strongest. One not only replenishes energy, but also allows him to barely consume any stamina for the next 3 hours. He decisively accepted it. Then, he gathered the remaining fruits and successfully stuffed them into the warehouse. Warehouse space was limited, and timber took up 1 slot per unit, which gave him a headache. He had originally planned to cut down trees to accumulate resources, but with a 100x reward triggered, the warehouse was full in no time. So he temporarily gave up logging. The forest resources were plentiful, and he could cut down trees whenever he wanted, no rush. At this moment, the regional chat group was filled with groans of despair. Many players were exhausted from chopping down trees. Chopping down a small tree with a stone axe cost 10 stamina points. However, Chen Yuanqi, thanks to his title, could take down a tree with a fine steel axe, costing only 0.1 stamina points and taking 10 seconds. Some people share that they discovered the store sells sleeping bags and shelters, but unfortunately, many people don't have enough points and have to build them themselves. In comparison, Chen Yuanqi's experience is practically child's play. The deeper he went into the forest, the denser the bushes became, and the more difficult the path became. He had just climbed a large tree to observe his surroundings and noticed 2 towering mountains in the forest, particularly striking, which must be hiding some secret. He had now penetrated about 1,000 meters into the forest, and his stamina had dropped to 87 points. This rate of depletion made him frown. He had practiced martial arts in a Buddhist temple since childhood, training in the authentic Arhut body technique, giving him physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people. For him to lose over 10 points of stamina with such low levels of depletion before even engaging in combat was truly outrageous. No wonder so many people are complaining about the stamina system. The system notification even explains, these attribute bars are only available to new players. Once you reach the bronze rank, you can unlock free mode by spending civilization points. In other words, if you want it to be easier, you have to spend money. Chen Yuanqi agreed. These numbers constantly reminded him that a drop would lead to trouble, and the pressure was real. Continuing on, he was suddenly blocked by a wall of plants. System notification. He had encountered a wall of thorns. This 3-meter-high plant wall, covered in sharp thorns, stretched almost endlessly. Not only could it self-repair, but it could also evolve into an ideal defensive wall. Fire was its natural enemy, but once burned, it couldn't recover for a month. He didn't rush into a direct assault, but decided to first look for an opening to pass through. Chapter 5: The Crescent Moon Mountain Splitting Blade. The thorn wall recognizes its master. Chen Yuanqi suddenly recalled the system notification's phrase, an ideal protective wall for territory. He looked thoughtfully at the thorn wall before him, beginning to speculate on its significance. Could it be that the area enclosed by this wall is the true territory of the future lord? If that's the case, then this area might be the core territory reserved for players by the system. However, this 3-meter-high spiked wall won't be easy to pass. Chen Yuanqi gripped his steel axe tightly, preparing to force his way through. The system immediately popped up a prompt. Clearing a section of thorny wall with an axe will consume 30 stamina points and take 1.5 hours. What's even more frustrating is that the system specifically reminded him that an axe is not the best tool for clearing thorny walls at all. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi frowned slightly. The fine steel axe was designed for felling trees. It was clearly inadequate against these soft, tangled, thorny branches. Using the wrong tool would naturally be slow and laborious. He suddenly remembered when he was a child, he went to the mountains with his fellow monks at Wenfo Temple to clear land and farm. Back then, they didn't use axes but machetes. Specialized tools were needed for cutting shrubs and vines. Thinking of this, Chen Yuanqi immediately opened the Myriad Realms Mall and searched for a suitable machete. Sure enough, there was a wide-faced broadsword in the mall with very tempting specifications. The blade was over 70 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and weighed 4 kilograms. Although heavy, it was sharp, and the price was not expensive, 60 civilization points. He hesitated for a moment, then finally placed the order. He had plenty of points, and with the system protecting him, he wasn't lacking resources. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. The moment the points were deducted, the familiar system notification popped up again. 100x reward triggered. This time, the reward also offered 3 options: 100 ordinary bronze swords, 10 fine machetes, or a perfect quality crescent blade. Chen Yuanqi didn't hesitate and decisively chose the third option. Before long, a powerfully designed crescent-shaped broadsword appeared before him. The blade resembled a half-moon, shimmering with a bluish light, and its lines were fluid. The system provided detailed attribute descriptions. Although this sword was nearly 90 centimeters long, it weighed only 1.5 kilograms, making it lightweight and sharp, and it also possessed two major characteristics. One is Moonblade, which summons a 1-meter-long blade of light, doubling its attack power. The other is Crush, which allows the user to ignore defenses and crush weapons and items of the same tier while in blade form. It sounds like it can not only cut through grass and thorns, but also be used as a killing weapon in crucial moments. TSK, this sword is a warrior's dream. Chen Yuanqi looked at the long sword in his hand, his eyes filled with admiration. What's even better is that it's top-tier bronze-level weapon. He secretly wondered if buying a superior quality weapon would trigger the hundredfold reward of silver-level weapons. However, there's no need to think too far ahead at this stage. This knife is sufficient to handle all immediate problems. His most important goal right now is to get through this thorny wall and see what's hidden inside. With this good knife, clearing the thorns should be much easier, he muttered to himself as he swung the knife to clear a path. Suddenly, a question popped into his head. Have any other people in the group encountered a thorny wall? He opened the chat group interface, which was full of online members 2,000 to 2,000, and messages were being refreshed at lightning speed. He quickly glanced at the group chat. Has anyone seen a green thorn wall? It looks like it's blocking off an area. I saw it, too lazy to chop it down, just burned it. Pretty fast, and I even got some charcoal. After burning it, some kind of civilized landscape was triggered, and I even got points in a small territory. Really, I burned it for a while, but there was no reaction. Does it have to be burned thoroughly? Chen Yuanqi's eyes lit up. A civilized landscape, they even give away territory in the chat group. Someone replied seriously, a 1-star civilized landscape is actually just a valley with good resources. Furthermore, after activation, it will automatically prompt you whether to designate it as the center of your territory. Within its range, you will also receive some additional attribute bonuses, such as faster stamina recovery and accelerated plant growth. Upon seeing this message, Chen Yuanqi suddenly understood. So the identity of the Lord of Myriad Realms wasn't given lightly. The system was actually designed to create a conquest and development mode. The group chat immediately buzzed with excitement, everyone discussing it. Some began to dream about future territory expansion, while others discussed resource allocation and construction planning. However, some offered timely suggestions. One player, whose avatar was a girl, said, actually, I suggest not burning the thorn wall. The system says it's the ideal protective wall for your territory. Burning it might be convenient in the short term, but in the long run, it's like destroying our own walls. What if monsters attack later? We're lords, after all. Chen Yuanqi looked at the girl's profile picture. She was indeed a woman. What she said wasn't without merit. The system notification specifically emphasized that unclaimed thorn walls could be burned. But what about owned ones? Would they be impossible to burn? Or even backfire? These details are not something that can be easily overlooked. However, the girl's reminder wasn't accepted by everyone. Soon, some people started making sarcastic remarks. Your profile picture clearly shows a woman, long hair and short brains, spouting nonsense. Afraid of danger, we've already time-traveled. What are we afraid of if a wall burns down? I've already burned it all down. Why don't you jump over without fire? Seeing these disdainful and flippant comments, Chen Yuanqi simply smiled and shook his head. With a slight smile, he put his lord's identity token back into his personal storage. He had long understood that where there are people, there is conflict. Where there are resources, there is verbal sparring. No need for argument. Action speaks louder than words. He gripped the crescent-shaped broadsword again. Its blade shimmered with light, inspiring awe just by looking at it. Although this sword weighed only 1.5 kilograms, it felt far superior to the ordinary broadsword he had just used, which weighed a whopping 4 kilograms. Just as he was about to make his move, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Touch the end of the hilt to activate the blade's aura. Chen Yuanqi didn't hesitate and gently touched the end of the hilt. Instantly, his stamina decreased by 30. He had just been in a state of vigorous stamina, but immediately plummeted to a state of exhaustion and weakness in limbs. With a loud hum, a meter-long silver blade of light suddenly erupted from the blade, gleaming coldly like a laser. The light swept lightly across the ground, carving a trench several tens of centimeters deep. At that moment, Chen Yuanqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, that's so cool, he couldn't help but exclaim. But looking down at his stamina, he smiled wryly. My stamina dropped by 30 points. It's really not just for show. His whole body felt drained, sore and weak, almost like the fatigue he felt after running 5 kilometers. To restore his condition, he immediately took a sweet and sour fruit from the warehouse and popped it into his mouth. The fruit was sweet and sour, bursting with juice. After one bite, he felt like he'd been rebooted. Immediately afterwards, the system data showed that everything had been restored to full capacity. This fruit is truly miraculous. he exclaimed in amazement, but without wasting any time, he immediately drew his knife and began to act. This time, with the enhancement of the blade's aura, the crescent-shaped cleaver performed incomparably. With a gentle swing, a smooth gash was immediately cut into the thorny wall, as easy as cutting tofu. With each stroke of his knife, he left a deep gash, 6 centimeters wide and 1 meter long, on the thorny wall. As he increased his speed, he quickly carved out a passage. A passage, approximately 2 meters high, 1.2 meters wide, and 4 meters long, gradually took shape before his eyes. Shortly after, the system popped up several notification boxes. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully conquering the Thorn Wall and obtaining the title Thorn Wall Conqueror. Reward, Thorn Wall X1. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining a quality-neutral Thorn Wall, evolvable. Hint, after upgrading and modification, it can become an impregnable and rock-solid core of the territory's defense. Immediately afterwards, the 100x reward is triggered again. However, this time the reward is not selectable. The system directly awards it. Title, King of Thorns. Thorn Wall's overall attributes plus 50%, can sense contractors' movements. Thorn Spirit X1. Thorn Clan Royal Mark, doubling its potential and growth speed. Chapter 6 Myriad Realms Cave. Establishing a territory. Jiang Chun. This Thorn Wall can actually actively recognize a master. Upon seeing the notification, Chen Yuanqi was immediately surprised, and his eyes also showed a bit more curiosity. The titles and rewards, such as King of Thorns and Spirit of Thorns, sounded quite prestigious, making him realize that this was more than just an ordinary wall. What surprised him even more was that he had found a special item, the Spirit of Thorns, in his personal inventory. As this prompt appeared, a three-dimensional image automatically materialized in his mind. This 3D image was none other than a miniature model of the Thorn Wall, complete with detailed attributes and descriptions. The wall's dimensions were also clearly displayed. 15 kilometers in circumference, 6 meters wide, and 4.5 meters high. The sheer size of it was already quite astonishing. More importantly, it had automatically become part of Chen Yuanqi's private territory defense system. The wall also possesses a wealth of passive skills, including basic defense, repair, and resistance learning. This powerful self-repair and resistance growth ability means that ordinary beasts simply cannot breach this defense. Of course, it is not invincible. The system description states that it cannot currently withstand high-level bronze-level enemies or high-quality beasts. However, with upgrades, it has the potential to grow into a true wall of defense for all worlds. At that moment, Chen Yuanqi suddenly realized that the Thorn Wall was not just for show. It was practically a semi-living structure. Even more amazingly, he could even control its opening and closing with his consciousness. He said softly, "Close." Thousands of thorny branches quickly intertwined and reformed, and in less than a minute, they closed the previously split passage again, restoring it to its original state. He said again, "Open." The thorny branches, like soldiers obeying their master, immediately parted to make way for a 2-meter-wide passage, as if they were born to obey his will. "This thing is even smarter than an electronic door," Chen Yuanqi exclaimed in amazement. He then stepped forward, and the thorn wall behind him automatically closed, guarding the entrance. Ahead lay a surrounded valley, not particularly large, but with remarkably well-preserved terrain. It was encircled by a 15-kilometer-long wall of thorns, a natural barrier already taking shape. The moment he entered the valley, the system popped up a notification. You have discovered a 1-star civilization landscape for the first time. Valley in the forest. Reward, civilization points plus 20. Established territory. Here, the familiar reward mechanism activated again. The 100x reward was triggered once more. This time, he received 2,000 civilization points in one go. Instantly, his account points had risen to 2,140. While others were still struggling to earn a few points, Chen Yuanqi could easily purchase most of the items in the shop. This was the power of the 100x reward. While others earned a few points in hours, he could gain thousands of resources in a single exploration. "It feels like I've got a cheat code," he chuckled, looking up at the two side-by-side peaks in the valley. One was a barren, rocky mountain with sparse trees. The other was lush and verdant with dense forests. He didn't make a decision immediately. Although the system suggested he could establish a territory right away, this matter couldn't be rushed. According to the rules, the first territory could only be designated within a 100-square-meter area. Choosing the wrong location would have endless consequences. He planned to conduct a thorough survey of the terrain before making a decision. The valley was neither too big nor too small, with a stream running through it, its water source being a spring on the mountainside. The environment was pristine. The ground was also clean, with not many weeds or shrubs, mainly exposed rocks and flat open spaces. As he observed, he muttered to himself, "Which side should I choose as the core area?" He first climbed the mountain with the most dense forest cover. The mountain path was winding, birdsong filled the forest, and small wild animals could be seen occasionally along the way. Besides the abundance of trees and slippery ground, The biggest advantage of this mountain was its rich resources. Timber and spring water both originated from here. The disadvantages are that the mountaintop is narrow, unsuitable for building large-scale houses, and the steep terrain significantly impacts field operations. This is more like a resource point than a core base. After descending the mountain, he climbed the bare rocky mountain again. Although the slopes were rocky and sparsely vegetated, the summit was surprisingly spacious and flat, offering expansive views. Two natural boulders at the summit could serve as natural barriers against wind and rain, making the environment clearly more suitable for settling down. He mentally named the mountain Rock Mountain. As he surveyed the terrain, circling halfway around Rock Mountain, he suddenly discovered a dark cave halfway up the mountain. The cave entrance resembled the gaping maw of a monster, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, sending chills down his spine. Just as he approached the entrance, a system notification arrived. You have discovered the entrance to the Myriad Realms cave. Civilization points plus 20. The Myriad Realms cavern is a high-risk, high-reward area, gathering resources and challenges from lords of all realms. Currently, entry is unavailable as an entry ticket has not been obtained. Friendly reminder, new lords entering without preparation face a 95% mortality rate. Please proceed with extreme caution. So this isn't an ordinary cave, it's part of the Myriad Realms battlefield? Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow, feeling a dangerous chill creep down his spine. The system hadn't explained how to obtain an entry ticket, which puzzled him. Just then, his 100x reward system triggered again. Another 2,000 civilization points arrived. His account now held an astonishing 4,140 points. His resources were abundant, far surpassing those of ordinary players. On a whim, he immediately opened the multiverse shop and searched, and sure enough, he found the multiverse dungeon entry ticket in the special items category. The icon was a lit torch, and it cost only 50 points. The admission ticket did seem inexpensive, only 50 points, but as soon as Chen Yuanqi approached the cave, he realized things weren't so simple. He lightly swung his blade to test it, but the crescent-shaped, mountain-splitting blade was completely blocked by an invisible force, leaving not even a mark. Immediately afterward, a wall of light, shimmering with runes, appeared before him, rippling like the surface of water. So, this place really is isolated by some kind of force. As expected, one needs a specific item to enter. He took a few steps back, frowned, and his eyes gleamed with caution. Although admission tickets could be purchased in the store, the system had already warned that the mortality rate for newcomers entering the dungeon was as high as 95%. Chen Yuanqi was not a reckless person. Going in before reaching a certain level would be like walking into a trap. I should improve my strength first before exploring this mysterious dungeon. He sheathed his sword, turned and left, feeling an unprecedented shock at the mystery and complexity of this world. Multiverse civilizations, dungeon instances, a shop system. Everything here is increasingly resembling a massive, real-world game. At that moment, the system popped up its familiar prompt again. Establish your first territory here. Chen Yuanqi stood atop the rocky mountain, gazing at the surrounding forest and the hazy blue mist, silently confirm. He had already observed the surrounding terrain. This was the highest point in the entire area, and the blue mist in the distance enveloped the entire island like a sea. Could this be an isolated island? A faint sense of disappointment welled up in his heart, but it was quickly replaced by a new wave of surprise. The moment he confirmed the establishment of his territory, the Lord's identity token in his pocket suddenly flew out and hovered in front of him. The next second, a beam of light spread rapidly outwards from him, covering the ground and drawing a clear square area. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully establishing your initial territory with an area of 100 square meters. Please name your new territory. You have officially become a member of the Battlefield of Myriad Realms. May you overcome all obstacles in the chaos and darkness and establish yourself in all the Myriad Realms. Friendly reminder, beware of the approaching darkness. Chen Yuanqi looked down at the light patterns appearing beneath his feet, filled with emotion. Although 100 square meters wasn't large, not even as big as the swimming pool in his previous life, it was, after all, just the beginning. But before he could finish speaking, the 100x reward system popped up again. 100x reward triggered. Territory area X100. The area, originally only 100 square meters, expanded wildly in an instant, with light patterns spreading along the hillside like a tide. The entire Rocky Mountain seemed to be baptized by light, with light grids instantly covering a full 10,000 square meters. Chen Yuanqi's eyes lit up, his face showing surprise, and a surge of excitement rushed to his head. Even the system updated his data. Territory name, Jiangchun. Core area, 10,000 square meters. Outer range, 90,000 square meters. Total territory area, 150 mu. He named himself Jiangchun, a name that both commemorates and expresses hope. Unexpectedly, the Hundredfold Reward wasn't just in resources, but also a substantial expansion of his territory. This was equivalent to more than 20 basketball courts, even larger than the middle school in his hometown. Even more surprising, he suddenly gained a new perspective in his mind, allowing him to clearly perceive the movements within the entire core area. Although the sensing in the outer areas was weaker, the general situation could still be detected, and even if someone intruded, it would be known immediately. This feels like having a god's eye view. Standing atop the Rocky Mountain, looking at the surrounding forest, Chen Yuanqi felt an indescribable sense of security. Since his transmigration, he had always been cautious, but now he finally had a territory of his own. The territory information was also updated. Territory level. Level 0, not promoted. Lord, Chen Yuanqi. Territory population, 1. Characteristic terrain, forest valley. Current buildings, none. Although there are currently no buildings, this 15-acre space is enough for him to develop freely. He could farm log, mine, and build a base. The possibilities for the future were endless. Thinking of this, Chen Yuanqi took a deep breath, his eyes burning with fervor. He knew that from this moment on, he was no longer just a survivor, but a person who truly possessed the identity of a lord. Chapter 7 1-Star Civilization Landscape. The Thorn Wall Walkthrough. From transmigrating to establishing his territory, in just half a day, Chen Yuanqi had completely accepted this strange and magical world before him. He opened the system to view the civilization landscape forest valley in his territory and saw the detailed information of this area. Resources, forests, animals, and fresh water, along with some decent attribute bonuses, such as a 10 increase in plant growth recovery and a 20 increase in forest fruit production. Strangely, Chen Yuanqi hadn't received the system notification for the 100x reward. There hadn't been a single notification. Don't all discoveries offer a 100x reward? He frowned, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. The system remained unresponsive, so he had to set aside his questions for the time being and instead check the regional chat group to see what everyone was up to. The chat room was buzzing with activity. Some had just finished building their territories and were happily showing off their progress, while others were discussing whether it was more cost-effective to build on a mountain or at the foot of a mountain. Many shared their methods for breaking through walls to enter. Some used fire, some climbed, and others were planning to just loot first. Haha. Surely no one's seriously studying that wall anymore? Wouldn't it be better to just burn it down? It seems most people still rely on fire to break through. They use fire wherever they can. But some people are trying more ingenious methods, such as using ladders, wearing protective clothing, or employing special tools. So even this thorny wall has become a battleground between factions. Chen Yuanqi smiled with some surprise, not expecting that a wall could spark such a debate. As one of the few who truly achieved a no-loss clear, he felt a sense of accomplishment. After all, he relied on the sharpness of his blade and his calm analysis. He casually shared some basic information about the Thorn Wall in the chat group, wanting others to know that this wall wasn't worthless. The Thorn Wall can recognize a master, can grow, has basic defense and repair functions, and is a natural shield for the territory. Don't destroy it easily. As soon as the message was sent, the previously flooded chat suddenly quieted down for a moment, as if everyone was seriously reading the content. Immediately, doubts arose. Really, who could burn something and still see these properties? I only saw a pile of ashes. Dude, where did you copy this description from? Fire-sensitive vine wall has so many properties, I'm a little skeptical. However, some people analyzed it carefully and felt that the data seemed somewhat realistic, not just empty talk. Chen Yuanqi shook his head, thinking he might as well send another message. If it's burned, the Thorn Wall will be unable to be restored for a month. The loss will be to the upgradable wall, so he suggests handling it with caution. His words weren't exactly inflammatory, but they quickly attracted the attention of some people, and some even sent him private messages directly. Is this news true? How did you pass it? Can you teach me how to pass without burning the walls? Faced with these questions, Chen Yuanqi didn't reply to each one, only casually saying, "It's simple, just chop it with a knife." His answer immediately drew a barrage of teasing and skepticism from the group. "Chop, you think you can chop through those vines with your beginner axe? I don't believe you." Chen Yuanqi almost burst out laughing when he saw this comment. He didn't explain, since his crescent blade was only 1.7 meters long anyway. Just as he was about to say something more, another comment caught his attention. What that expert said is true. I just used his method to clear the game and also got the title and the Thorn Wall. This caused an uproar in the group chat. Some were skeptical, some were curious, and some demanded a live tutorial. Surprisingly, the player actually posted their strategy, sharing their method in great detail. Using the high temperature of the flame, without completely igniting it, they piled the burnt charcoal near the base of the wall, using the principle of thermal expansion and contraction to create a passage. The crafting materials used were the 2 units of wood from the newbie gift pack, plus the free crafting opportunity to generate a spark. This guy is quite something. To think of using localized scorching to induce a reaction in the walls, he's got a sharp mind. Chen Yuanqi secretly admired him. Although his method wasn't as direct as his, it was indeed a clever, low-cost way to clear the level. Immediately, people in the group agreed to try it, and soon, success stories began to emerge. It was true. Everyone confirmed that the Thorn Wall could indeed recognize a master and become an important defensive structure for a territory, which caught the attention of many. Some became Thorn Wall clearers, receiving titles, walls, and new ability rewards, naturally causing them great joy. But those players who burned down the wall from the start felt aggrieved and started mocking it. What's the use of this plant wall? It'll be burned to the ground in one go. Exactly why keep it? It's an eyesore. Faced with these sarcastic remarks, the players who had cleared the level didn't hold back and immediately retorted. We have titles and bonuses, while you guys burned everything down and didn't even leave ashes. Laughable. What do you know about upgradable equipment? This is a future artifact in the making. The Thorn Wall can defend, repair itself, and learn resistances. Next time, it might not be afraid of fire. You guys don't even have a wall, and you're still so smug. What's there to be proud of? The two sides went back and forth, arguing fiercely in the group chat, creating a tense atmosphere. However, someone quickly started a new topic. Have you guys noticed that entrance called the Cave of Myriad Realms? And what is that? Beware of darkness, descending warning mean. At first, everyone thought it was just a system notification that was being misleading, but soon some people started to think about it seriously. Could there really be some monsters appearing at night? The notification says protect territory. Is that just a joke? Have you guys noticed that the number of people in the chat room suddenly dropped by one? Wasn't there 2,000 people before? Now it's 1,999. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Everyone's attention was drawn back to the message, and the atmosphere instantly became heavy. If someone was missing, was he offline or dead? No one dared to say for sure. For the first time, the group chat became quiet. The joking stopped, and no one continued arguing. An invisible, chilling aura swept through the chat group like the wind, bringing shivers down their spines. It seems those system notifications weren't a joke, Chen Yuanqi thought, his heart sinking slightly as he became more serious. Darkness would come, and the monsters might truly appear. And all they possessed now was a small territory and a meager amount of resources. Even with a hundredfold reward, he dared not be careless. Because all of this was increasingly resembling a brutal survival game in reality, rather than a recreational one. Although some people in the group were still feigning optimism, it was clear that no one truly considered this an easy journey anymore. Let's meet challenges head on, Chen Yuanqi murmured, turning and walking towards them all. Just then, he received a friend request. He clicked on it, and saw it was from the girl in the group who had advised everyone not to burn the Thorn Wall. Her profile picture was of a cute girl with bangs. She looked young and had a rather adorable air about her. He passed it casually, and the next second, the other party sent a message. Wow, you're amazing. First to clear the game, I admire you so much. Chen Yuanqi smiled helplessly upon seeing this, not in a hurry to reply. Then another message came. My name is Li Yu. Your profile picture looks familiar. Are you surnamed Chen? Chapter 8. The girl is from the same hometown? Having bought his first house in the multiverse civilization, after chatting for a while, Chen Yuanqi learned that the girl was actually his junior from university, named Li Yu, a freshman. He was somewhat well known at school, so it was reasonable for Li Yu to know him. To reunite with a fellow townsman in this unfamiliar world was truly magical. The awkward thing was that Chen Yuanqi had absolutely no recollection of Li Yu, and could only offer a few vague and polite greetings. Senior, how did you get through that wall of thorns? You must have been the first. That's amazing. Li Yu sent another message asking. Chen Yuanqi pondered for a moment and replied, my method is rather unique, and it's not easy for others to replicate. Your method is quite clever too. After all, not everyone is like him, starting with a bronze-level perfect laser weapon capable of sweeping through the Thorn Wall. The two exchanged a few compliments, and although their conversation wasn't deep, the feeling of encountering an acquaintance in another world was quite subtle. This conversation also made Chen Yuanqi realize that although the information in the group was varied, much of it was quite valuable. He recalled the system's earlier warning, beware of the approaching darkness. Those 6 words still echoed in his mind. He checked his private messages, but instead of any new system notifications, he was bombarded with a frightening number of group messages. Over 99 unread messages flashing incessantly. Why hasn't Milk Candy added me yet? Her points should be over 5 by now, right? Chen Yuanqi wondered, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He glanced at the chat group. Everyone was already enthusiastically discussing how to survive the night using their meager civilization points. Some planned to buy sleeping bags and hide in caves, while others intended to cut down trees and build their own shelters. Humans are truly adaptable. They can find ways to survive even in the harshest environments. However, Chen Yuanqi didn't need to be meticulous. His hundredfold reward multiplied his points by over 1,000 times, allowing him to do whatever he wanted with money. While others received 42 points, he directly received 4,200 points and also enjoyed the benefit of a hundredfold increase in the quantity and quality of items he could purchase. Which type of house in the shop is suitable? He clicked on the building category, browsed around, and found that there weren't many options. Stone houses, wooden houses, and tin huts are the mainstream, But even the lowest-end wooden house costs 100 points, which is outrageous. For other items, 100 points could buy a bronze-quality weapon. The housing prices are truly unreasonable. Let's choose something better. Chen Yuanqi finally decided to buy a bronze-quality, premium wooden house for 2,000 points. Name: premium wooden house specifications. 6 by 6 by 4 meters quality. Bronze, excellent features. Warm in winter and cool in summer durability. 15 years, 4,000 points. Chen Yuanqi complained. 2,000 points can buy a perfect weapon, but this house is only of the excellent grade. However, he didn't intend to save money. Expensive is fine, but good quality is what matters. He also wanted to see the hundredfold reward effect of this level of item. As expected, the system quickly popped up the familiar prompt box. 100x reward. Choose one of three. 1. A 2-story luxury villa, 10 by 8 by 7 meters, bronze/perfect quality. 2. A luxury warehouse, 20 by 20 by 4 meters, bronze/perfect quality. 3. An elf tree house, 5 by 6 by 5 meters, made of elf tree, bronze/perfect quality. Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow slightly and whispered, "Huh? Why are they still all bronze level? They haven't upgraded to silver." Unlike before, when weapons directly upgraded from bronze to silver, this time the rewards were still stuck at the bronze level, which surprised him a bit. However, he had seen the first two options before. They were both available in the shop, and their prices were all above 4,000 points, so there was nothing unusual about them. However, he couldn't find the last item, the elf treehouse, in the shop. It seemed to be a unique reward. Choose it. Chen Yuanqi decisively selected the third option, the elf treehouse. Treehouse specifications: 5 by 6 by 5 meters, tree species. Young elf tree, 8 meters tall, 1.5 meters in diameter. Durability: 100 plus years. Characteristics: warm in winter, cool in summer, with spirit fragrance with attribute shaping. The next second, the phantom of the treehouse slowly appeared before him, and Chen Yuanqi was completely stunned. The treehouse was built on a large tree, with a mushroom-shaped canopy supporting the roof, and the whole tree was like a giant supporting the house. Vines naturally intertwined and swayed in the wind, like a dreamlike building from an animation, and Chen Yuanqi's eyes lit up. The civilization of countless worlds is truly amazing. This house has such a wonderful feel to it, he exclaimed as he looked around. The system notification sounded again. Please select a building placement location. Without hesitation, Chen Yuanqi placed the treehouse on the cliff face near the valley side of the Rocky Mountain. The illusory image landed, the trunk took root, and the canopy supported the house, all materialized within seconds. This house even comes with a tree? Worth it. Chen Yuanqi patted the tree trunk with a smile, feeling quite satisfied. However, at that moment, on the other side of the Battlefield of Myriad Realms, an unexpected event was unfolding. In the towering wood elf forest, an 8-meter-tall elf tree suddenly vanished into thin air. Several palm-sized elves, who were flying around in the forest, stared blankly at the empty space. His house is gone? Wasn't she sleeping inside? Oh no. Yeah, and her house had been stolen. I'm going to tell the elders. A group of elves immediately panicked and scattered, and the news quickly reached the ears of the wood elf elders. Chapter 9: Buy an elf cottage and get an elf for free. Elf Aya, damn thief. The elders of the elf race were furious when they heard that the elf tree and its people had disappeared. They quickly pointed the finger at their old rival, the space shadow demon of the abyss demon race, the notorious thief known throughout the world. The space shadow demon had done many bad things, stealing treasures, seeds, and even living people. Chen Yuanqi, however, was completely unaware of what was happening. He stood under the tree, gazing up at the treehouse that had fallen from the sky, filled with awe. He looked left and right, and the more he looked, the more something seemed off. Wait, how am I supposed to get up there? The elf tree surface was smooth, offering almost no footholds, and for a moment he couldn't find a way to climb up, which was driving him a little crazy. Do I have to go to the store and buy a ladder? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the vines on the tree automatically extended and thickened. In a few breaths, a natural, long vine ladder descended from the tree trunk and landed steadily on the ground, as if it had heard his thoughts. Chen Yuanqi was stunned. It can even generate a ladder by itself? This tree is truly intelligent. No wonder it's a perfect level house, he exclaimed as he climbed up the vine ladder, but as soon as he reached halfway up and looked down, he suddenly felt nervous. Below lay an empty valley, the tree trunks at least 3 meters off the ground, making his legs tremble slightly as he stood on the narrow path between the branches. But the moment he stepped into the treehouse and pushed open the wooden door, the sight inside nearly made him tumble down in fright. A tiny elf, no bigger than a palm, entirely emerald green, with wings, pointed ears, and branch-like horns, looked just like an elf princess from a fairy tale. She had just woken up, her little face still groggy as she flew out the door, only to find herself face-to-face with Chen Yuanqi. The air froze instantly. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. For the next second, the little sprite's pupils dilated, and she screamed in terror. Iya! A burst of pale green energy erupted, blasting Chen Yuanqi out the door, his body flying backward without any time to react. He looked up at the treehouse and saw the little creature peek out the doorway, then quickly duck back inside and close it. Chen Yuanqi froze, stunned. So, I spent 2,000 points to buy a house, and it even has a resident? Looking at the scene just now, he began to recall the small print note in the shop. This is the little elf's home. Remember to water it. Chen Yuanqi's expression became subtle. Wait, did I accidentally buy someone else's house? Thinking about this, he was both angry and speechless, feeling like he'd bought a second-hand house, only to find the original owner hadn't moved out yet. He looked up and called out, "Hey, I'm not a bad person. The system must have made a mistake. We've misunderstood." But there was no response from inside. You could hear a leaf fall to the ground. The air was eerily quiet. Chen Yuanqi suddenly realized, hey, can she understand human speech? Meanwhile, inside the treehouse, the little elf was huddled in a corner, covering her ears, trembling with fear and filled with wild thoughts. The air in this unfamiliar place is strange. Have I been kidnapped by bad people? Am I going to be eaten? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, and she couldn't help but sob, muttering prayers. Mother Tree, please come and save me. But life had to go on. He opened a shop and spent another 800 points to buy a stone house as a backup. This time, he chose a regular bronze-grade stone house, measuring 5 by 6 by 4 meters, much simpler than the treehouse. The system, as usual, displayed a choice of 3 options for a 100x reward: ordinary, excellent, and perfect quality. Oh, there's even a perfect level reward. Chen Yuanqi was a little surprised, but he chose the highest level reward without hesitation. A few minutes later, a 7-meter-high, 2-story castle-like stone house was built on the mountaintop, right next to the treehouse. Looking at the new house in front of him, he smiled with satisfaction. I just arrived in the Myriad Realms, and in just a few hours, I already have 2 houses. Chapter 10, The Thorn Wall Evolves. Food shortage in a multiverse mall. Chen Yuanqi's newly moved-in house has a full 100 square meters on the first floor, quite spacious. He went in and took a quick look. The layout of the 3 bedrooms and 1 living room was nice, but it was empty and had no furniture at all. Fortunately, the Myriad Realms Mall in the Bronze Domain offers a wide variety of daily necessities, which is very convenient. He casually spent 200 civilization points to buy a simple wooden bed, a set of tableware, and a set of tables and chairs. The 100x reward was triggered right after the purchase, and what I received was a luxury king-size bed, exquisite bedding, and a set of mahogany tables and chairs. Before he could recover, the new house itself and the adjacent elf treehouse had cost him a lot of points, totaling 3,000. Seeing that his civilization account only had 940 points left, Chen Yuanqi felt a little heartbroken, but he also knew that these investments would have to be spent sooner or later. With his current balance, he's actually richer than many lords. Some haven't even accumulated 40 points yet. As evening approached and the sun began to set, Chen Yuanqi stood on the second-floor balcony, looking at the surrounding mountains and forests, and softly said, "The sun is about to go down." A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the setting sun shone on it. For a moment, he felt a little dazed. Is this a survival game or a resort? He almost laughed, thinking, this is probably the treatment for players who use cheats. As he spoke, he went downstairs and glanced at the elf treehouse next door. The door was still closed. It seems the new neighbor isn't planning on going out anytime soon, perhaps because she's too shy. Chen Yuanqi didn't pay much attention and turned to walk down the mountain. He planned to deal with the thorn spirits he had on hand, a valuable item he had previously acquired from the warehouse. This thing can double the growth speed and potential of the thorn wall, making it a rare item. He took out a small blue bottle containing only a drop of the spirit of thorns, but it was surprisingly heavy, probably weighing 7 or 8 pounds. Arriving at the thorn wall outside the valley, he felt the joy of the plants through the spiritual contract, a feeling like a pet seeing its owner. He exclaimed that the world is truly amazing. He had only ever imagined being able to communicate with plants before. Now it's actually possible to do it. Even getting a little elf as a gift with the purchase of a house. It's just the right amount of ridiculous. Here, have a little something for us. Chen Yuanqi smiled as he uncapped the bottle. A thorny branch emerged from the thorn wall, swaying slowly in front of him, as if testing him. The branches kept touching the bottle, as if expressing their own longing. You want it? Then take it yourself. Chen Yuanqi handed over the bottle. As if it understood, the plant carefully wrapped around the bottle and then slowly pulled it back. It opened the bottle and poured out a single drop of shimmering green liquid, which slowly dripped onto its branch. Chen Yuanqi stared wide-eyed as the liquid was rapidly absorbed by the plant, emitting a faint fluorescent glow. Immediately afterwards, a system notification popped up. The thorn wall is merging with the thorn royal family mark. Estimated evolution time, 5 hours. The prompt ended there, leaving him a little confused. Is that all? He had originally thought there would be some kind of mutation or animation effects. Looking at the thorn wall again, its name has changed to, and even its attributes are temporarily invisible. It seems I'll have to wait. He sighed, somewhat helplessly. Back in the valley, the stream flows gently, and the air is filled with the fragrance of trees. He gazed at the tranquil forest and suddenly felt a sense of emptiness and confusion wash over him. What's next? What he really wanted was to get in touch with his sister Jiangtang, as well as Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian, to be able to return to Earth, to that familiar blue planet. However, as of now, there is simply no way to contact them. Even Jiangtang, the only person who knows his Lord ID, hasn't added him in the multiverse private messages yet. Is she unable to join a call? Or did something happen to her? Thinking of this, Chen Yuanqi's mood became somewhat depressed again. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, stood up from the stream, took out his identity token, and planned to go to the Myriad Realms mall to buy some food. But to his surprise, he was stunned as soon as he opened the food section. Shop notice: the current batch of food items in the bronze domain is sold out. There is still more than 6 days until the next restock. He was dumbfounded. They'd sold out of food? In my memory, the Myriad Realms mall has a wide variety of items. It has everything, so it's impossible for it to be out of stock. It seems that the world's food problem is a major headache. Is this an indication that I should go hunting? The idea suddenly popped into Chen Yuanqi's mind, and he seemed to be deep in thought. He slowly began to understand that the core of this world might be survival itself. Sure, I could give hunting a try. He glanced at the dense forest. There must be plenty of wild animals inside, but he has always lived a comfortable life, is a Buddhist, doesn't kill much, and doesn't know how to cook. He rummaged through his backpack and found some fruit and energy drinks, enough for 1 or 2 meals. Let's not think about food today. It's getting dark. Let's chop some wood and take it back. He took out a fine steel axe from his personal storage room and walked to a small tree that was 3 meters tall. A prompt will appear immediately. Cutting down low-quality trees yields 10 pieces of common wood, takes 10 minutes, and 5 stamina. However, he has a title, Forest Gathering Master, which gives him a maximum bonus. Harvesting ordinary wood with a fine steel axe takes only 10 seconds and 0.1 stamina. Chen Yuanqi gripped the axe tightly and chopped down at the tree trunk. He felt as if the axe was empowered by a force. His movements were not fast, but his efficiency was astonishing. It felt like he was doing it himself, yet also like someone was controlling his movements. The experience was quite peculiar. In less than 10 seconds, the entire tree fell down. A magical scene unfolded. The trees instantly transformed into bundles of neatly arranged wooden strips piled up on the ground. The system prompt popped up again. An additional 20 bonus is awarded, granting 12 units of common wood. Immediately afterwards, the 100x reward was also triggered. 3 options appeared before him. 1. 1,200 pieces of ordinary wood, quality not specified. 2. 120 multi-purpose timber, bronze standard quality. 3. 12 multi-purpose timbers, bronze grade quality. Chapter 11 Battlefield of Myriad Realms, Nightfalls. I saw that the ordinary timber increased from 12 units to 1,200 units. This truly astonished Chen Yuanqi. God-level system. However, his personal storage space couldn't hold that many items, so he had to choose the third option. The multi-purpose wood on the open ground quickly disappeared, and as soon as it appeared, he put it into his personal warehouse, which once again occupied 12 storage slots. That's all for now, I'm going back. Chen Yuanqi glanced around the forest. He could still hear the calls of animals and birds, but there was no sign of them. When we returned to the top of the rocky mountain, the setting sun had already disappeared below the horizon, leaving only a corner of the sky with a dazzling orange-red glow. The new rulers of Earth are about to enter the battlefield of all realms, and night falls on the first day. Oh, there is no electricity here. Chen Yuanqi looked at the dimly lit house in front of him and said with annoyance. It was overlooked, but in this desolate place, where are we going to lay power lines? I wonder if the Myriad Realms Mall sells it. There were no generators, wires, light bulbs, or anything like that. There were a few other glowing items, though. Name: inferior oil lamp. Grade: no quality. Durability: 30 days, 200. Uses: lighting, ignition. A full lamp oil can burn for 24 hours. Price: 15 civilization points. This needs improvement. The quality isn't very good either. Chen Yuanqi murmured, then continued reading. Name: Half Moon Night Pearl. Grade: bronze, common quality. Durability: 15 days, 100 days, minus 1,000. Applications: lighting, small area mosquito repellent, 2 cubic meters. Continuous illumination for 15 by 24 hours. Price: 60 civilization points. A pearl under the half moon? That'll do. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuanqi bought a luminous pearl, deducting 60 civilization points. Account balance: 880 civilization points. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. 100x reward optional. 1. Half Moon Night Pearl x 100, quality bronze common. Second, 10 Sea Clan Little Night Pearls, bronze fine quality. This time, there are only 2 options for the 100x reward. Chen Yuanqi, adhering to the principle of choosing the best rather than the worst, chose the second option. Name: Sea Clan's Little Night Pearl. Grade: bronze fine. Durability: 1 year, 2,000. Applications: Purification and lighting. Bright light repels mosquitoes. 8 cubic meters. Soon, 10 small luminous pearls from the sea creatures appeared in his personal storage. He took one out to examine it. The luminous pearl shone brightly for a moment on the dark mountaintop, but its actual diameter was less than 2 centimeters. The little luminous pearl is really small, but the illumination is quite bright, 15 watts. Chen Yuanqi looked at the small pearl, which shone brightly but wasn't dazzling, and said in a daze. Then, he found a high spot near the entrance and placed a luminous pearl there. Upon returning to the new home, a light bulb was placed in the first-floor lobby, on the stairs, and in the second-floor lobby and room, its luminous effect resembling that of a light bulb. The advantage of a luminous pearl is that it doesn't require electricity and is very convenient to place. Switching the light on and off is also very simple. Just press the button twice to turn it on or off. Not long after, under the cover of night, a brightly lit 2-story villa appeared on the top of the Rocky Mountain. After finishing with the lighting problem at home, Chen Yuanqi went to the second-floor balcony to look at the outside situation. As darkness fell, a faint, hazy light remained in the sky. At this moment, the earth beneath the sky was pitch black, and all things in the forest seemed to be plunged into an eerie silence, with no sounds of forest animals or insects to be heard. When Chen Yuanqi glanced casually at the location of the elf treehouse, not far away, his expression froze slightly. A strange scene appeared in his pupils. A large tree, its entire body radiating a bluish-green hue, its glistening, shimmering leaves swaying slowly in the darkness. Just as Chen Yuanqi was enjoying his luxurious villa, the Earth Lord players who entered the Myriad Realm civilization at the same time as Chen Yuanqi were now suffering terribly in the dark. The sky was dark. In addition, many regional chat groups have begun to see people leaving the groups. The number of members in the 2000 to 2000 group, which was at full capacity, decreased to 1999 to 2000 and 1997 to 2000. Some severely affected groups even lost dozens of members. An eerie and unknown atmosphere hung over everyone's hearts like dark clouds. As night fell, the oppressive darkness enveloped everyone, and they all felt a sense of unease and unease. At this moment, everyone's mental and emotional state began to teeter on the brink of tension, fear, and collapse. Now, their only source of emotional support is this Lord's identity plaque in their hands. It is hope it can relieve and release emotions. Regional chat group. Damn it, what a lousy place. I want to go back. The items in this multiverse mall are so expensive. What's the point of buying anything? I can't afford anything. I've only got a little over 40 civilization points. Not even enough to buy a coffin house. I bought a sleeping bag and am lying on the ground with nothing to cover myself. I'm panicking. Guys, do you guys have any good strategies? It's pitch black outside. It's creepy. I'm the owner of Huakai Group, a company worth billions. Which brother would like to send me 40 civilization points via private message? I'll repay you 100-fold someday. Once we get back, the position of group president will be yours. I'm so hungry. The chat group for all the new lords was now filled with a constant stream of comments, expressing everyone's various emotions. They chat, exchange information, and even rant and rave. All sorts of things happen. Especially the lords who haven't lit a fire yet and have chosen to establish their territories in the mountains and forests are almost scared to death by the deathly silence of the forest. In the pitch black, desolate forest, not even an insect dared to utter a sound. Alone in this eerie place, his mind involuntarily conjured up terrifying scenes from Silent Hill, Sadako, and other horror movies, and he vaguely felt a chill creeping down his spine. Perhaps only by experiencing it firsthand can one truly understand. At present, the average new lord has 40 civilization points, and the highest number of civilization points is 48. Even so, they still couldn't afford most items in the multiverse mall. Therefore, their current living conditions were difficult and miserable for everyone. However, there are some clever new lords who squeeze every last bit of their 40-odd civilization points to make the most of them. Therefore, the two most widely circulated methods for dealing with the current predicament in various lord regions are: one is a campfire, a sleeping bag, and a shelter that I built myself using large palm leaves and wooden strips. The other option is a campfire, sleeping bag, mat, and cave. The more generous ones bought oil lamps, while the stingier ones bought sleeping bags, didn't even light a fire, and just curled up on the ground to lie down. Overall, everyone was very poor, living a hard life of survival in the wilderness. As for a house with a king-size bed, just dream about it. In the civilized world where Chen Yuanqi lived, Chen Yuanqi stood on the second floor, his gaze still fixed on the elf treehouse. Who knew this little tree could glow at night? It's like something out of a fairy tale, so beautiful. He stroked his chin, gazing at the glowing elf tree, and exclaimed in amazement. It's a pity that I can't live in the house I bought at such a high price. Chen Yuanqi was somewhat helpless about the previous unexpected turn of events, as he had not anticipated such an outcome. But having an elf as a neighbor means I'm not all alone in this strange world, which seems pretty good, doesn't it? Afterwards, Chen Yuanqi ate some sweet and sour fruit to fill his stomach, while admiring the beautiful night view of the elf tree and pondering some questions. At the same time, the last wisp of gray in the sky dissipated. The earth was plunged into complete darkness. A long, narrow, scarlet eye slowly rose from the horizon. Chapter 12 Night of Disaster. What is that? Chen Yuanqi's gaze fell upon the situation in the eastern corner of the sky, and he gasped, momentarily losing his composure. At the same time, the blood-red jade pendant with the character Chen on it around his neck flickered slightly before falling silent. It got dark. The celestial body that replaces the moon rising at night is a walnut-shaped object emitting an eerie red glow. It looks like a giant scarlet eye with long, narrow red lines drawn on both sides, hanging in the deep night sky and emitting a red glow. This scene sends chills down one's spine. The Night of Calamity has arrived, triggering the protection mechanism for new lords in the battlefield of all realms. Lord number 015, your territory has received 7 days of protection from the Myriad Realms civilization. Under this protection, your territory will be unaffected by the Night of Calamity. Darkness descended, and a disastrous night descended. Suddenly, a warning sound as loud as thunder startled Chen Yuanqi awake. A hazy wall of light rose from the edge of his territory, like a semicircular dome inverted over his land. What is that? When Chen Yuanqi regained consciousness, a look of terror still lingered on his face. Just now, he had only glanced at that giant red eye. But suddenly, I couldn't control myself, and all sorts of strange and terrifying images kept flashing through my mind. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, countless glaring, black-blooded human heads, a ghostly infant devouring severed fingers, grotesquely twisted limbs pieced together, and grotesque, monstrous creatures that sent chills down one's spine. Call. The prompt from a civilization of countless worlds saved him. Chen Yuanqi quickly scanned his surroundings. The surroundings were quiet, and in the distance, there was a small, ethereal tree that glowed in the night, looking quite beautiful. The difference between the terrifying images that had just flashed through his mind was like the difference between heaven and hell. What has happened? Does the multiverse civilization offer protection to new lords? Chen Yuanqi exhaled a breath of stale air, frowned, and muttered to himself. He soon discovered significant changes in his territory information. Territory name, Jiangchen. Rank, 0, not promoted. Lord, Chen Yuanqi. Territory funds, 880 civilization points, private to the Lord. Number of people in the territory, 1. Core territory area, 10,000 square meters. Outer territory, 90,000 square meters. Territory buildings, Thornwall, evolved from Elf Treehouse, 2-story furnished villa. Unique landscapes and specialties of the territory, forest valleys and fairy trees. Universal protection. Under the protection of the civilization of all worlds, the biological and environmental immunity within the territory is protected for 700 days. There have been changes to the information about the territory, including its funds and buildings. And it also has an additional powerful buff called Universal Protection. The previous message said 7 days, but now it shows 700 days? Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised by this. It seems this is all thanks to the 100x reward god level system. But this is even better. While others received only 7 days of protection, he received 700 days. Isn't this awesome? Is that giant red eye the source of the calamity that the civilization of all worlds has pointed out? Chen Yuanqi glanced at the giant red eye again. Although he was protected by the Myriad Worlds civilization, the disgusting images from before no longer appeared in his mind. But when he saw that giant red eye, he still felt a pang of fear, and his body trembled uncontrollably from instinctive fear. It's as if staring at each other for too long could lead to unpredictable consequences. What is that thing? It looks so weird. Chen Yuanqi withdrew his gaze, his eyes filled with weariness, yawned, and walked into the house. We can't stay outside for now. It's too eerie. Unexpectedly, just a short while ago, he ate a sweet and sour fruit, and his physical attributes were still at full strength. As a result of that glance at the eerie red giant eye, his energy level instantly dropped from a maximum of 100 points to 70 points. It plummeted to 30 points. My energy suddenly turned into extreme mental exhaustion. My head felt foggy, and I was extremely sleepy. Fortunately, with the protection of the barrier of the Myriad Realms, we are much safer now. Chen Yuanqi returned to the house and ate 3 more sweet and sour fruits, which restored his energy level from 30 to 90 points, giving him a full and energetic state. 1 sweet and sour fruit can replenish 50 stamina points, 100 hunger points, and 20 energy points. He currently has 15 ordinary bronze quality sweet and sour fruits, and 3 superior bronze quality elemental fruits. Belch. Chen Yuanqi burped. It was really sour. He wanted to eat something that would fill his stomach several times over. In the past, I would have thrown up long ago. But there's nothing to eat right now, so we'll just have to make do. I wonder how they are doing? Chen Yuanqi suddenly remembered the players in the regional chat group. They must not be doing very well, right? He had no idea that their situation was far from bad. The word miserable wouldn't even begin to describe it. At this time, most people were huddled in their sleeping bags in complete darkness, relying on a campfire for light. People who were enjoying the materialistic and wonderful life in the city this morning are now forced to live in a deserted cave, hungry and sleeping on the ground, in a wilderness survival situation. That shows how terrible it was. When Chen Yuanqi took out his Lord Identity card, he found that there were no new notifications in the Myriad Realms private messages. His expression darkened. Jiang Tang still hasn't contacted him. He sighed silently, not in a good mood as he opened the chat group. The chat in the world chat group was still the same as before, with messages flooding the screen, and it was hard to read what they were saying. Chen Yuanqi opened the regional chat group, and his pupils narrowed slightly. It was discovered that the number of online users in the chat group he was in had now changed to 1997 to 2000. 2 more have gone offline. 3 people's profile pictures have already turned gray. Seeing the chat among the group members, Chen Yuanqi noticed a pervasive atmosphere of fear and unease. There's suddenly far fewer people out chatting tonight. Please don't go out. I really can't take it anymore. A terrifying giant red eye don't. The blood moon was terrifying. There were so many ghosts. Many people only say half of what they mean and then stop there. The people hiding in their sleeping bags were terrified. What the heck? Are you faking it? Can you please explain yourself clearly? Damn it, stop jumping around like that. You scared the hell out of me. What happened? What did that red-eyed blood moon say? Does anyone know what a disaster night is? Unaware of the situation, the crowd kept sending messages to inquire about what was going on. Chen Yuanqi frowned upon seeing this, seemingly guessing why those people had suddenly stopped talking. I'm too tired to keep going. If it weren't for the sweet and sour fruit and elemental fruit that could replenish his energy, he probably would have already fallen asleep on the ground. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone will suffer the same fate. Now, a strange giant red eye has appeared in the eastern sky, and I suspect it's related to the warning from the multiverse civilization about the Night of Calamity. If you don't hear the warning from the multiverse civilization's protective protection, I suggest you don't look up at that eye, as it will trigger a terrifying event and drain your stamina. Low stamina may cause drowsiness and fainting. Chen Yuanqi shared his guess in the chat group. This information will be known sooner or later, so there's no need to hide it. Really? Then I won't go out. I'll just stay in my sleeping bag and be safe. Disaster night? I just heard a warning about that. Huh, this person's profile picture looks familiar. Isn't it the expert who gave us information about the thorn wall before? Soon, the people in the chat group discovered who had informed them of the current situation outside. So what this expert said must be true. Wow, you've uncovered the truth. Hey bro, could you explain in more detail? What's the deal with that giant red eye? Can we go check it out now? Wait, how did he know that? Chapter 13, attempting to send via private message. Using manufacturing. Seeing the questions and doubts from everyone. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and smiled, too lazy to explain to them. Senior Chen, are you planning to live in a cave? I'm thinking of staying in the entrance cave of the Myriad Realms cave. Do you have any good suggestions? When Chen Yuanqi opened his friend list, he found that his junior classmate, Li Yu, had sent him several messages. Some messages were sent earlier, asking about his thoughts on wilderness survival. Others were sent just now, inquiring about the situation during the disaster night. Out of consideration for the fact that she was a fellow student from the same hometown and wanted to add him as a friend, Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and replied to her. I don't know much about what happened on the night of the disaster. However, my advice is not to look at that eye casually, or you might have nightmares. If there is a notification of protection from a civilization across multiple worlds, you should try to investigate and find out more. Thinking of the disgusting and horrifying scenes he had seen before, Chen Yuanqi couldn't help but get goosebumps again. If this were someone more timid, they probably wouldn't just have a nightmare, but would develop psychological trauma, possibly even going insane from fright. However, now that we are protected by the civilization of countless worlds, no terrifying images will arise in our minds when we look at it again. But the inexplicable feeling of discomfort still exists. That eerie giant eye is something we'll probably have to face sooner or later. After all, what if the protection of the civilization of all worlds disappears? 7 days is not a long time. Okay, I'll listen to you, senior. It's best to be cautious. Soon, Liu sent a message. Chen Yuanqi nodded to himself, but did not reply. Senior, are you hungry now? The wild fruit I gathered earlier isn't enough to fill my hunger bar, Sai. I wish everything that happened today was just a dream, and that I could wake up and be home. After a while Chen Yuanqi was browsing products in the Myriad Realms Mall, Liu sent him another message. Upon seeing this, he chuckled to himself. At this point, Liu probably already considered him someone she could confide in. After all, Chen Yuanqi was the only person she knew here, and they were alumni, so it was better than confiding in a complete stranger. I also hope this is all a dream, Chen Yuanqi replied with a smile. A voice inside him told him that what happened today couldn't be fake. Another world civilization. In the same endless darkness, a colossal scarlet eye appeared in the sky, seemingly coldly scrutinizing the earth. At this moment, on a sparsely wooded rocky mountain, A cave entrance halfway up the mountain emitted a flickering firelight. Inside the cave, there was a campfire and a stone pot for boiling water. A young girl with long, black hair cascading down her back, delicate and fair-skinned, yet somewhat greasy and haggard. She was curled up in a ball, hugging her knees, sitting on a sleeping bag, holding a glowing jade pendant in her hand. She is Liu, the junior student who is chatting with Chen Yuanqi. Those who know her call her Carp or Little Koi. Suddenly, Liu looked at the new notification in her private message and was slightly taken aback. Friend's private message notification. Your friend sent you a sweet and sour fruit. You can accept or decline. When she opened it, she saw that Chen Yuanqi had sent her a piece of fruit via private message. Upon seeing this, Liu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, feeling both unexpected and delighted. What followed was a surge of emotion. Liu never expected that the senior she had only heard of but never spoken to would suddenly send her something. This was undoubtedly the most heartwarming gift she received during her most fearful and lonely time. The girl's affection level skyrocketed. It was a direct hit. I can't accept this. Liu then regained her senses and thought to herself. He gave it to himself, but what if he loses it all? We can't let that happen. On the other side, Chen Yuanqi was slightly taken aback when he saw that Liu had refused the sweet and sour fruit he had sent via private messages across the worlds. Then I saw Liu's latest news. Senior, I can't take yours. If you give it to me, you won't have any left. Chen Yuanqi chuckled to himself and shook his head inwardly. Actually, when he saw Liu's words, he had just wondered if the function of sending items remotely via interdimensional private messaging really existed. Anyway, he still has more than a dozen fruits in his hand, plus the hundredfold reward, so if nothing unexpected happens, he will have even more to gain tomorrow. With abundant resources at hand, there's nothing to worry about. So let's be generous and try out the function of sending private messages across different worlds. If it works, it can also help Liu, thus killing two birds with one stone. Unexpectedly, this junior student refused. This made Chen Yuanqi feel more favorably toward her. Don't worry, this stuff makes my teeth a little sore if I eat too much, so I don't really like it. This fruit has some attribute value and can fill your stomach. There's only one, so you can take it. You need to fill your stomach first to have the energy to deal with the troubles around you. Finally, persuaded by Chen Yuanqi, Liu accepted the sweet and sour fruit he sent. Sweet and sour fruit X1, quality, bronze common. Attributes, juicy and sweet and sour, replenishes the body's vital elements. One fruit replenishes 50 stamina points, 100 hunger points, and 20 energy points. Huh, this isn't bronze level, is it? When she saw the message about the fruit Chen Yuanqi sent, her pretty face showed a look of shock. Liu thought of the wild fruits she had collected before, which were of poor quality and tasted sour and astringent, with no sweetness at all. The fruit that Senior Chun gave her was like a superior version of a sweet and sour wild fruit, and it was the first time she had ever seen a bronze-level item. This is so precious. Liu's first reaction was that she couldn't accept it and should return it. I wanted to refuse again, but then I saw the message history that Chen Yuanqi had just sent. The senior student seemed to say he'd already eaten several, and he complained they tasted bad and were too sensitive to his teeth. Liu swallowed hard, her pretty face showing some hesitation. But deep down she didn't quite believe it. She felt someone's popularity is soaring. Thank you, senior. I'll remember the fruit. You're welcome. Chen Yuanqi replied simply, then walked downstairs. I'm planning to go to the toilet and take a shower, and then check if there's anything I want to buy in the multiverse mall. Oh right, I remember I still have one free basic manufacturing opportunity left today. I almost forgot to use those 100 civilization points. Multiverse manufacturing. Basic manufacturing technology can forge items of no quality and bronze grade. Details. Input materials and manufacture randomly, or use blueprints to manufacture to save materials or consume civilization point for guidance. Note, manufacturing quality is related to materials and has a certain failure rate. The higher the quality, the easier it is to fail. It can be used to manufacture weapons, food, etc. When Chen Yuanqi used it, the manufacturing information on the Lord's identity card became more detailed. It can also be used to make food. He was somewhat surprised to see this reminder. That's fine. However, he doesn't plan to make food. Food is not a consideration for the time being. Instead, they were thinking about whether they could install a toilet or a sink in the bathroom to solve the problem of urination and defecation. The house I bought, although it has 3 bedrooms and a living room on one floor, doesn't have a toilet at all. Humans have 3 urgent needs, and Chen Yuanqi originally wanted to see if there were any toilet-related buildings for sale in the Myriad Realms Mall. Result: there isn't even a squat toilet, let alone a regular toilet, making it seem like no one knows how to poop. Or should we let them relieve themselves in the wild? Chen Yuanqi seemed to have discovered something. The Myriad Realms Mall seemed to sell everything, but also seemed to be missing a certain type of item. So he had no choice but to use this manufacturing process to design a toilet. Common bronze toilet. Required materials: 30 stone blocks, 20 stone slabs, common bronze quality multipurpose wood, iron sheets. But when he saw what he needed right in front of him, he hesitated. There are plenty of materials he could gather outside. but the conditions outside are simply not suitable for him to go out. In addition, the design fee is 30 civilization points, which is a bit pricey. The materials weren't expensive, so I bought them. Completed. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 1 bronze standard latrine. You have successfully crafted a bronze item and earned 5 civilization points. Finally, Chen Yuanqi spent 150 civilization points to create a toilet. But seeing the reminder from the Myriad World civilization, he was somewhat pleasantly surprised. 5 civilization points? Not 1 point. A 100x reward is 500 points. Wouldn't that be a huge profit for me? There is no answer. This will trigger a 100x reward. Meanwhile, while Chen Yuanqi was tinkering with manufacturing at home, some kind of mutation occurred in the darkness outside his territory. Chapter 14. Night fades, dawn breaks. A woo! A strange cry faintly came from afar. What was that sound? When the toilets were being installed, Chen Yuanqi looked up and was suddenly startled. He hurriedly went outside, stood in the light of the night-shining lamp by the door, and looked down at the pitch-black forest below. Listen attentively. A sound like a baby crying in the night or a cat meowing rang out from the distant forest. Eerie sounds rose and fell from all directions, terrifying and frightening. Suddenly, the entire forest became lively at night. However, this bustling scene was constantly shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. Not only did it startle Chen Yuanqi, but it also terrified the other new lords so much that their hands trembled and their hearts were pounding. The sound seems to be outside my territory. Chen Yuanqi frowned and hurriedly contacted the perception of the thorn wall. Using the thorn wall as a window to observe the situation outside his territory, I unexpectedly witnessed a horrifying and chilling scene. Within a 5-meter radius of the thorn wall, it felt as if thousands of eyes, emitting a chilling red glow, were flickering in the darkness. Since there is no light in the forest at night, and the thorn wall does not have infrared camera capabilities, it is impossible to see what those red-eyed things are. But in the pitch black, the sudden appearance of countless red eyeballs was truly eerie. Are they trying to break through the thorn wall? Do they want to get in? After sensing the situation through the thorn wall, Chen Yuanqi frowned. However, a 6-meter thick, 4.5-meter high plant wall covered in thorns is not something that can be easily overcome. Is it stuck? Chen Yuanqi soon discovered that the unknown creatures that tried to break through were all stuck in the thorny wall. The fiercest red-eyed monster had already penetrated 4 meters, but it was quickly entangled and cut by countless thorns and spikes, making it unable to move forward. Seeing this, Chen Yuanqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that I couldn't get in. But can the thorn wall absorb the liquid that monsters ooze? Is it blood? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yuanqi stood at the doorway, watching the live stream of the unknown creatures invading the dark forest through the thorn wall for over an hour. Hundreds and thousands of unknown creatures relentlessly attacked the wall, but none perished within the thorny wall, remaining stuck and motionless. Chen Yuanqi was unaware that a pair of green eyes were curiously observing him from the side. Inside the little tree house on the fairy tree, the fairy Aya was gently flapping her glowing wings, peeking out from behind a crack in the window at the outside world. When the little elf saw Chen Yuanqi's brightly lit new house, she, who had grown up in the forest of wood elves, had never seen such an unfamiliar building before. Then, a look of fear and curiosity appeared on her face as she peered at Chen Yuanqi's house from behind the window. Suddenly, you noticed Chen Yuanqi coming out and her expression turned panicked. Giant! She quickly hid, pressed herself against the wall under the window, stared wide-eyed and remained motionless, barely daring to breathe. After a while, she dared to quietly move up a little and peek outside to see if the giant was still there. As a result, Ya's eyes widened, and she looked panicked. The giant is still there. She quickly hid back inside. Huh, you seem to have noticed something was wrong. After a while, Wei Wei gritted her teeth and decided to take another look. Jia blinked. Was he dead? He then revealed a look of smug delight. You felt that today's experience was really terrible, and now she doesn't dare to fly out of her home. The first time she saw the enormous giant, she was so frightened that she went back to bed for a nap. As it got dark, she woke up and saw the giant still wandering near her house. That really scared the elf to death. Huh, the titan isn't dead? It went back. The little elf, was so frightened that she immediately hid under the covers. On the other side, after Chen Yuanqi came to his senses and confirmed that the red-eyed monsters could not get through the thorn wall, he went straight back to his room. Then he came out again, carrying a crescent-shaped cleaver in one hand and a luminous pearl in the other, and went down the mountain to fetch water. Chen Yuanqi cautiously walked down the mountain. The surroundings were dark and quiet, a stark contrast to the terrifying howls in the distance. He came to the stream and looked around. It was pitch black. After a while, he looked down to check the situation in the stream, but no monster with bared fangs suddenly emerged from the water. This section of the stream was within his territory. He, the Lord, was fully aware of any unusual developments that might have occurred along it. He took out a 10-liter wooden bucket from his personal storage and filled it with more than half a bucket of stream water. The wooden barrel was purchased from the Wan Gemal. However, at the same time, the 100x reward was triggered again. 100x reward optional. 1. 7 liters x 100 milliliters of ordinary stream water, no quality. 2. 7 liters x 10 liters of sterile stream water, quality bronze ordinary. 3. 7 liters of elemental spring water, bronze excellent quality. Huh, this has a 100x reward? Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised, but quickly accepted it. I'll go back first and then make a choice. Chen Yuanqi glanced around and murmured. Holding the knife and clutching the luminous pearl, he quickly returned home. Chen Yuanqi chose the first 100x reward, 700 liters of water. After buying a container from the Multiverse Mall, filling it with water, he thought to himself, the water problem has finally been solved. Half an hour later, Chen Yuanqi inspected the house, closed the doors, and locked the windows. There was nothing unusual about the territory. The thorn wall had blocked all invasive species. Now, they could only wait until dawn to make further plans. Chen Yuanqi murmured. Although strange cries and sobs could still be heard from outside, Chen Yuanqi knew there was nothing he could do about it. I don't know what time it is now, or what the so-called disaster night is all about. Hopefully, things will improve by dawn. The night was long. The night, which was originally black, slowly turned deep red, as if endless blood had been smeared across the sky, and the whole world turned red. A terrifying crimson giant, I looked down at the earth, seeing the worlds protected by the light curtain of myriad realms, and seemed to reveal a cold and mocking look in its eyes. On the first night, no one could sleep, and everyone was filled with fear and unease. The night was long, but dawn eventually arrived, dispelling the darkness. The giant eye in the sky disappeared, and peace returned to the earth. As the sky turns white and the first rays of dawn appear, it feels as if another beautiful day has arrived in the world. When Chen Yuanqi woke up the next day, he went out of his bedroom and onto the balcony. The morning glow outside was rosy, and the rising sun shone on the balcony, casting a light blue hue against the sky. Has that giant eye disappeared? In other words, it won't appear during the day? When Chen Yuanqi saw that the outside scene was no longer dark, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I sighed silently in my heart. I woke up, still in this unfamiliar world. How could it be a dream? He smiled wryly and stopped thinking about it. When he used his lord's abilities to sense the situation in his territory, he did not find anything unusual about the core territory or the outer territory. In 2 words, safety. But when Chen Yuanqi checked the condition of a thorn wall, he was stunned. Chapter 15 Mutation and Evolution. The Wall of Bloodthorns. Includes a Dark Creature Encyclopedia X1. When Chen Yuanqi arrived at the location of the thorny wall outside the valley in the forest, a chill suddenly rose from his tailbone straight to the back of his head. I was completely stunned and dumbfounded. The thorn wall before him completely changed his previous understanding of this plant wall. The thorny wall, originally covered with green leaves, brown branches, and long thorns, suddenly turned deep red overnight. At first glance, a circular wall of blood, stretching as far as the eye can see, stands in the forest, a truly eye-catching sight. The wall of thorns? No, it should be the wall of bloodthorns now? Chen Yuanqi gasped. Evolution? This change is too drastic. Has it mutated? Although the wall of thorns in front of him looked extremely dangerous, Chen Yuanqi could clearly feel its affectionate and joyful emotions. A deep red thorn branch extended from the thorn wall, swaying in front of Chen Yuanqi, seemingly awaiting its master's praise. But he dare not touch that thorny thing. Name, Bloodthorn Wall, Territory Shield, Title plus 50 overall attributes. Rank, Bronze, Common Quality Royal. Data, Circumference 6,000 meters, Width 6 meters, Height 6 meters. Lord, Chen Yuanqi. Attribute, Wood/Dark. Passive talents, Intermediate Defense plus Intermediate Repair plus Intermediate Resistance Learning. The mutated Bloodthorns, sharp and bloodthirsty, excel at strangulation and possess powerful control, making them a nightmare for enemies. Flaw, cannot directly withstand the impact and destruction of silver-level weapons and ferocious beasts. Resistance Learning 0 to 4. None. Note 1. Enemy blood is undoubtedly the best food for the Bloodthorn Wall. Note 2. The better the quality of the absorbed resources and nutrients, the stronger the Bloodthorn Wall, the greater the growth potential, and the stronger the protective ability. The changes have been quite significant. After reviewing the information about the Thorn Wall, Chen Yuanqi murmured to himself. Both their level and abilities have improved, but it also shortened from 15 kilometers to 6 kilometers, shrinking around his territory and the valleys in the forest. What is resistance learning? Chen Yuanqi asked in confusion. Unexpectedly, the Thorn Wall seemed to understand him and sent him a message about how to make the Thorn Wall develop resistance. The solution is to allow the Thorn Wall to grow an inner wall, which then connects to the roots of the outer wall. If you want the Thorn Wall to have any resistance, you can use the methods on the inner wall without damaging the outer wall. Antibody genes are also transmitted to the thorny outer wall protecting the territory, thus creating resistance to certain attributes, such as immunity to certain levels of fire, freezing, etc. The inner wall is also simple. Just let the thorn wall grow. Chen Yuanqi suddenly realized. Controlling the growth rate of the thorn wall to create an inner wall is not difficult. If you put the inner wall halfway up that mountain, can you understand? Chen Yuanqi pointed to Yanshan, where he now lived, and began to speak. Unexpectedly, the branch of the thorn wall nodded up and down, as if to say, I understand. Seeing this, he clicked his tongue in amazement, and then said, Open the door, I'll go out and check the situation. He wanted to see what the red-eyed monster that had invaded last night was. There must have been quite a few spoils left outside the thorn wall. Then, the thorn wall quickly opened up a 3-meter wide and high passage for its master. Hiss! When Chen Yuanqi finally saw what was happening outside the wall, his pupils suddenly contracted. My mind went blank, my scalp tingled, and my whole body went cold. The ground at the edge of the wall was stained red with blood, turning into bloody soil. There were scattered blood-stained bones, as well as grotesque and broken heads and severed tails nearby. What horrified Chen Yuanqi the most was that many skin and bones corpses were embedded in the outer surface of the thorn wall. When he made the thorn wall spew out a corpse, Chen Yuanqi found the blood-covered, mummified body to be somewhat strange. It is a 4-limbed humanoid, only about 1.3 meters tall, but covered in black hair, with sharp teeth and claws, and a thick, 1-meter-long tail with rough skin. It looks like a wild dog. However, the corpse in front of them had long since had its flesh and blood absorbed by the thorn wall, leaving only a layer of black for covering the bones and empty eye sockets with bloodstains. What is this? Chen Yuanqi asked with a serious expression and a frown. A kobold? Then, he made the thorn wall spew out several corpses of those who had been killed during the invasion the previous night. They were found to look largely the same, indicating they were the same species. There were quite a few that tried to break in last night. But where did all these things come from? Chen Yuanqi frowned, puzzled. He came in from outside yesterday, but he didn't see any trace of this thing. At the same time, I felt a bit of relief. Thankfully, I didn't encounter that thing, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Suddenly, just as Chen Yuanqi was wondering, his Lord Identity token suddenly flew out. Then a projection of a book is shown. Is this an encyclopedia of species from all realms? Upon seeing the book, he had a look of sudden realization. The Encyclopedia of Species from All Realms appeared when he first gathered wild fruits. The Encyclopedia of All Species opened, and a white pattern flew out, imprinting itself on a corpse on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a black pattern flew out and returned to the book. Soon, information about the corpse of the unknown creature before him appeared in his mind. Name, low-level canine-shaped dark creature. Grade, no quality. Attribute, dark. Description, a common low-level monster found during disaster nights. It relies on its sense of smell to find living creatures. Beware of its venomous claws and fangs. Weakness, it is vulnerable all over. And that's it, just a brief introduction. Then Chen Yuanqi heard another prompt from the Myriad World civilization. Congratulations, Lord, on adding a new dark creature encyclopedia entry. You are rewarded with plus 30 civilization points. Dark creatures will launch surprise attacks during the night of disaster. Lords, please prepare your defenses before the protection of all realms disappears. The 100x reward was triggered again, instantly granting him an additional 3,000 civilization points. With the 500 civilization points he gained last night, his balance has returned to 4,100 plus. However, Chen Yuanqi did not feel joy. Instead, he frowned and pondered the serious problem at hand. Dark, demonic creatures. The ugly, grotesque corpse before us is the species that launched a frenzied attack last night, attempting to invade the thorn wall. And there's more than one. The numbers are terrifying, with hundreds or even thousands appearing in groups. Without the wall of thorns and the buff of universal protection, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is there any chance of survival? Cannot. Chen Yuanqi was overjoyed. Thankfully, the thorn wall remained. And those lords who were very clever yesterday and directly burned down the thorn wall. He shook his head inwardly. It seemed he couldn't act rashly here. Chen Yuanqi surveyed his surroundings. The forest was filled with the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects, and the original, natural, and harmonious atmosphere of yesterday had returned. The trees outside seem. Chen Yuanqi looked up at the big tree above him, but after a while he couldn't figure out anything. Is it just an illusion? Then he frowned and muttered to himself. Turning back to his territory, Chen Yuanqi summarized the information he had gathered while taking out his Lord's Identity token and opening the chat group. So many people are missing? Chapter 16, Day 2 of Sign In. Combat Attack Type Aoki Elemental Suit. A chat group that originally had 1,996 members in the area saw its membership plummet by 27 overnight. The current number of people is 1969 to 2,000. What happened? Chen Yuanqi frowned. They've gone mad. They're all terrified. Another person just said they were going to commit suicide. It's terrifying. Is it really that scary? Don't scare people. Gone mad? Suicide? He frowned as he scrolled through the chat history in the group today. It turns out that many people stayed up all night, constantly posting in the group to alleviate their fear. Last night, many people saw the colossal eye in the sky, and some even experienced the horror of their territory being besieged by dark creatures in the darkness, without the thorn wall. Their territory was not as vast as Chen Yuanqi's. The total area of their territory was only 1,000 square meters, especially those lords who chose the territories in the forest and even burned down the thorn wall. Fortunately, they were only separated by a protective barrier of all realms, facing those terrifying dark creatures that were right in front of them all night long. This is undoubtedly a terrifying thing for a modern person. Some people have woken up one night completely insane from fear, while others have even suffered a mental breakdown and committed suicide. Well, Chen Yuanqi shook his head and sighed, then closed the regional chat group. This also made him realize one thing. Going offline in the regional chat group meant that a person was dead. I never imagined that things would become so chaotic overnight. I glanced at the world chat group, and the chat messages were still scrolling by as usual. Naitong glanced at the private messages across the Myriad Realms and sighed silently once more. He didn't know what was wrong with Jiang Tang, since she should have added him through private messaging across the world a long time ago. However, Chen Yuanqi still held onto a glimmer of hope that Jiang Tang simply hadn't remembered him or had some other reason for not being able to add him, and that she was still doing well. After boosting his morale, he took out a crescent-shaped cleaver from the warehouse. Only by becoming stronger can we survive. I have another opportunity to create today, and I can also sign in today. The Multiverse Mall, crafting, and daily check-ins are opportunities provided by the Multiverse civilization. We must make good use of them. If Chen Yuanqi's guess is correct, the Myriad Realms cave on the mountain is probably an unknown dungeon. Moreover, it's a high-risk, high-reward scenario, and he'll inevitably have to enter it sooner or later. Let's sign in first. Chen Yuanqi arrived in the valley and scanned his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Check-in. Persistence pays off. Check-in daily to receive rewards, and continuous check-ins for a certain number of days will trigger different levels of treasure chest rewards. Civilization of all realms reminder. Sign in successful. Congratulations on successfully signing in for the second day. Reward. Elemental Lord Set Chest X1. A set of treasure chests will be given away for signing in this time. Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised when he heard this. Do you use a stone axe on the first day and receive equipment on the second day? Conscience. Then he looked at the box that had suddenly appeared on the ground. It was still a wooden box, but the patterns on the outside were much more exquisite. The box also has 5 different colored crystal buttons on it, which lock the opening of the box. The colors are red, blue, yellow, cyan, and white. The civilization of all realms reminds you once again. Please select one of the buttons to open the treasure chest. Can I press them together? Chen Yuanqi suddenly asked. There was no response, but he had already taken action, pressing down with all 5 fingers. However, the box did not open, which meant his guess could not be confirmed. Pressing the buttons together would not open it. The elemental set, along with the 5 colors in front of me, should correspond to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, if I'm not mistaken. The color of the button you press determines which element you selected. Unfortunately, this is the only option. Which of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, is best? Faced with a choice, Chen Yuanqi was torn. Just as he thought, the Elemental Lord set might grant certain elemental skills, like fireballs, water escape, or earth escape. But perhaps he was overthinking it. Then let's go with cyan. After a moment's thought, he pressed the cyan button. You opened the Elemental Lord's treasure chest and obtained 1 set of the ungraded green wood Elemental Lord battle armor and 1 bronze black market token, 1 day. It really is the wood element. At the same time, the 100x reward is triggered instantly. 100x reward optional. 1. Battle attack type. Greenwood Elemental Lord Battle Suit X1 set. Quality. Bronze perfect. 2. Guardian type Aoki Element Lord's Armor Set X1. Quality bronze. Perfect. 100x reward optional. 1. Bronze black market token. 100 per day. Quality bronze. 2. Silver black market order 1 day X1. Quality silver. However, the choice of a 100x reward was somewhat unexpected for Chen Yuanqi. Offensive/attack type. Defensive/defense type. Chen Yuanqi thought it was just a simple elemental set, but he didn't expect it to have offensive and defensive variations. Most importantly, he also saw a silver level reward this time. I specifically bought the bronze excellent grade item before, and even with the 100x reward, I still didn't get a silver grade item. I didn't expect it to appear this time. Congratulations on obtaining a bronze perfect quality battle attack type Aoki Elemental Lord Battle Suit X1 set. Congratulations on obtaining 100 bronze black market tokens. This time, however, Chen Yuanqi didn't hesitate and made his choice directly. He then checked the details of the suit. Name: Combat Attack Type, Aoki Elemental Lord Battle Suit Set, 7 pieces. Grade: Bronze, perfect quality. Durability: 10,000. Equipment belongs to Chen Yuanqi. Data: Lord's Crown, Lord's Robe, 2 Lord's Gloves, 2 Lord's Pants, 2 Lord's Boots, capable of withstanding bronze level perfect level destructive attacks. Elemental Attribute: Combat/Attack Wood. Common equipment characteristics: Wood release. Initial consumes -10 stamina points. Can utilize wood element carriers such as trees for concealment. Wood release duration is up to 12 hours, consuming 10 stamina points per hour. Wood release is disabled when stamina points fall below 10. Wood release cooldown is 2 hours. Set trait: Chain of Wood. Initial consumes -50 stamina and -50 energy. It condenses wood attribute elements within a 10-meter radius to form a 7-meter long chain, with a maximum of 2 chains. It can directly strangle creatures below the bronze perfect level. Activation lasts until the chain of wood is destroyed, with a maximum duration of 1 hour. Cooldown is 12 hours. Set trait: Vitality Boost. Initial consumes 50 stamina and 50 energy. Forcefully injects wood element into creatures within a 10-meter radius to kill them. Activation time: 5 minutes. Cooldown time: 12 hours. Wow, that feels pretty good. Chen Yuanqi exclaimed, staring intently at the light green patterned battle suit that appeared before him. This set of equipment has a complete set of 7 pieces, and the attributes are very detailed. Especially those 3 active skills, they're amazing. At least that's how he, as an ordinary person, sees it. After Chen Yuanqi put on the complete set of equipment, the method of using this elemental equipment came to his mind. However, before using his skill, Chen Yuanqi took a bite of an elemental fruit to store up a buff. Elemental fruit, bronze good, attributes. Consuming this fruit will keep your personal attributes full for 3 hours. The elemental fruit tasted much better than the sweet and sour fruit he had eaten before, and it was also fragrant, but he didn't care about that at the moment. Wood release: Energy level -10, but the effect of the elemental fruit is still there, and the energy level quickly recovers. Chen Yuanqi silently recited the mantra, and then he walked straight through the large tree beside him, ignoring the obstruction. Then, Chen Yuanqi walked into the tree again and didn't come out for a long time. Unexpectedly, wood release allows one to move and breathe freely within trees, using them as a medium to hide and conceal oneself. He quickly understood the principle. Chains binding wood. Energy level -50, but quickly recovered. Chen Yuanqi then unleashed another skill from the set. Chapter 17: Bloodthorn Wall, Fire Resistance, +1. Bronze Black Market Token. Suddenly, the ground in front of him bulged up, and a brownish-green figure burst out of the soil, growing rapidly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Soon, a wooden vine with a twisted, spiraling pattern, a thickness of over 10 centimeters, and a length of 6 or 7 meters, appeared swaying in front of him. This is the chain of wood, a long, twisted vine formed from the condensation of wood element. It looks like a twisted log, and doesn't seem to pose any threat. Try that tree. Chen Yuanqi manipulated the elemental vine and suddenly swept it toward a large tree with a diameter of 40 or 50 centimeters. It made a sharp, whistling sound, whoosh. Bang! It broke the tree in an instant, as effortlessly as cutting vegetables. The elemental vine stood intact in its place. That's pretty intense, isn't it? Skin again. Chen Yuanqi felt uneasy, and then suddenly manipulated the elemental vines, sweeping them wildly at the surrounding tall trees. The tall, straight trees were all reduced to ordinary logs. That was awesome. Looking at the empty space that had been cleared around him, Chen Yuanqi let out a sigh of relief, having released a lot of the pent-up emotions he had been suppressing over the past 2 days. 100x reward. 1. Multipurpose wood X120, quality bronze ordinary. He also received an additional 120 units of wood. My portable storage unit is full. Even though he cleared out the storage space before leaving, there were still 35 compartments, but that was far from enough. Moreover, it now comes with an additional bronze black market token. The only option is to buy some supplies from the Multiverse Mall to upgrade your personal storage. Upgrading the warehouse to 5 cubic meters requires 16 multi-purpose timber, 8 iron nails, 2 iron plates, and 1 civilization point. For him, these resources are nothing. Soon, Chen Yuanqi spent 90 civilization points to buy iron nails, iron plates, and diamond soil. He spent 112 multipurpose wood, 56 iron nails, 14 iron plates, and 3 diamond soil to upgrade and expand his portable storage or space backpack from 4 cubic meters to 7 cubic meters. It cost a total of 99 civilization points. I miscalculated. Chen Yuanqi looked at the 8 units of timber at his feet and smiled wryly. Unexpectedly, the resources required to upgrade this portable warehouse have increased exponentially. If it were ordinary wood, an extra 0 would have to be added, as the resource required would be enormous for the average person. which pay-to-win games are suitable for free-to-play players. Chen Yuanqi used the still-present wooden tangling chains to harvest wood again, quickly filling his 64 to 70 personal space. As for the extra bits on the ground, he had no choice but to discard them for the time being. Is this the power of vitality? Chen Yuanqi then dispelled the chains binding the wood, consuming another 50 stamina points to activate vitality growth. He looked at the small tree in front of him, which was about half a person's height. After he infused it with wood element, it visibly rose from the ground and transformed into a tree that was 5 or 6 meters tall. However, this fast-growing tree quickly turned gray and turned into dust with a gust of wind. This should be based on the principle of overdrawing its potential and vitality. Chen Yuanqi murmured. They then left the spot and returned to Yanshan. With this equipment, he felt much safer. If he were to encounter those dark creatures from last night, the situation might be entirely different. However, this lord's crown. Chen Yuanqi suddenly stopped and looked at his blue robe, lost in thought. He then discarded a piece of wood from his personal storage and discreetly retrieved the hat. Green, healthy, and natural are all good. Bronze black market token. 1 day allows you to stay in the bronze black market for 1 day after use. Obtained through treasure chests, multiverse dungeons, and the black market. Black market? I roughly understand that, but Chen Yuanqi casually took out a black market token, looking thoughtful. What might be the connection between the multiverse mall and the multiverse black market? However, the Myriad World civilization did not provide any information regarding the bronze black market. Let's look into that later. After he put the bronze black market token away, he looked up and saw the red wall encircling the mountainside, and his expression was somewhat surprised. The walls of thorns and bloodthorns are growing so fast that they've developed an inner ring. As he approached, the bloodthorn wall spontaneously opened a wide passage for him. The wall is not wide or thick, at most 50 centimeters wide and 2 meters high. Compared to the outer bloodthorn wall, this is much worse. It's a much smaller version of the bloodthorn wall. Resistance learning. Why don't you start learning now, little one? As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. Chen Yuanqi communicates with the bloodthorn wall. The wall of bloodthorns responded quickly, as if to say, go ahead and mess with me. Master, I can handle it. Subsequently, Chen Yuanqi bought a firecracker from the Myriad Realms mall. Can I burn it? He asked. After all, even if the thorn wall evolved into the bloodthorn wall, its weakness remains, is afraid of fire. After confirming that the inner wall of the bloodthorns could be burned, Chen Yuanqi nodded and lit a torch on the red thorn wall. Pung. Suddenly, the entire inner wall of the bloodthorns seemed to be doused with gasoline, and unexpectedly, it caught fire at the slightest touch. The fire burned quickly and fiercely, the raging flames instantly engulfing the blood-red thorn wall and creating a ring of fire on the mountainside. The fire burned for only 10 minutes before the 2-meter-high bloodthorn wall was reduced to a layer of ashes on the ground. The bloodthorn wall is destroyed? No, that's not the case. Chen Yuanqi knew that the outer wall of bloodthorns was connected to the roots of the inner wall, making it difficult to damage the core foundation. With the life-giving energy from the bloodthorn outer wall, and through the learning of intermediate defense, repair, and resistance, new shoots quickly sprouted on the surface halfway up the mountain. Red thorn seedlings were visible to the naked eye as they rapidly sprouted from the ground. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Yuanqi saw the bloodthorn inner wall restored to its original state. The leaves seem much more vibrant now. There seem to be new patterns on them too. Have you learned resistance learning? Chen Yuanqi retrieved information about the bloodthorn wall, but its resistance learning was still 0 to 4. Looks like we still have to burn it, right? Obviously, yes. It's the same principle. The more you get hit, the thicker your skin becomes, and the more resistant you are to further blows. As Chen Yuanqi set fire to the inner wall, the outer wall provided life and repair for the inner wall, and the bloodthorns also grew in the flames. It took until noon to finish. Chen Yuanqi threw away the third torch and looked at the raging flames in front of him, where many thorny branches and leaves were burned, destroyed, and fell. But more often than not, new, stronger branches and leaves that can withstand the fire grow continuously from the bloodthorn, and the bloodthorn stands firm in the flames. The sight of the raging fire wall was truly spectacular. The shield of your territory has learned basic fire immunity, resistance, +1. Upon hearing the prompt from the Myriad World civilization, Chen Yuanqi smiled slightly. It's done. As the bloodthorn inner wall slowly devoured all the flames, red, translucent, crystal-like branches and leaves were revealed on the wall, with flame-shaped patterns shimmering and flowing on them. So beautiful. Chen Yuanqi tried picking a leaf, held it in his palm, and looked at it, secretly marveling at it. Fire-resistant plants, a magical world. In this way, the bloodthorn wall is no longer afraid of fire. It also has 3 empty slots for resistance learning, which it should make good use of. While Chen Yuanqi was setting fire halfway up the mountain, his actions were witnessed by a little creature. Chapter 18, Activating the Bronze Black Market Token. An epic-level, powerful figure appears in the White Tiger clan's White Tiger, Thousand Mountains. Doesn't this little elf need to eat? After returning to the top of Rock Mountain, Chen Yuanqi glanced at the little treehouse. He had already noticed the little elf when it flew out of the treehouse. After all, this is his core territory. From the side view, it's clear that the little elf is kind-hearted, but seems rather timid and cowardly. However, as long as it's not the same kind of dark creature as last night, it doesn't matter to Chen Yuanqi. Lunchtime. Chen Yuanqi looked at the clock hanging on the wall. The clock was bought from the Myriad Realms Mall. I'm not very hungry right now, but should I get some rice and meat tonight to change things up? Chen Yuanqi sat in his chair and pondered. The effects of the elemental fruit I ate earlier have just worn off, but my stamina and hunger levels are both full, so I don't feel hungry. But my mouth wants to eat. Why don't you give this bronze black market token a try? The black market, as the name suggests, is a place where buying and selling takes place in a private and unofficial manner. There are only two places worth exploring for Chen Yuanqi now: the Myriad Realms Cave and the bronze black market. However, the Myriad Realms Cave had previously warned that non-bronze level lords who entered it were likely to die instantly. Although Chen Yuanqi is currently wearing a perfect bronze grade set, which can defend against main attacks, he doesn't want to act rashly. You only have one life. Then, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Should we activate the one-day order for the Myriad Realms bronze black market? Yes. Chen Yuanqi nodded silently. Immediately afterwards, a black door appeared before him. Entrance to the Myriad Realms bronze black market. He glanced at it for a few moments, then stepped inside. Immediately, a beam of light appeared beside Chen Yuanqi, enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, the scene before Chen Yuanqi changed drastically. Interdimensional teleportation channel. Chen Yuanqi looked at the large characters beside the passageway in front of him. They were not characters he recognized, nor had he ever seen them before, but he could understand the meaning behind it. He followed the path of light to its end and opened a door at the end. When he saw the scene at the door, his pupils contracted slightly, and he looked somewhat bewildered. A spacious and incredibly tall room, over 20 meters high, with an area of at least 1,000 square meters. What shocked him most was not the room, but the enormous creature sitting in front of him. When Chen Yuanqi raised his head, his gaze followed his thick, hairy thigh, which was even thicker than his entire body, and on the thigh was a table magnified 100 times. At that moment, there was a tiger in human form, with white fur all over its body, twirling a pen that was several meters long. Its huge, lantern-like tiger eyes casually glanced down at Chen Yuanqi, who had just entered. Upon seeing the enormous creature before him, a humanoid tiger, Chen Yuanqi swallowed hard, almost turning back. That's terrifying. Human? What's their name? Which black market? Also, go to the one next door to swipe your card and register. Just then, the giant tiger spoke, its voice booming like thunder. However, Chen Yuanqi couldn't understand what it was saying. The giant tiger frowned. A human brat? What a nuisance. With a flick of his finger, the giant tiger sent a pill flying straight into Chen Yuanqi's mouth, where it melted instantly. You have learned the universal language. Chen Yuanqi smacked his lips. What did I eat? However, at the same time, the 100x reward has been triggered again. 100x reward. You have learned the language of one of the top 100 races in the Myriad Worlds. He really hadn't expected this reward. There's such a thing as a foreign language in this world. Human, which black market do you want to go to? Also, go over there and swipe your card to register, the giant tiger repeated. Now Chen Yuanqi understood and realized that the giant tiger meant no harm. Black market worker? I like to ask, what's the difference between this and the black market? What does card refer to? Chen Yuanqi asked. The giant tiger glanced at him and said coldly. The black market is divided into different types and levels. You currently hold a bronze black market token, which only allows you to stay in the bronze black market for 1 day. The card is the black market token. The giant tiger's words were brief and to the point, with no intention of further explanation, making him appear somewhat aloof. Okay, thank you. Chen Yuanqi nodded and replied politely. He then went to the card swiping wall designated by the giant tiger and took out the bronze black market token. Suddenly, the bronze black market token in his hand was sucked away by a powerful suction force and disappeared into the wall. Immediately afterwards, a black vortex gate appeared in front of Chen Yuanqi, and a countdown appeared on his wrist. 23 hours and 59 minutes, or 24 hours. Just as Chen Yuanqi was about to enter, he was suddenly stopped by the giant tiger, etc. Chen Yuanqi was startled and became secretly on guard, looking at the enormous tiger with a puzzled expression. Is this guy up to no good? I'd probably only be able to withstand one kick from it. Are you the new lord of the human race? The giant tiger suddenly asked, its eyes scanning Chen Yuanqi's clothes as it spoke. What does this mean? Just as Chen Yuanqi hesitated, the giant tiger asked curiously. What's your lord's number? Don't worry, I don't mean anything by it. What is all my ID for? It feels like a stranger suddenly asking for your phone number. Quite abrupt. The ID is 015, Chen Yuanqi replied, speaking the universal language without any homophones. Unexpectedly, the giant tiger's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Just 3 digits? Nothing else? Chen Yuanqi nodded hesitantly. Result: the giant tiger was startled, and the pen in its hand flew out and crashed to the ground. Chen Yuanqi felt as if a giant tree had hit the ground with a loud thud. The newcomer of the hissing clan, number 015? At this time, suddenly, the giant tiger visibly shrank, transforming into a 2-meter-tall, humanoid tiger-like strongman. My name is Baihu Qinshan, a newcomer to the human race. Please accept my friend request. The giant tiger suddenly walked over and spoke to Chen Yuanqi. His demeanor became much more amiable. Chen Yuanqi was startled and looked completely bewildered. What's wrong? Why would someone suddenly ask to add you as a friend? Is it because of the ID? However, seeing that it showed no malice and even made a gesture of goodwill, Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and took out his Lord Identity token. The giant tiger also took out a Jade tablet, but the pattern was different. White Tiger Clan, White Tiger 1000 Mountains, Myriad Realms ID, Tiger 7719, request to add as a friend. The moment the two met, a long string of numbers appeared in his multiverse private message, followed by Tiger prefix. Successfully added Baihu Qinshan Epic as a friend. Come on, human newbie. I think you look alright today, so I'll be your guide for free and show you around the black market. Baihu Qinshan spoke, his tone aloof but seemingly much more amiable. You don't have to work shifts? Chen Yuanqi felt a strange sensation in his heart and secretly gasped in shock. The epic label displayed after its name could be the same level as bronze or silver. Just how strong is it? Someone will take my place. Come with me. The two figures then disappeared into the black vortex. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi appeared beneath a bustling metropolis. The city wall is 10,000 feet high, soaring straight into the clouds, enormous and magnificent. The city was surrounded by all sorts of creatures he had never seen before and could not name. There were stunningly beautiful fox spirits and bizarre, ugly beastmen. Some were shopping, while others were setting up stalls to sell their wares. Even more outrageous are those stalls that are hung directly on the wall and suspended in midair, and there are quite a few of them. Of course, there are also cases of bullying, ganging up, and fighting. Robbery. Hand over the money. Chapter 19. An epic-level powerhouse as a black market guide. Why can't Jiang Tang add an ID? However, Chen Yuanqi and his companion encountered trouble as soon as they appeared outside the bronze black market city. As soon as they teleported over, they were spotted by several ferocious-looking creatures, including a standing lizard man and a 2-meter-tall black one-eyed wolf, who surrounded Chen Yuanqi and his companion. Court death. Before Chen Yuanqi could speak, Baihu Qinshan, who was standing next to him, snorted coldly. As soon as Baihu Qinshan finished speaking, the monsters who wanted to rob Chen Yuanqi were instantly crushed into a pile of minced meat by force. Hiss! Chen Yuanqi's eyes widened, and he felt a chill run down his spine. The surrounding blood and the screen full of red mosaics made him feel extremely horrified. This guy is ruthless, a ruthless tiger. He's incredibly vicious. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, all the surrounding races retreated and kept their distance, fearing that they would be the next to suffer. This is the 2021 Bronze Black Market, a tiny fraction of the Myriad Realms Black Market. Here, all races and lords of the Myriad Realms gather to trade, and most of the items here are of no quality or a bronze level. Furthermore, fighting is prohibited in the black market. Violators will be detained, and the most egregious offenders will be killed on the spot. Of course, the area outside the black market city doesn't count. Therefore, some bullying and cowardly races exploit loopholes to stay here, harass the weak, and extort money. Baihu Qinshan spoke slowly and calmly, as if he had just crushed a few ants. Chen Yuanqi took a deep breath and nodded, following closely beside Baihu Qinshan while surveying the surroundings. Also, don't easily reveal your Lord ID to others. This is a warning to you, or don't blame me if something goes wrong. Baihu Qinshan suddenly reminded him. Senior, is the Lord's ID important? Chen Yuanqi suddenly asked. Baihu Qinshan glanced at Chen Yuanqi and said, some things are important, others are like trash. I advise you not to ask so many questions now. Knowing too much before you have the ability might not be a good thing for you. He nodded upon hearing this. He understood. Senior Qinshan, I have a question for you. Chen Yuanqi thought of something else and asked. Here's what happened. I told a friend my Lord ID and asked her to add me, but I haven't seen her add me yet. When ID is mentioned, the first thing that comes to Chen Yuanqi's mind is ginger candy. He just wanted to know why he hadn't received a response, even though he had clearly told Jiang Tang his ID. Upon hearing Chen Yuanqi's question, Baihu Qinshan suddenly realized something. Your Lord ID should not be searchable. Not being searchable? You mean you don't want others to be able to find you? Now he finally understood, could it really be done like this? My ID can't be found by others, so that's why ginger candy can't find me either? That makes sense. If they can't find me, how can they add me? This is why he hasn't seen any new notifications in his private messages across the multiverse for the past 2 days. Senior Qinshan, how can I make it so that others can search for my account and add me? Chen Yuanqi asked again. Because of this question, I have to ask. Baihu Qinshan glanced at Chen Yuanqi, seemingly understanding his inner thoughts, and slowly said, "Once you are promoted from a new lord to the bronze level, you'll have the necessary upgrade permissions for your lord identity card. In the battlefield of countless worlds, only the living are entitled to enjoy everything. There's only one way to add you as a friend now, and that's to tap me like you did just now." This is one of the reasons why Baihu Qianshan wanted to add Chen Yuanqi as a friend, because once you miss the chance, it will be hard to meet him again. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi looked enlightened, but then puzzled. But why was someone able to add me yesterday? It wasn't face-to-face. She added me via private message in a group chat. Baihu Qianshan was speechless. Why does this guy have so many questions? If it weren't for the fact that this human, who was as weak as a chicken, had a special identity, he would have stomped on him to death long ago. Group? What group? However, Baihu Qianshan was also somewhat puzzled, as he did not have any so-called group. A regional chat group, Chen Yuanqi replied. Baihu Qianshan suddenly realized, so this is the exclusive group for those lords. That situation is different. Okay, newbie, don't ask so many questions. I'm short on time, so I'll just show you around and then leave. Then, Baihu Qianshan led Chen Yuanqi to the gate of the bronze black market. The area inside is under the jurisdiction of the bronze black market. The black market doesn't care about the buying and selling order outside. To enter the black market, you need to pay 1 point of civilization points, which will be automatically deducted upon entry. Those entering the black market at this time include humans, various anthropomorphic creatures and plants, and an elf that looks very similar to the wood elf in Chen Yuanqi's territory, except that the one in front of them has a red body. That's a fire elf. There are other humans here like you, but their status isn't necessarily the same as yours. They might be lords. Noticing Chen Yuanqi's gaze, a soft voice came from the side. In the Battlefield of Myriad Realms, you only need to remember one thing. Among all races, there are only 3 types of beings: lords, subjects, and dark creatures. Chen Yuanqi nodded silently and made a mental note of it. Here, you can buy and sell anything. Things you can't find in the Multiverse Mall might be available here. For example, the food that newcomers need most can be easily purchased here. The prerequisite is that you have to have money. If you want to sell things like them, just find an empty space and pay the rent. The shops next door generally had better goods than the stalls outside, but they were also more expensive. Most of the shops in the black market were properties owned by powerful lords. The tallest building in the black market is the bronze branch of the Myriad Realms auction house. Entry requires at least 2,000 civilization points. Along the way, Baihu Qianshan acted as Chen Yuanqi's guide, explaining and introducing the route. It seems they were intentionally doing him a favor. However, Chen Yuanqi accepted this favor. If it weren't for Baihu Qianshan, he might have been wandering aimlessly in the black market like a headless fly, getting scammed and bullied without even realizing it. Alright, human newbie, I have to go. One last thing, survival is the most important thing. Before parting, Baihu Qianshan gave Chen Yuanqi some advice. Seniors, I'd like to know how to quickly become a bronze-level lord. Chen Yuanqi asked hurriedly. Wait patiently, where you can use special items or go to the Myriad Realms cave. Baihu Qianshan disappeared without giving him any further explanation. Wait patiently? Special items or the Myriad Realms cave? Chen Yuanqi frowned. I can't wait any longer. Props? Where can I find those? The Multiverse Mall won't have them. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to go to the Myriad Realms cave. He then made up his mind to take the risk. He needs to advance to bronze level as soon as possible so that Ginger Candy can successfully add him to the team. Otherwise, given the current situation of the new lords, the situation of Jiangtang will become more dangerous with each day of delay. Of course, this is all on the premise that the Ginger Candy is safe and sound. Let's check the black market first to see if there's anything we need. Chen Yuanqi glanced around, put on a mask, and muttered to himself, hoping to make a fortune in the black market and prepare for entering the Myriad Realms cave. Chapter 20 Strategic Resources. Meat Field. The complete guide to the Myriad Realms. Top 3. Black Market Speculators. Top quality weapons on clearance sale. 688 civilization points per weapon. Dried fish, 30 points per fish cat. I just dug up a bronze-level flesh field seed from the Myriad Realms cave. It's worth 3,000 points. Getting it is a steal. Timber, cheap wholesale timber. Only 10 civility points required. Check on the kids. Chen Yuanqi walked along a street in the black market, where various ethnic groups were shouting and hawking their wares, creating a lively and bustling scene. For example, one stall owner is a fat cat, lying on the table calling out to sell its wares, with dozens of dried fish displayed on a shelf next to it. Its dried fish stock was quickly sold out, indicating it was in high demand. Just as Chen Yuanqi heard someone say that a bronze-level meat field worth 3,000 was being sold, and he was about to go and see what was so expensive, he found that the item had been bought up instantly. Brother, what is a meat field? Chen Yuanqi asked a monkey that was still wearing clothes and standing there. 10 civilization points, I'll tell you. The monkey glanced at him, looked Chen Yuanqi up and down, and said indifferently, Hey bro, I don't need 10, give me 5 and I'll tell you. Just then, a masked man walked over, held up 5 fingers and chuckled. There are quite a few people like Chen Yuanqi who wear masks to conceal their faces. Chen Yuanqi frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that asking a single question here would cost money. Brother, you're so straightforward. Hee, since we're both human, I'll tell you the truth and won't lie to you anymore. It seems the other party is planning to cheat or lie. TSK, what a clever scheme, Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. But it's worth it to learn from this experience and gain some wisdom from this 5 points of civilization points. We need to be more careful in the future. Seeing Chen Yuanqi readily transfer 5 civilization points, the other party said happily. Meat fields are rare buildings commonly found in powerful territories. They are divided into food meat fields and specialty meat fields, and generally only appear in dungeons and black markets. The meat field I just sold was only a bronze quality, common grade food type meat field seed, and it was even damaged. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sold for only 3,000 hee. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi roughly understood what this flesh field was. The meat field is like a field where things can be grown, but what grows in this field is not necessarily the ordinary food he knows. Suddenly, Chen Yuanqi became interested in these novel things. I hope I can get one back and take a look. However, this kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can afford to raise. Hee. The man chuckled again. Brother, I think this is your first time in the black market, right? Want to spend some money and I'll explain things to you. Chen Yuanqi shrugged and spread his hands. No need. He had already gotten a lot of information from Baihu Qinshan, so why waste money and be a fool? Chen Yuanqi spent about an hour looking at most of the black market stalls in the area. Food, medicine, and pets are very popular here, while resources are rarely visited. For example, those selling timber probably can't even make back their stall fees. However, Chen Yuanqi didn't buy anything, only a fruit to restore his energy. Replenishing fruit, bronze common quality, increases stamina by 100 after use, priced at 30. It's quite expensive, but Chen Yuanqi's experiment yielded a result. Trading with other people will not trigger the 100x reward. It will only be triggered through rewards, harvests, or purchases from the multiverse mall. He thought that if he bought a bronze quality fruit from someone else, it would turn into 100 fruits, which he could then sell for money. After purchasing it, nothing changed. This also dissuaded Chen Yuanqi from using the bug of the Hundredfold Reward to make money infinitely. The only option is to try reselling through the multiverse mall. Universal link. Not long after, Chen Yuanqi walked into a shop. But not long after, he came out again, and there was something extra in his personal storage. The Encyclopedia of the Myriad Realms. The first 3. Looks like we've come to the right place. Wanjie Tong is a shop that Baihu Qinshan introduced. It is the place with the largest amount of information in the Wanjie battlefield. You can inquire about any news here, and you can also sell exclusive information. The prerequisite is that you have money and can afford the price. The first 3 chapters of this illustrated compendium of the Myriad Realms alone cost him 1,000 civilization points. However, for Chen Yuanqi, it was worth the price. 1,000 points is not a small amount. Some bronze-level lords may not even have that many points. I can buy weapons and the like at the Multiverse Mall, where I'll get 100 times the reward, which is much more cost-effective. I still have 3,000 civilization points left. I just need to buy some more food. Everything else is available in the Myriad Realms Mall. Chen Yuanqi murmured to himself as he walked down another black market street, his eyes scanning his surroundings. My gaze lingered on a particular stall. Acquire surplus black market orders. Bronze black market order. 1 day, 10 civilization points. Bronze black market order. 7 days, 100 civilization points. He soon discovered that there were many stalls on this street that bought bronze black market tokens, but the purchase prices did not fluctuate much. There were also some stalls with signs that said they bought other items. Is this price expensive or cheap? 1 black market token is worth only 10 points per day, and he still has 99 tokens left. If you replace everything, you'll only get 990 civilization points. If he doesn't want to switch, he can come to the bronze black market 99 times. With the potential for a 100-fold reward, he felt that exchanging black market tokens for points was not worthwhile. Then, Chen Yuanqi bought 10 caddies of rice-like grains, half a caddy of salt, and various small bottles of seasonings and other ingredients, spending nearly 800 points. The food prices here are outrageously expensive. If the Myriad Realms Mall hadn't been short of food, he really wouldn't have wanted to be this sucker. If it were someone else from my cohort, they probably wouldn't be able to afford a pound of rice. 1 pound of substandard rice earns 50 civilization points. Half a pound of salt earns 200 civilization points. They can't even afford to eat, yet they want to expand their territory? No wonder people say they have to try to survive. Food is so scarce that you could starve to death. Without much thought, Chen Yuanqi found an empty spot and paid 5 civilization points to set up a stall. What should we sell? Chen Yuanqi took out his Lord Identity token and had a little over 2,200 civilization points in his hand. He planned to become a middleman, using the cheat code that grants a 100-fold reward to resell items between the Multiverse Mall and the black market. He looked at the shelves of the Myriad Realms Mall, which had categories such as equipment, materials, food, medicine, seeds, pets, buildings, and special items. He's not thinking about food for now. It's unavailable during restocking, and he can't afford the special categories. Besides, food, medicine, and pets seem to be quite popular as well. Chen Yuanqi murmured. Upon seeing the pet, Chen Yuanqi's mind raced, and he clicked on it. No quality. Venomous spotted snake, juvenile, 15. Wild hen, juvenile, 20. Forest dog, juvenile, 30. Bronze common. Two-headed warning bird, 50. Timber wolf king pup, 200. Undead soldier, 300. There are quite a few kinds of animals there. I wonder if they're edible? Chen Yuanqi seems to have discovered a new food source. The pets available in the Myriad Realms Mall are incredibly diverse, encompassing land, sea, and air. They range from ants and insects to fierce tigers and undead creatures. Civilization of all realms reminder. You purchased one undead soldier. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. 100x reward optional. 100 undead soldier pets, bronze/common quality. Second, 10 undead warrior pets, bronze quality. Although there are only 2 100x rewards this time, there are 100 undead soldiers. Chen Yuanqi blinked after seeing it, feeling very pleasantly surprised. I'm even more excited than when I got 100 weapons before. The business opportunity for resellers has arrived. Chapter 21. The Tycoon's Sudden Wealth, Civilization Points plus 40,000, leaving the bronze black market. Huge clearance sale. Pets for sale at rock-bottom prices. Timberwolf King, official authentic product, top breed, low price $599 each. Undead Warrior, official authentic product, superior quality, low price $699 each. Many people were taken aback upon hearing this. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could see a masked, shrouded figure sitting at a stall, hawking his wares. What? A Forest Wolf King pet worth $1,500 is only selling for $599. Undead Warrior, $699? I have to check this out. The stall selling cheap pets was filled with all sorts of pet eggs. These pet eggs contain various pets, but you can tell what kind of pet it is and its quality from the patterns on its surface. Boss, are you sure you only want to sell this Timberwolves King for $599? Is it some kind of defective product? Someone asked Chen Yuanqi. If this is true, it's like getting something for free. On-site inspection is supported. The products are genuine and of high quality. If they're not like those on Wanjia Mall, I will issue a refund immediately. Chen Yuanqi smiled from behind the mask. He felt this deal was about to go. I bought a pet for 200 civilization points, then resold it as a high-quality pet for $599, making a profit of about 400 civilization points per pet. The most crucial point is that when he buys one, he has an extra 100 of the same quality or 10 of the higher quality. In other words, even if the item he bought for 200 is of high quality and low price, he could still make 4,000 back. Some might think, isn't he stupid to sell it at such a low price? Why not sell it for a higher price? But for Chen Yuanqi, this was already a sure thing. Was a 20-fold profit too little? I'll test the waters first. I'll get a level 699 undead warrior. Suddenly someone spoke up. Please pay. Chen Yuanqi smiled slightly behind his mask. I got it for $699 very quickly. And a black patterned pet egg on his stall also ended up in the other party's hands. The various bronze lords and subjects of different races who were watching all looked at the man dripping blood to form a contract with his pet egg. Click! The pet egg cracked open, releasing a plume of black smoke. The black smoke quickly dissipated, revealing a 2-meter-tall, robust skeleton with an enormous bone fist and sharp bone horns on its head. Everyone immediately recognized the skeleton's origin and was shocked. Looks like a truly high-quality undead warrior. Really? Some people urged. Hey bro, hurry up and try to see if it's genuine. The person who bought the pet egg took out a bronze-quality longsword and slashed it directly at the undead warrior. Ding! With a crisp sound, a chip appeared on the blade of the longsword. The skeleton was only slightly scratched. Hiss! Everyone gasped in surprise. Boss, give me one undead warrior egg too. Timberwolves King 1. Boss, is this two-headed snake the same quality? Give me one. Soon, everyone who had been watching rushed to buy the items. The Forest Wolf King, which sells for $1,500 in the Multiverse Mall, is only $599 here. That's almost 1,000 less than the official price in the Multiverse Mall. And it's also $700 to $800 less than some shops on the black market. Buying this is a guaranteed steal. Pets play a significant role in the overall strength of a territory. Why are there so many people gathered there? Some people don't understand. Bro, you didn't know? There are cheap pets for sale there. High-quality pets are only a few hundred, and they might be gone if you go too late. Real? More and more people gathered to watch, and more people bought the products. Chen Yuanqi's personal wealth also skyrocketed. Plus $599, plus $699. It broke 10,000 very quickly, and then 20,000. However, good times don't last long. Get out of the way. A loud shout rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and were all startled. Hurry up, it's the 10,000 Beast Pavilion. This is an industry under the Great Lord of the Beast Civilization. They also mainly deal in pet animals. They must have come to check the situation after receiving news that someone was trying to steal their business. The crowd of onlookers scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay in one place, and hid far away. Chen Yuanqi looked up and saw a 3-meter-tall man with a horse-like face looking down at his stall. Brother, the 10,000 Beast Pavilion, will take care of all the goods at your stall. How about it? The horse-faced man smiled slightly. Chen Yuanqi frowned, but showed no fear, and said, This price? As he spoke, he pointed to the price tag. Of course, our 10,000 Beast Pavilion is a business, and we would never bully the weak. The horse-faced man nodded. Even at this price, it's a profitable deal. Okay. Chen Yuanqi nodded. He could have easily refused the other party's request, but there was no need. Although fighting was prohibited in the black market, the other party could have sent people to block the stall and prevent anyone from buying his goods. In this way, he had no choice but to accept it. Abba Jingshan once taught him that it's better to do less than more. So as long as you buy at the price he sets, it doesn't really matter who you give it to. Making more friends when you're traveling is just like that. Is that all there is left? The horse-faced man asked, looking at the few pet eggs on the stall. Chen Yuanqi nodded. Indeed, that was all that was left. He could still secretly purchase goods from the Myriad Realms Mall, but the timing wasn't right. As the saying goes, one should not flaunt one's wealth. I admire you, brother. This is our 10,000 Beasts Pavilion membership card. The horse-faced man took the remaining 15 pet eggs from Chen Yuanqi's stall, worth a total of 10,385 civilization points, paid for them, and left the car behind. Let's add each other as friends. If you need anything good or have anything in stock, you can contact me, the other person said. No need to add me as a friend. If you still have stock, I'll give you priority consideration. Chen Yuanqi accepted the card and shook his head. The horse-faced man gave Chen Yuanqi a deep look, nodded slightly, and then left. Chen Yuanqi then closed his stall and left the area. Many people regretted it. I should have bought more. Now, the Beast Pavilion has made a killing on me. I'm afraid we won't be able to buy such cheap pets in the future. For most people, pets are like their right and left arms. Buying it just now was a steal. However, some people secretly kept an eye on Chen Yuanqi and followed him. However, Chen Yuanqi didn't care, as he wasn't worried about being attacked in the black market. The rules of order are there. Whoever strikes first dies. A total of 60 pet eggs were sold, earning 40,940 civilization points. Adding the remaining 1,300 civilization points from the previous pet egg purchase, the total is 42,000 civilization points. One round of reselling earned him a whopping 40,000 civilization points. Get rich instantly. I've been here for almost 4 hours now, and it's probably afternoon in the territory by now. Chen Yuanqi quickly snapped out of his elation, and his expression turned serious. If I stay here for the remaining 20 hours and wait for the time to end, will I be able to avoid experiencing the night of disaster? If this allows one to avoid the night of disaster, it would undoubtedly be a very generous mechanism for most new lords. But will it really be that good? We need to make good use of the 40,000 yuan we have. You could check out those specialty shops, or auction houses are also a good option. Chen Yuanqi did not want to spend a day in the black market, nor was he afraid of the disaster night. He urgently needed to advance to the bronze level. We need to enter the Myriad Realms cave as soon as possible. Having money in hand gives you confidence. Wanbeilu. 2 hours later, Chen Yuanqi came out of Wanbeilu. Sir, please take care. Come visit again when you have time. Beside him was a mature, voluptuous female elf who kept sending him flirtatious glances. Chen Yuanqi couldn't help but smile wryly. My wallet was almost emptied, but it was worth it. When Chen Yuanqi stepped out of the bronze black market, he found that more than a dozen people of different races were openly following him, seemingly plotting something sinister. Huh, are they all my bodyguards? Chen Yuanqi sneered. Chapter 22, Strengthen Territory, Housing Construction. Planting bronze grade, perfect level dual type passion, fruit meat farm. Return. The moment Chen Yuanqi stepped out of the bronze black market exit, he silently recited something. As Chen Yuanqi was leaving, he looked back and saw those people rushing towards him, looking fierce and menacing as they tried to grab him. A mocking smile played on Chen Yuanqi's lips before he vanished into thin air. Damn it, we almost caught him. We should catch him in the black market and prevent him from leaving. You bunch of idiots, you don't have any tools to trap him or black market tokens. How can you stop him from leaving? The group of bronze-level lords, or subjects of different races at the entrance, immediately started arguing. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanqi had already returned to his own civilized world territory. He had already learned most of the rules of the black market from Baihu Qianshan. You can come and go freely in the black market. If you want to interrupt the return, the other party must have enough black market tokens to offset it and items to prevent them from returning to the city. But items like props aren't cheap. They'll cost at least 300 points. That's why Chen Yuanqi left the black market so calmly. The sun is about to set. Before it gets dark, let's set up the defenses of the territory. Then we enter the underground cave. Chen Yuanqi glanced at the clock in the house and the sky outside, and made up his mind. Should we strengthen the territory castle? Chen Yuanqi took out his lord's identity token and went outside to begin building his territory. First, he opted to upgrade the two-story villa where he lived, reinforce the walls, reinforce the doors and windows, and add water supply facilities. However, with each additional request Chen Yuanqi made, the resources required for construction increased exponentially. Wall defense +1 requires 200 rocks, 30 caddies of strong clay, 100 meters of steel bars, and 50 multi-purpose wood. Door and window defense +1 requires 20x multi-purpose wood, bronze common, 10 meters of iron bars, 50x steel sheets, and 30 caddies of quartz stone. Complete set of water pipe channel equipment, 20 caddies of resin, 3 caddies of iron blocks. Upon seeing the required resources, Chen Yuanqi waved his hand and purchased everything except for multi-purpose wood from the Myriad Realms Mall. He purchased the items according to the instructions from a Myriad World civilization, and the total cost was only a little over 1,200 civilization points, which was very cheap. As a result, the 100x reward was multiplied by 100. Have no choice. The excess materials were used to build the room, which enhanced and beautified it several times over, adding 7 points to the overall defense value of the original house. Moreover, a stone brick walkway more than 2 meters wide was laid outside the house, leading directly to the entrance of the Bloodthorn wall halfway up the mountain. It's all right. Chen Yuanqi glanced around and thought to himself, although it's an upgrade, he doesn't feel there's been much change. However, with a defense value of +7, it possesses the attributes to withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake, resist a level 16 gale, and block the impact of a silver-level common creature. Where should this succulent seed be planted? Chen Yuanqi took out a palm-sized red jade box from his personal storage, which had been upgraded to 15 cubic meters before he left the black market. Inside was a miniature succulent seed of bronze-level perfect quality, dual-type passion fruit seed, bronze perfect quality, specialty food-type treasure fruit, medicinal-type bottle flower. Growth and maturity cycle. 30 days, varies depending on fertilizer levels. This is a treasure he bought from the Black Market Treasure Pavilion for a premium of 30,000 civilization points. There's no way around it. Things are valued for their scarcity. Furthermore, since the Myriad Realms Mall doesn't sell it, it's normal for black market merchants to charge exorbitant prices. However, Chen Yuanqi could afford to gamble. This is a complete flesh field seed, dozens of times better than the ordinary, incomplete bronze flesh fields he had heard of before. Moreover, the product he bought can be both a specialty food product and a medicine product, making it a 2-in-1 product. According to the people at Wanbage, this dual system can produce products with a single flavor. The taste of the products after the meat field matures will change due to the concentration of energy absorbed, and it can produce 100 different flavors of food and medicinal wine. Such magical flesh fields are very popular among lords in the myriad worlds of civilization. However, the prerequisite is that the meat field needs to be well maintained, and fertilizer needs to be applied to replenish its energy. These all require resources. Just put it next to my house. Aside from the flat summit of the Rocky Mountain, the only suitable places to place meat farms are the valleys and streams. But he was a little worried about planting such precious things down mountain. Soon, Chen Yuanqi arranged the planting center of the meat field seeds and then estimated that he needed to clear out an empty space of about 3/10 of an acre, which is 200 square meters. Congratulations on successfully planting 1 meat field, adding 1 special building to your territory and 10 civilization points. At the same time, the 100x reward is triggered. Civilization points plus 1,000. The rocky, bare ground where the meat field was originally planted was instantly transformed into a 200 square meter field of soil divided into 2 equal parts of blue and red. Civilization of all realms reminder. The meat field seeds are in the gestation stage and require water and fertilizer. It is estimated that 5 food-type yunbao fruit seedlings and 5 medicinal-type wine bottle flower seedlings will grow in 1 day and mature in 30 days. Higher quality water and fertilizer will encourage more seedlings to grow in the succulent field, accelerate the production cycle, and increase yield. I saw this notification. Chen Yuanqi nodded secretly, glanced at the dual-type flesh field, and then turned and walked down the mountain. He took out buckets from his personal storage and filled 2 buckets with stream water. 100x reward optional. 1. Ordinary stream water, 30 liters x 100, no quality. 2 30 liters x 10 of sterile stream water, quality bronze common. 3. Elemental spring water 30 liters x 1, bronze excellent quality. Seeing the hundredfold reward that appeared, Chen Yuanqi nodded silently. If it's ordinary stream water, 3,000 liters, or 3 tons, will be enough to irrigate that small plot of land. But what he wanted to irrigate with higher quality elemental spring water was simply too little. Why not buy a bigger tank and fill it with 1 or 2 cubic meters of water at a time? However, he couldn't lift a ton or 2 of water. Should I buy a water pump? Chen Yuanqi opened the Myriad Realms Mall and found some equipment in the building category. I bought it. A low-quality water pump only costs 20 civilization points. However, for every additional meter of pipe, an extra 5 civilization points are charged. And so, After Chen Yuanqi pulled the pre-installed phantom of the water pumping device from a stream to the mountaintop and confirmed the installation, the Myriad Realms Mall deducted 750 civilization points from him. 100x reward triggered. The water pumping device that Chen Yuanqi had just bought was instantly transformed into a high-quality bronze gray device that integrates pressurization, fully automatic water pumping, transportation, and sprinkling. Perfect. He can also open an extra port to connect to the water pipes at home. Using water directly doesn't give you the 100x bonus, right? Chen Yuanqi tried using a high-pressure water hose to spray water, and the stream was successfully irrigated, but it was just ordinary stream water from the foot of the mountain. This is not what he wanted. It seems I have to collect water bucket by bucket to get the 100-fold reward? The answer was just as he expected. He had to fetch the water himself. However, the time ahead is clearly not suitable for irrigating the meat field. Because the sun has set, it's getting dark. I don't know if last night's disaster will happen again tonight. Chapter 23, The Water-Stealing Elf? Danger in the Black Market? Finally, Chen Yuanqi found a solution. He could use manufacturing to build a water tower, and he could attach the water pump outlet to the tower. We'll put a big bucket in there to collect the water, pouring it out in large buckets, and storing it on the water tower. This is the only method he can think of right now, since the 100x reward will only be triggered if it goes through his hands. However, he'll have to deal with that tomorrow when he has time. Half an hour later, Chen Yuanqi took 20 buckets of elemental spring water, which had been transformed from the stream's hundredfold reward, and simply irrigated the 3/10-acre meat field. The meat field seed is in the process of germination and absorbing elemental energy. It is estimated that 20 food-type treasure fruit seedlings and 20 medicinal-type bottle flower seedlings will grow in 2 hours and mature in 9 days. That's all for today. Chen Yuanqi wiped the sweat from his forehead. His trouser legs were already soaked. Evening has arrived. Chen Yuanqi glanced to the east. The sun had set, and the sky still held a hint of orange-red afterglow. Eat something to replenish your energy, then buy some things before heading to the Myriad Realms cave. As for whether the night of disaster will come, and how fierce it will be, this is not something he needs to worry about right now. There are still 699 days until the end of the Universal Protection Act, so what's there to be afraid of? Chen Yuanqi was more concerned with how to quickly advance to the bronze level and become a true bronze lord. If possible, I'll grant him permissions and see if his sister, Jiangtang, can add him. Congratulations on successfully cooking a pot of undercooked rice. It's of poor quality. After a while, Chen Yuanqi washed the rice, cleaned the pot, and started a fire to cook the rice. I never expected to receive this kind of message in the end. 100x reward triggered. 3 ounces of half-cooked rice with crispy crust, bronze common. Effects: hunger plus 100, stamina plus 20. Side effect: indigestion. This is such a failure. Even the god-level system with 100x rewards can't stand it anymore. Is my cooking really that bad? I can't even cook rice properly? Chen Yuanqi was both amused and exasperated, and couldn't help but question the meaning of life. But you have to eat the food you made yourself, even if it's with tears in your eyes. Rice served with salted dried fish bought on the black market. It's alright, just a bit dry and hard. Chen Yuanqi, who hadn't eaten a single grain of rice in the past 2 days, found his first meal in this other world to be quite delicious. After finishing my meal, I took a bath in the luxurious bathroom at home, while checking on everyone's current situation in the regional chat group. On the other side, next to Chen Yuanqi's house was the elf treehouse. Suddenly, the door of the treehouse opened, and a small head with 2 wooden horns poked out. It was the Elfia. At this moment, you sniffed towards the door, somewhat pleasantly surprised. It smells like elemental water? That giant must be sleeping at his house now, right? She hadn't eaten for a day and was starving. Soon, a palm-sized elf tiptoed, opened the door, and looked around to scout out the enemy's situation. Safety. Immediately afterwards, you carefully flew out of the treehouse, flapping her thin, cicada wing-like blue fluorescent wings, and quickly flew towards the half-bucket of elemental spring water that Chen Yuanqi had left behind. However, as she passed the field of 2 types of passion fruit meat, she paused slightly and sniffed her surroundings. The smell of soil here. It's like something delicious has been planted here. Is it not ripe yet? As a wood-type spirit, you has a strong perception of plants. It seems to be from that giant's race. You blinked, glanced at Chen Yuanqi's brightly lit house, and then at the meat field below. She blinked again, seemingly having a lot to say. That feels so good. The next moment, you lay in the wooden tub, her whole body immersed in the half-full tub of elemental spring water, bubbling as it rose. And she muttered to herself, "Okay, little tree, I'm bringing it to you now." Something seemed to be urging her on. Well, after shaking off the elemental spring water droplets from her body, you held the handles of the wooden bucket with both hands, preparing to pack the elemental water into the bucket. Finally, it wasn't until Aya used the power of the spirits that she was able to lift the bucket and the half bucket of elemental water and fly up and wobbled to the spirit tree. Water the plants, and remember to give me dinner. Splash. Half a bucket of water was poured under the roots of the little fairy tree. The water element was then absorbed by the little fairy tree, which stretched out its branches and leaves, swaying gently and beginning to emit a fluorescent glow. Meanwhile, two translucent blue fruits grew beside the fairy tree house. Surprisingly, someone actually thought of using the bronze black market token to avoid the night of disaster. Chen Yuanqi stared in astonishment at the chat in the group. However, in his opinion, those people were simply wasting resources by using the bronze black market token now. Their universal protection lasts for another 6 days. As long as the barrier remains, the dark creatures at night will not be able to break in. Why not wait 6 days to see how things go? If things get too tough, you can always hide in the black market. Isn't that a good option? In fact, Chen Yuanqi did not know that only a minority of people chose to enter the black market now, and a majority of them were lords who burned down the Thornwall. Some people want to take a gamble, while others have already lost their composure. Most people, however, choose to wait and see, letting others test the waters first. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and continued to peek at the chat. Food is really hard to find here, but luckily I caught a fish in the stream. Brother, there are plenty of fish in shallow waters. Forget about diving. Around noon, a guy on his deathbed said he was stalked by a 7 or 8 meter long fish monster while collecting clams and spearfish. Now his profile picture is blacked out. That was just an accident, right? Didn't a lot of people go out to sea and catch seafood today? Upon seeing this, Chen Yuanqi seemed to be deep in thought, but he also saw people shouting frantically, "Help! The black market is dangerous. You'll be robbed. Don't come in. Damn it, the black market is full of monsters. So many bizarre and grotesque races. All my points have been stolen. I am doomed." Then, everyone in the group left messages asking what had happened. Soon, the lords who suffered misfortune in the black market described the bronze black market as a dark, evil, and chaotic place full of bandits who would not care if they were beaten for robbery. For a time, people were filled with anxiety. Another hope has been extinguished. And at this time, suddenly, someone started leaking detailed information about the black market. The black market, numbering in the thousands, is a place where various civilizations and races from all over the world engage in private transactions, and where many valuable items can be bought and sold. When we are teleported to the outside of the black market city, the first thing we do is quickly find the entrance, pay the entrance fee, and then we are safe. Although there are robberies outside the city, as long as you react quickly or have a good weapon and are ruthless enough, you might be able to fight back. Besides, robberies don't happen at every black market. You can ask the registrar which black market is safer. Everyone looked at the profile picture of the person who made the whistleblower's revelation. It looked so familiar. Isn't this the same person who was the first to expose the Thorn Wall and the first to leak information about Disaster Night? So, is his information about the black market true this time? Speculation on the conversation with Li Yu in Chapter 24. Night falls again, time to explore the Myriad Realms cave. What Chen Yuanqi just said is indeed true. One was based on his own experience today, and the other was learned from the epic-level powerhouse, White Tiger Thousand Mountains. Not every black market has people willing to rob outside the city. Some black markets are secretly controlled by powerful races or lords, whose influence manages and operates the internal and external order of the black market. Anyone who dares to break the rules will face only one fate. In all the civilizations of the myriad worlds, life is the least valuable thing. Ironically, this black market is more prosperous, safer, and more attractive than other chaotic black markets. Looking at the hundreds or thousands of people in the group who suddenly wanted to add him as a friend through group private messages, Chen Yuanqi glanced at them briefly. I will refuse to add anyone whose profile picture I don't recognize. In the black market, the most sought-after items are food, medicine, and some rare goods. The least valuable items are common resources like wood and stone. If you want to make some money, see if you can get some food to sell, such as dried meat, dried fish, or fresh game. After briefly explaining the situation to everyone, Chen Yuanqi left the group chat. But for most people, even eating is a problem, let alone selling it. Senior, are you on the black market right now? Liu also sent him a message to inquire. No. Chen Yuanqi replied simply that even if he told Liu the details, it wouldn't harm his interests. Oh right, it must be evening where you are too, senior. Are you hungry? I caught 3 big fish today. I ate one for lunch. Should I send one to you? Liu replied to him quickly. Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised when he saw the message. However, he did not accept the fish that Liu sent, but his goodwill towards Liu, this enthusiastic junior, increased by 1 point. After all, a girl had come alone to a strange world, with no relatives or friends, surrounded by desolation, and a terrifying atmosphere pervaded the area as people in the community continued to die. The horrifying night had fallen once again. How could I not be afraid deep down? And since Chen Yuanqi was the only person she knew, she took the initiative in the conversation. By the way, senior, is your shelter ready yet? Liu sent a message asking. Shelter? Chen Yuanqi looked at his pristine white, luxurious bathroom. What about yours? Chen Yuanqi replied. Okay, I've finished making the bed and the door to the cave. On the other side, As darkness fell, flickering firelight emanated from the cave entrance. 3 wet clothes were hanging by the campfire to dry, and 2 fish were roasting on 2 branches. Beside her sat a slender, fair-skinned girl dressed only in a thin blue lord's suit, her delicate face illuminated by the firelight. She was Li Yu, who was chatting with Chen Yuanqi. At this time, Li was not in a good state, both mentally and physically. The bed she described was made of long wooden strips tied together at 3 corners for support. The bedboard was also made of wooden strips. Large leaves and some dry grass were spread on the bed as a mattress, and a sleeping bag was folded to the side. The living conditions looked very basic, typical of a makeshift shelter in the wilderness. However, there are many other lords in the same period as Li Yu in her current state, which is also the current situation of the latest generation of lords. Everything from clothing and food to housing and transportation was appalling. It's so heartbreaking. That's good. Making better use of the lord's third-person perspective to perceive the territory will make you much safer. Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and reminded the other party. Although he grew up in a Buddhist temple, he was not the kind of person who was overly compassionate. He wouldn't unconditionally and proactively help Li Yu out of her predicament just because he's currently in a good position. If it's someone you know well, Chen Yuanqi doesn't mind helping her as much as possible. The key point is that he and this female student had only known each other for 2 days and had never met in person. They were essentially just online friends who had just met. It's not worth him treating it with all his heart. Chen Yuanqi had talked to her quite a bit and found himself admiring this junior he had never met before, noting that she knew how to behave and was grateful. At least that's what he thinks for now. I will. Thank you for the reminder. Senior, there's something I'd like to ask you. Is that all right? Chen Yuanqi nodded and replied, you go ahead. If things don't improve much, and the protection of all realms disappears in 5 days, will we be unable to stop the dark creatures that will attack during the Night of Calamity? Her words were half despair and half hope. If they can't stop it, is God playing a cruel joke on them all? It's hard to say. Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and then spoke seriously. If we disregard the protection of the myriad worlds at the edge of your territory, did the thorn wall outside your territory stop the dark creatures last night? Last night, Chen Yuanqi's wall of thorns completely blocked the dark creatures. This also caused the thorn wall, which was absorbing the thorn spirit during its evolution, to mutate and evolve into the more powerful blood thorn. Li Yu quickly replied. Most of them were stopped, but 1 or 2 still managed to break in and crash into the myriad realms protection at the edge of the territory. Chen Yuanqi then sent a message. 1 or 2 is enough. Doesn't this seem like leveling up by exploiting monsters in a game? Don't forget, the thorn wall also needs fertile ground to grow, and the flesh and blood of those dark creatures just happens to fit that description. A single word awakened me from my dream. Li Yu's beautiful eyes widened. It seemed to make sense. Her wall of thorns did indeed grow last night. Although the increase was not large, she did become a little stronger. If you have an inner wall installed, it will be much safer with double protection. Chen Yuanqi reminded him again. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. You're awesome. You're too kind. I don't think this multiverse civilization will let us die so easily. Of course, the premise is that we act cautiously, just don't do stupid things like burning down the thorn wall. This world is far more wonderful than we imagine. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me. Chen Yuanqi quickly ended his chat with Li Yu, came out of the bathroom, and changed into his combat-oriented Oki element battle suit. He doesn't plan to rest tonight. After organizing the contents of my 15 cubic meters portable storage, which has 150 storage slots, plus some items and weapons, I used up 30 slots. As for bulky materials like multipurpose timber, they were already placed in the open space next to the house. It got dark again. Chen Yuanqi glanced at the colossal eye that was rising again from the east. With the protection of countless worlds, the terrifying radiation from that crimson giant I was blocked. But he still felt an uncontrollable, instinctive fear, and his heart pounded. The same terrifying screams as last night echoed outside again. But he didn't seem particularly anxious or fearful today, as if he was beginning to adapt to life here. Tonight is a delicious feast at the Bloodthorn Wall. Through the eyes of the Bloodthorn Wall, Chen Yuanqi sensed many dark creatures approaching the outer wall of the Bloodthorn Wall and was instantly attacked by the Bloodthorn Wall. Turned defense into offense, the Bloodstained Wall. It is getting stronger. Chen Yuanqi sensed the joy of the Bloodthorn Wall and smiled knowingly. Looks like I can't fall behind. Then, Chen Yuanqi murmured, it's time to call in some help. The next moment, the sword was aimed at the Myriad Realms cave, with the goal of advancing to the bronze level. Chapter 25, First Entry into the Myriad Realms Cave. The blood oath is performed, and the next moment, 5 monsters of different shapes appeared behind Chen Yuanqi. These were all pet beasts he had purchased from the Myriad Realms Mall. After receiving a 100x reward, all items were upgraded to the bronze perfect quality level. If it were an ordinary bronze lord, they wouldn't be able to afford to raise or buy so many perfect level pets. For example, the largest brown stone figure, the rock-splitting master, will be responsible for clearing the way ahead. There is also a smallest and shortest glowing rabbit, the lightball rabbit, who is responsible for lighting the burrow. Others are responsible for hunting, some for protection, and some for warning. Of course, they have other capabilities as well. I won't go into detail about them one by one. Set off. Chen Yuanqi led his 5 pet beast helpers down the mountain in a grand procession, heading towards the entrance of the Myriad Realms cave halfway up the mountain. The commotion startled the little elf, who was peeking from the treehouse nearby. What's that giant going to do? Fight? The Elfia also noticed something. The giant didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards her, so she gradually became bolder. Should we secretly follow them? Elfia's little head then shook like a rattle drum, negating her own idea. Chen Yuanqi soon arrived at the cave halfway up the rocky mountain, which was the entrance to the Myriad Realms cave. When he touched the light wall of the cave, a prompt from the civilization of all worlds appeared before his eyes. The Myriad Realms cavern is a mysterious place of high risk and high reward in the Battlefield of Myriad Realms. It is a place where civilizations from all realms converge and where all lords of Myriad Realms explore together. There are resources and opportunities, but also death. You have not yet obtained the entrance ticket to the Myriad Realms cave, so you cannot enter the Myriad Realms cave. Friendly reminder, new lords who have not obtained the bronze rank badge will have a 95% chance of dying if they enter the first level of the Myriad Realms cave without authorization. Please proceed with caution. Do not enter without adequate preparation. These points were mentioned before. Chen Yuanqi took out the entrance ticket to the Myriad Realms cave he had just bought. It was actually a key in the shape of a torch, which could maintain the distance of about 10 caves. If the torch burned out and could not be relit, it meant that he would be teleported out. The Lord has entered the first level of the Myriad Realms cave. Lord has not obtained a rank. Warning, do not venture into the Myriad Realms cave. The number of pets you can carry has reached 5, which meets the current level's maximum carrying capacity of 5. You are now allowed to enter. Seeing the reminder from the Myriad World civilization, Chen Yuanqi smiled knowingly. He had already consulted the first 3 sections of the Myriad Realms Cavern Encyclopedia. Although the passages to the Myriad Realms cave have countless variations, the rules they reveal, the monsters you encounter, and the treasures they hold have all been thoroughly researched by countless predecessors. Walk. Chen Yuanqi looked around at the cave, holding a torch in one hand and a crescent-shaped machete in the other, with a glowing rabbit ball perched on his head. And so, Chen Yuanqi, sandwiched between the 5 pet beasts, walked deeper into the cave. Soon, only Chen Yuanqi and his pets remained in the cave passage, so quiet that only the echo of their footsteps could be heard. In the areas where the light couldn't reach, the passageway was pitch black, which looked rather eerie. Patter-patter. Kaka. Suddenly, the rock-splitting master walking in front turned around, making a clicking sound with his large mouth, and pointed at the blocked stone cave in front of him. If the road is blocked, you can clear it yourself. Chen Yuanqi gave the order, while taking a few steps back. The rock-splitting master nodded, and the large stone palm instantly transformed into sharp, long stone claws. Facing the incredibly hard stone wall, he sliced it apart piece by piece as easily as cutting tofu. Pet. Rock Slicer Master. Grade. Bronze Perfect Quality. Innate Ability. Rock Cutting and Petrification Defense. Note. An excellent burrowing and tanking utility unit in the Bronze Age. It grows by consuming rocks. The rock wall blocking the cave was not wide or thick, less than 50 centimeters thick, and was cleared and flattened by the rock-cutting master in less than half a minute. After the passage was opened, the other end of the passage led to a new underground space, where a glowing box was placed on the ground. Go open it and take a look, Chen Yuanqi instructed the other combat-ready pet, a humanoid metal golem soldier. Soon, the puppet soldier opened the box. The box disappeared, leaving only 2 lumps. You have obtained 2 loaves of bread, which are edible. Is it bread? Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised to see this. However, this was within his expectations, since the first 3 volumes of the Illustrated Compendium of the Myriad Realms contained a hint about it. If you encounter a chest, you can open it to get fresh food, seeds, crafting blueprints, and even some rare items such as high-level strategic resources like meat fields and hatching nests. However, the more advanced the item, the less likely it is to appear in the shallower layers of the Myriad Realms cave. Of course, you can't find treasure chests all the time. In different underground spaces, the things you encounter are always random and ever-changing. Perhaps on the other side of the passage, hidden behind the stone wall, there are terrifying beasts, evil creatures, and dangerous poisonous gases waiting for you. It seems that even if I let my pet collect the items, I won't get a 100-fold reward. Chen Yuanqi silently put the bread into his personal storage. Before they had gone 10 meters, another stone wall blocked their path. Continue clearing the road. Without Chen Yuanqi giving any instructions, the rock-cutting master who was walking in front directly cleared the way. Upon arriving at another underground space, Chen Yuanqi was fortunate enough to find another treasure chest. Chen Yuanqi personally opened the box, and you received 1 shovel. 100x reward triggered. 100x reward optional. 100 shovels, no quality. Second, improved shovels x10, quality bronze common. 3. Fine shovel X1, bronze fine quality. Sure enough, only by going through him could the hundredfold reward be triggered. Congratulations on obtaining a fine shovel X1. Chen Yuanqi casually put the shovel into his personal storage compartment and then continued on his way. He didn't even consider this small gain worthwhile. Besides, these aren't what he needs. Let's delve deeper. The third cavern space didn't have any treasure chests, but did have 10 units of ordinary wood to collect. Chen Yuanqi did not linger to collect the items, but continued deeper into the area. When they reached the fourth underground space, Chen Yuanqi finally encountered underground creatures. However, these kinds of cave creatures are not good things. Cave creatures illustrated. The sunflower, a parasitic plant of low quality, resembles a sunflower. It parasitizes other organisms through pollen on its flower buds, attaching itself via pores, eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, absorbing their blood and fat to grow. Bronze-level lords are immune to its parasitism. Physical methods of countering it include soaking in salt water, applying alcohol, and burning. If you were to get stuck to this thing, it would probably be an inhuman form of torture. Chen Yuanqi didn't want to run into this disgusting thing, so he once again ordered Master Peeling Rock to clear the way. However, upon arriving at the fifth underground space, Chen Yuanqi saw 3 additional passages before him, each entrance to which was blocked by a stone wall. Which one to choose? Chen Yuanqi glanced at the 4-eared warning beast beside him and asked, Pet, warning animal. Grade, bronze, perfect quality. Innate ability, hearing warning signs. The warning animal was lying on the ground with its ears pressed against the ground. It quickly pointed to the 2 on the left and in the middle, indicating that it was safe. The one on the right was told it was poisonous and dangerous. Let's check the middle one first. If there's a problem, we can go back and change lanes. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. Upon arriving at the 6th underground space, you will obtain a treasure chest containing a packet of rice seeds. Chen Yuanqi accepted it, and it instantly transformed into 1 packet of high-quality, fast-growing fragrant rice seeds. It doesn't seem like there's a severe food shortage. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. Suddenly, the warning animal hurriedly alerted its owner to be careful. Meanwhile, the rock-splitting master in front had already opened up the 7th underground space. Has he finally run into trouble? Chapter 26. Everything can be a noodle maker. Gain a new title in the dungeon. Discover 1 hatchable nest. Upon seeing the warning beast signal, Chen Yuanqi immediately became alert, because a faint light appeared in the 7th underground space. Chen Yuanqi ultimately decided to enter the 7th underground space to check the situation. If there is danger, we should first see if we can handle it. If not, then we can retreat. Crocodile Swamp? Chen Yuanqi looked at the underground space here, which was very different from the previous underground spaces. The space here is much larger, and the walls are glowing. Below is a muddy swamp covering hundreds of square meters, replacing the rocky ground. In the muddy swamp, a dozen or so crocodiles emerged, staring at Chen Yuanqi and his pets at the entrance. How could there be crocodiles in underground caves? This is the wonder of the Myriad Realms cavern. Fresh bread has appeared, so what's so strange about keeping a few crocodiles in the cavern? Forget it, the other end of the passage is 20 meters long, let's just go around it. Chen Yuanqi glanced at it and saw several broken skeletons by the swamp, and thought to himself, I'm afraid many people have been to this place before. Each underground space may be connected to the Myriad Worlds. Sometimes, you might encounter other lords exploring the Myriad Worlds in a certain underground space. This information is described in the first 3 volumes of the illustrated compendium of the Myriad Realms cave. However, the sequence of spatial nodes that Chen Yuanqi walks through will not be the same as everyone else's. As you move forward, the spatial nodes in front of the Myriad Realms cave are constantly changing and refreshing randomly. Once you've passed through them, the path you came from is fixed, and you can return the way you came. As for whether items in the underground space can be refreshed and restored after being claimed by someone, this involves the secrets of the Myriad Realms underground space, which is very complicated. Soon, Chen Yuanqi retreated to the 5th space cave and opened the left passage to enter. The journey was smooth, but we didn't gain anything. They were all very ordinary things and creatures, such as ores, wood, and weed seeds. The cave creature we encountered this time was a low-quality stone golem. It was smashed directly by the rock-splitting master who was clearing the way ahead. You have found Noodle Machine. Manufacturing Blueprint X1, quality bronze common. However, in the 9th underground space, Chen Yuanqi encountered something new. Noodle Machine manufacturing blueprints? Chen Yuanqi picked up the blueprints. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. 100x reward optional. 1. Coarse grain noodle making machine. Manufacturing Blueprint X1, quality bronze, perfect. 2. All types of noodle makers. Manufacturing Blueprint X1, quality bronze, perfect. When Chen Yuanqi saw the 2 rewards, he was most curious about the second one. Can it be used with a noodle machine? What does that mean? You can make noodles out of anything? What he was really interested in was the first reward, the blueprints for manufacturing a coarse grain pasta machine. but curiosity outweighs attraction. Choose the second one. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint for the JK Noodle Maker. Soon, the blueprint in his hand transformed into something else entirely. Name, JK Noodle Maker. Drawings. Grade, bronze, perfect. Information. Everything can be made into noodles. More information needs to be unlocked through crafting. Can everything be made into noodles? A strange thought popped into Chen Yuanqi's mind. However, he simply put away the blueprints and continued on his way. In the 10th cave space, they encountered cave creatures again. Wolf-headed spider nest. It wasn't just one, but a whole group of spiders the size of calves, which looked absolutely terrifying. However, Chen Yuanqi reacted quickly. After recognizing the creature, it left the 10th underground space without pausing, and before leaving, it casually lit a fire in the passage covered with spider silk. Wait a while in the 9th underground space. Judging by the time, it should be enough, Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. To deal with low-level burrowing creatures like wolf-headed spider nests, a single fire is enough. These techniques are all hinted at in the first 3 volumes of the Encyclopedia of the Myriad Realms. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have time to react before being entangled by the sprayed spider silk and dying instantly. Stepping into the 10th underground space once again. Tisk, it's burned really well. Chen Yuanqi glanced around. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Wolf-headed spider silk is not only a good weapon for trapping and killing prey, but also a good material for setting itself on fire. Seeing that there were still a few wolf-headed spiders moving, Chen Yuanqi immediately raised his knife to finish them off. Congratulations on destroying the wolf-headed spider's nest. You have earned the title of Cave Hunter and 10 civilization points. Huh, the title has been earned? Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised by this new reward. Cave Hunters? He knew about this new title. Otherwise, wouldn't the information he bought with 1,000 points have been wasted? The title Crypt Hunter is actually at the same level as Forest Gatherer Novice and Ocean Hunter, belonging to the beginner level. The Gathering Master title he previously obtained as a 100x reward is a mid-level title, which provides even stronger attribute boosts to lords. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. 100x reward is not available. 1. Intermediate title, Master of Dungeon Hunting. Attribute 1. Additional damage. Deals an additional 20 damage to creatures below silver rank in a dungeon. Attribute 2. Hunter's Intimidation. Intimidates enemies for 15 seconds, with a very small chance to tame dungeon creatures. Second, Civilization points plus 1,000. Seeing the Hundredfold Reward, Chen Yuanqi was overjoyed and thought to himself, is indeed an intermediate title. Make a small profit. Chen Yuanqi glanced around and saw 3 pieces of semi-cooked tarantula meat on the ground. He didn't take it. He finds this type of meat repulsive, mainly because the half-cooked meat carries spider parasites and is slightly toxic. The encyclopedia indicates that it is edible, but it may cause adverse reactions in races with weak constitutions. Keep going. However, a new clue appears. The entrance ticket to the Myriad Realms cave is about to expire. Have we already entered 10 underground spaces? Looking at the dim torch in his hand, its flame flickering and weakening. Subsequently, Chen Yuanqi paid for a new ticket to the Myriad Realms cave and increased the torch's brightness again. He doesn't want to go back now. He wants to explore further and see if he can find items that will allow him to advance to the bronze level ahead of schedule. However, the chances are slim. In the 11th underground space, there was only a pot of ornamental flowers. I accepted it. The 12th empty space, the 13th has 2 units of wood, the 14th is a snake pit, and the 15th is a boar trap. It wasn't until Chen Yuanqi arrived at the 17th underground space that he obtained something useful, like snake meat. He either didn't have anything else or didn't want it. Let's explore a couple more underground spaces. If it still doesn't work out, we'll go back and rest. Chen Yuanqi ate another sweet and sour fruit, and his condition improved somewhat. He had already replenished his physical strength and energy several times in the underground cave. You have discovered a hatchable nest. Eagle X1, quality bronze, common. Do you wish to collect it? Huh. Chen Yuanqi's eyes widened in surprise. Can it hatch into a nest? This is really good stuff. The hatching nests are just as useful as meat pits. 100x reward triggered. 100x reward optional. 1. Hatching nest. Eagle X1, bronze quality, perfect. Second, hatching nest. Combat/attack Falcon X1, bronze quality. 3. Hatching nest. Guardian type Windhawk X1, bronze quality. Huh. Chen Yuanqi discovered that this hundredfold reward was somewhat different. One is an upgrade in quality based on the original foundation, and the other is an upgrade by increasing the variety of products. This put Chen Yuanqi in a difficult position, as both options seemed quite good. Finding a strategic resource like a hatchable nest would have been a huge win. It's annoying when there are always more and better options than before. Chapter 27, The Mysterious Merchant of the Underground Caves. Found. Newcomer Promotion Declaration of War. Let's go with the second one. Chen Yuanqi made his decision. You have acquired a hatchable nest. Combatif Falcon Ixan. Soon, Chen Yuanqi retrieved the hatchable nest back into his personal storage. However, a single unhatched nest takes up a full 80 slots of storage space in your personal inventory. The 15 cubic meter, 150 slot portable storage unit now has less than 20 slots of storage space remaining. Looking at the icon of the nest and an egg in his portable storage, Chen Yuanqi murmured, "I'll look at it when I get back." As they continued forward, the cave passage ahead widened, and shimmering crystals began to appear on the once pitch-black cave walls. Soon, another stone wall blocked their path. The rock-cutting master continued to pave the way. "Watch out! There's a nest of paralyzing wasps ahead." After noticing the warning from the warning beast, Chen Yuanqi also saw the reminder from the Myriad Realms civilization. Anesthetic bees? If you were stung, even an ordinary giant could probably take you down. Chen Yuanqi glanced at the 6 enlarged giant bees in front of him. Using the first 3 pages of the Myriad Realms Cave Atlas, he quickly found relevant information about this type of cave bee. Most importantly, the anesthetizing wasp is over a meter long and has a piercing sucking proboscis that is tens of centimeters long, which it uses to suck the blood and marrow from the brain of the intruder. Add to that the anesthetic stinger in its tail, and it's a double attack. If you accidentally touch this thing, you'll die in minutes. Chen Yuanqi took a few steps back and said, "Rock Slicer, Giant Side Mantis, and Puppet Warrior, you guys deal with them." The venom of paralyzing mosquitoes and wasps is highly toxic, but it also has many drawbacks, which can be addressed. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi's 3 pet beasts engaged in battle with the 6 anesthetized mosquitoes, fighting 2 against 1. Since the Rock Splitter and the Puppet Warrior were not flesh and blood creatures, they were unfazed by the anesthesia and allowed the anesthetized mosquitoes and bees to bite them. They seized the opportunity to grab the anesthetized mosquitoes and twist off their heads. The giant side mantis, on the other hand, revealed its signature moves for the first time, dashing into harvest and flying scythes. It is like a highly skilled assassin, with 2 claws that resemble giant scythes, its movements swift and deadly. It instantly split the remaining mosquitoes and bees in 2. It takes care of 4 out of 6 wasps. Wow, that's impressive. Chen Yuanqi nodded in agreement. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Well, even if he did, he probably couldn't defeat so many cave creatures. In addition, the elemental suit's skill cooldown time hasn't expired yet, so it's best to be careful. You have found 6 drops of anesthetic fluid, quality bronze common. He glanced at the liquid floating above the dead mosquitoes and wasps on the ground, and a new prompt appeared before his eyes. Anesthetic fluid? Good stuff. Chen Yuan accepted the bottles one by one. You have received 6 drops of anesthetic solution. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. 100x reward optional. 1. 600 drops of anesthetic solution, quality bronze ordinary. 2. 60 drops of potent anesthetic venom, quality bronze excellent. Chen Yuanqi directly chose the second option, prioritizing the better over the worse. Having gained nothing further, Chen Yuanqi chose to move on. A whole patch of plants? When Chen Yuanqi arrived at the 20th underground cave, he found that the entire cave was covered with thick vines. The vines were covered with trumpet-shaped blue flowers and lantern-blue fruits, emitting an enticing fragrance. Chen Yuanqi couldn't recognize what kind of underground creature it was for a moment, but he noticed a pile of bones partially hidden at the base of the vines. Goodness, are there any simple creatures in the cave? No wonder the mortality rate for new lords without any rank is as high as 95% on the first floor. For ordinary people to come to the dungeon alone is just courting death. If Chen Yuanqi hadn't had some kind of cheat code, he probably wouldn't have made it this far on his own. Moreover, he has already traversed so many underground spaces and is still only within the surface of the first level of the underground world, which shows how dangerous and complex the Myriad World's underground world is. Chen Yuanqi quickly discovered what it was. There's a plant whose fruit and flowers are both poisonous, called blue reed vine. However, apart from the fact that its fruit and flowers are poisonous, it is not particularly special like other plants. Chen Yuanqi did not intend to pick the fruit of the blue reed vine. It wasn't because it was poisonous, but because the fruit would burst open when touched by external pressure. The entrance ticket to the Myriad Realms cave is about to expire. Just as Chen Yuanqi was about to open up the 21st underground space, a message appeared before his eyes again that the underground entrance ticket was about to expire. Let's go a little further and see. Chen Yuanqi checked the remaining space in his personal storage and thought to himself. He was reluctant to go back like this. No information or items were found that could be used to advance to bronze. Although it was my first time entering the Myriad Realms cavern, I had already obtained a treasure that could hatch nests. But for Chen Yuanqi, failing to achieve his goal meant returning empty-handed. Salary renewal successful. The torch in his hand became brighter once again. You have discovered a spring in the Earth's core. You have discovered the sleeping werewolf. You have discovered the mysterious merchant in the underground cave. Chen Yuanqi charged through the obstacles one after another, killing werewolves and slaying undead serpents. In the 26th space, we finally saw a different kind of creature. Brief introduction of the mysterious merchant in the underground world. There has always been a person in charge of buying and selling in the underground world. Do not try to steal his treasure chests. Lucky Lord, you have been granted 2 trading opportunities. Would you like to buy or sell anything? The mysterious merchant from the underground cave, shrouded in black mist, asked the question. However, his tone was unusually stiff and cold. Do you have any items here that can help one advance to the bronze level? Chen Yuanqi asked, looking at him before him. Yes, you might need this. Then, a small treasure chest appeared before Chen Yuanqi from the black mist. With a snap, the box opened, revealing a white, square jade plaque. This is a declaration of war for newcomer promotion. Activating it allows you to challenge other bronze civilization lords. Promotion is achieved when the opponent is defeated or surrenders. Priced at 500 civilization points. Hearing the other person's words, Chen Yuanqi was somewhat taken aback. So cheap? 500 points is really too cheap for him. For others, however, this is a considerable expense. Chen Yuanqi was unaware that the newcomer promotion declaration order in front of him was very rare, and very few people could actually use it. Because the vast majority of lords in the Myriad Realms simply wait for the promotion period to arrive, and only by engaging in ranked battles with other lords of the same rank can they gain the qualification to advance in rank. Of course, there are also some lords who choose to declare war proactively, but the declaration of war they use is not the lowest level and rarest newcomer declaration of war, but a higher level, such as bronze and silver that are commonly seen. Do you need it? The mysterious merchant from the underground cave asked. Need? Chen Yuanqi nodded somewhat. What was the purpose of his visit here? Isn't it just about finding the items or methods to advance to the bronze lord level? Soon, Chen Yuanqi paid 500 civilization points. You have received 1 newcomer promotion declaration order. However, the 100x reward did not materialize. Chen Yuanqi didn't notice this and hurriedly checked the information related to the token. Item, newcomer promotion declaration order. Description, upon activation, a declaration of war will be randomly sent to a low-tier bronze lord. At that time, the 2 lord civilizations will open a world war channel, with each side randomly assigned to attack or defend. Victory and advancement will be achieved by killing the enemy or the enemy surrendering. This should be it. Chen Yuanqi was thrilled, but he quickly calmed down and became serious. Kill the enemy? This implies that people may die. Lucky Lord, you have 1 more trading opportunity. Do you wish to make a trade? At this moment, the mysterious merchant from the underground cave spoke up. Chapter 28. An epic missing person notice. Silver skill, Heavenly Dragon Vajrapalm. Chen Yuanqi realized what was happening and immediately suppressed his other thoughts. Yes, it is needed. He spoke up hastily. Do you have any items or methods that allow you to search for other people's Lord ID numbers? This was also a question he had just thought of. Yes, but you can only search once. You might need this. A small treasure chest reappeared in the black mist, revealing a piece of white paper. Epic quality missing person notices can be filtered and searched for based on features such as tokens, appearance, name, and race to pinpoint target information and location. They are priced at 100,000 civilization points. Upon hearing the words of the mysterious merchant from the underground cave, Chen Yuanqi's eyes widened, and he clicked his tongue in amazement. How much? 100,000 civilization points? The figure shrouded in black mist responded, yes. Chen Yuanqi. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Unfortunately, they were forced to give up. You have 1 more trading opportunity. Do you still want to trade? Chen Yuanqi nodded. Yes. May I take a look at your shelves? Of course. The mysterious merchant from the underground cave replied. Then 5 orbs of light appeared in front of him. Chen Yuanqi glanced at the ball of light, and the information within it was transmitted to his mind. The 5 orbs represent 5 categories of goods: food, pets, materials, equipment, and skills. What's the difference between the skills you have here and the innate skills that the Lord possesses? Chen Yuanqi asked. Because his Lord Identity card mentions talent skills in his personal attribute panel, although it currently shows none. These skills are all acquired skills, and learning them will not conflict with the Lord's innate skills. The mysterious merchant from the underground cave responded, but did not mention to Chen Yuanqi what the innate skill was. But Chen Yuanqi could also glean the general information. The innate skill and the acquired skill that he was selling could coexist. His innate skills haven't been revealed yet, but he can learn acquired skills first, right? Hiss. So expensive. But when Chen Yuanqi saw the information inside the cargo sphere containing the skill, he couldn't help but gasp. Gliding flight. French bronze, 10,000. Iron giant arm bronze body, 10,000. Fireball spell. Bronze gray, 10,000. Explosive Sword technique. Bronze, 1.1. Vajrapalm body bronze, 13,000. Sword control technique. Silver, 50,000. Those skill books all start at 10,000 civilization points. Even the lowest price is more expensive than the most expensive special item in the Myriad Realms Mall, which costs $99.99. The key issue is that the Myriad Realms Mall doesn't sell these items. Outrageous. What does the suffix IFA mean? Chen Yuanqi asked the mysterious merchant, puzzled. One requires physical strength, and the other requires mental strength. Do you mean stamina and energy? Chen Yuanqi understood. The principle behind this skill seems similar to the characteristics of the combat-oriented Aoki element battlesuit he's wearing. But when it came time to make a choice, Chen Yuanqi was conflicted again. Can I buy silver and gold level skills? Can I use them? The other party responded, sure, it will be alright. Can I also use silver level skills? Unleash a powerful ultimate move unexpectedly. Wouldn't that be amazing? Everyone wants to buy them, but what if they don't have enough money? Chen Yuanqi looked at the mere 13,000 plus civilization points remaining in his account and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You can only buy one at most, and you can't choose one that's too expensive. It's true what they say. You only realize how little money you have when you need it. Of the 40,000 points I earned on the black market, 30,000 were spent on buying meat farms. There's only one chance left for a transaction. In the end, Chen Yuanqi could only choose the best among the short men. I'll take the Vidra palm. Do I still need to practice it? Chen Yuanqi asked, taking out his Lord Identity token and paying 13,000 civilization points. Okay, you can learn it directly by opening the skill book. After receiving payment, the mysterious merchant took out the skill book for the Vidra palm technique and handed it to Chen Yuanqi. Transaction complete, goodbye. Then, in the blink of an eye, the mysterious merchant vanished. In the entire underground space, only he and his 5 pet beasts remained. This feeling is truly dreamlike. Chen Yuanqi murmured. What an amazing world. It's a bit of a shame there's no 100x reward. Chen Yuanqi looked at the blue skill book in his hand and thought to himself, what a pity. His interest in Vajra Palm stemmed partly from his upbringing in a Buddhist temple. Another reason was that he had also learned some Buddhist body strengthening exercises. These are all ordinary exercises for strengthening the body, not the exaggerated supernatural powers depicted in TV dramas and novels. You have learned the bronze level skill Vajra Palm. Body. This time, the bronze level has no quality. However, at that moment, 100x reward triggered. 100x reward optional. 1. Subduing Demon Vajra Palm. Body technique, silver. 2nd. Heavenly Dragon Vajra Palm. Body technique, silver. Chen Yuanqi's eyes widened when he heard about the unexpected hundredfold reward. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful sound he had ever heard in the world. Subduing Demon Vajra Palm, Heavenly Dragon Vajra Palm, and it's at the silver level? The surprise was accompanied by some troubles. Sai, which one should I choose? Forget it, let's go with Tianlong. Correction. Congratulations on learning the silver skill, Heavenly Dragon Vajra Palm. Body technique. You audacious fiend, daring to show off your meager skills before an expert. Great mighty Heavenly Dragon. Great mighty Heavenly Dragon. World-honored one, Ksidagarba. Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Permitha. Chen Yuanqi suddenly thought of something, shook his head, and chuckled. Skill. Heavenly Dragon Vajra Palm. Grade. Silver. System War. Offense. Cost. 100 stamina, 100 energy. Effect. Dragon Palm Force. Active. Unleashes a dragon-shaped phantom energy from the palm, generating a destructive shockwave 9 meters long and 3 meters wide. A hit can kill creatures of silver tier mid-level or lower. Cooldown, 1 hour. Effect 2. Heavenly Buddha Palm. Active. Can remotely condense a 2-meter wide energy palm within a 10-meter radius, which will descend from the sky and kill low-level silver rank creatures or below upon impact. Cooldown, 1 hour. Effect. 3 Vajra Protection. Passive. When using the Heavenly Dragon Vajra Palm, the body's defense is doubled. Upon seeing the skill description, Chen Yuanqi was stunned and petrified. Wow, that's pretty powerful. A 9-meter long dragon-shaped energy blast? A palm strike descending from the sky? In other words, he can kill an enemy several meters away without moving? And he's at the silver level? Sorry, I'm invincible among my peers. But then I thought about how much stamina and energy it would require. Chen Yuanqi was somewhat frustrated. He couldn't use it directly at all. With his current physique at a maximum of 100 points, he can be used without special items or other items. However, if he uses it forcibly and accidentally causes his health to drop to 0, he might be killed off. There will be an opportunity, Chen Yuanqi said quietly. This is no problem for him. He has plenty of solutions. Return. Chen Yuanqi then looked around and decided to end his trip to the underground cave for the day. Chapter 29, Building the Tower. Establishing the Falcon's Nest. Swish. Chen Yuanqi and his 5 pet beasts returned to their territory the next moment, appearing at the entrance of a cave halfway up the rocky mountain. This trip was very rewarding. Chen Yuanqi glanced back at the entrance to the Myriad Realms cave behind him, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Putting aside all the other miscellaneous gains, just getting one of the following, an incubatable nest, a declaration of war order, or a silver skill, would make the trip worthwhile. When Chen Yuanqi stepped out of the cave and looked at the outside world, he found that the giant, scarlet eye was still hanging in the sky. The shrill screams of the dark creatures that had been piercing the air were now completely gone. I don't know if they've fallen silent and retreated, or if they've all died. What time is it now? Chen Yuanqi felt as if he had been in the Myriad Realms cave for a very long time. You may move freely within the territory, but do not touch the Bloodthorn Wall or the adjacent meat field. Back at the entrance of his residence, Chen Yuanqi lifted the light ball rabbit that was nestled on his head and gave instructions to his 5 pet beasts. As for these 5 pet beasts, Chen Yuanqi did not return them to the pet beast space in the Lord's identity card. Choose to let them graze freely. These 5 helpers all made significant contributions tonight and deserve a reward. So let them eat grass if they're supposed to, and eat stones if they're supposed to. Huh, wow, he's that tall. With the help of the light from the light ball rabbit, Chen Yuanqi saw the changes in the meat field. He discovered that dozens of seedlings reaching waist height had already sprouted in the meat field. 7 more days until maturity? 2 days closer already? When Chen Yuanqi saw the attributes displayed by the meat field, he was puzzled. Before entering the Myriad Realms cave, when he watered the elemental spring, wasn't there still the 9 heavens? 2 days have passed in the multiverse cavern? Impossible. There's no answer. 3 a.m.? After returning to his residence, Chen Yuanqi glanced at the clock, but there was no date displayed. What's the date today? How many days have we been in the Battlefield of Myriad Realms? Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment, then saw that people were still chatting in the regional chat group, so he sent a message to ask. In the Myriad Realms cavern, a few of the cavern spaces have a time difference. Sometimes, a few minutes inside can feel like several hours outside. It was the 3rd day, but it wasn't even dawn yet. Has this person been scared out of their wits? It hasn't even been a few days yet. Huh, that profile picture belongs to a big shot. I'm patting the boss in the front row. He's still awake at this hour. Does he have some important news to share? I saw some replies from night owls who were still awake. Chen Yuanqi suddenly realized. In other words, he spent 7 or 8 hours in the Myriad Realms cave. No news at all. Why aren't you resting so late? Aren't you worried about depleting your attribute points? Upon seeing Chen Yuanqi's reply, many people responded. My energy level is still quite high, and I'm not sleepy. The cries of the dark creatures outside are terrifying. I can't sleep. Sigh. Having attribute values is like a robot that never stops. As long as it has enough power, it doesn't need to rest or sleep. Hey bro, do you know any way to restore the Thorn Wall? Or what can be used to replace the Thorn Wall to block out dark creatures? Some people also took the opportunity to ask Chen Yuanqi questions. The first lords to burn down the Thorn Wall have already experienced the pain of not having the walls and railings to protect them. In a few days, once their protective barrier of all realms disappears, the consequences will be unimaginable. It was absolutely catastrophic destruction. Dark creatures appeared on the night of the disaster. I can't think of a good solution either, but you could try looking for new information in the elemental sets, the black market, or the multiverse shop. Chen Yuanqi replied, and then closed the chat group. There are alternatives to the Thorn Wall, but they are difficult for them to obtain at this stage. The only method currently available is their elemental set. Their elemental battle suits were much lower level than Chen Yuanqi's, sharing only one common feature, elemental escape. These include wood release, earth release, water release, and so on. They could certainly use this to their advantage. For example, when a night of disaster strikes, they could use earth magic to hide. After taking a quick shower and changing his clothes, Chen Yuanqi returned to his room. Although he didn't feel very sleepy, he hadn't mentally adjusted to not needing to sleep. When he woke up, he found that only 3 hours had passed. 6:30. I hope to get everything set up today in advance as soon as possible. After washing up, Chen Yuanqi went outside to check the situation. His gaze fell upon the elf tree house to the side. A wood sprite was spotted flitting and dancing among the sprite tree canopy, seemingly collecting dew with a small wooden bottle. Interesting, Chen Yuanqi murmured. Regarding this unexpected neighbor, Chen Yuanqi had already been monitoring her every move within his own territory. However, I didn't deliberately bother her, lest I drive her away. Now it seems that the little elf has begun to accept the status quo. Dual type succulent field, 20 food type succulent seedlings, 20 medicinal type succulent seedlings. Status: healthy, flowering stage, 6 days and 22 hours until maturity. The succulent plant, which hadn't even sprouted before, grew to 1.6 meters tall overnight and even started to bloom. That's amazing. Chen Yuanqi patrolled the meat field, carefully observing the fruit seedlings. The seedlings in the succulent field are quite different from ordinary plants outside. For example, in terms of appearance, each seedling has different colored patterns on its main stem and leaves, making it unique like a beauty among seedlings. Let's build the water tower today. Chen Yuanqi remembered something. He hadn't used the free manufacturing opportunity from yesterday. What a waste. They squandered a free opportunity. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and opened the manufacturing tool. Materials such as stones and wood are used. Civilization of all realms reminder. Once completed, you will receive a 3-ton water tower with no quality requirement. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. 100x reward. 1. Inverted cone water tower with a water storage capacity of 70 tons x1, made of stone and of excellent quality bronze. 2. Vertical water tower with a water storage capacity of 70 tons x1, made of stone and of excellent quality bronze. 70 tons? Chen Yuanqi was somewhat taken aback. He thought about it and chose the first one. Soon, the phantom image of the inverted cone-shaped water tower appeared. Chen Yuanqi chose to place the water tower near the location where the pumping device was installed yesterday afternoon. Once the water tower was installed, a towering structure 10 meters high instantly appeared atop the rocky mountain. This is probably similar to the water tower in the old school. Chen Yuanqi looked up and murmured. A space of over 70 tons may seem like a lot, but it is roughly a cube with a volume of 6 by 6 by 2 meters. Chen Yuanqi climbed the stairs on the pillars and made his way up to the top of the water tower. It could also be used as a lookout tower to observe movements. Upon reaching the top of the tower, Chen Yuanqi discovered that the view around him was much broader. He was even more certain that, surrounded by the sea, this was an isolated island. The island is very, very large. Let's get the infrastructure in order first, then we can think about conquering this place. Chen Yuanqi murmured. Using some civilization points, the pumping unit was moved to the top of the tower, and the pipes were lengthened. After working for 2 hours, Chen Yuanqi had filled half of the water tank of the water tower, which was filled with elemental spring water of excellent bronze quality. One problem is the limited pumping speed, and the other is that he has to manually collect water little by little while waiting, so it's relatively slow. Otherwise, the 100x reward will not be triggered. If it weren't for the fact that the meat field needed good water for irrigation, and the territory also needed other water, he wouldn't be in so much trouble. There are about 30 tons of water, which should be enough for a while. Chen Yuanqi murmured. As he went down, he glanced at the sea in the direction he had been looking. You watered the meat field once, and its fertility has increased. The water supply has now reached its maximum. Dual type succulent field, 20 food type succulent seedlings, 20 medicinal type succulent seedlings. Status: healthy, flowering stage, 6 days and 16 hours until maturity. Watering once shortened the interval by 4 hours. That's great. After tidying up the meat field, Chen Yuanqi headed down the mountain. Should we choose to place a combat-type falcon hatching nest here? Yes. Chen Yuanqi stood a little below the mountaintop and nodded in confirmation. He chose to place the falcon's nest on a high, sheer cliff face near the middle of the valley. That area has a treacherous terrain, but it's a good place to raise birds. Nest successfully placed. To hatch the first batch of falcons, you need to provide 100 gene of any meat and 50 gene of fresh water. A carnivore? And 100 pounds? Chen Yuanqi realized this was a trap. I was careless. They actually need resources to incubate it. It's still a food shortage. He didn't even have 10 gene, 5 caddies, of meat in his entire fortune. Noodles, please? Chen Yuanqi inquired. He thought of the Gecko noodle maker and felt it was time to put to good use. It's not unreasonable to let my falcons grow up eating noodles and cultivate their ability to not be picky eaters, is it? Chapter 30, Day 3 Sign in. Lord's War, Source of Citizens. Silver, perfect item. However, the Myriad World civilization did not respond. It seems we can only take it one step at a time and make plans as best we can. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and said with a wry smile. Chen Yuanqi arrived at the location of the inner wall of the Bloodthorn halfway up the mountain and had the Bloodthorn wall open a passage for him. His 5 pet beasts followed silently behind him. Outside the valley in the forest, the number of dark creatures that attacked last night seemed to be much smaller. Chen Yuanqi noticed that the outer wall of the Bloodthorn wall had been further adorned with the corpses of dark creatures, and pondered. Bloodthorn wall, save some rations next time. I'll need them. Chen Yuanqi gave instructions to the Bloodthorn wall. The dark creatures appear to have flesh and blood, though they are poisonous. But could it be used to breed falcons? To boost their immunity in advance? If all else fails, try feeding them meat-based noodles. After all, the Bloodthorn wall can absorb the flesh and blood of dark creatures and transform it into nutrients for growth. Falcon flock, you're such a clever fellow. Let's go to the beach. After he secured the territory, he did not return to the beach to check the situation. However, this time, he didn't personally lead the way. The 3-headed pets, Rock Slicer, Giant Side Mantis, and Puppet Warrior, cleared the path through the bushes and grass. Don't lie on my head during the day. Chen Yuanqi picked up the light ball rabbit that had jumped onto his head to help out and tossed it aside. Warning animal, remember to alert us if there is any danger nearby. The warning beast beside it nodded with a soft whimper. As Chen Yuanqi walked, he secretly observed the surroundings. Using his Lord Identity token, he sent a message to Baihu Qianshan, asking if the other party knew about the newcomer's declaration of war and the Lord's promotion. Let me check in today. Check in. Persistence pays off. Check in daily to receive rewards, and continuous check-ins for a certain number of days will trigger different levels of treasure chest rewards. Check-in successful, 3rd day of cumulative check-ins. You received 1 random pack of common seeds and 1 packet of chili pepper seeds. Seed packet. Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised. He thought he would receive some amazing treasure for signing in today, but it turned out to be just an ordinary gift. He also got the seed reward. He obtained fragrant rice seeds in the underground cave last night, but hasn't found a place to plant them yet. Just then, the 100x reward was triggered. 100x reward optional. 1. 100 packets of bell pepper seeds. Quality not specified. 2. 100 packs of long chili pepper seeds. Quality not specified. 3. 1 pack of fiery chili pepper seeds. Bronze quality variety. Fiery chili peppers? Congratulations on receiving a packet of chili pepper seeds. When choosing, one should naturally choose the newest and highest quality. Chen Yuanqi looked at the small half-pack of red cloth in his hand and felt that the seeds were a bit too hot to handle. He opened the seed bag and saw the red seeds inside. Fire chili seeds. Can be grown into fire chili peppers. Do not place the planting area near water sources. That was all just a simple hint. After storing the seeds in his personal storage, Chen Yuanqi continued on his way. Suddenly, his Lord Identity card vibrated, indicating a new message notification. Newcomer's Declaration of War? Congratulations, you found it. These kinds of items are extremely rare. Do you want to initiate a Lord's War? The message was sent by Baihu Qianshan, whom I met on the black market. This is a response to Chen Yuanqi's earlier question. Yes, I want to get promoted as soon as possible. Senior, what do I need to do before activating this declaration of war? Chen Yuanqi inquired. After all, there's an epic symbol next to the other person's name. If I had a mentor like that to guide me, I could probably avoid a lot of detours. I am not a lord and do not have a deep understanding of the Lord's War, but I do know a little bit about it. Baihu Qianshan's identity is actually that of a commoner, and strictly speaking, his status is lower than that of a lord. Chen Yuanqi nodded to himself, looking at the message sent by Baihu Qianshan. The War of Lords, also known as the War of Civilizations, involves two civilizations attacking and conquering territories. Typically, one side is randomly assigned to attack and the other to defend. In a typical battlefield, the defending side is designated as the home team and given a fixed amount of time to set up their defenses. At that time, the Lord can send his subjects, territory pets, or weapons and other resources to attack or defend. Does it mean leading troops in a battle? One important point to note is that once war begins, the Lord's identity card will transform into a territory core tower, appearing within the core territory. During combat, the identity card will no longer be usable. Destroying the Lord's core tower signifies defeat. Is that even possible? It looks like they're attacking the crystal base. Chen Yuanqi was quite surprised. Besides destroying the core tower to advance, there are two other scenarios. One is to force the opponent to surrender, and the other, more extreme, is to kill the opponent. Received. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Chen Yuanqi replied. Do you have any subjects now? Baihu Qianshan asked. Leaders? Chen Yuanqi remained silent. Aside from seeing people in the black market, he felt like he was the only living person in his world. Even the moving pets were bought from the multiverse mall. The wood elf was an accident. Senior, where did you obtain the people? Upon seeing this inquiry, the white tiger, Thousand Mountains, located hundreds of millions of civilized world away, raised an eyebrow. Goodness, that's incredibly reckless. A mere new lord, without any subjects, dares to start a lord's war. Even his superior, the lord, wasn't as reckless as this human newcomer. The main sources of the people were native inhabitants of the local world, black market slaves, defeated prisoners of war, world immigrants, and cave dwellers. Baihu Qianshan thought for a moment, and then told Chen Yuanqi what he knew. They were afraid that this newcomer, who was among the top in the human rankings, might accidentally die. This was, after all, an investment target he had his eye on, so he figured he should help if he could. If the human race later recognized his kindness or the other party became powerful enough to repay him, this would definitely be a win-win investment. It seems the people come from quite a few different sources. Why can't I meet someone? Chen Yuanqi was puzzled and asked. Are there native inhabitants in my world? Baihu Qianshan also responded. There's a high probability it will happen, but it might not be in the same place as you. As for how to obtain it, one way is to actively seek it out. The other is to wait. Unexpected things will always happen. However, having subjects doesn't mean you have control over them. Upon seeing the notification from Baihu Qianshan, Chen Yuanqi stopped in his tracks and frowned. After a conversation, Chen Yuanqi felt that he had gained a lot of knowledge. I've learned a bit more about the rules of the myriad worlds of civilization. Senior, do you have any items here that can temporarily boost overall attributes? For example, could you increase 100 points of stamina or energy to 150 or 200? Chen Yuanqi asked as a final question. Yes, I'll give you 2. But I suggest you don't rely too much on external things. Improving your own strength is the key, the other party replied. Soon, the other party sent 3 items via private messaging across the multiverse. Name, Attribute Restoration Fruit X3. Grade, Silver, Perfect Quality. Effect 1. After consumption, personal attributes will be at maximum for 3 days, and an additional 500 attribute points will be added. Engaging in activities at the silver level and below will not consume attributes. Effect 2. Increase the maximum value of your overall personal attributes by 100 points. Limited time offer, 7 days. Upon seeing the items sent by the other party, Chen Yuanqi gasped inwardly. Perfect quality silver? He's definitely a big shot. He could give her anything he didn't already own, and the item's attributes were, in his opinion, amazing. Thank you for your kind gift. Chen Yuanqi secretly regretted not receiving a hundredfold reward, but still responded with thanks. Soon, Chen Yuanqi ended his conversation with Baihu Qinshan. His face lit up with joy. Even without the people, the silver skill Heavenly Dragon Vajrapalm should be enough to deal with a low-level bronze lord, right? However, Chen Yuanqi underestimated the attributes of his skill. Not to mention dealing with them, I could even kill them instantly. One palm strike, and even a mid-level silver rank lord would die. But just then, the warning beast next to Chen Yuanqi suddenly sounded an alarm. There's trouble ahead. Chapter 31. The Arrival of the People? Pirates? Legends Beyond the Island. At this moment, Chen Yuanqi had arrived at the edge of the forest. He saw a wrecked, stranded boat on the beach in the distance, and a group of people soaking wet and disheveled on the shore. There appeared to be 10 people, both men and women, dressed in a traditional Chinese style. But they all looked very tough. Some had X-shaped scars on their faces, and some were one-eyed and bald. When did they appear? After confirming that the other party was human, Chen Yuanqi was filled with doubt. He hadn't seen any ships at sea from the water tower before. Could it be that the tower was lost at sea before it was built? Could they be ordinary people who have wandered here? Chen Yuanqi wondered to himself. This plot sounds familiar. No wonder Baihu Qinshan mentioned that the problem of the people sometimes comes up eventually. Here it is, after all. It seems that similar things are quite common in the myriad worlds of civilization. It's as if some unseen hand is manipulating things, and it can't be treated with common sense. But the thought of the arrival of his people filled Chen Yuanqi with joy. He put the 5 pets back into his pet space, afraid of scaring the 10 newcomers. Chen Yuanqi slightly tugged at his collar, raised his head, and strode out of the forest. I want to greet my first batch of lovely citizens in the best manners of a lord. At this moment, a reminder from the civilization of all worlds also arrived. Aren't these refugees who came to seek refuge with me? How did they become pirates? He was completely petrified. Damn it, last night's red moon was terrifying. Even the leader and the others have been corrupted by demons. Luckily, we escaped quickly. Unfortunately, the ship struck a reef. We can only hide here for a while before making any further plans, which is a good opportunity to replenish our supplies. Hey guys, look over there. There's someone over there. The pirates were abuzz with discussion. Upon hearing the warning, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and turned to look. They saw a handsome young man in a blue shirt standing in the distance on a beach. Someone has appeared? That means there are villages on this island. The presence of villages means there is food and shelter. And, upon realizing this, the pirates exchanged knowing glances, their faces lighting up with delight. What a pleasant surprise, a robbery. They know this best. Seeing the ill-intentioned looks on the faces of the 10 people, who even grabbed large machetes and surrounded him. What are we going to do? Does he have to be so aggressive? He's ready to chop someone up at the slightest disagreement? In a harmonious society, we believe that harmony brings wealth. Chen Yuanqi felt 1,000 horses galloping through his mind, and he silently gazed at the sky. At the same time, he silently released his 5 pet beasts. Of the 5 pet beasts, apart from the adorable glowing light ball rabbit, the appearances of the other 4 pet beasts are quite impressive. Fighting? I'm never afraid of that. Sure enough, the 10 refugees and pirates immediately stopped in their tracks. They all stared in astonishment at the 5 monsters that had suddenly appeared beside Chen Yuanqi. Chen Yuanqi has just activated the Lord's set. Suddenly, the 10 pirates threw down their weapons, knelt down with a thud, and prostrated themselves on the ground, shouting in unison. Greetings, Lord. Chen Yuanqi. This completely baffled him again. They submitted before I even made a move? Is her personal charm really that great? Is it really necessary to exaggerate like that? But how did they know I was a lord? Chen Yuanqi looked at the 10 people with doubt in his heart. Soon, Chen Yuanqi learned the specific information from them. It turns out they were indeed pirates who used to live on a place called Amber Island. The reason they were here was because an accident occurred on the island when the blood eye appeared last night. Someone was unintentionally corrupted by evil. Many others, after escaping from their hiding caves, inadvertently witnessed the blood-red eyes in a night of disaster, leading to their demonic transformation and mutation. The 10 pirates who escaped here were mostly lucky. They all walked with their heads down and left the island by boat. When they were adrift at sea at night, they kept their heads down and their eyes closed for fear of being affected by the reflection of their bloodshot eyes in the water. After drifting for a night, the boat unexpectedly struck a reef and broke apart early the next morning, forcing it to drift to this island. The reason they submitted to Chen Yuanqi so easily was because they had remembered a legend since childhood. There is a deity who remains on earth, known as the Lord, who can lead humanity to overcome calamities. People must hold the Lord in high esteem and submit to him when they encounter him. They recognized Chen Yuanqi as the Lord because they could see the activated Cyan Lord mark and other characteristics on Chen Yuanqi's body. Lord's mark? I don't see it. Chen Yuanqi was puzzled and asked the 10 of them. They couldn't express or describe it either, saying that he suddenly started to glow. Having no other choice, he made a decision after confirming that the 10 pirates before him had submitted. Chen Yuanqi incorporated them into his territory with exceptional ease. This surprised him greatly. Is Lord of the Rift really that amazing? Or is his script set up by the civilization of all worlds? Congratulations, Lord! You have successfully incorporated 10 pirates into your territory as official residents. This marks a significant step forward in the development of your territory. Unlock the Citizen Attribute Monitoring Panel. Civilization points plus 100. 10 loaves of bread. Upon seeing the reminder from the Myriad World civilization, Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised. They actually sent food? 10 loaves of bread. It seems they're meant for the 10 newcomers to fill their stomachs, right? If it were an ordinary lord, he would probably be in a dilemma at this moment. There are a few more mouths to feed. How are we supposed to survive? You can barely feed yourself, let alone support others. Don't even think about it. 100x reward triggered. 100x reward optional. 1. Wheat bread x 100, quality not specified. Second, 10 milk breads, bronze/common quality. 3. Elemental bread x1, bronze quality, excellent. 100x reward is not available. Civilization points plus 10,000. After thinking it over, Chen Yuanqi decided to adopt the principle of more rather than less this time. You have received 100 wheat breads and 10,000 civilization points. At the same time, Chen Yuanqi used his lord's authority to view the information of the 10 people in front of him. They also have attributes such as health points, stamina points, and energy points. They also have a unique loyalty value and a potential value. However, their potential is only at the low-level bronze rank. In addition, Chen Yuanqi noticed their special skills. They were all equally adept at diving for fish and fighting/robbery. Looking at the 10 new, unruly citizens, Chen Yuanqi silently questioned the heavens. God, please send me a bunch of savages. I think that's better than a bunch of unruly people. Seeing their thuggish and fierce appearance, they became obedient residents in his territory. This unexpected contrast made him both laugh and cry. He wasn't used to it at all. Since you have submitted to me, you must obey my commands. Here, you must act according to my rules. Anyone who violates this rule shall be executed. Although I wasn't really willing to accept it, I still had to give the instructions and remind people to be serious about what needed to be done. The loyalty of these 10 people fluctuates around 50, and they could easily become 250 at any time. Yes, boss. Everyone shouted in unison. Remember, from now on call me Lord. Yes, my lord. Seeing their performance, Chen Yuanqi nodded in satisfaction. You guys could dive, right? Chapter 32, Other Impacts of the Disaster Night. The correct way to activate the 100x reward. A new title. Go to the seabed and see if there are any fish that can be hunted. After receiving their nods in response, Chen Yuanqi spoke. Yes, my lord, they nodded. But let's fill our stomachs first before heading into the sea. Chen Yuanqi smiled and took out 2 wheat breads from his personal storage. Here, 2 for each of you. Seeing the tempting wheat bread wafting from Chen Yuanqi's hand, emitting a delicious aroma, everyone secretly swallowed, their eyes fixed on it intently. It smells so good. What is this food? They had never seen bread. It's amazing. The Lord can keep conjuring up food. That's amazing. Truly worthy of being a legendary god who remained on Earth. Unbeknownst to them, the loyalty of the group had increased significantly, reaching a value of around 70. After they finished eating their bread, Chen Yuanqi watched from the beach as 5 of them went to the stranded wreck boat to retrieve harpoons and dive into the sea. Amber Blue, what was your main source of food in the past? Chen Yuanqi turned to the woman who was leading them, who was also the 3rd leader of Amber Island, and asked her question. The people of Amber Island are mostly surnamed Amber, though there are some with other surnames, but they are all surnames derived from animals, plants, or objects. He has not yet seen any homophones for the 100 family surnames. My lord, we used to have 3 sources of food: planting, fishing, and fighting and plundering other islands. Amber Green answered hesitantly. Is it usually enough to eat? Chen Yuanqi asked. However, Amber Green and the others shook their heads. We simply can't get enough to eat because it's very difficult for the crops we grow to produce grain. The weather is just too unpredictable. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi asked in surprise, is the weather bad? Yes, the blood moon can affect the weather unpredictably, sometimes freezing crops to death, and sometimes causing them to wither and die inexplicably, Amber replied. The blood moon is actually the giant crimson eye that Chen Yuanqi saw, also known as the Night of Calamity. But Amber and the others never saw it because those who did were either dead or had vanished due to demonic possession. Therefore, they never dared to look up at the sky at night. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi frowned. This is certainly not good news for him. At least for now, he hasn't experienced it yet. But it was bound to happen sooner or later. So most of your food comes from plunder? Chen Yuanqi asked. Amber nodded, then shook her head. Yes and no. Sometimes we also look for and record the locations of islands where fruit trees or special edible plants grow, and harvest them from time to time. Chen Yuanqi suddenly realized and looked at the 5 of them. Do you still remember the location? They shook their heads and smiled wryly. We've never been to this area before, and with our boat damaged, we can't pinpoint our exact location. All right. Chen Yuanqi nodded slightly. But at least it's a glimmer of hope. Do any of you know how to grow it? Everyone pointed to a middle-aged man named Shi Yangmu. He can. My lord, all I know how to do is plant barley and cultivate trees, I said with a wry smile. Rock barley is one of the world's native crops. It has a low yield, but is easy to grow and has a short maturation period. If you know how, that's fine. If you don't, you can learn, Chen Yuanqi said with a smile. How can a territory be complete without farming? The more farmers, the better. It would be even better if we could catch a few people skilled in farming or from other races. While Chen Yuanqi and the others were talking, the 5 people who had been diving to fish came ashore. Everyone had a harvest. Some had fish speared with harpoons, while others had lobsters, sea cucumbers, starfish, and the like. But only 2 people actually managed to spear the fish. Give me the fish, Chen Yuanqi said to one of the men. You obtained 1.2 gene of sea fish of no quality. Seeing the reminder from a Myriad World civilization, Chen Yuanqi waited for a while. However, the 100x reward was not triggered. It seems that even the gifts from one's own people cannot be rewarded 100-fold. Do I have to catch them myself? If that's the case, the pace of development will probably slow down again. You drop the starfish on the ground. Chen Yuanqi suddenly thought of another way. They were somewhat puzzled by Chen Yuanqi's instruction, but they still followed it. Still not working? Chen Yuanqi picked up the starfish from the ground and waited for a while, but the 100-fold reward still didn't trigger. Could we add a medium to this? For example, fish are in the water, and only when you catch them yourself can you truly consider a harvest? He felt that this 100x reward god-level system would only be triggered if he met certain conditions. Generally, it is triggered by personally harvesting the item under specific circumstances or by purchasing items from the multiverse mall. But it won't work if you're trading or exchanging directly with someone else. Try putting the lobster in the water, Chen Yuanqi said. Huh? They released him? Everyone looked bewildered. But I did anyway. When the lobster fell into the sea, even the half-dead lobster couldn't escape and was caught by Chen Yuanqi. You have successfully caught 1 lobster. Congratulations on your first sea creature hunt. You've earned the title of Ocean Rookie Hunter. And just then, the 100x reward was triggered again. 100x reward optional. 1 lobster, half a pound, X100, quality not specified. Second, 10 delicious large lobsters, 5 gene each, quality is bronze, ordinary. 100x reward is not available. Title obtained. Ocean Hunting Master, intermediate. It's done. Chen Yuanqi was overjoyed. He successfully exploited the bug. In this way, he can save a lot of effort and also get a lot of food. After choosing the delicious lobster. Following the same method, Chen Yuanqi put another fish, a sea cucumber, the fish he had just tried, and a starfish into the water. However, only successful sea cucumbers can trigger the 100x reward. There are 2 other possibilities. He may have already obtained the reward and it won't be triggered again. Even after the 100x reward was applied, the lobster didn't trigger the event when I tried to use it. As for the other fish, it seems it died completely from being speared, so it was taken out of the water and didn't receive the 100x reward. But it was worth it. Chen Yuanqi laughed inwardly. He finally understood the correct way to use the 100x reward. It only works in specific environments and under specific behavioral conditions. Now we won't have to worry about food. When storing seafood in my personal storage room, 10 large lobsters take up only 1 storage compartment, and the same goes for 10 large sea cucumbers. This proves once again that using portable storage to store timber is a waste of space. Pack your things and come with me. My territory is inside. Then, Chen Yuanqi led them to the location of the outer wall of the Bloodthorn. Those 10 pirates, now residents of the territory, saw the massive wall of blood and the corpses and pelts hanging on it. Their eyes widened, their scalps tingled, their legs trembled, and they felt a chill run down their spines. That's terrifying. In their eyes, this wall was like a man-eating demon, even more terrifying than a demonized monster. Seeing the fear in their eyes, Chen Yuanqi smiled slightly. Do not touch this wall of bloodthorns lightly, or you'll end up like the corpse of the dark creature hanging on the wall. Understand? Yes, my lord. The 10 people stood up straight, heads held high, chests out, and stomachs in, and spoke earnestly. But they would glance at the bloodthorn wall from time to time, as if they were afraid of it. Loyalty has increased by a few points again. My lord, what kind of creature's corpse is hanging up there? Amber Green suddenly asked. This is a creature of darkness. Can't you recognize it? Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow and asked. Chapter 33 with a wave of his hand. The people's dwellings appear, re-entering the black market. My lord, are you referring to the mutated monster? The mutated monsters we've seen don't look like this. Their appearance differs from the dark creatures you described. According to Amber Green and the others, the demonized monsters they knew of were all transformed from humans. First, The mutated monster retains its humanoid appearance, but its skin color turns reddish-black or bluish-black. Then its eyes bulge out and emit red light. Its mouth grows sharp fangs, and its hands soften and stretch to the ground, with a bloody mouth growing from its palm. Once they spot any human signs, they transform into incredibly powerful killing machines, their blood-stained mouths devouring and killing people alive. In short, it is an indescribable evil. Notal? Chen Yuanqi had the Bloodthorn Wall throw out a corpse that had been drained of its life force. They looked at the equally terrifying corpse of the dark creature, their faces flashing with fear, and nodded. Logically speaking, demonized monsters and dark creatures should be the same type of monster. The different shapes probably mean they are different species. Chen Yuanqi pondered and guessed. The canine puppets that are now invading the territory are encountering humanoid, mutated monsters. It's hard to say whether there will be others in the future. Besides humans being demonized, are there any other animals or plants that have been demonized? Chen Yuanqi inquired. However, they shook their heads. I've never seen it. I have no memory of experiencing this, nor have I heard the elders mention any other creatures being corrupted by demons. The mutated monsters are terrifying, but they mysteriously vanish during the day. Once they disappear, they never reappear. If it weren't for this accident, Amber Island could have enjoyed peace and tranquility for a long time to come. Amber Green and the others look bitter. It disappears during the day and never comes back. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi pondered for a moment and nodded. This creature resembled a dark creature that invaded his territory at night. It appeared out of nowhere at night, and those that survived disappeared and hid somewhere. There will be opportunities to explore these secrets, Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. Now, we need to get down to business and take care of things for the people in our territory. Get ready to begin your promotion battle. Although it was only the third day, Chen Yuanqi knew he couldn't delay any longer. We can't afford to delay. He has family, though it's uncertain whether he can get in touch with them. But advancing to bronze is the only way he can find right now. You should live in the valley, where the terrain is flat and open, and there is a convenient water source. I'll live on the top of this mountain. If you need anything, just call me from where you are, and I will be able to see you. Chen Yuanqi led the 10 new subjects to the valley in the forest and pointed to the Rocky Mountain. There is nothing within his territory that he cannot see. After experiencing the ferocity of the Bloodthorn Wall, the originally thuggish pirates suddenly became obedient and well-behaved students, restrained and docile. It's our lord, they all replied in unison. My lord, may we build the house now? Amber Green asked. You don't need to help. Chen Yuanqi spoke up. No need for transportation? Where are you staying? While everyone was filled with doubt, Chen Yuanqi waved his hand. The phantom images of 5 exquisite wooden houses side by side appeared before everyone, watching as the houses gradually materialized. They were shocked, staring in disbelief. No way. Is this where we live? This is so exquisite. What shocked them even more was not the sudden appearance of the house, but their astonishment at the scale of the mansion they had just recognized. With a wave of the hand, the illusion is transformed into reality, and the houses are arranged in a staggered and orderly manner. The work of the gods. Lord, you are mighty. They knelt down in worship, as if in awe of his divine power. Chen Yuanqi glanced at them, his expression calm, and offered no further explanation. You two can share a room for now. If you have a space, I'll get you something a bit more upscale. Chen Yuanqi said calmly. These 5 houses were originally simple wooden houses he bought from the Myriad Realms Mall, but they were transformed into high-quality wooden houses with a 100-fold reward after he came out. However, it still cost 1,500 civilization points. But he never loses out, since he just received 100 civilization points as a reward for taking in this group of people. After a 100-fold increase, it becomes 10,000. Thank you for your grace, my lord. They all express their gratitude. I'm not taking you in so you can freeload. Rest assured, my lord, we will always be loyal to you. Amber Green and the others swore. Chen Yuanqi looked at their loyalty value, which had risen to over 80 points, displaying it as loyal level. He nodded in satisfaction and smiled calmly. Don't worry, work hard with me, and once the territory develops, you'll be living the high life. I'm gonna give you 2 tasks now. Everyone looked at Chen Yuanqi. First, select a few people to go to this mountain or the nearby forest to see if there are any resources, such as fruit or prey. But don't do anything rash. Just report back to me after you find anything. Chen Yuanqi pointed to the forest on the other side of the valley, as well as the surrounding area. They nodded, awaiting Chen Yuanqi's second task. Secondly, I'll find a few people to help my pets cultivate that vacant lot, where I plan to plant some grains. In a valley, within the area belonging to his outer territory. He plans to plant the fast-growing fragrant rice seeds he obtained from the Myriad Realms cave. Plant early, harvest early, and avoid any unexpected events. Amber and the others all said that the disaster night would affect the weather. Chen Yuanqi hasn't met him yet, but who can guarantee he won't come a couple of days? After assigning the tasks, Chen Yuanqi bought 2 sets of farming tools from the Myriad Realms Mall, including a hoe and a plow for tilling the fields. You don't have cows, but you can use strong rock-splitting masters or golem warriors instead. Work hard. and you'll get a reward if you do a good job. If things go wrong, you'd better be careful. Chen Yuanqi smiled faintly. Although he grew up in a Buddhist temple, it doesn't mean he was a soft-hearted person. When he served as the vice president of Xiangshu's Tianxiong group, he was known for being ruthless. He wouldn't mind applying his business acumen to his territory. Everyone felt a chill and hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, Lord, we will do our best to complete the mission." Chen Yuanqi nodded and then walked up the mountain. Let them plow the fields first. As for planting, he planned to plant again after the promotion battle. Chen Yuanqi could have delayed the process, waiting until the falcon hatched before choosing to begin the advancement battle. But he really didn't want to wait. He used one bronze black market one day, token X1. After returning home and cleaning out his personal storage, Chen Yuanqi headed to the bronze black market with 5 large lobsters and a remaining balance of over 9,000 civilization points. The teleportation channel was familiar, but the person registering in the transfer room was no longer Bai Hu Qianshan. Because all the transfer stations are random. Come and register. Should I choose a random black market or a specific black market? This time, the receptionist was a rather petite cat girl with cat ears, a delicate and fair face like a lowly, furry cat paws, and a white tail that curled and swayed behind her back. This gave Chen Yuanqi the illusion that she was a cat girl cosplayer. Chapter 34 Black Market Number 818. Become a middleman again and make a fortune. Black Market Auction. Please register me. I need to go to the bronze black market at number 818. Thank you, Chen Yuanqi said. Ugh. Soon, Chen Yuanqi arrived at the 818th bronze black market via teleportation. Black market number 818 is a black market indirectly controlled by a powerful lord. Outside this city, there is no risk of being bullied or robbed. It is a relatively safe black market. Please contribute 4 points of civility. He stood guard at the door, speaking expressionlessly. These 4 civilization points are the protection fee for enjoying a peaceful life. Upon entering, 1 civilization point will be deducted from the Myriad Realms black market. Chen Yuanqi readily paid. Black market number 818 looked much more prosperous than black market number 2021, which he visited yesterday. At least there are many more people buying and selling things. Chen Yuanqi put on a mask in the corner, then found an empty stall and paid the rent. He also bought a batch of ordinary bronze quality pet eggs from the Myriad Realms Mall, which became perfect quality after the Hundredfold Reward. I still have to make money by reselling. Perfect quality pet eggs for sale. Look for Jiangchen Shop. A single civilization point of 999. Limited quantities available. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't miss out. The pets he sold this time were all popular pets in the Myriad World's bronze civilization. For example, his pets like Rock Slicer Master and Giant Side Mantis are popular pets that many people like to keep. Therefore, Chen Yuanqi also raised the price significantly, but the selling price was still far lower than that of the Wanjie Mall. Soon, the signboard that Chen Yuanqi had hung up attracted attention. A perfect bronze quality pet only costs 999. Boss, is there any defect in it? It's so cheap. While someone was asking about it, Chen Yuanqi's first pet egg had already been sold. It was a water sprite the size of a 7 or 8-year-old boy who bought a perfect quality air ribbon fish. Everyone looked at the summoned air ribbon fish and immediately recognized its characteristics. No problem. Upon seeing this, give me a giant scythe flash mantis. 2 Timberwolves kings. Everyone rushed to pay for the pet eggs, mostly with expressions of pain, but after checking the data of the pet eggs they bought, they became incredibly excited. 2 pets cost the equivalent of 2,000 civilization points. However, if you buy a pet from the Myriad Realms Mall, a single excellent, perfect quality pet will cost over 2,000. So buying now is a steal. Chen Yuanqi didn't know if they made a profit or not. He only knew that he wasn't losing money and that the Lord's asset balance was steadily increasing. Plus 999, plus 999. Before long, Chen Yuanqi's profit had exceeded yesterday's 40,000 and was rapidly heading towards 50,000 civilization points. He not only sold them, but he also secretly purchased goods from the Myriad Realms Mall. Taking advantage of the God-level system with its hundredfold rewards, he openly became a reseller. However, Chen Yuanqi's booming business soon attracted the envy of his peers. Brother, we at the Beast Pavilion will take the rest of the pets. We can discuss your sourcing channels. The price is negotiable. The scene was exactly the same as yesterday. But this is the 10,000 Beast Pavilion of the black market number 818. However, Chen Yuanqi smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "The pet on your desktop can be sold to you. But where to find it? Sorry. My source of goods? Everyone has one, right? The Multiverse Mall is right there." He could also sell it to the other party at a wholesale price of 999. But Chen Yuanqi had no idea this time. Jiangchen Shop. He started selling things here today under the name of his territory. The shops listed after the suffix are exactly what he intends to get his hands on. Chen Yuanqi wanted to first establish his reputation and then open a shop in the black market. One is to help develop the territory, and the other is to expand one's own power. Also, he wanted to build a signal tower in the black market, hoping that Jiang Tang and Jiang Tianxiong could find him through Jiang Chen's shop. A triple win. But we've gotten off topic. Chen Yuanqi's refusal nearly angered the people of the 10,000 Beast Pavilion. The people from the Beast Pavilion left, but before they left, they bought more than 20 pet eggs from Chen Yuanqi, increasing Chen Yuanqi's account balance by more than 23,000. Brother, you've offended the 10,000 Beast Pavilion. A Minotaur spoke up. So what? Chen Yuanqi shrugged. Here, he was not afraid of the people from the 10,000 Beast Pavilion causing trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone nearly choked and was speechless. Looks like this guy is no ordinary person either. But thinking about it, it makes sense. To be able to sell so many perfect quality pet eggs at such a low price, one must be no ordinary person. Thinking back to the fearful expressions on the faces of the people from the 10,000 Beast Pavilion, it seems to confirm something. Hey bro, when will you have more stock? I couldn't get any. Maybe we could set a timer? Among the onlookers, someone spoke up. Goods? There are more. Chen Yuanqi smiled and waved his hand. The stall was once again filled with pet eggs. Everyone was astonished upon seeing this. No way. Didn't he sell all the pets on his stall to the people from the 10,000 Beast Pavilion? There's still more? They thought they had missed out. Despite the doubts of the crowd, those who had money but hadn't bought anything yet rushed to do so. Not long after, a loud bell suddenly rang out, striking 5 times in succession. A mid-sized auction held every 7 days is about to begin. Go check it out. Soon, Chen Yuanqi noticed that many people were walking in one direction. That direction leads to the tallest building in the black market, which is the bronze branch of the Myriad Realms auction house. An auction? Chen Yuanqi pondered for a moment, then looked at his current bank balance. Lord's assets, 114090. He had no idea how many pets he had sold, but his civilization points had skyrocketed to nearly 110,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm planning to go to the auction to join the fun. Business is temporarily suspended today. Please remember to visit my shop, Jiang Chen's. Prices remain the same, and I will be back again. Chen Yuanqi closed his stall and addressed the onlookers. Money can be earned any time, but if you miss out on a treasure in auction, you've truly missed it. Ignoring the crowd, he followed the throng to the black market bronze branch number 818 of the Myriad Realms auction house. After accumulating over 1,000 civilization points through asset verification, Chen Yuanqi paid an entry fee of 50 civilization points and successfully entered the Myriad Realms auction house. The layout of the auction house here was different from what he had imagined. Is this a private box in the auction house? Chen Yuanqi looked around at the surroundings and the huge crystal screen on the wall, feeling quite puzzled. He had just paid the entrance fee when he was teleported into the house. Looking at the universal script displayed on the giant crystal screen, the auction countdown has half a lifetime remaining. This means the auction will begin in half an hour. There are 100 items up for auction. Chen Yuanqi has discovered the list of items for this auction. All items are bronze, starting at a regular price, with the highest being perfect. There were no silver items of bronze grade or higher, but there were a few items with uncertain markings. Whether they were good or duds remains to be seen. When Chen Yuanqi carefully examined the information of the auction items, he found that he did not recognize 99% of them. Most of the items come from other races. Among all races, the human race is just one of them. You still need to read and see more. However, after some research, Chen Yuanqi felt that his knowledge of otherworldly realms had increased considerably. Half an hour passed quickly. The auction bell rang. The huge screen in the room lit up. Chen Yuanqi had expected an auctioneer to preside over the event, but what he saw next shocked him. Online auction? 100 items to be auctioned at the same time? Chapter 35, An Unusual Auction. Buying slaves, the Knife Clan. Leaving the black market. All I could see was the huge crystal screen on the wall was displaying the starting prices of all 100 items up for auction that day. At the same time, the auction price and the number of bidders are displayed in real time on the side. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuanqi couldn't help but think of the times he used to participate in online auctions. Extremely similar. However, there are also significant differences. The environment is different and the number of bids is not a single bid. Hundreds of items up for auction. Haoguang Tree, Bronze Perfection, starting bid, 1,000. Currently 30 bidders. Current highest bid, 1,300. Auspicious Beast Cub, Bronze Perfection, starting bid, 1,200. Current number of bidders, 101. Current highest bid, 2,210. 10 caddies of Binai seeds. Bronze Grade Superior Variety, starting bid, 1,000. Exploding Fruit Pulp Field, Bronze Common, starting bid, 3,000. Chen Yuanqi glanced at the items and saw that almost every item had bidders. However, the price increase of the auction items is not exaggerated, and so far no items have been seen that exceed 6,000 civilization points. Even the most popular items in the meat farm auction and hatchable nests only reached a high of 5,410. There are 2 hours left until the auction ends. The results may take up to 2 hours, but if an item remains unbid for more than 10 minutes, it will be awarded to the highest bidder. Chen Yuanqi murmured, already knowing the rules of the auction. It seems like there are no skills for sale. He discovered that no skills were being offered at this mid-sized auction. Let's take the picture first. Chen Yuanqi has 110,000 civilization points. If he's willing to pay, it's no exaggeration to say that none of the bronze lords present can beat him. Not to mention bronze lords, even some silver lords don't have that much money. The food was just SOSO. After making his bid, Chen Yuanqi thought to himself, the meat in this field is of bronze-grade perfect quality. However, it is a weapon-type plantation, specifically designed to cultivate meat fields that can grow perfect bronze-quality longswords. As for the other 3 meat fields, only one is a food-type ice cake meat field, while the other 2 are a bomb-type explosion fruit meat field and a cloth-weaving meat field that can grow cloth. Chen Yuanqi began the bidding. Food-type ice cake meat field, bronze common bid, 15,000. It exploded. Originally, the highest bid for this item was only 5,100, but he managed to triple it. Those bronze lords who wanted to compete for the food-type meat field lost their nerve and stopped bidding. I can't afford it. They can't afford the price. Their maximum budget is around 10,000. Anything higher wouldn't be worthwhile. With so much money, you can make ample preparations for advancing to silver rank. Although meat fields play a significant role in the territory, they are not indispensable. I've heard that the meat field has even more powerful hidden effects, but who knows for sure at this stage? Seriously? Who's so crazy? Is this how you add a markup? Soon, those who participated in the auction discovered many items have suddenly had their prices increased. And it's doubled. That's outrageous. Prices for meat fields, hatchable nests, and food seeds have all increased. An awkward atmosphere suddenly filled the entire auction as the countdown began for the items. Can't afford the price. 2 hours later, as the auction concluded and the crowd left the auction house, they began to complain. Is this some big shot who has nothing better to do than come to the auction to buy goods? As for Chen Yuanqi, the person involved, he left without a trace after the matter was settled, concealing his merits and fame and quietly blending into the crowd. Half an hour later, Chen Yuanqi then left Wanbeilu in the number 818 bronze black market. Money really doesn't last long. Chen Yuanqi smiled helplessly, looking at the welcoming hall in front of him. There were also 2 flamboyant women of foreign ethnicity at the entrance, their clothing so alluring it sparked the imagination. Cough, he didn't go in. The guest house was actually a place in the black market responsible for selling slaves. The fact that they dared to sell slaves of all races shows just how powerful their backing was. In fact, these kinds of places are very popular with lords. No people are of such poor quality? What to do? Go buy it on the black market. Go and seize it and start the war for lords. The law of the jungle prevails over the weak. This is the universal rule of civilizations and battlefields across all worlds. Sir, what do you need? Soon, a seductive foxwoman with a bewitching appearance and sexy attire approached. You have been affected by a charm spell, and your stamina has been impacted. Chen Yuanqi noticed that his energy level was rapidly decreasing. Friends, do you all use your skills on the guests as soon as you arrive? Chen Yuanqi silently recited the purification mantra in his mind, while taking out a fruit item to replenish his energy. Huh? The other person blinked, looking innocent, and stuck out their tongue. I'm sorry, this is an innate talent of our fox clan. But the other's tail kept brushing against Chen Yuanqi's buttocks. If that's the case, then I'll go to another one, Chen Yuanqi said calmly. We've finally witnessed the abilities of this alien race. Without some perseverance, one would probably have been completely fooled and confused by the other party long ago. No, sir, let's talk this over. The foxwoman clung to his arm and pleaded. No wonder there's talk of fox spirits. That's way too much. Chen Yuanqi frowned and said coldly, Where's your manager? Oh dear, since you don't like that style, shall I try something different? Sorry, I'm a manager here. Suddenly, the foxwoman released her grip, looking serious and solemn. So fickle? Sir, we received a new batch of goods today. Seeing the drastic change in her attitude, as if she were a completely different person, Chen Yuanqi was truly unaccustomed to this kind of woman. But it's still better than that foxy slut from before. Then, Chen Yuanqi also saw slaves of different races in the myriad worlds. From tiny elves and goblins to giants 4 or 5 meters tall. They include land, sea, and air types, but all are bronze level, none exceeding silver. According to the other party, silver-gray goods will not appear on the bronze black market. Chen Yuanqi also saw human slaves, men, women, and children, but their eyes were empty and lifeless, like walking corpses and puppets. Master, how about we buy some of our kind to take back and raise? The fox girl beside her chuckled innocently. Chen Yuanqi gave a silent, cold laugh, ignoring the foxwoman. There are fox people selling things here, but the manager here is a foxwoman. It is evident that one can know a person's face, but not their heart, let alone someone who is not of our kind. Chen Yuanqi turned to look at the other races. What he needs now are warriors, cannon fodder, to deal with the upcoming war of lords. Instead of bringing home parasites to eat for free. In a battlefield of countless worlds, overflowing with love is tantamount to courting death. How much is this sword-wielding weapon? Chen Yuanqi looked surprised and pointed to a strangely dressed boy. Sword clan. Humanoid, eyeless, with a sword mark between its eyebrows, and a natal sword inserted into its back. How about a fixed price of 2,000? Knife clan members are extremely rare, and I only have one here. 2,000 for a slave of no quality? Hee, ridiculously expensive. I want it. Chen Yuanqi spoke up. If it looks good to me, I'll take it. Subsequently, Chen Yuanqi purchased 10 more bronze-level werewolf warrior slaves. Including the Blade Clan slaves from earlier, a total of 7,000 civilization points were spent. Chen Yuanqi felt nothing, but the foxwoman's eyes sparkled. A super-rich client among bronze-level customers. So they gave him 2 slaves who knew how to cultivate crops for free as a way of saying they'd welcome him to get some sensual perks next time. And so, Chen Yuanqi left the bronze black market with the 13 slaves he had just bought. If you enjoyed this book, please get a 5-star rating if you can. Chapter 36, Jiang, Chun Territory, Chun Dao of the Dao Clan. Crafting, All-Purpose Noodle Machine. New title, Crafting Scholar. Return to territory. From today onwards, you will be under my command and part of my territory, Jiang Chun. There is no distinction of race among my subjects. They are all my people. As long as you follow me and pledge your allegiance to me, you will have plenty of food and warm shelter, and you will become as powerful as you can imagine now. Chen Yuanqi, along with 13 slaves and 10 other citizens who had recently entered the territory and 5 pet beasts, gathered together. Each person held a wheat bread roll, and next to them was a large pot cooking lobster and snake meat soup, the aroma of meat filling the entire valley. It's comparable to a sumptuous feast. After giving his instructions, Chen Yuanqi did not have a heart-to-heart talk with each of them, but instead directly stated his requirements. He scanned the 10 human leaders, the 10 werewolf warrior slaves, the 2 mountain tribe farmer slaves, and the knife tribe boy slave. Chen Yuanqi said with a serious expression, "Now, you need to be mentally prepared. Next, I will start a war. Some of you may die in battle. Of course, it's also possible that everyone survives and becomes stronger. Remember this. The winners are rewarded, the losers perish." They nodded silently in response. "Yes, my lord. The master is the master, and the servant is the servant. Who cares what their opinions are?" With the slave collars in place, he wasn't worried about whether the slaves would betray him. As for the 10 pirates who had become subjects, they were completely terrified when they saw the newly appeared werewolves and knife-wielding people. They had never seen such a ferocious-looking monster before, and their awe of Chen Yuanqi grew even stronger. He truly lives up to his title as Lord, managing to recruit even monsters like this into his ranks. With over 80 points of loyalty, Chen Yuanqi wasn't worried about them suddenly turning against him. "What weapons do you all use?" Chen Yuanqi asked. Soon, they responded with broadswords, spike clubs, and hoes. 10 bronze-grade perfect machetes, 10 bronze-grade perfect spike clubs, and 2 hoes. There was another person who didn't mention weapons, and that was the young man from the Sword Clan. The young man from the Sword Clan said, "The sword on my back is my weapon. As long as the sword is there, I live. If the sword is destroyed, I die." Chen Yuanqi looked at this somewhat unusual young man from the Sword Clan. He had no name, as if he had once had one, but was unwilling to mention the past. So Chen Yuanqi gave him a name, Chun Dao. Since he was his subordinate, he could take his surname. "The weapons in your hands are all bronze-level perfect weapons, and they all come with 1 or 2 special features. Hold them carefully and don't use them recklessly." Chen Yuanqi glanced at them and saw that they were all looking at the new weapons in their hands with surprise and delight. "Thank you so much, Lord, for bestowing this treasure upon me." Such a weapon is like a divine artifact to them. The weapons they used before were all of no quality. They had never used a common bronze-level weapon, let alone a perfect bronze-level one. A hint of envy flashed in the eyes of Chun Dao, the young swordsman, but after glancing back at his own sword, he quickly revealed a resolute expression. "The sword of the Sword Clan are never inferior to those of humans. You have an hour to get used to it." After saying this, Chen Yuanqi walked up the mountain. At this time, on the 10-meter-high water tower at the top of the mountain, inside the elemental spring water reservoir. The giant is a good person. He made so much elemental water. However, Chen Yuanqi had already discerned the movements of the wood spiritya. He knew that the wood elfia was spying on him from the mountain when he was cooking lobsters in the valley, but she didn't seem to be interested in meat. "I don't know how, but I ended up on top of the water tower that was just built today. Swim? That said, is the water in the water tower still drinkable? The elf's bathwater? I'll talk to her later," Chen Yuanqi murmured. Leaving a little elf around makes it feel like there's someone to keep you company. Although the territory had gained many more members, none of them were allowed by Chen Yuanqi to come up to the mountaintop. She was the first being Chen Yuanqi encountered in this world, and she held a certain significance for him. Should we use 1 civilization point and employ basic manufacturing? Chen Yuanqi opened his Lord Identity card and chose to manufacture again. He had already used the free equipment to build a water tower this morning, so it will cost money to use it again. However, the second creation only costs 1 civilization point, which is practically free. Should I use the all-purpose noodle maker? Bronze Perfect Manufacturing Blueprint X1? Use. Chen Yuanqi looked at the prompt and nodded. Please add 10x multipurpose wood bronze seeds, 5 gene X perfect iron blocks bronze, and 1 gene X perfect earth element sand bronze. He happens to have 12 pieces of the multi-purpose bronze variety of timber left and used. As for the refined iron blocks and that earth element sand, he could only buy them from the materials section of the Myriad Realms Mall. It must be said that perfect bronze items are still expensive in the Multiverse Mall. Most of them are above 1,200 or 1,500. This time, Chen Yuanqi spent a total of 2,060 civilization points to buy 1 gene of each item. A 100x reward will be triggered. In Chen Yuanqi's hands, it instantly turned into 100 gene. Then, Chen Yuanqi put the multi-purpose timber seedlings placed in the open space next to the house into the manufacturing process, and then, following the reminder from the Myriad World Civilization, put in the required bright iron blocks and earth element sand respectively. Soon, the screen display before him showed that the manufacturing was complete. Civilization of All Realms reminder. Congratulations! You have successfully created 1 Jake Noodle Maker. You have earned a new title, Manufacturing Apprentice. Civilization points plus 20. At the same time, the 100x reward has been triggered again. 100x reward is not available. Reward 1. 100 all-purpose noodle makers, bronze quality, perfect. Award 2. Intermediate title, Manufacturing Scholar. Reward 3. Civilization points plus 20,000. Chen Yuanqi was startled and looked bewildered. 100 machines can all be used to make pasta? Yes, it's a multi-purpose noodle maker, not a multi-purpose pasta maker. The range of pasta-based foods is quite broad, including noodles, steamed buns, flatbreads, and dumplings, and can be prepared by steaming, boiling, frying, baking, or grilling. They're even giving away 100 units as a direct reward? What a pleasant surprise! Chen Yuanqi exclaimed in delight. Moreover, he received a new title. This came as a complete surprise to him. He never expected to receive a new title. Manufacturing Scholar. The attributes are detailed and lengthy, but Chen Yuanqi summarized them into 4 points. There's a 20% chance that the manufactured products will increase the quantity of finished products, and there's a 20% chance that the quality of the manufactured products will be improved. This effect is effective for those below the silver rank. Another option is to reduce material costs by 20, and the last one, which seems rather useless, is to reduce the civilization points required for multiple-use manufacturing by 30%. As for whether there are any other hidden attributes that have not been activated, we do not know at the moment. The more useful titles you have, the better. Chen Yuanqi said happily. Soon, he saw 100 noodle-making machines lined up in front of him, each measuring 1.2 by 1.5 by 2 meters, and each machine had a large material inlet bin. Name, All-Purpose Noodle Maker. Grade, Bronze Perfect. Durability, 8,000 points. Applications. Everything can be made into noodles. In front of the all-purpose noodle machine, there is only the distinction between meat and vegetarian flavors. Note, this amazing food-making machine can create different flavors of pasta even using stone and wood. However, do not use silver-grade ingredients in the machine. Can you really make noodles from stones? Chen Yuanqi was puzzled when he saw this introduction. Chapter 37 The Bloodthorn Wall upgrades again. Activate the Declaration of War. Begin the Lord War. Then, Chen Yuanqi picked up a multi-purpose piece of wood from the side and turned on one of the noodle-making machines. Soon, the multi-purpose piece of wood was quickly swallowed by the pasta machine. Please select the type of pasta you want to make. Noodles, bread. Immediately afterwards, the noodle machine successfully produced the food. A freshly baked basket of brown bread. Wood-flavored staple bread, quality bronze common. Increases stamina by 10 and hunger by 30. Review. This bread might cause indigestion for the average person. It's probably only vegetarians who would like this flavor. Chen Yuanqi looked at the still-warm wood juice bread in his hand. This bread is a wood-based staple bread. It doesn't require any kinetic or combustion energy to produce, only the raw materials. This can no longer be viewed using the conventional characteristics of flour-based foods. Bread made from wood was something I never dared to imagine before. It looks like it's still edible. Chen Yuanqi squeezed it and felt that the wood sap-flavored bread was quite soft. Ordinary bread, when it comes out of the oven, has the aroma of steamed flour and starch. The one in his hand, however, exuded a woody fragrance, a unique and unusual aroma. Chen Yuanqi took a bite and looked surprised. Is that all right? However, it has a rather raw and astringent taste, with a mouthful of wood chips, making it difficult to swallow. It seems that there won't be a shortage of bread of various flavors in the territory for the time being. If you can make bread from wood, then you can certainly make meat. Back home, Chen Yuanqi tallied up his gains from the black market that day. He made nearly 110,000 yuan by reselling pets, and has a balance of over 114,000 yuan. Later, at the auction, I spent over 53,000, then spent 5,000 at Wanbelu to buy Bloodwood Water that could upgrade Bloodthorn Wall by 1 level, and finally spent 7,000 at the Welcoming Hall to buy 11 slaves in addition to receiving 2 free gifts. Add to that the cost of buying weapons, plus the points for the Hundredfold Reward, and all sorts of other expenses. He currently has a balance of 47,890. The cost was huge, but the rewards were also immense. 2 meat fields, an incubating nest, and some rare trees, seeds, items, and more. Chen Yuanqi was somewhat disappointed that none of the items he bought on the black market triggered the 100x reward. Let's not rush to arrange these things. We'll talk about them after I finish this promotion match. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself, what if something gets destroyed before it's even set up? Both meat fields and hatchable nests need time to grow. What he lacks most right now is precisely the lack of time to wait. However, Chen Yuanqi was somewhat arrogant, holding many trump cards in his hand, including a trump card like a silver skill. If he couldn't defeat a low-level bronze lord, he figured he didn't need to wait for the other party to kill him. He could just find something to smash his head against and die. Chen Yuanqi had already found out about the Bronze Lord in the black market. Bronze Lords are divided into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. Low-tier lords have an attribute value of 200 points, which is 100 points more than a new lord without a tier. Medium-tier lords have an additional 200 points, and high-tier lords have an additional 300 points. Every lord, upon becoming a new Bronze Lord, can learn or awaken a talent skill. The type of talent skill varies from person to person. In general, they are stronger than newbie leaders. The higher the rank, the higher the attributes, and the stronger the character. An hour later, little one, I brought you something delicious. The Bloodthorn Wall absorbed a special item, Bloodwood Water, which has been upgraded by 1 level and is currently at the bronze quality level. It has become much stronger, and now it can withstand attacks from perfect bronze level weapons. Chen Yuanqi looked at the increasingly alluring Bloodthorn Wall before him. Its red, crystal-like thorn branches and leaves, the patterns on them shimmering faintly. The Bloodthorn Wall not only has its level increased, but its defense and size range have also improved overall. He had a premonition. I am truly invincible among those of the same level. This wall of Bloodthorns alone can easily stop most bronze-level invaders. What does this mean? It's comparable to the defensive strength of a mid-to-high-level bronze lord. Moreover, Chen Yuanqi hasn't even achieved a rank yet. Most people at the same level are still struggling to survive in the wilderness, constantly living in fear and worrying about how to stay alive. I'll try cutting it, Chen Yuanqi said to the Bloodthorn Wall. The Bloodthorn Wall quickly responded, Master, please let me go. Chen Yuanqi took out a perfect bronze-grade crescent-shaped mountain-splitting blade and instantly activated its blade's aura. Puffed. A blade of light, 1 meter long, struck the Bloodthorn Wall itself. Unlike before, it didn't shatter and split open as easily. It shattered to a depth of about half a meter before the machete he had activated with its blade aura got stuck inside the wall. Upon closer inspection, the Bloodthorn Wall was found to have thorny branches that were constantly being shattered. But his knife was entangled by the ever-growing new brambles, rendering him unable to move. The section of wall that had been cut away was instantly filled in. The two cancel each other out. The weapon durability of the Crescent Moon Mountain Cleaver is rapidly decreasing, and it looks like this knife will be useless soon. Is it blocked? The blade's edge can shatter items below the Bronze Perfect level, while the Bloodthorn Wall, although below the Bronze Perfect level, can block items below the Silver level. The two attributes conflict, but the Bloodthorn Wall is superior. Keep in mind that the Bloodthorn Wall is 6 meters thick. Its healing power is slightly stronger than intermediate level recovery ability, and it has a terrifying blood-sucking and devouring ability. Even if you can cut down the brambles, do you think you can enter his territory by brute force? That would be suicide. You'd be buried inside the Bloodthorn Wall. Chen Yuanqi switched to a high-quality, perfect gray bronze weapon, but it got stuck just like the Crescent Moon Mountain Cleaver. On the other side, the blade's aura dissipated, its stamina dropped to 0, and it crumbled into pieces of iron. Although it ruined a perfect bronze-level sword, it was worth it to test the Bloodthorn Wall ability. This must be the enemy's nightmare, right? Chen Yuanqi smiled calmly. If I were on the defensive, defense would be advantageous. If I were on the offensive tactics would be... The many props he bought at great expense on the black market weren't meant to be kept as family heirlooms. According to the manager of Wanbelu in the black market, it's possible to kill even a low-level Silver Lord. Seeing that it was almost time, Chen Yuanqi took out the newcomer declaration of war order that he had bought from the mysterious merchant in the Myriad Realms cave. Activation. And just then, another cold voice came. Human race number 015? The domain Lord has initiated the Lord War Advancement Mode. Lord 015 has no current rank. Use the Advancement Declaration Order. According to the Battlefield rules, Lord 015 must challenge a Lord who is 1 rank higher than himself. Should we continue the challenge? Yes. Chen Yuanqi nodded seriously. Matching you with an opponent. Match successful. Chen Yuanqi took a deep breath, his heart tightening. It's finally coming. You have drawn the Guardian faction. You have the authority to deploy defenses 24 hours a day. Do you wish to use it? No. Chen Yuanqi shook his head. He didn't need to make any more preparations. Opening a path to the battlefield of civilization for you. As soon as these words were spoken, the sky over the entire world instantly changed color. The once azure sky instantly turned into a dense cloud cover, with a vast expanse of black clouds resembling a collapsing sky. Visible to the naked eye, the vast expanse of dark clouds gradually formed a huge vortex. A massive white beam of light descended from the sky. The civilization battlefield passage has been successfully opened, and the Lord War has officially begun. The enemy Lord has arrived. Chapter 38, the battle begins. Opponent, low-tier bronze, one-eyed silverback lizard, Lord Seaton. At the same time, to the east of the island where Chen Yuanqi was located, a giant island of the same size suddenly appeared. This newly appeared island is the island belonging to another bronze lord that the Battlefield of Myriad Realms has placed into Chen Yuanqi's world. 4 high-ranking lords, the 2 world barriers might even merge, leading to a full-scale war between the 2 realms. The war would last even longer, typically measured in years. Even more extreme are those who go directly to the real battlefield of all realms to settle their differences. At this time, the beaches between the 2 islands have merged and connected. They've arrived. Chen Yuanqi sensed something and murmured, "Guard." A cold voice rang in his ear. At the same time, the Lord's identity token in Chen Yuanqi's hand suddenly floated up. 2 words appeared on the back of the Lord's identity card, defense. In an instant, the Lord's identity token burst forth with a beam of colorful light and shot towards the center of the Rocky Mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, a crystal tower, less than 2 meters tall, with alternating flashes of light in shades of blue and white, stands atop the Rocky Mountain. Chen Yuanqi also received a message regarding this War of Lords. The defending side wins if one of the following 3 conditions is met. 1. The Lord's tower is defended for 24 hours without being destroyed. 2. The enemy Lord voluntarily withdraws or surrenders. 3. The enemy Lord is killed. Reward 1. Obtain the bronze rank in a Myriad Realm civilization and unlock the Myriad Realms bronze ranking. Reward 2. Obtain a 1-hour trial card for the Battlefield of All Realms, Borderlands of the Abyss. Reward 3. After winning, plunder half of the enemy Lord's resources. Chen Yuanqi also knew that defense did not necessarily mean a single form of defense. Sometimes, offense is a form of defense. With diverse combat tactics, the rules of the Battlefield of Myriad Realms are not static. The Lord who drew the attacking side's Lord naturally received a similar notification. I wonder what race the Lord is this time. Chen Yuanqi stood atop the Rocky Mountain, hands behind his back, gazing at the suddenly appearing giant island, and murmured to himself. Behind him stood 21 subjects, each carrying exquisite weapons and armor. Only silver-level units would be willing to provide their citizens with perfect bronze-grade weapons and equipment. Bronze-level lords rarely act so extravagantly when they don't have enough money, unless it's for a few high-level subordinates in their territory. Otherwise, if we give these to those weak people, wouldn't we just be handing equipment to the enemy if a war breaks out? However, what Chen Yuanqi has no shortage of is civilization points. To ensure a sure win, he naturally chose to make thorough preparations. With a 100x reward, there are plenty of perfect bronze-level items. Another island. In a cave halfway up a mountain, 13 silverback lizards of varying lengths, ranging from 1 to 4 meters, crawled out. The longest and largest, the leader, was 4 meters long. These lizards all have a vertical, blue pupil like a snake's eye and a palm-width silver stripe on their backs. This race has a species called the one-eyed silverback lizard, which belongs to the lizard race, a branch of the dragon race. These are the opposing lord factions that Chen Yuanqi will have to face. This is also the charm of the civilization of all worlds. In the myriad worlds, there are not only humans and humanoids, but also many other races with intelligence in different forms. Of course, their intelligence levels also vary. The dozen or so one-eyed silverback lizards currently in existence also have their own unique way of surviving and communicating, but their intelligence is relatively weak. However, they also share common characteristics common to civilizations that are lords of all realms. They have lords and territorial names. Their leader is called Seaton, and their territory is also called Seaton. He is the largest of them, the one-eyed silverback lizard. However, this one-eyed silverback lizard was somewhat different. Its body shimmered with a faint golden sheen. Clearly, it was wearing a bronze common set of the Guardian-type golden elemental lord armor. Another human? And a rookie lord with no rank at that? The one-eyed silverback lizard lord, Seaton, hissed, flicking his forked tongue as he stared at the giant island opposite him with his vertical pupils. Their eyesight is poor, and they can't see clearly, but they know that the island opposite is the territory of the human lord they are about to face. 1 month ago, Seaton is still a rookie lord without a rank. However, in that battle to advance to the bronze lord rank, it devoured a human rookie lord who was matched against it. thus advancing to become a low-rank bronze lord. Unexpectedly, in this battle to advance to the mid-bronze rank, it encountered another human lord. Or is it a noob with no skill level who wants to challenge it? This made Seaton overjoyed. Ah, after being starving for so long, God has finally blessed me. I really miss the taste of human flesh. Seaton flicked its forked tongue. In its eyes, humans were merely a delicious dish on its menu. A weak race that would flee at the mere sight of it. Hey brothers, let's go. New flavors of food are waiting for us. Seaton spoke to the other 12 one-eyed silverback lizards behind him, flicking his tongue. Seaton's territory has no houses. They live in caves dug in the mountains and do not use fire for food or drink. This is their racial custom. Unlike humans, they don't carry weapons. Their tails, claws, teeth, and venom are their best weapons. They focus on their own evolution rather than relying on external forces, making them easier to survive in the wilderness than humans. Therefore, the most powerful among them is Sidon, whose defense and attack have reached a relatively strong level among low-level bronze. It's difficult to damage a weapon of the same tier directly with a single attack. However, among them, only Lord Seaton has reached the bronze level of strength. The others are all ordinary lizards with no level of strength. The low strength of the people was a common phenomenon in bronze lord civilizations, and it was not surprising. If a lord with strength at the lower tier bronze level can have subordinates with bronze level strength, then that can be described as either incredibly lucky or invincible among those of the same tier. Certainly, the behavior of someone like Chen Yuanqi, who hasn't even reached the bronze rank yet and doesn't rely on any faction's resources, directly buying 10 ordinary low-level bronze werewolf slaves to act as his subjects is an example of cheating. It is almost unseen in the myriad worlds of civilization. A dozen or so one-eyed silverback lizards swam across their territorial shield, the Venom Swamp Ditch. Unlike the Thorn Wall, they crawled out of the forest, crossed the beach, and entered the island forest where Chen Yuanqi was located. They gradually approached Chen Yuanqi's territory. Brothers, we can smell human presence. We're getting closer and closer to the core of the enemy's territory. Sidon flicked his forked tongue. His eyesight was poor, and he could only make out a blurry red shadow in front of him that looked like a city wall. Don't worry, boss. We definitely won't let them escape. Haha, eat them all up, hee hee. As they drew closer, they finally saw the true face of the Bloodthorn Wall. The walls were covered with the skins of many dark creatures, like the Bloodthorn Wall, displaying its spoils. Hiss! The one-eyed silverback lizards stared wide-eyed, their vertical pupils dilating, forgetting to retract their forked tongues. Boss, are those dark creatures hanging up there? Among them was a one-eyed silverback lizard. He exclaimed in shock. Even the creatures of darkness are afraid of them. Seaton, the leader, also showed a look of surprise with its vertical pupils, but it quickly questioned. That can't be right, can it? A new lord, with only a small shield of the territory, has actually killed so many dark creatures? In Seaton's view, this was impossible. It didn't discern the level of the Bloodthorn Wall, only seeing Jiang Chun, territory shield. Great. There were no further prompts. Given the cunning nature of humans, this must be a forgery used to scare us. Seaton asked doubtfully, Boss, how do we get there? The shield of territory must have surrounded the human territory, so of course we'll dig a tunnel through it. But wouldn't such a shameful thing make us a laughingstock among our own people? I've heard that plant walls, especially those with a defensive, territorial feel, are most vulnerable to fire. West Brazil, go burn the wall down. Seaton exchanged for a torch from the Multiverse Mall, held it in his mouth, and threw it on the ground, ordering one of his men to take it and burn down the Bloodthorn Wall. Soon, one of the silverback lizards, about 3 meters long, picked up the torch handle and climbed up the Bloodthorn Wall without saying a word. However, this one-eyed silverback lizard had just climbed to within 6 meters of the Bloodthorn Wall's surveillance range. Not only was it noticed by the Bloodthorn Wall, but it was also discovered by Chen Yuanqi. Crocodile? No. Komodo dragon? Chen Yuanqi, using the Bloodthorn Wall as a cover, saw the large lizard with a single eye and a silver back, and looked somewhat surprised. Could it be that the one I'm fighting is from another race? He wasn't sure. It could be the other party's pet. But it seems they've come to set fire to the Bloodthorn Wall. Chen Yuanqi showed no mercy and directly gave the order. Kill it. At the same time, he led his people quickly toward a section of the outer wall of Bloodthorn. The Bloodthorn Wall sensed its master's command. In an instant, hundreds of thorny branches, covered with sharp brambles and as clear as crystal, appeared. Like tentacles, it rapidly extends segment by segment. With lightning speed, like a flying red spear, it struck the one-eyed silverback lizard in an instant. Pierced by 1,000 arrows, the one-eyed silverback lizard that came to set the fire died instantly. Its flesh and blood quickly withered and shrank. The sudden attack from the Bloodthorn Wall startled Seaton and the other one-eyed silverback lizards. What happened? Why is this territory shield so powerful? They couldn't even stop them? Their comrade died instantly? The corpse in West Brazil looks like it's been eaten. What kind of monster turned into this? They hurriedly retreated, their emotions gradually being dominated by fear. Lord Seaton, who was 10 meters away, was also startled. Its single, vertical pupil revealed a look of solemn apprehension, while it was also filled with doubt. Why is this wall of thorns red? And why is it so powerful? Seaton's vertical pupils darted around, and he exchanged for another torch from the Myriad Realms Mall. I'll burn you. I refuse to believe this thing isn't afraid of fire. It held the torch in its mouth, then suddenly swung its head, sending it flying 10 meters away and crashing into the bloodthorn wall. However, a snap. The torches were shattered by the branches of the bloodthorn wall and extinguished instantly. Stupid. This is unbelievable. This actually works. Brothers, let's dig a tunnel. I refuse to believe we can't get through. Seeing that things were not going well, Seaton chose to change his attack strategy. Soon, a hole 2 meters wide and high began to tunnel down to the base of the bloodthorn wall. Chapter 39, the fastest Lord battle in history. Victory. Advancement to Bronze Lord. Generous rewards await. These one-eyed silverback lizards are very talented at digging burrows. They dug a U-shaped hole 5 or 6 meters deep, just avoiding the deepest root area of the bloodthorn wall and also avoiding the bloodthorn wall's perception. At this moment, Chen Yuanqi had already arrived at the outer wall of the bloodthorn. Get ready, I'm about to fight my way out. Chen Yuanqi, holding a new knife, turned to face the assembled people and said coldly. He didn't want to be on the defensive. Taking the initiative is the key. Why be cowardly? Let's just fight. Kill. The crowd shouted in unison, raising their weapons, which gleamed with a cold light. A passage was opened in the bloodthorn wall. Chen Yuanqi's pet, Rock Splitter Master, took the lead and went out first. When everyone went outside, they saw the carcass of a 4-legged lizard, but no other people. Then everyone wondered, where are they? There's a pile of dirt over there. Let's go take a look. Chen Yuanqi's expression hardened as he realized something was amiss. The werewolf slave went over to check the situation and shouted in response. Master, there's a hole here. When Chen Yuanqi and the others approached, they indeed found a hole in the ground. The soil was very fresh. It looked like it had just been dug out. Not good. Chen Yuanqi's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, this is bad. Could it be that the enemy is trying to dig a tunnel to steal the tower? But he quickly rejected the idea. It's impossible to dig all the way up the mountain from such a distance. So, they were trying to dig a tunnel to bypass the bloodthorn wall and sneak over. You 4, go into the cave and check the situation. If anything seems amiss, come out immediately. Chen Yuanqi instructed the 4 werewolf slaves. Werewolves have night vision and a keen sense of smell, making these pitch-black burrows the perfect place for them to investigate. The rest of you, follow me. Fearing his home would be robbed, Chen Yuanqi immediately took his pet and the other villagers and prepared to return home. However, they had just reached a short distance inside the bloodthorn wall when the warning beast suddenly issued a warning, pointing to the area beneath its feet. Are they underground in this area? Chen Yuanqi asked in surprise. The warning beast nodded, signaling everyone to leave the area. Soon, Chen Yuanqi felt a slight vibration under his feet, and the vibration became more and more obvious. The warning beast continued to remind. Master, they're coming out soon. Chen Yuanqi's expression hardened, and he gestured for everyone to move away. Immediately afterwards, the spot where they were standing made a cracking sound, followed by a thud. The ground collapsed, creating a hole, and billowing smoke and dust filled the air. 1, 2, 3 one-eyed silverback lizards were seen rapidly emerging from the ground. Name, one-eyed silverback lizard. Level none. Subordinate to Lord of Sidon. Soon, a message appeared before Chen Yuanqi. Lord of Sidon? So, these are the hostile targets this time? Chen Yuanqi thought to himself, but did not choose to make a move immediately. The appearance of these exotic one-eyed silverback lizards could scare away some ordinary people. But Chen Yuanqi, who was used to otherworldly creatures, was not afraid. He's even enslaved creatures like werewolves, so why would he be afraid of lizards? The one-eyed silverback lizard in front of me looks quite large and rather frightening. But Chen Yuanqi felt a bit weak, huh? On the other side, the one-eyed silverback lizard dug a tunnel and soon appeared on the surface. They also discovered Chen Yuanqi and others. Delicious people. The leader, the one-eyed silverback lizard Lord Seaton, shook off the dust and saw Chen Yuanqi and a dozen or so people, including werewolves. Holy crap, how come there's so many people? And who are the wolves? Who are the other ones? Pets? So many of them? Seaton was a little confused. He doesn't even have the money to buy a pet, and the other person is 5? Kill. Chen Yuanqi gave the order and shouted coldly. As soon as the word kill was uttered, the pirates, werewolves, the sword-wielding youth Chun Dao, and several pet beasts behind Chen Yuanqi all rushed forward simultaneously. Oh woo! Kill! Kill those lizards! War begins. However, the situation was very strange. It was a one-sided massacre. The 12 one-eyed silverback lizards were sliced into pieces like tofu. Their thick skin and defenses were instantly cut in two and smashed into mincemeat by the bronze-grade perfect knife and mace. Even their leader, Seaton, was instantly killed by the werewolf slave's concentrated barrage of werewolf clubs. He didn't even have time to use his innate skills before he was killed by a headshot. Originally, Seaton, the one-eyed silverback lizard lord, could have avoided the counterattack. However, it was facing 4 werewolves of equal strength, all of them low-level bronze. 1 against 4, he definitely can't win. In addition, the werewolves were also wielding bronze-grade perfect spike clubs. Seaton, who couldn't even withstand a bronze-grade weapon, naturally couldn't stop the swift attack of the spiked club. 2 of the one-eyed silverback lizards, who had fled back to their burrows after realizing something was wrong, were surrounded and killed by another werewolf slave who had arrived from the burrow. That's how you win. He was a little confused. Chen Yuanqi originally thought he was going to make a big splash and spend a huge sum of money to buy equipment for war, which made him very tense. We dare not relax, and took the whole process seriously. Result: that one-eyed silverback lizard bronze lord named Seaton hasn't uttered any lines yet, and hasn't unleashed his ultimate move. He was ganged up on and killed by the werewolf slaves he bought. For a moment, Chen Yuanqi felt it was absurd. Isn't this a bit too easy? Or is it that the opponent is too weak? Chen Yuanqi looked at its portable storage, which was filled with various bronze-level fighting tools, such as hidden weapons and disposable suicide puppets. At this moment, he felt very strange and looked astonished. You've prepared this silver skill so carefully. At least let me applaud it a couple of times. Battlefield of All Realms announcement. This Lord War Advancement Mode match has ended, lasting 29 minutes and 11 seconds. The attacking lord, a one-eyed silverback lizard, has been killed in the Seaton territory. His rank is low bronze. The defending faction, led by the human Jiang Chun, won the battle against Chen Yuanqi in the Jiangchen territory. Rank none. The same cold voice rang out again. The island that had been thrown into the ground turned into a ball of light and shattered into countless fragments in an instant. Fragments of light scattered across the island where Chen Yuanqi was located, nourishing the entire island. Some of the fragments shot towards the crystal tower that was transformed from the Rocky Mountain Lord's identity token. The original 2-meter-tall crystal tower, which was blue and white, instantly transformed into a 10-meter-tall blue glazed tower, standing atop the mountain. The commotion startled the wood elf Aya, who was secretly watering the dual elemental flesh field nearby. She hid under the leaves of the fruit seedlings in the flesh field, secretly looking up at the giant tower beside her. This tower looks familiar, but looks so small. This reminded her of the tower that stood at the center of the world, belonging to her wood elf race. Were the giants just fighting? Looks like they won. It looks like he's coming back. What should we do? What should we do? We're going to be found out. Soon, Elfia ran away and hid back in her elf treehouse. On the other side, at the same time, Chen Yuanqi saw the warning from the Myriad World civilization. Congratulations to human Lord number 015 for successfully advancing to the bronze rank. Your current strength is bronze low tier, and your attribute panel has changed. Congratulations. You have unlocked the Myriad Realms bronze ranking. You have gained the qualification to be listed. You have obtained a 1-hour trial card for the Battlefield of All Realms, Borderlands. You have plundered half of the resources of Seaton's territory, 300 civilization points, 6 square kilometers of land resources, including flora and fauna, territory shield, venom swamp ditch 4 kilometers, and portable warehouse space 0.5 cubic meters. Your territory has changed. Human Lord number 015, Chen Yuanqi, is the first bronze lord to be promoted in the current region and has been awarded a small megaphone for the bronze civilization channel of the Myriad Realms. Obtain 1 ticket to the awakening path of talent skills. Civilization points plus 500. Notifying you of the bronze domain of all realms. A beam of colorful light descended from the sky, enveloping Chen Yuanqi's territory. Is this what it feels like to be a bronze lord? Chen Yuanqi looked at the changes in himself with a shocked expression. That's amazing. But at that very moment, a god-tier system with 100x rewards has been triggered. Chapter 40. A 4-hit multiplier reward. Take off. Select reward. 100x reward triggered. 100x reward optional. 1. Abyss Frontier 1-hour trial card x100. Second, 10 1-hour trial cards for the first level of the Abyss Demon Realm. 3. 10 1-hour trial cards for the first level of the Abyss Ghost Realm. 100x reward optional. 1. Multiverse Bronze Civilization Channel Speaker, small x100. Second, 1 gold megaphone for speaking in the Multiverse channel. 100x reward optional. 1. Talent Skill Awakening Path Ticket x100. Second, Talent Skill Ancestral Temple Ticket x1. 100x reward is not available. Civilization points plus 30,000. Land resources including flora and fauna plus 60 square kilometers. Territory shield plus 1. Venom Swamp Gully Bronze normal 12 kilometers. Portable storage space plus 50 cubic meters. Civilization points plus 50,000. Hiss. Upon seeing today's 100x reward, Chen Yuanqi's expression widened, and he gasped. 4 hits in a row. That's incredible. The generous rewards for advancing to bronze rank are already a given. I never expected the 100x reward god level system to explode. The unselectable 100x reward alone is already pretty impressive. Plus 80,000 civilization points. Increase land area by 60 square kilometers. Add a powerful territory shield similar to a thorn wall. Increase storage space by 500 slots. Not to mention those seemingly impressive optional 100x rewards. The Realm of the Abyss. Chen Yuanqi looked hesitant. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Senior, may I ask where the Abyss Realm is located? Chen Yuanqi sent a private message to Baihu Qianshan to inquire. Somewhat surprisingly, Baihu Qianshan replied instantly. The Realm of the Abyss. Congratulations on advancing to bronze. At the Black Market Teleportation Hub, Baihu Qianshan was also taken aback when he saw Chen Yuanqi's message. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuanqi was a new lord with no rank yesterday, but today he has become a bronze lord. Wow, that's really fast. Truly worthy of being. The Abyss Realm, according to legend, is the edge of the battlefield of all realms, closest to the source of the Night of Calamity. It is a place that lords of all ranks can go to. There, we can confront even more powerful dark creatures and obtain generous rewards from the Myriad Realms battlefield and the Myriad Realm civilization. However, it is generally not recommended for lords with strength below the silver level to go. One problem is that you can't withstand the pressure, and the other is that you lack the will to succeed. You will be influenced by darkness and may even fall into depravity. I saw Baihu Qianshan's reply. Chen Yuanqi suddenly realized, but what did he mean by the heart of a certain level? A thought occurred to me. Senior, what is the heart of a rank? Hearts of rank can be purchased in the Myriad Realm shop. For example, the bronze shop sells bronze hearts, and the silver shop sells silver hearts. They are usually the most expensive item in the shop. As for what kind of items they are, you can find out by looking at the shop's description. In short, if you want to become stronger, these kinds of items are indispensable. Heart of Bronze? Chen Yuanqi suddenly realized. He knew about this special item, worth $99.99, and there were 9 others like it. However, he had been unable to see the specific information before, as he was told that his rank did not match and he could not view it. I have another question. What is the multiverse channel loudspeaker? Chen Yuanqi asked another question. Since there are 2 types of speakers to choose from, I'm unsure which one to pick, so I'd like to ask about the origin of this product. Let's see if his guess is right, and if it's something like a golden barrage of messages that can be sent in the world chat group. However, Baihu Qianshan did not know what this item was. However, he speculated that this was probably a tool for communication between lords. Senior, I have one last question. Can a bronze-level lord only learn or awaken one talent skill? Chen Yuanqi asked again. That's right. Generally speaking, excluding racial traits, you can only learn one talent skill per major rank. Baihu Qianshan replied. Another point is that your lord's awakened talent skills will not be forgotten, and there are few restrictions. Our people will not be able to enjoy so many benefits. There are risks involved in awakening our innate skills. If we learn a new innate skill, we may permanently lose the innate skills we have already awakened. Is this even possible? If you have multiple tickets for the awakening path of talent skills, can you only learn one? He was also thinking that if he could exchange his tickets for 100 tickets to the awakening path of talent skills, each ticket could awaken a different talent skill. Then he could acquire 108 skills. How powerful would that be? Let's take off right away. Awakening Road ticket. Each person can only use it once. Even if you have extras, they won't work. Once you get there, they will automatically expire and you'll be teleported back. There was once a top player from one of the top 10 races who spent a fortune to acquire 10,000 Awakening Path tickets for his great-grandson, who had exceptional racial talent, hoping to find a suitable talent skill for his great-grandson. Without exception, only one ticket worked. The subsequent 9,999 tickets all failed to work. I saw this reply. Chen Yuanqi looked at the 100 talent skill Awakening Path tickets he hadn't yet claimed and fell silent. Soon, Chen Yuanqi ended his conversation with Baihu Qianshan. One should always be wary of others, but he doesn't have to ask them about everything. You should at least keep something to yourself and be careful. Thinking it over might help you find the answer. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if the other party scrutinized the situation and discovered some secrets. However, at present, Baihu Qianshan seems to be quite reliable. Looks like I'm in for a busy day ahead. Chen Yuanqi looked at the hundredfold reward in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then made his choice. I made my choice. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained a 1-hour trial card for the Abyss Frontier. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining 100 small megaphones for the Bronze Civilization channel of the Myriad Realms. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained the Ancestral Temple Ticket X1 talent skill. The rewards this time are really too many. He was overwhelmed by the choices and didn't know which one to look at first. At the same time, the 7-colored light that enveloped his territory dissipated. Take their bodies with you. Chen Yuanqi pointed to the broken and smashed one-eyed silverback lizards and gave instructions to his subordinates. He hadn't forgotten that his falcon nest hadn't hatched yet. 100 pounds of meat. So many one-eyed silverback lizards. That's 2 tons of meat. I'm not sure if it's safe to eat, but meat is fine. The hatching nests are not picky. My lord, some of the lizards have been smashed to pieces and cannot be lifted, a resident said. Well, you can't remove. Throw it to the bloodthorn wall and let it absorb it. That's all. Apart from the one-eyed silverback lizard outside that had been drained of its life force, of the 12 remaining one-eyed silverback lizards that had been ganged up on and killed, only 9 could be taken away. Chapter 41. The Territory Situation. Falcon Hatching. Ginger Candy. As Chen Yuanqi returned to Yanshan, he checked the situation of his territory. Main character panel. Lord's ID card. Number 015. Lord, Chen Yuanqi. Race, human. Territory, Jiangshan. 100 square kilometers. Rank, low bronze. Equipment, combat attack type Aoki elemental armor set. Bronze perfect. Star mark sword, bronze perfect. Exquisite. Titles, Forest Gathering Master, King of Thorns, Cave Hunting Expert, Ocean Hunting Master, Crafting Scholar. Health, 200. Health, Stamina, 200. Hunger, 200. Energy, 200. Civilization points, 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 0. Talent skills, 0 to 1 unawakened. Multiverse skill, Heavenly Dragon Vidra Palm, silver. Portable storage, 20 plus 50 cubic meters. Lord subtemplate, World Chat Channel, Regional Chat Group, Multiverse Private Message, Multiverse Mall. Bronze, Crafting Daily Check-in. Day 3, Citizen Attribute Monitoring Panel, Pet Space. 5. First, the personal attribute data has doubled. Everything else remained the same, but his territory expanded explosively. From the original 100,000 square meters, 0.1 square kilometers, it increased tenfold after his advancement, thanks to the expansion of the Myriad World civilization. However, what's outrageous is that on top of the tenfold reward, the God-level system then gave him an additional 100 square kilometers as a hundredfold reward. That's a geographical area comparable to the size of a city. Chen Yuanqi then inspected the territory. He soon discovered significant changes in his territory information. Territory name, Jiangshan. Grade, 1 bronze. Lord, Chen Yuanqi. Territory funds, 127,890 civilization points. Lord's private funds. Territory population, 25. Core territory area, 10 kilometers. Outer territory, 90 kilometers. Territory buildings, Bloodthorn Wall, Elf Treehouse, 2-story deluxe Lord's Mansion, Venom Swamp Premium Wooden Houses X5. Unique landscapes and specialties of the territory, Forest Valley Landscape, Elf Tree, Island Heart Lake Landscape, Myriad Realms Cave, and Battle-type Falcon Nest. Universal protection. Under the protection of the civilization of all worlds, the biological and environmental immunity within the territory is protected for 697 days. Is this what it feels like to be a Bronze Lord? Chen Yuanqi looked surprised. Now the entire island and the surrounding waters are under his jurisdiction. He looked down upon the giant island from God's perspective. He saw all the resources and secrets that existed on the island. If it were an ordinary lord, even if he were promoted to a Bronze Lord, the territory would only increase tenfold. 1,000 square meters becomes 10,000 square meters, or 0.01 square kilometers. Compared to Chen Yuanqi, a difference of 108,000 miles. However, after becoming a Bronze Lord, one can actively expand their territory to make up for the lack of land area. Island Lake. I'll have to find some time to check out this 2-star civilization landscape. Chen Yuanqi saw this newly appeared landscape and secretly passed through it. When he saw the universal protection barrier, which had expanded by 100 square kilometers along with the territory and covered the entire island, he couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. He was curious. Now that it was getting dark, would the night of disaster still bring dark creatures? With the protection of countless worlds, those dark creatures cannot break in. The Rocky Mountain was raised to twice its height, requiring 2 more steps to climb up and down. Chen Yuanqi looked up at the even more towering Rocky Mountain in front of him and smiled wryly. He led his people to the place on a mountain where the falcons could incubate their nests and looked at the nest shrouded in mist. Throw one in. Chen Yuanqi gave the instructions. Soon, the falcon will be able to hatch any 100 pounds of meat needed for its nest, thus fulfilling the requirements. But Chen Yuanqi saw that the nest still needed 50 gene of fresh water. Standing still, a thought struck him, and he used his lord-level authority to connect a new pipe to the water tower's outlet, leading directly to the falcon's nest. Of course, this cost him 30 civilization points. Incubation conditions met. The first batch of falcons is incubating. It is expected to hatch successfully in 12 hours, and the quality is estimated to be of bronze grade. These machines are called Jekin noodle machines, and they can produce food. Whether it's edible depends on what ingredients you put in. Each of you will take one. Chen Yuanqi led the people to the top of the mountain and to the open space behind the house, where 100 noodle-making machines were placed. After demonstrating how to use the all-in-one noodle maker, I gave each of them one, with a maximum of about 20 units. Regarding accommodation, each of you will own a house. I have said that as long as you remain loyal to me, you will be rewarded. Chen Yuanqi smiled faintly and said, what does this amount of money mean to him? At the same time, 20 new boutique wooden houses have appeared out of nowhere in the valley at the foot of Yanshan Mountain. Thank you, Lord. The people were unaware of the situation down the mountain, but they were already deeply grateful for Chen Yuanqi's generous reward. Even if Chen Yuanqi didn't arrange housing for them, the fact that they had perfect bronze-level equipment was enough to make them submit and be grateful. As the people descended the mountain, their loyalty suddenly skyrocketed. It's getting dark. Let's check the private messages first. I'm not sure if I can add ginger candy. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. He looked up at the house he used to live in, which had changed quite a bit, with a new plaque above the door reading Lord Jiangchen's mansion. But he didn't pay much attention and went home. Chen Yuanqi still had many things to check, such as the rewards for leaderboard experience cards and tickets. But the thing he's most concerned about right now is that he hopes to add ginger candy. Get in touch with your family. However, because Chen Yuanqi was the first in his region to advance to the bronze rank and obtain the title of Lord, the Myriad Realm civilization had already informed all the civilizations at the bronze level and below 3 times. Human Lord Jiangchen's territories Chen Yuanqi has successfully advanced to Bronze Lord, beginning a new chapter in the Lord's quest. All realms celebrate. Some people are used to it, some are surprised and curious, and some are envious. In the Myriad Realms, not everyone can receive broadcasts like this, but they do exist. There are probably 2 or 3 every day. But considering the countless civilizations of the heavens, to be one of these 2 or 3 is like being 1 in a billion. In a certain bronze domain, a new Lord civilization emerged. Territory, Yunshi. It is also a huge island of primeval forest. In the center of the island is a large lake, and in the middle of the lake is a small island with a triangular shelter made of leaves and branches. Beside the shelter, a beautiful woman dressed in a light blue lord's armor was hanging out her freshly washed dress and underwear to dry before nightfall. The thin, light blue lord's battle uniform could not conceal her delicate, fair skin and enviable figure. But her pretty face looked like she hadn't slept well for several days, and she looked very haggard. If Chen Yuanqi were here, he would definitely recognize her as his beloved sister Jiang Tang at a glance. Well, after hanging up the laundry, Jiang Tang went to check if there was any movement on her fishing rod by the lake. The float did not move. She lowered her beautiful eyes, looked at the calm lake, and sighed. Every day I miss home, my family, my parents, and my brother. Every day I wish I could wake up and realize it was all a dream. She was almost driven to the brink of collapse by this strange world. Bizarre and wondrous civilizations from all walks of life, hardships in food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and terrifying monsters appearing at night. Currently, the barrier protecting all realms will disappear in 4 days. What will we do then? Hey little brat, you told me to remember your ID, but you're not going to let me add you. Ginger candy was also out of necessity. Over the past 3 days, she has been rejected countless times. She also once thought that her younger brother, Yuanqi, had given the wrong number or omitted it. Regardless of whether the short ID 015 is real, we can't add it anyway. Jiang Tang also tried searching for 4015. Although she couldn't see the other person's name, she could see the ID with the tag, King Level Lord. She had no idea what the concept of King Level meant. But is this her brother? Is that possible? We also tried adding ginger candy, but it was rejected outright. She picked up the Lord's identity token in her hand, sighed silently, and felt increasingly disappointed, with her hopes dwindling. And just then, suddenly, a voice from a civilization of myriad worlds resounded. Human Lord Jiang Chen's territories Chen Yuanqi has successfully advanced to Bronze Lord, beginning a new chapter in the Lord's quest. All realms celebrate. Upon hearing this reminder, Jiang Tang's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and her expression turned astonished. Chen Yuanqi? Chapter 42, Consting Jiang Tang. A generous shipment. A meeting arranged. Chen Yuanqi? Isn't that his name? Jiang Tang's intuition seemed to be telling her that the person being broadcast on the radio was her half-brother Chen Yuanqi. In an instant, it was as if a warm sun rose in the darkness in her heart, and hope appeared before her eyes. Is it him? Jiang Tang was somewhat incredulous, yet also felt it was somewhat inevitable. It must be him. After all, in her eyes, Chen Yuanqi had always been the most outstanding one since childhood. But without a real answer, she couldn't be sure if the outcome was what she expected, until she opened the World Chat channel and the regional chat group. Human race. Chen Yuanqi used the multiverse bronze megaphone. Hello? Candy? Can you see this message? Jiang Tang looked at the chat group and saw the comment that suddenly popped up and was pinned to the top, although it only paused for 10 seconds. But a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She recognized him. It really is that guy. He's the only one who calls her Milk Candy, a name he's used for 10 years, ever since she was 10. Jiang Tang felt as if a huge boulder had been dropped into a pond, creating ripples that stirred up waves. Unable to contain her excitement, she covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes misting over as she looked at the Lord's identity plaque. Just then, Chen Yuanqi sent out another broadcast. Human race. Chen Yuanqi used the Myriad Realms bronze megaphone. Jiang Tang, daughter of the richest man in Yunqi City, add me as soon as you see this message. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tang's tears fell instantly. The negative emotions of the past few days began to pour out, and she cried tears of joy. We finally found it. At the same time, the chat groups for all bronze lords were in an uproar. Holy crap, is this guy that good? How did he manage to get his comment pinned to the top? Not one of our group members. Wow, is becoming a bronze lord really that awesome? Some new lords who had not yet achieved a rank were chatting excitedly in the group, as if they found it very amazing. Meanwhile, some bronze lords who knew how to use the multiverse loudspeaker tacitly remained silent. Besides the items given as gifts when advancing in rank, you can also shout out messages. You can do so once by paying 2,000 civilization points. Angel race. Feathered trumpet. Human? Heh, just a newly promoted minor lord. What's with the arrogance? Haven't you humans heard the saying, don't be too high profile? Why don't you reveal your lord ID and have a one-on-one duel? Immortal clan. Bright moon wind trumpet. Birdman, are you really willing to use the trumpet you got when you advanced? Asking so many pointless questions with just one trumpet. Haha. Human. Wang Tianzhan. Birdman saw you. Have the guts to fight me? Fighting a newly promoted bronze newcomer with a high-ranking bronze rank. Only your Birdman race would do something so shameful. The powerful figures in the Myriad Realms bronze ranking all spoke up, as if afraid others wouldn't know. They also had their own megaphones and bullet comments. Chen Yuanqi's comments were like a pebble thrown into a lake, triggering a chain reaction across countless worlds. This caused a once quiet bronze chat group of the Myriad Realms to become lively. But Chen Yuanqi paid no attention to them and silently waited in his private chat room. Finally, a new notification appeared in my private messages across all realms. I clicked on it and saw, Human player Ginger Candy, Lord ID 7758, request to add as a friend. It's here. Chen Yuanqi took a deep breath, overjoyed. You have successfully added Ginger Candy as a friend. Before he could send a message, Jiang Tang sent one. I miss you all. Chen Yuanqi's eyes narrowed, and his expression softened slightly. He naturally knew who you referred to. Him, her parents, Uncle Xiong, and Aunt Xian. Candy, how are you doing? Are you alright? Chen Yuanqi inquired. It's not great. Food is hard to find, and fish are too difficult to catch. However, I built a shelter on a small island surrounded by lakes. At night, monsters call out from the opposite shore of the lakes, but they can't cross over. Jiang Tang confided in Chen Yuanqi about her experiences over the past few days. It was a close call, but the conditions were extremely difficult. They couldn't get enough to eat or sleep, and they couldn't get off the small island in the lake. Chen Yuanqi was somewhat puzzled by his experience with Ginger Candy. It seems like the place she descended to is different from the place I descended to. An island in the lake? Could it be the one with the 2-star scenic view? But he didn't think much of it. What do you need right now? I'll send it to you. Chen Yuanqi inquired. What he has in abundance is resources. She is the only relative Chen Yuanqi can contact right now, and he cannot allow anything to happen to her, so naturally he has to treat her well. I don't know how much I want to see you. On the other side, Jiang Tang's lips curled into a bitter smile. She really doesn't know what she needs right now. I feel like I haven't adapted to this world. I'm afraid and resistant to it from the bottom of my heart, but it also seems like I'm slowly getting used to it. As Jiang Tang watched the sunset and the sky darken, a sense of confusion washed over her. At this moment, only Chen Yuanqi, who was chatting with her, was the only hope she could place in her heart. Have you used your bronze black market token? Chen Yuanqi inquired. No, I saw someone in the group say that using this black market token would be very dangerous, and that someone would steal your items, Ginger Candy replied. Listen to me. Activate it, then go inside. When you encounter someone registering, select bronze black market number 818. We'll meet at the city gate. Chen Yuanqi proposed a method. This was the only way he could think of to meet them in person. Okay, I haven't tried Ginger Candy before, but I trust him. Chen Yuanqi nodded. I'll send you something. Then, she saw a new notification in her private messages. Your friend Chen Yuanqi has sent you 20,000 civilization points, 10 bronze black market tokens, 1 day each, 10 bronze superior elemental fruits, 1 bronze common delicious lobster, 5 gene, 2 bronze perfect grade defense shield balls, and 5 bronze perfect grade bomb birds. Jiang Tang's pretty face showed a moment of confusion. I didn't react for a moment. Then she rubbed her eyes and carefully looked at the diverse array of gifts again. Then, a series of fascinating expressions flashed across her exquisite face, giving her an expression of utter disbelief. 20,000 civilization points. She glanced at her single-digit savings account, and then at the 5-digit points he had given her. She had never seen the rest, but they can all understand the literal meaning of the words. Bronze perfect level? What does this mean? If the prices in the multiverse mall are like those in the real world, it means that the price of each item is at least equivalent to 4 figures of civilization points. Jiang Tang was stunned and refused Chen Yuanqi's gift, instead asking, if you give me these things, what are you going to do with them? Seeing her question, Chen Yuanqi smiled slightly. Please accept this first. It includes bread and fruit to fill your stomach. If you need meat, you can steam, boil, or grill the lobster. As for where these things came from, just smear it on her and it'll be fine. After all, knowing about a 100x reward isn't necessarily a good thing. Lord Ginger Candy has already received the items sent this time. Chapter 43, The Two Reunite. Chen Yuanqi plans to open a shop on the black market. Hello, which bronze black market would you like to go to? When Chen Yuanqi arrived at the black market transit station again, he unexpectedly encountered the same cat girl cosplayer from before. Black market number 818, bronze, thank you. Chen Yuanqi smiled slightly. Okay, it's registered. The cat girl was registering on the table, then looked up. He nodded, then stepped into the teleportation channel that appeared on the wall and left the transfer station. Watching Chen Yuanqi's departing figure, her cat ears twitched, and a look of suspicion flashed across her girlish face. Have you seen this person before? She quickly put the matter out of her mind and went to greet the lord who needed to register for teleportation. Black market number 818. This was Chen Yuanqi's second visit to the place. He looked up at the towering black market before him, which was just as bustling and prosperous outside the city walls, with people of all races setting up stalls to do business and buy and sell things. After I've settled things in the territory, I'll go to a shop here. Chen Yuanqi murmured. He believes this idea will soon be realized. He arrived at the entrance to the black market, but instead of going in, he waited there for Jiang Tang. I'm here. Wow, so many people. And those weird-looking ones, they look kind of fierce. Upon seeing her message, Chen Yuanqi replied, come to the entrance to the black market. I'll be waiting for you there. It's that big black gate, very easy to see. After a while, I'm here. Chen Yuanqi saw a pale blue figure, waved, and smiled with joy. He then saw that beautiful figure running towards him. The next moment, she threw herself into his arms. They finally reunited. I miss you so much. Jiang Tang hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. I really thought I couldn't reach you anymore. Do you know how scared I've been these past few days? Seeing so many people die in the chat group, I'm really afraid I won't be able to keep going either. I don't know where my parents are either. I'm so afraid I'll never see them again. Wah. Chen Yuanqi gently patted her back, comforting her. I'm here, I've always been here. I will definitely find Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian. He knew she was venting her emotions, so he let her cry. People only become stronger after they have cried. After a while, Jiang Tang finally stopped crying, let go of his hand, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. A smile, like the sun breaking through the clouds, appeared on her face, as if she had relaxed considerably. She smiled at Chen Yuanqi and said, I'm much better now. Chen Yuanqi lifted a stray strand of her hair, tied it up neatly, and said softly, from now on, with Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian gone, I'll take good care of you. They prefer the term childhood sweethearts to siblings. Jiang Tang's parents were aware of their relationship, which was like that of siblings and lovers, but they did not object. One reason is that they are not related by blood, and the other is that Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian have always liked Chen Yuanqi very much. If we could become relatives, and even more closely related, that would be ideal. Although Chen Yuanqi and Jiang Tang were close, they maintained a certain distance and did not announce anything to anyone. Jiang Tang lowered her head, nodded with her beautiful eyes drooping, and said, Shall we talk as we walk? Chen Yuanqi asked, looking down. Good. Chen Yuanqi did not choose to go into the city, but instead took her for a walk outside the city, recounting what had happened in the past few days. So you landed not on the beach, but on an island in a lake? Is that how it is in your area? Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised by this. If I remember correctly, everyone in his group should have arrived at the beach, right? It seems that not everyone's arrival is the same. The place where people might descend might not be a vast ocean or a deserted island, but rather a grassland, hill, or even a desert. Is the island in the lake where you are a 2-star civilization landscape? Chen Yuanqi asked, but Jiang Tang shook his head. No, it's only 1 star. 1 star? Chen Yuanqi was surprised. She nodded and hummed in agreement. That island lake, which Chen Yuanqi just discovered in his own territory, is a landmark of a 2-star civilization. So, the lake in the heart of the territory and the island in the lake where she's located are not the same thing. Chen Yuanqi asked, then what is your territory shield? Jiang Tang was taken aback but asked, what is territory shield? She had never heard of that before. Chen Yuanqi then told her about the thorn wall. Jiang Tang shook his head again, puzzled. I haven't encountered this, and no one in the group has mentioned it either. Chen Yuanqi was also somewhat puzzled. Perhaps the shield of territory in your area is different from the one here. This suddenly reminded him of something. The Venom Swamp, which was the territory of the previous Lord Seaton. It should be. Ginger Candy nodded. She also hoped to have a wall to protect her territory. Have you discovered the Myriad Realms cave? Xiang Dang not that. Yes, in a cave halfway up the mountain. Don't go in there yet. It's really dangerous, Chen Yuanqi warned. It seems that there are many commonalities. Good. The two chatted for a while longer about the territory. Shouldn't you explain how you became a Bronze Lord so quickly? And even appeared on the radio? They even sent me so many things. They must all be very expensive, right? Jiang Tang suddenly looked up at Chen Yuanqi's handsome profile and asked. Chen Yuanqi grinned, shrugged, and chuckled. I was lucky enough to discover the 7-star civilization landscape in my territory, where I can obtain some high-level treasures. Therefore, making money quickly leads to faster territory development. However, after listening to his words, Jiang Tang looked into his eyes. She rolled her beautiful eyes and scoffed. You're lying. Oh, how could that be? Chen Yuanqi coughed lightly. I couldn't fool her after all, but I believe it. Jiang Tang chuckled, her charming eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. If he doesn't tell her, she won't ask. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuanqi was speechless. I like sensible girls the most. I ruffled her hair. It was greasy. Let's go to the black market and buy something, I said. For a girl like Jiang Tang, who is usually clean and smells wonderful, to be reduced to this predicament where even clothing is a problem must be quite a torment. Half an hour later, the two bought a lot of daily necessities. Chen Yuanqi booked 2 rooms at an inn in the black market, spending 400 civilization points. Take a shower first. It's almost time for the night of disaster to fall, so don't go back tonight. Chen Yuanqi spoke up. Jiang Tang naturally listened to his advice and nodded. After showering and washing up, the two went to the inn's dining floor. The food at the black market inn is also quite expensive, costing at least 200 civilization points for a single meal. Of course, this applies to the average person. But for a bronze-level tycoon like Chen Yuanqi, who possesses 6-figure civilization points, it's nothing. So he ordered several large meals, also to celebrate his reunion with ginger candy. After Chen Yuanqi took his seat, the two waited for dinner at the inn. Milk candy. I'm thinking of sending out another message through the loudspeaker to see if I can notify Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian to come here. Chen Yuanqi said. He had not forgotten Zhang Tianxiong and Aunt Xian, whose whereabouts were still unknown. The reason we didn't announce it together before was because the timing wasn't right. Okay, ginger candy naturally agrees. However, she didn't expect that Chen Yuanqi had so many magical props that could be used to make announcements. She was really curious about what he had encountered in those few days. Such a big change. Seeing that Jiang Tang agreed, Chen Yuanqi nodded and continued. But before that, I want to open a shop here and put up a sign so that they can easily find it. Opening a shop? Chapter 44 Shop opening successfully. Jiangchen Shop, Bronze Black Market, number 818. Chen Yuanqi nodded and told Jiang Tang about his idea of opening a shop in the Myriad Realms Black Market. If they want to contact Jiang Tianxiong and his group, this is the only effective way. As for directly revealing the ID and hoping that Jiang Tianxiong and his wife would add him themselves, this approach, putting aside the unpredictable consequences of revealing such a short ID. Even if they were to spread the word, the news wouldn't just reach Jiang Tianxiong and his wife. It would also reach countless bronze lords and new lords across all the realms. Won't his private messages explode then? Therefore, Chen Yuanqi chose this compromise, which was also what he had thought of before. Opening a shop on the black market is a win-win-win situation, beneficial to the development of the territory. But this is on the premise that Jiang Tianxiong and his wife are still alive. Do you know how to open a shop? Do you have enough civilization points? You've already given me 20,000. Candy asked. Enough. Chen Yuanqi nodded. He had already found out how to open a shop on the black market. All I need is money. Nothing else is required. A plot of land costs 1,000 civilization points, with a 1-year lease term. Other fees are calculated separately. Whether the deal will actually go through is another matter entirely. The shops that can operate in the black market are basically businesses with a very prestigious background. Chen Yuanqi felt that opening a shop didn't require a large storefront. An interior space of 12 square meters would suffice. His main goal is to put up a sign first, and then he'll take care of the rest later. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Tang doesn't know much about this, but still wants to help him. If you need anything, remember to call me. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi chuckled and asked, what help can you offer? If he hadn't taken the initiative to contact her, Jiang Tang would probably still be starving and living in fear in the wilderness. I'm sure I can help, right? You open the shop, and I'll be the boss's wife. I'll take care of managing the shop and selling the products. Jiang Tang was unhappy when she saw that Chen Yuanqi looked down on her. Hearing her say she wanted to be a boss's wife, Chen Yuanqi laughed and nodded. Okay, you could be the boss lady. Jiang Tang realized the ambiguity in her words, blushed slightly, and glanced at Chen Yuanqi's face. Then I saw someone's familiar teasing and disdainful manner. She proudly raised her chin. It's settled then. Not only are you good at running a company, but I'm quite capable too. Besides, I'm so good looking, maybe I can be used as a storefront sign to attract some customers to your store. Chen Yuanqi, however, remarked, a storefront sign? You're making it sound like I'm opening a brothel, like you're going to be the top courtesan? However, the next moment, Chen Yuanqi's instep was stomped hard. Hiss. With the defense provided by the Lord's set, it doesn't hurt much, but you still have to wear it. Jiang Tang raised her eyebrows, widened her almond-shaped eyes, and snorted. Say it again? Bah, running a brothel. Ahem, just kidding. Hey, beautiful boss lady, that's a great idea. Chen Yuanqi chuckled awkwardly. In fact, Chen Yuanqi had a truth he didn't tell. From a human aesthetic point of view, ginger candy is indeed a beautiful thing. But it's not necessarily the case when it comes to other races. For example, some races prefer strong members of the opposite sex. In short, different races have different aesthetic standards, and they see other races as looking the same, which is called face blindness. That's more like it, Jiang Tang snorted. Dinner was also delivered. The two enjoyed their first meal together in this other world. This world is really strange. Jiang Tang ate the unknown meat, which tasted like braised meat, and said with concern, "The attribute values are scary to look at. Lowering them to a certain level makes me very uncomfortable. I'm really afraid that one day, my temperature will drop to 0, and I don't know if I'll actually die." Hearing Jiang Tang's words, Chen Yuanqi nodded. "So you need to be careful. Don't be stingy with the resources I give you. Remember to use the items that replenish your energy and stamina." Jiang Tang nodded seriously in response. "Okay, I will take good care of myself. There's one more thing." Hearing Chen Yuanqi's words, Jiang Tang looked at him. He continued, "Tomorrow during the day, you need to go out and check the surroundings of your territory to find the shield of your territory." Jiang Tang and the other newcomers weren't as lucky as him. Jiang Tang's territory, the Myriad Realms protection, only has 4 days left. If he doesn't find the territory's shield, he might be in danger. "Okay, I'll go see it tomorrow." Jiang Tang nodded in response. Chen Yuanqi further reminded you, "Be careful while you're there, protect yourself, and use your protective gear if you encounter any danger." As she responded, she served Chen Yuanqi some food. But if the universal protection barrier disappears, even if the territory shield can be found, it won't be able to stop it, right? I heard that someone almost died after seeing that giant eye. Jiang Tang was worried. Chen Yuanqi frowned upon hearing this. He overlooked this point. You should know that last time, before the universal protection barrier was in place, he lost 70 points of energy just by looking at that giant eye. He currently enjoys the protection of countless worlds for over 690 days, so there's no need to consider it in the short term. But Jiang Tang is different. Like other new lords, she only has 4 days left to be protected by the Myriad Realms. Trouble is coming. There should be a way to solve this, Chen Yuanqi said. Otherwise, how could so many people be able to advance to the Bronze Lord rank? If there's no other way, wouldn't those lords just die during the beginner phase? Let's finish dinner first, then I'll go with you to inquire about it, Chen Yuanqi said. Both of them were already at their hunger threshold, but they still needed to eat. After dinner, the bill came to 580. It's equivalent to consuming a piece of bronze-grade equipment. The two went hand in hand to a shop called Wanjitong, where they spent some civilization points to inquire about some real and useful information. When the multiverse protection barrier is about to expire, you can apply to the multiverse for renewal, but the price will change depending on the area of the protection. If it's a single-person shelter, each person only needs 5 civilization points per day. Of course, powerful lords don't need protection at all. They can withstand the radiation from the giant eye. Before leaving Wanjitong, Chen Yuanqi bought 2 guidebooks for human bronze level, mid-level, and low-level lords, and also bought Jiang Tang a Wanja dungeon map book, top 3. It costs 4,000 civilization points. There's no way around it. Knowledge is money, and it can save you from taking many detours. They were all newcomers to this world and knew nothing about it. After leaving the Myriad Realms connector, Chen Yuanqi brought Jiang Tang to the Black Market Order building of the Myriad Realms Black Market. This place is responsible for maintaining order in the black market. Anyone who violates the rules of the black market will be detained underground to receive dark punishment. Of course, anyone wanting to open a new shop must register here. Otherwise, it will be considered a violation of the black market order. I'm here to open a black market shop. Chen Yuanqi saw a man in black behind the counter, and the counter was labeled Black Market Business Registration. Please provide your shop name and the required shop size. The man in black sat there motionless, but responded to Chen Yuanqi. The shop is called Jiang Chun Store, and it's 20 square meters, Chen Yuanqi said. Please pay 20,000 civilization points. He paid readily. Successfully completed. The lease term is 1 year. Here are your shop keys. Please do not lose them. A small piece of black jade suddenly materialized in front of Chen Yuanqi. He took it and glanced at it. The front was engraved with the universal script, Jiang Chun Store, and the back was engraved with number 202288. Nod, thank you. He then left the order building with ginger candy. I feel like that person is a robot. After a while, Jiang Tang whispered. They all speak in the same tone. Who cares? Let's go check on the store. Chapter 45. A call to Jiang Tianxiang. Jiang Chen's bronze black market shop number 818 is a hit. Shop number 202,288 means that 200,000 shops have registered on this black market platform number 818. As for how many are still in operation, it certainly won't exceed 2,000. Following the directions of the shop key, they finally found their new shop. The store is a single-story shop, only about 5 or 6 square meters in size. The exterior walls are undecorated, but the sign above the door reads, Jiang Chun Store. There were quite a few people passing by outside the door, and there were shops operating all around. Many of them noticed this new store that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. You bought an adobe house. The two went inside and took a look around, and Jiang Tang teased them. I didn't expect that what looked small on the outside was actually quite large inside, with a room of 20 square meters. If you want your house to look nice, you have to spend money on renovations and adding floors. Chen Yuanqi shrugged. Apply for store decoration. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuanqi submitted an application to the multiverse black market using the shop key. After careful consideration, Chen Yuanqi decided to add another floor to the shop and install shelves on the first floor walls to store the goods. The first floor is used for business, and 2 rooms on the second floor are used for rest. Soon, a brand new, universally styled 2-story shop appeared. Wow! Jiang Tang exclaimed in surprise as she personally witnessed the miraculous changes around the room. The tables, chairs, and shelves appeared out of nowhere, and the floors and walls were modified to look even more beautiful. The renovation and addition of a floor cost him more than 7,000 civilization points. Let's go upstairs and take a look, Chen Yuanqi said. There are no stairs between the upper and lower floors. One must use a teleportation array to go up or down. The two arrive on the second floor via a small teleportation array. The second floor is decorated in a minimalist style, reflecting Chen Yuanqi's previous lifestyle. It felt like coming home. Jiang Tang opened one of the doors and exclaimed in disbelief. I'm glad you like it. Chen Yuanqi smiled. We can come often in the future. What are you planning to sell in the shop? Jiang Tang asked. We sell everything, but for now, we'll focus on pets. He responded. He sells everything that the Myriad Realms Mall sells, and he sells it even cheaper. Break the market price, break the lowest price, and establish your own brand. To survive in the black market, you need to have your own unique characteristics. Otherwise, if everyone's products are all the same, why would anyone buy yours? Bait. Jiang Tang looked puzzled. You'll see when the time comes, Chen Yuanqi said with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. Let's not talk about this today. We'll discuss it tomorrow. I'm going to send out a few loudspeakers now to tell Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian to come find us at the number 818 Black Market. Jiang Tang nodded quickly. She also longs for her family to be reunited. Subsequently, the world group in the bronze domain of the Myriad Realms civilization, which had just calmed down, broadcasted again. Chen Yuanqi used the Myriad Realms bronze megaphone. Uncle Xiong, Aunt Xian, Jiang Tang, and I are waiting for you at Jiangchen Shop, number 202288, Bronze Black Market, number 818. It's safe. X10. Chen Yuanqi shouted 10 times in a row, and the broadcast comments froze for 100 seconds. Meanwhile, the world group of the Myriad Realms bronze domain has been flooded with Chen Yuanqi's shouts. The high-ranking bronze lords, who had just stopped to rest, discovered that the new lord had reappeared. They even sent 10 messages in a row. At this moment, all the bronze lords at all stages and the new lords without stages were completely dumbfounded. Sending 10 messages in a row means he spent 20,000 civilization points. With 20,000 points, after saving every penny, it's enough to get a bronze player to silver. Which prodigal son of a human leader is this? Now, not only has Chen Yuanqi's name become famous in bronze lords, but Black Market number 818 and Jiangchen Shop have also become popular. Some powerful lords, and some who did not use the bronze black market token, teleported to bronze black market number 818. With a massive influx of traffic, the number 818 black market instantly became incredibly popular within just a few hours. This forced the mastermind behind the black market to send people to maintain order again. At this time, Chen Yuanqi and his companion were unaware of what would happen next, or the advertising effect of his shout. I'll rent a black market puppet guard to stand at the gate and set a password so that Uncle Xiong and the others can contact us. Chen Yuanqi turned to her and said, Okay. Jiang Tang took his hand and hummed in agreement. The password should be set to Xiong Shu and Xian Yi's real names, Jiang Tianxiong and Lu Xian. She nodded earnestly, hoping they would find us soon. Yes. Chen Yuanqi smiled. But at the same time, she was praying that everyone was all right and that they hadn't used the bronze black market tokens they received from daily check-ins. Otherwise, things would have been really troublesome. Shall we just sleep tonight? Chen Yuanqi asked. But we've already booked a room at the inn. Jiang Tang looked up and hesitated. It's already ordered, so it's fine. It's no big deal. Chen Yuanqi said casually. Anyway, I have money. No, we can't let the reservation go to waste. And so, Chen Yuanqi was pulled away by Jiang Tang, originally intending to return to the inn. On the way back, we ended up browsing the black market. After browsing for an hour, the two gained a considerable amount of knowledge about items from various worlds. There seemed to be a lot more people on the streets. Jiang Tang and her companion returned to the entrance of the inn and noticed that the number of people on the street had increased significantly. It's probably because most people come to the black market to browse the night market. Chen Yuanqi frowned, somewhat puzzled. The two returned to their rooms and each stayed in a separate room. Chen Yuanqi glanced at the regional chat group and found that many people were discussing his name, the Bronze Lord, and the black market number 818. It seems they didn't know Chen Yuanqi was in their group. Come to think of it, the people in the group are just chatting with their profile pictures. No personal information is displayed. Liu, the only one who knew the name Chen Yuanqi, also sent him several private messages to inquire about his situation. Just as Chen Yuanqi was about to reply to Li Yu, there was a sudden knock on his door. "I can't sleep." Full of energy, he looked at the ginger candy by the door, and she pouted. "What? Won't let loose with me tonight?" Chen Yuanqi deliberately looked her up and down, finally fixing his gaze on her name, Milk Candy. Enraged, she raised her hand and grabbed Chen Yuanqi by the neck. "That brat's asking for it." Chen Yuanqi laughed heartily, but said, "How do you know it stinks?" As soon as the door closed, the sound of the two laughing and joking could be heard. Before going to bed, Jiang Tang lay on her side, looking at Chen Yuanqi beside her, and said softly, "I'm so happy to have met you." Chen Yuanqi looked at her and grinned. "Me too." Jiang Tang's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at him intently. "I really don't want to go back to that desolate place, and I really hope that seeing you today was an illusion." Chen Yuanqi reached out and pinched her smooth cheek, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not an illusion." She reached out and pressed Chen Yuanqi's hand, then hummed in agreement. "When you return to your territory tomorrow, remember what I told you. Develop your territory well." Chen Yuanqi gave the instructions again. He also plans to focus on developing his territory and expanding his landholdings tomorrow. "Go to sleep first, get some rest. Tomorrow is a new beginning," Chen Yuanqi said softly. Jiang Tang is troubled because she can't sleep. Full of energy, she felt no sleepiness whatsoever. Theoretically speaking, as long as your health, stamina, and energy are full, you don't need to sleep. "How about venting a little?" Chen Yuanqi chuckled, looking rather malicious. As a result, Jiang Tang rolled her eyes, snorted, and turned away. After a while, "Why sleep so far away? Is it hot?" Suddenly, she turned around again, raised her eyebrows, and asked, "I'm afraid I'll poke you," Chen Yuanqi said with a meaningful smile. Bang! The woman raised her leg and kicked Chen Yuanqi off the bed. Rope. Chapter 46 Return to Territory. A wood elf appointed as a gardener. The falcon is born. The sun and moon are obscured, and day and night are indistinguishable. When they awoke, it was already the 4th day since they arrived in the multiverse civilization. The days may seem short, but to these newcomers, they feel like an eternity, a long and agonizing ordeal. A lot has happened these past few days. Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian did not come last night, Chen Yuanqi said calmly. He had already learned about what happened last night through the puppet security guard at the shop entrance. It's fair to say that last night, Bronze Black Market 818, or more accurately, Jiang Chen's newly opened shop, became a sensation in the bronze domain. Last night, the street in front of Jiang Chen's store was crowded with lords from various tribes, mostly there to see who Chen Yuanqi really was. However, his shop was closed last night, and he didn't open for business, so he didn't serve any customers. The puppet at the entrance would ask each person who inquired for their name, but unfortunately, no accurate password was received. Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed across Jiang Tang's delicate brows. Perhaps they had already used their bronze black market token before, which is why they couldn't get here. "They'll contact us when they get it again." Chen Yuanqi smiled and offered words of comfort. "There's no need to create repression at this point. Yeah, maybe mom and dad are still home. They're the ones who should be worried. We've all disappeared." Jiang Tang then nodded and smiled brightly. Chen Yuanqi rubbed her head. The two remained silent, neither considering the worst-case scenario. Excessive worry only adds to your troubles and doesn't solve anything. "We'll skip the shop for now. While it's still light, we should hurry back to develop our territory. Only by becoming strong can we do what we want," Chen Yuanqi said to her. The true foundation of a lord is his territory. Chen Yuanqi has many more things to arrange right now. Ginger Candy nodded. "Remember what I told you last night, and the Lord Strategy Guide and Encyclopedia I bought for you. Make sure you read them," Chen Yuanqi instructed. "Okay, I'll do my best." Without much sentimentality, the two waved goodbye and tacitly chose to return to their territory. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi returned to his territory, Jiangchen. A shadow fell over him, and he sighed silently as he left his residence. Huh? Chen Yuanqi looked at the dual-type meat field next to him, whose maturation cycle had shortened considerably. It was originally 7 days, but now it's only 4 days? Were the effects of the elemental spring water? Or is it? Chen Yuanqi was slightly taken aback when he saw a small green creature quietly collecting dewdrops from the leaves of the fleshy fruit seedlings. Isn't this the little elf? Just then, the little elf also saw Chen Yuanqi, and she stopped collecting dew in her hand. Chen Yuanqi smiled slightly and waved his hand. The little elf? Yeah, was a little scared and quickly hid under the leaves of the fruit seedling. At this moment, Chen Yuanqi spoke, using the common language of the elves. "My elven friend, I meant no harm. This is my territory, and I've been watching you for several days now." After a short while, the fairy flew out from under the leaves. "Giant, did you move me here?" She looked wary and asked. The voice was very soft, and it was speaking Elvish. Chen Yuanqi shrugged. "No, I don't have that much ability. The Hundredfold Reward God-level system was created, not by me." "Where is this?" she asked after thinking for a moment. "This is my territory, A world, I don't even know where it is, Chen Yuanqi replied. Elfia was silent for a moment, then looked at Chen Yuanqi. Giant, can you send me back to the Forest of Life? The Forest of Life? Where's this? Chen Yuanqi was puzzled. The Forest of Life is the Forest of Life, don't you know? A look of doubt appeared on Elfia's little face. Chen Yuanqi shook his head. There are many things about this world that he doesn't know. It looks like you won't be able to go back anytime soon. Chen Yuanqi smiled and said, how about this? You stay in my territory for now, and we can coexist peacefully as friends. Once I find out where the Forest of Life is, I'll find a way to send you back. Actually, I'm aware of what you've been up to these past few days. This includes things like you taking a bath on my water tower, secretly watering the succulent plant, and watering the fairy tree. I think we should get along amicably. You don't need to be afraid of me. If I were a bad guy, I would have arrested you already. After he finished speaking, he saw the hesitation on Elfia's face. Pointing around, striking while the iron is hot. If you agree to be my friend, everything here is open to you, and you don't have to be secretive anymore. Then elemental water? Is that okay too? Elfia asked hesitantly. Elemental water? Or perhaps elemental spring water? He nodded. Can I eat one of these once they're ripe? Elfia pointed to the fleshy fruit seedlings beside her, a hesitant look on her face, and asked tentatively. Sure, if you help me manage the meat field. How about we get 91%? Chen Yuanqi looked at her and smiled. The fox's tail was accidentally revealed. Was 91 points. She didn't understand what 91 points meant. Chen Yuanqi explained that the 90-10 split means that if there are 10 fruits, 9 will be mine and 1 will be given to you. The more you harvest from the field, the more you get. And I don't just have one meat field, I have others. The fields are mine, the seedlings are mine, and even the water and fertilizer are provided by me. It's not unreasonable for me to ask for 90% of the land, is it? She blinked, as if she was thinking about something. Then I agree. We'll be friends once we sign the contract, she said, mustering her courage. A contract? Chen Yuanqi was slightly taken aback. He quickly understood what the other party meant by the contract. In other words, it's a contract, but a special contract from another world, subject to the supervision of civilizations from all realms. Those who violate the terms of the contract will be punished. There's nothing wrong with this contract. It basically means that Elfie will be friends with Chen Yuanqi. Chen Yuanqi can't eat her, but she can help him farm. However, Chen Yuanqi has to share his food with her. Chen Yuanqi found the other party's strange request both naive and amusing. Since it wouldn't do him any harm, he signed a simple contract. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Chen Yuanqi, a human. I am a master of this island territory. Chen Yuanqi looked at the palm-sized wood elf before him and smiled slightly. He was curious as to why the elves in the black market could grow so big. My name is Yayamu. Yeah, the little wood elf. The little elf looked cautiously at Chen Yuanqi. She discovered that the giant wasn't scary at all. He actually seemed quite kind. I'd like to ask, is the reason this meat field is growing so fast because of you? Chen Yuanqi inquired. He felt that must be the case. Otherwise, how could he explain the sudden acceleration of the flesh field's growth? We wood elves have a natural affinity for plant life, and plant life really likes the power of wood elves. Being with high-quality plants is also beneficial to the growth of wood elves. They complement each other. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi suddenly understood, and his expression shifted. I have 2 succulent fields here. Would you like me to help plant some too? As a result, Chen Yuanqi successfully planted the remaining 2 meat fields. The dual-type meat field, bronze, perfect food type, medicine type, bomb fruit meat field, bronze, common weapon type, and ice fruitcake meat field, bronze, common food type, are all planted on the mountaintop, occupying a large area. As for his new friend, Elfia, she has happily become the diligent gardener and owner of the 3 meat fields. The 2 reached an amicable agreement. She could use the elemental spring water on the water tower as she pleased, and she could fly freely. After exchanging a few words with the other party, he headed towards the falcon nest. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and chuckled to himself. He wished he had more friends like that. He never expected things to turn out this way. Are the wood elves too naive? No, it was consensual. It may seem like they tricked her into working, but actually the wood elf is naturally fond of interacting with plant life. Otherwise, why would she be called a wood elf? Chen Yuanqi then went to the falcon's nest. The first batch of falcons has successfully hatched in the falcon nest, but the falcons are still sleeping in the nest. Come out, little ones. Chen Yuanqi had already sensed the situation of the falcons in the nest. Then, a clear cry came from the nest. Chapter 47 Falcon and People. Chen Yuanqi's mission. Then a silvery white light, like lightning, shot out from the falcon's nest, and the falcon soared into the sky above its territory. From the misty lair, 1, 2, and a continuous stream of silvery white eagle shadows flew out. Then, a loud eagle's cry pierced the sky and echoed throughout the entire island. This not only alarmed the other creatures on the island, but also alerted the inhabitants of the valley. They looked up at the flock of eagles that had suddenly appeared in the sky, and one of them, with sharp eyesight, exclaimed in surprise, "That eagle is so beautiful!" And on the mountain, Chen Yuanqi looked at the flock of combat-type falcons circling on a mountaintop, smiled with satisfaction, and shouted, "Come over." Then, the flock of eagles swooped down and landed gently in front of Chen Yuanqi. They folded their wings one by one and lined up neatly like soldiers. Chen Yuanqi carefully observed the first batch of falcons. There were a total of 20 falcons, all of which looked quite large, with wingspans of 1.2 meters. Its beak is like a golden hook, its eyes are bright and clear like jade. There's a tuft of light blue down on its head. Its whole body is covered with silvery white wings, and its sharp claws, as clear as jade, are gripping the ground. Their feathers don't look soft. They resemble rows of sharp blades. Name, Combat Attack Falcon Young Eagle. Grade, Bronze Common. Attribute, Combat Attack. Gold. Characteristics, Aerial Overlord. In the airspace above, the Falcon reigns supreme, with flight speed increased by 30 and attack power by 50. Currently, its beak, talons, and silver wings can penetrate the defenses of bronze-grade weapons, and it can lift prey weighing up to 1 ton. Combat Talent, Feather, not awakened. Combat Talent, Golden Wheel, unawakened. Description: the Sky Overlord who has not yet grown up is, of course, a ground chicken that is slaughtered as soon as it lands. Only bronze common, and it's already this powerful. Chen Yuanqi took a deep breath. He knew that the falcons could reach a maximum strength of bronze perfection. But these young eagles, which are only at the bronze common level, can carry a ton of prey. This data really surprised Chen Yuanqi. 1 ton weighs 2,000 gene. Chen Yuanqi thought he was strong, but he couldn't lift such a heavy thing. Little guy, go and try to pick up that big rock over there with your paws. Chen Yuanqi pointed to a large rock, weighing about 500 or 600 pounds, not far from the Rocky Mountain, and said to one of them. The falcon that had been called upon instantly took flight and swooped down onto the large rock. Sharp claws instantly pierced through hard rock. Then the falcon flapped its wings like a strong wind, and its silvery white wings suddenly emitted a pale golden luster. A clear cry of an eagle. A shocking scene unfolded. The stone was instantly pulled from the soil, lifted into the air, and suspended several meters off the ground. That's incredible. Chen Yuanqi was secretly amazed. This world really can't be treated with common sense. Eagles can lift stones weighing hundreds of kilograms and fly. In the past, would anyone believe that? Even the people living at the foot of the mountain witnessed something that left them stunned. Fly higher, Chen Yuanqi said. Then came the Rocky Mountain, which was over 200 meters high. Chen Yuanqi tried to get them to tear the stones that were about to fall from the sky into pieces. This is a bold attempt. As his master, these falcons understand him and don't need any lectures. A giant rock fell from the sky. Eagles cried out in unison. In an instant, a flock of eagles took flight, and silver lightning streaked across the sky. The large rock, weighing 500 or 600 pounds, was instantly surrounded and sliced into pieces by the falcon's sharp wings and talons, which were as sharp as blades and scattered all over the ground. If this were to become a living, breathing creature, it would probably be even worse. Chen Yuanqi clapped his hands and shouted, "You all performed well. Let's go down a mountain and find some food." Subsequently, Chen Yuanqi arrived at the valley in the forest at the foot of the mountain. "Greetings, Lord." The leaders and slaves all bowed and shouted. Chen Yuanqi nodded and asked, "How many one-eyed silverback lizards were left last night?" "My lord, there are 8 more left. They've all been skinned and preserved," Amber replied. "Take them all out, but keep one. Throw the rest into the stream," Chen Yuanqi said. Then, 7 one-eyed silverback lizards, each weighing 200 pounds and skinned and gutted, were carried out and placed by the stream. "Come down." Chen Yuanqi said something. The falcons, circling in the air, suddenly swooped down. "It's all your food. A feast for the falcons." Everyone looked at the 20 magnificent falcons with envy. "You want it?" Chen Yuanqi chuckled. They nodded hastily. "It wouldn't be impossible for you to adopt one." Chen Yuanqi paused and continued. "I will reward whoever can defeat one of them or tame them by other means." The falcons were originally standard equipment that Chen Yuanqi provided to these people. The premise is that they are useful. Upon hearing this, everyone looked dejected. They had just witnessed the spectacular performance of the falcons on the mountain. If they can easily crush stones, how can their physiques withstand it? "Master, I like to try it." At this moment, werewolf warriors, slaves of the werewolf clan, stepped forward. "Sure." Chen Yuanqi grinned. This werewolf warrior seems to be named Wolf True. He likes warriors with guts the most. "Master, may I use a weapon?" Wolf asked. "Sure, I'll allow you to wear the defensive gear. Go ahead and attack. Just don't kill the falcon. Anyone can try. Shoot however you want. Just don't kill the falcon." Chen Yuanqi said calmly. "It's all right if the falcon is injured. It can be sent back to its nest to rest and recover. To develop a territory, one must cultivate a warlike and indomitable spirit among the people. Only then can overall combat strength be improved. Only then can we rely on our people to defeat the enemy and the dark creatures. Otherwise, how can he develop if he only has a group of timid and cowardly subjects under his command? Oh, woo, kill." Wolfman Wolf asked Chen Yuanqi for permission to fight one of the falcons, and the battlefield was set on a flat open space in the valley. Eagles howled and wolves howled as a chaotic battle raged. Both are at the bronze common level, one possessing extremely high speed and powerful attack, and the other having freedom in a battle space. It looks like a target, but it has perfect bronze-level weapons and defense, as well as a decent attack speed. The two sides fought to a draw, with neither gaining a clear advantage. For the Falcons, they were still young and lacked combat experience, so they were somewhat embarrassed in the early stages and almost got knocked down. But Falcon grew fiercer with each battle, and Wolf's defensive stamina kept decreasing, with bloody scratches on his face. Awoo! The wolf howled to the sky, its entire body instantly doubling in size, leaping 4 or 5 meters high. The falcon had already swooped down, not expecting the werewolf to undergo such a change. Bang! A mournful eagle cry rang out. The wolf grabbed the falcon by the wing, flung it in midair, and threw it into the stream. All right. At this moment, Chen Yuanqi clapped his hands and spoke. Both sides immediately restrained themselves, and Lang Zhun's scarlet wolf eyes returned to their original expression. He walked unsteadily and looked very weak. The winner this time is Wolf True. You have earned the right to own a falcon. Chen Yuanqi looked at Lang Zhun and smiled. Thank you, master. Wolf knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and thanked them. The falcon also took flight from the stream, scattering water droplets, and flew to Chen Yuanqi. It doesn't look like he was seriously injured. From now on, you are comrades in arms and partners, and there is no distinction of rank between you and my eyes. Chen Yuanqi said calmly. Yes. Then, Chen Yuanqi's gaze swept around. Any one of you can have your own comrades and partners. Everyone is qualified to receive the falcon. The prerequisite is that you can tame a falcon. Every day, I set aside 2 hours to let the untamed falcons come down and train with you. Chen Yuanqi said calmly. Yes, my lord. Everyone looked ready for battle. Now you can choose whichever you want. The winner is yours. After saying that, Chen Yuanqi ignored those people. They went directly to the two people from the mountain tribe who were in charge of planting slaves and cultivating stone trees among the pirates. All 3 were responsible for the cultivation and farming of the territory. Have the fields all been prepared? Chen Yuanqi brought the 3 of them with him. It's done. They all responded. He nodded and took out 3 bags of different colors. I have a planting task here that requires you to plant. After Chen Yuanqi arranged the farming tasks, he went to check on the newly turned fields and watch how they planted the crops. After confirming that everything was all right, he went back to check on the people who were still fighting by the stream. But the battle was already drawing to a close. The pirates, who were originally from the same clan, were all defeated. The werewolves, on the other hand, learned their lesson and transformed into werewolves right away, allowing them to be successfully tamed one after another. However, the falcons behind them were not stupid either. Knowing the opponent's fighting style, they directly kite and wore down the werewolf, and easily won when the werewolf was weakened. In the end, only 4 falcons were tamed, all of which were captured by the werewolves. Why don't you give it a try? Chen Yuanqi looked at the Sword Clan youth who hadn't made a move. Chun Dao shook his head, staring at the falcon in front of him, his gaze sharp as a knife. I never do anything I'm not sure of. Once I act, it's a decisive blow. He looked at the young swordsman with surprise, then laughed and nodded. Good. He patted the other man on the shoulder and addressed the assembled people. Now I have a new task. Chapter 48, Hatching the Forest Horn Turtle Nest. Activating Ticket, Ancestral Source Hall of Talent. Chen Yuanqi ordered a group of people to clear away all the excess trees and rocks within the Bloodthorn Wall area in preparation for the development of the territory. However, if they encounter fruit trees or some unusual-looking plants, they should be left alone. Chen Yuanqi has his own plans. The rest of the people, except those who farmed, were to hunt in the surrounding areas, trying to catch but not kill, and bring the prey back to their territory. No one asked why, and everyone carried out Chen Yuanqi's orders. As for you little guys, Chen Yuanqi looked at the falcons that had just hatched. They also had things to do. Fly away from the island, fly as far as possible, and see if there are any other islands or ships around the sea. If you encounter this, send me a message. This is also another function of the falcons, aerial patrol. Apart from the giant island where he was located, there was only the vast ocean. As for the island where the one-eyed silverback lizard once lived, it had long since become nourishment for his territory. Now that he has territory, what Chen Yuanqi lacks most is people. The territory currently has only about 20 people, which seems insignificant on this giant island of nearly 100 square kilometers. But relying on refugees drifting in from the sea, it's likely that we won't know when we'll finally meet them. There are also 2 other methods: purchasing slaves and waging wars of lords to plunder. The former is extremely costly, while the latter lacks the necessary tools and opportunities. As for the people, let's explore the Myriad Realms caverns first. Chen Yuanqi was planning to enter the Myriad Realms cave again today, explore and advance the number of cave layers to see if we can find useful resources or discover the remnants of the Myriad World's cave or other items. However, before that, Chen Yuanqi had 2 more things to do. I also hatched the last hatchable nest I had. This nest, like the meat field we just planted, was auctioned off on the black market. Is it possible to place forest horned tortoises here to hatch their nests? Chen Yuanqi nodded upon seeing the notification from the Myriad World civilization. Then, another misty nest appeared at the foot of another hill next to the Rocky Mountain, near a spring and stream. Chen Yuanqi dragged the remaining one-eyed silverback lizard carcass into the nest. Name: Forest Horned Turtle Nest. Grade: No quality. The incubation process is expected to be completed in 8 hours. Chen Yuanqi washed his hands by the stream and glanced at the hatching nest, which wasn't of very good quality. But these kinds of items are still useful to him at this stage. The forest horned tortoise is amphibious, with a large shell on its back, great strength, and importantly, the ability to carry people. However, before going to the Myriad Realms cave, let's claim the talent first. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. After he was promoted to Bronze Lord, he did not use either of the 2 tickets he received as a 100x reward. 1 ticket to the Ancestral Temple of Talent, and 100 tickets to the Borderlands of the Abyss experience card. The Ancestral Temple of Talents seems to have a different path to talent awakening than other Bronze Lords. Chen Yuanqi didn't know the origin of the Ancestral Origin Hall, so he took the opportunity to inquire about it at the Bronze Black Market yesterday. However, the information about the Ancestral Temple cost him 100,000 civilization points. Damn it, the information fee alone is 100,000. This is even more outrageous than robbery. The price far exceeded the price level of the Bronze Black Market. Therefore, Chen Yuanqi did not buy it and planned to figure out the situation himself. Does Lord 015 want to activate the Ancestral Temple ticket? Chen Yuanqi took out the ticket to the Ancestral Source Hall of Talent, silently recited the activation command, and then saw the reminder from the Myriad Realms civilization. Yes, you are about to enter the Ancestral Temple of Talent. Please note the following upon entry. Weapons, items, skills, and pets are prohibited. Your Lord identity card will be temporarily sealed. Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised when he saw the notice. Before he could think further, he felt a forceful push on his back and nearly fell over. Just as he looked up, the scene around him changed drastically. The surroundings were a chaotic white expanse, as if the earth was shrouded in a thick fog, so dark that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Is this the Ancestral Hall of Talent? Chen Yuanqi looked puzzled, secretly shocked. At least the Ancestral Hall has a hall, but what about the other hall? He tried to inquire about the myriad civilizations, but unfortunately, there was no response. Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and decided to go further away to see if he could escape the fog. As soon as he took a step, 2 towering gates, each 1,000 meters high, suddenly appeared in the mist. One in front and one behind, placing them in the middle. Chen Yuanqi frowned, looked up at the 2 gates that resembled the Southern Heavenly Gate, and the characters above the gates read. Front door 7, back door 5. Upon closer inspection, the overall patterns between the doorposts are quite surprising. One has more dense, meandering patterns, while the other has more sparse, branching patterns. Word count. What does this mean? Chen Yuanqi frowned in thought. How does one awaken their talent? Is this the Ancestral Temple of Talent? Can one awaken here? Or is it only possible after entering the temple? No one could tell him. It was all guesswork and trial and error on his own. Fine, I'll just pick one of the 2. He couldn't understand it, so he had no choice. Just as Chen Yuanqi was about to walk towards one of the doors, he had only taken half a step into the Heavenly Gate. The jade pendant bearing the character Chun, worn by Chen Yuanqi, suddenly shattered, and the entrance to the Heavenly Gate in front of him was instantly replaced by another entrance. He hadn't noticed what had just happened. Instead, he was somewhat bewildered by his surroundings. The surrounding countryside is quiet, and in front of you is a farmhouse courtyard enclosed by a wooden fence. The dilapidated house was built with thatch. To the left of the house was a small vegetable garden, but it looked abandoned and overgrown with weeds. On the right is a small pond that is almost dried up, and there's a black fish in it. Behind the thatched cottage, there is a large willow tree. Is this the Ancestral Temple of Talent? Chen Yuanqi looked completely bewildered. He had imagined that such a grand and prestigious name would imply a magnificent and spectacular place. But it turned out to be just an ordinary farmhouse courtyard, and a thatched one at that. At this point, the word complex was no longer sufficient to describe his feelings. So how does one's talent awaken? Inside the house. Chen Yuanqi sighed silently, regretting that he should have spent some money to inquire about the process of awakening talents. He pushed open the door gently. The room was simply furnished with a bed, a table, and a bookshelf. However, there was a conspicuous wooden box on the table. Chen Yuanqi remained silent. There was only a straw mat on the bed, only a box on the table, and only a scroll of bamboo slips on the bookshelf. The room exudes an atmosphere that bears the marks of time. So the talent skills are in a box? Everything here looked like no one had been here for a long time, so Chen Yuanqi didn't care. Pick up the box directly. Upon opening it, I found a simple, unassuming black seed about the size of a bean. What is this thing again? At least give me a hint. Just as Chen Yuanqi was about to cry, the black seed in his hand suddenly shattered, sending dust flying. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi felt a kick in the back. When he hurriedly turned around, he found that the scene around him had changed again. Welcome to the Temple of Ancestral Talents, the Temple of Imperial Authority. Chapter 49, the Temple of Authority. Invincible Bronze Divine Skill. Mantra of Authority. Entering the Myriad Realms cave again. Chen Yuanqi was stunned, his mind not quite processing what was happening. Looking around at the ancient halls and seeing the wooden figure in front of me, I realized it was the one that had been speaking. He then saw 5 people not far away, sitting cross-legged and motionless, each radiating a 7-color glow. Is this the Temple of the Gods? Were we just now? Chen Yuanqi hesitated for a moment and asked. The wooden figure did not answer Chen Yuanqi's question, but instead said directly, "To comprehend the power of control, please go to the Enlightenment platform." Then, for some reason, Chen Yuanqi ended up sitting with the 5 people whose bodies were radiating a 7-color glow. He was completely bewildered. What is the power of defense? I came here specifically to learn and comprehend my innate skills. Could it be that the power of defense is the innate skill here? Chen Yuanqi also took the opportunity to secretly observe the 5 people around him. They all looked like people, but their physical characteristics were very different. For example, there are creatures with jade horns on their heads, long tails, 3 eyes, and 6 arms, and all sorts of things. This made him uneasy. What kind of monsters are these? At the same time, the 5 men suddenly opened their eyes in unison, glanced at Chen Yuanqi without making a sound, and then raised their eyebrows, revealing a surprised expression. It seemed unbelievable. How could there be a bronze-level weakling here? Should we say hello to them? Just as Chen Yuanqi hesitated, they closed their eyes again. Seeing this, Chen Yuanqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes like the others. In an instant, Chen Yuanqi felt that he had entered a very mysterious state. However, he frowned, as if he had encountered some problem. Turned out to be, a black seed had appeared in his mind at some unknown time. He hadn't felt anything before. Aren't these the seeds that just turned to dust? How'd they end up here? Just as Chen Yuanqi was wondering, the seed in his mind suddenly broke through its shell, quickly sprouting leaves, buds, and roots, and took root in his head. It gradually grew into a sapling that was barely visible. At the same time, Chen Yuanqi's body suddenly emitted an even more dazzling 7-colored light, overshadowing the halo around those around him. The Temple of the God of the Gods possesses a mysterious and immense power that flows continuously from all directions, nurturing the growth of that mysterious seed sapling. At this moment, Chen Yuanqi no longer knew how to describe his feelings. From the moment he activated the ticket to the Ancestral Temple of Talent, everything and every event was beyond his expectations. He originally wanted to awaken a talent skill, but he didn't expect it to be so complicated. Before I could even learn the innate skills, my body started having problems, and a sapling sprouted in my mind. Chen Yuanqi didn't know how long he waited, but suddenly a luminous, colorful fruit sprouted from the small sapling whose branches and leaves looked like white jade. Congratulations, Lord, on mastering the innate skill, Mantra of Defense. Reward, 1,000 civilization points. What? Chen Yuanqi, may I ask what I did? The next moment, when the mysterious feeling disappeared, Chen Yuanqi opened his eyes and found that he had returned to his territory. Chen Yuanqi looked completely bewildered. He entered with a blank expression and left looking equally bewildered. Without any real experience, you somehow master a talent skill without even realizing it. That's truly unbelievable. Disappeared? Chen Yuanqi realized that the strange little sapling in his mind had disappeared. He then checked his innate skills. Name, True Word Technique of Control. Level, Bronze Divine Skill. Cost, Health -20. Introduction, 1 word a day. The Milky Way turns upside down. It's an introduction that couldn't be simpler. The True Word Technique of Control? Chen Yuanqi frowned inwardly. At that moment, the word move came to his mind. He then received many more uses for this character. Shift. Chen Yuanqi's heart stirred, and he uttered a single word. Health -20. He then vanished instantly. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi appeared on the top of the rocky mountain, which was 200 meters high. After surveying his surroundings, his expression widened, and he gasped in shock. Real teleportation? That's incredible. Although he lost 20 health points, Chen Yuanqi could easily replenish them by drinking some potions. Elphia, who was swinging on a swing under the pokeball tree, stared blankly at Chen Yuanqi, who had suddenly appeared. She looked very puzzled. When did the giants come up? Shift. Chen Yuanqi disappeared again. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi appeared on the shore of a lake, as still as a mirror. You have discovered a 2-star civilization landscape, Island Heart Lake. Civilization points, plus 200. A notification from the Myriad World civilization suddenly appeared before my eyes. Then, the 100x reward is triggered. Civilization points, plus 20,000. Island Lake. Chen Yuanqi took out a bottle of potion that could replenish health points, drank it down, and gained 20 health points, restoring his health points to 80. He also surveyed the lake in the center of the island, which was quite far from where he lived in the forest valley. If he were to walk, it would probably take an hour. However, with just one skill, he arrived at this place directly, which is truly remarkable. Truly a divine skill worthy of the bronze level. This is a 2-star civilization landscape. It doesn't seem to have anything particularly amazing about it. Chen Yuanqi ate an elemental fruit, only to find that it couldn't restore the health points he had just lost. Helpless, he drank a health-restoring potion, which restored his health to 100%. Afterwards, I walked around the 3-acre lake in the center of the island, but didn't find anything special. It seems that the special thing about this lake is the lake itself. Is the lake water this cold? Soon, Chen Yuanqi discovered the lake water in the center of the island. Its temperature was extremely cold, even more piercing than ice. Strangely, the lake's surface and water did not freeze. The surface is probably not that simple. Shift. Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment, and then used his innate skill again. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi appeared at the bottom of the lake. However, the immense water pressure and the frigid lake water instantly pressed down on him. Before Chen Yuanqi could even get a clear look at the bottom of the lake, he was forced to use his talent skill again, resulting in a minus 20 damage to his health. In one round trip, another 40 health points were lost. I was careless. When Chen Yuanqi returned to the top of Yanshan Mountain, he smiled wryly. In addition, the lake bottom instantly depleted 20 of his health points, leaving him with only 40 health points. He was barely alive and was not feeling well. He was quickly given the medicine again to help the patient recover. It seems we need to prepare and find out more. There must be a secret at the bottom of that lake. Chen Yuanqi murmured. He then turned around and went back to his room to change his clothes. I thought I could have held on for a few more seconds at the bottom of the lake, but I didn't expect the cold and water pressure to be so high. I didn't dare to push myself. After taking off his clothes in the bathroom, Chen Yuanqi frowned. The jade pendant around his neck was gone. When was it lost? Was it lost in the lake in the middle of the island? Or was it lost even earlier? I couldn't figure out where I lost it, so I had no choice but to give up. If it's lost, it's lost. Chen Yuanqi shook his head. After changing into clean clothes, Chen Yuanqi dried his lord's battle armor and had his 5 pet beasts gather halfway up the mountain. Second exploration of the Myriad Realms cave. Chapter 50, an encounter with a different race lord in the underground cave. A bronze truce order. Chen Yuanqi's regional chat group, 1918 to 2000. Did you sign in today? I checked in and got a task template. There are rewards for completing the tasks on it. I think this is a glimmer of hope for us. If we try our best, surviving shouldn't be a problem. My attribute values are depleting too quickly. Any experts out there who can give me some advice? By the way, have any of you tried using the Lord's Armor stealth ability to pull off a surprise attack? The cooldown time is too long, bro. You can save it for later to save your life. The group has lost a lot of people, and I'm almost at my limit. Is there anyone willing to help me? Among the new lords, some have found a way to adapt to life here. Others, however, are struggling and begging for help. All walks of life. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanqi, who was far ahead of them, had already entered the Myriad Realms cave again. In the Myriad Realms cave, the passages that Chen Yuanqi had previously opened up are still preserved. Therefore, Chen Yuanqi chose to reload the save file and arrived at the 26th underground cave space in the first shallow layer. The first level of the Myriad Realms cavern can be opened up to connect countless cavern spaces. However, once you have 100 underground spaces, you can proceed to the second level. Therefore, to clear the first level, one needs to spend at least 200 civilization points to purchase 10 dungeon entrance tickets. Of course, he doesn't need to worry about how many entrance tickets he needs. Go ahead. Chen Yuanqi still let the rock-cutting master continue to explore the way ahead. Unexpectedly, the first 3 underground spaces were empty, containing nothing. When they arrived at the 30th cavern space, they finally discovered a cavern creature. Cave creature, digging sow. Grade, no quality. Attribute, earth. Description, this pig likes to dig in the dirt, so the meat isn't very good. Maybe we can use it to do something? Chen Yuanqi originally intended to slaughter the pig, but after seeing the reminder from the Myriad Realms cave, he thought about it and put down his sword. Keep it for now and subdue it later, Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. Anyway, the tunnel has been dug this far, so its location is already fixed. Without an entrance ticket to the Myriad Realms cave, it is impossible to enter or leave this space. Chen Yuanqi then led his 5 pet beasts forward, leaving behind a trembling, underground digging pig that had been hiding underground. You found 3 wooden crates. You opened 2 empty boxes and gained nothing. You opened the treasure chest, 500 milliliters empty plastic bottle X1. Next, the option to trigger a 100x reward is available. 1. 500 milliliters X 100 empty plastic bottles, no quality specified. Second, sturdy bottle, 3LX10, ordinary bronze quality. An empty bottle? Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow, but still chose to accept the reward and opted for the second one. Keep going. Chen Yuanqi then continued. At the fork in the road, there are warning animals along the way. Today, the unlucky player didn't get much. unlike last time when they didn't obtain hatchable nests or other good items. Wah! Just as the rock-splitting master was breaking through the stone wall of the 35th underground cave, the warning beast suddenly cried out, giving Chen Yuanqi a warning. Is it dangerous ahead? Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, the number 35 underground passage had already been opened by then. Let's see what's going on first. Chen Yuanqi was able to see the scene in cave 35 through the light from the luminous rabbit above his head. There are still people here? There were two groups of people, both carrying torches. On one side was a tiger-headed beastman, accompanied by a fox-like pet. On the other side was a person with 3 large eyes, but no mouth or nose, also accompanied by a snake-like pet. A glowing token floated between them. Bronze Peace Refuge for 7 days. If you encounter any stage of promotion, War Mode, Bronze, or below, you can activate the token to grant a 7-day peace period. Upon seeing this reminder, Chen Yuanqi's eyes lit up. He also noticed the other two groups of people. Are they all lords? Well, at least they're all low-level bronze. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. This is not difficult to deal with. Both factions also saw the blindingly bright orb of light in the darkness. They were used to the darkness here, but the appearance of the light ball rabbit made their eyes too bright to look directly at. Get lost. We found this place first. After the tiger-headed beastman and the 3-eyed man adjusted to the light and saw who it was, they exchanged a knowing glance, attempting to drive away the newcomer and then fight for the place. The reason is simple. A low-level bronze rank can have several pet beasts with them, which is obviously a formidable opponent. Since that's the case, kill them. Chen Yuanqi said indifferently that he was too lazy to use his innate skills and equipment skills. It's worth mentioning that his innate skill, Mantra of Control, can be used freely within his territory. However, it's restricted here. He can only move within a single underground space and cannot teleport to other spaces. As for how far he can teleport at the maximum distance, he needs to test it outside his territory. Therefore, we sent our 2 pet beasts, Rock Splitter and Giant Side Mantis, to deal with those 2 alien races. A perfect bronze-level pet might not be able to defeat a high-level bronze lord, but it should have no problem dealing with these 2 low-level bronze lords. Moreover, their pet beasts are of no quality level. Bang bang! The rock-splitting master clapped his fists together, making a crisp sound, and stomped forward forcefully. The tiger-headed beastman, accompanied by his pet, roared and charged forward without saying a word. Ding! With a muffled thud, the tiger-headed orc's weapon struck the rock-splitting master's stone waist. The knife broke. What? The tiger-headed beastman's eyes widened in surprise. Master Rock Splitter was unharmed. He grabbed the rather large tiger-headed orc and slammed his head down hard. The tiger-headed orc was instantly critically injured. With a sudden stomp of its giant stone foot and a smash of its fist, the tiger-headed orc and its pet were instantly killed. Run! The 3-eyed man broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this and turned to retreat, wanting to return to his previous underground space. But unexpectedly, with that one turn, his perspective completely changed. This is... A sharp pain shot through him as the 3-eyed man was cleaved in two at the waist by the giant side-wielding hand blade of the giant side-wielding mantis, which moved with lightning speed. Wah! At the same time, the warning beast continuously alerted Chen Yuan. Chen Yuanqi also discovered that the 3-eyed man's pet snake was trying to sneak up on him from behind along the cave wall. Very insidious. But in the face of overwhelming power, all schemes are futile. Its fate was naturally to be trampled to death by the puppet warriors. You have obtained a bronze peace order for 7 days, X1. Then, Chen Yuanqi took the magical prop directly. A truce order is indeed a good tool. At the same time, the 100x reward has been triggered again. 100x reward optional. 1. Bronze peace order, 7 days, X100. 2. Bronze peace order 30 by 20. 3. Silver peace order for 5 days, X1. Choose option 1, Chen Yuanqi said. This thing must be a valuable treasure, but he doesn't need that much. He can just sell the rest on the black market. Keep going. Chen Yuanqi spoke up. The team doesn't need to rest. 1 character and 5 pets will continue deeper into the territory. As for the 2 alien races' underground passages, they have already been filled by the self-healing mechanism of the Myriad Realms underground cave. So even if you break through to that location, you still won't find the original passage. At this moment, the civilization of all realms sent another notification. Congratulations, Lord! You have won and gained +2 bronze lore points. Your current total bronze lore points are +3. Current ranking on the Myriad Realms bronze ranking, 50 million plus. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. A reward will be given every 7 days to those ranked within the top 100,000 in the bronze rank. Chapter 51 Bronze Hunking. A thrilling encounter with the Abyss Demon General, the young hybrid starry sky dragon. The bronze ranking has gained 2 more points. Chen Yuanqi pondered to himself. He already knew about the bronze ranking when he advanced yesterday. This list includes bronze lords from all races. Chen Yuanqi did not know how many people there were. But even after killing 3 lords, he was still ranked below 50 million. This indicates that the number of bronze lords is at least in the hundreds of millions, not including the new lords who have not yet been ranked. This gives you an idea of just how deep the waters of this multiverse civilization are. What kind of monsters are the top 100 lords? Chen Yuanqi glanced at the lords ranked ahead of him. They were all high-level bronze. There are all sorts of races such as immortals, elves, humans, dragons, demons, and so on. Chen Yuanqi had previously learned the languages of the 100 ethnic groups passively, and all the powerful ethnic groups he remembered were on a list. It's a pity we can't see their lord points. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself that it was a pity. The 100x reward has not yet been triggered. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll be on the list too. Chen Yuanqi made up his mind in secret. The rankings naturally refer to the top 100 or top 10. But for now, let's explore the underground cave and get to the second level as soon as possible. To uncover more valuable resources, you discovered a nest of rotten bluebird eggs. You have encountered 5 low-tier bronze cave spiders. You opened the treasure chest and found 2 loaves of bread. Unable to proceed, below lies an unknown abyss. Chen Yuanqi used another underground cave entrance ticket and continued forward. But what they got was still a pile of junk. You have discovered a temporary entrance to a subterranean space. The level of danger is unknown. Do you wish to enter? Just as Chen Yuanqi stepped into the 49th cave space of the first level, he discovered that a vortex 3 meters wide and high had appeared next to the stone wall leading to the 50th cave space. Temporary entrance to the underground space? Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised by this, because he had never encountered anything like it before. However, he knew that the Encyclopedia of the Myriad Realms contained information about this. The entrance to a temporary underground space is randomly coincident with a fixed underground space and can only be entered once. As for what lies behind the entrance, that's also random and unknown. It could be some junk, or it could be other life forms such as ancient alien races, cave dwellers, or even an entrance to a terrifying abyss. The most dangerous thing is that once you go in, you may not be able to come out. Can you sense any danger inside? Chen Yuanqi spoke to the warning beast beside him. The warning beast shook its head, indicating that it couldn't sense anything. Chen Yuanqi immediately frowned. I don't know whether I should go in or not. Fortune and wealth are found in danger, but you only have one life, so you can't be reckless. At the same time, he searched the Myriad Realms Mall to see if there were any usable items. Believe it or not, he actually found one. Disposable exploration doll. Within a 100-meter range, the doll can be controlled to explore dangerous areas, sharing vision and senses. Bronze common grade, price, 100 civilization points. A disposable bronze item. The price is reasonable, but if used well, it's definitely worth the price. Chen Yuanqi then bought one. The 100x reward was then triggered, and in his hands it became a bronze-level perfect adventure doll. Although it is still a disposable item, its practicality has been greatly improved. Enter. Subsequently, a 1.5-meter tall anthropomorphic puppet, under Chen Yuanqi's control, entered the temporary entrance. In an instant, Chen Yuanqi saw the scene behind the vortex through the puppet's eyes. In a terrifying environment where crimson and darkness alternate, a colossal, towering monster is imprisoned by thousands upon thousands of massive, thick chains, each tens of miles long. Dark red blood, gathered into streams, flowed into the unknown depths. You have discovered the imprisoned Abyss Demon General. Your adventure doll has been destroyed by an unknown force. Puff. On the other side, Chen Yuanqi suddenly coughed up blood. It backfired. Due to the influence of an unknown force, your health points have decreased by 190 and your stamina points have decreased by 190. Chen Yuanqi's eyes widened as a barrage of negative symptoms assaulted him. Extreme mental fatigue, dizziness, a feeling that his head was about to split open, and the thought of dying. He hurriedly opened his personal storage and took out a silver-grade, life-saving drug, Attribute Restoration Fruit. Name, Attribute Restoration Fruit X1. Grade, silver, perfect quality. Effect 1. After consumption, personal attributes will be at full value for 3 days, and an additional 500 temporary attribute points will be added for 1 day. Engaging in activities at the silver level and below will not consume attributes. Effect 2. Increase the maximum value of your overall personal attributes by 100 points. Limited time offer, 7 days. The moment after eating, Chen Yuanqi's personal attributes, which were almost depleted, were instantly restored. Furthermore, on top of the original 200 points of health, stamina, and other attributes, an additional 500 temporary attribute points are instantly added. All of his attribute values have reached 700 points. At the same time, Chen Yuanqi was panting heavily, sweat beading on his forehead, as if he had just experienced a terrifying battle. A look of relief flashed across his face. Thankfully, there was a gift from Baihu Qinshan, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Then his expression turned serious. Was that place just now the Abyss Demon Realm? Based on the previous Hundredfold Reward, Chen Yuanqi discovered clues in the Demon Realm and Monster Domain at the border of the Abyss Realm. combined with what we just saw and the reminder from the Myriad World civilization to the Abyss Demon General. He guessed that the entrance to this temporary underground space must be some kind of entrance to the Abyss Realm. But he never expected that place to be so terrifying. He didn't find anything, and the exploration doll suddenly died. That was a perfect bronze-level doll. At the very least, it could withstand attacks from a perfect bronze-level doll. But unexpectedly, it was instantly killed in the blink of an eye, without even knowing how it died. But was that really the so-called Abyss? Chen Yuanqi had some doubts. That Abyss Demon General, whose origins are unknown, seems off. He's bound by so many chains. He looks like he's trapped. But no matter what, just don't let me run into you otherwise. Chen Yuanqi had already secretly made a grudge against him. If we can't defeat them now, we'll wait until later. But this time we made the right choice, Chen Yuanqi said thankfully. Thankfully, the cave map reminded me and there were adventure dolls, otherwise I would have stepped right in. That would truly be the end. Fortunately, we were able to get this much thanks to the fruit that Baihu Qianshan had given us before. I'll remember this favor. After Chen Yuanqi watched the temporary entrance to the underground space disappear, he realized that the space had vanished. They then chose to continue forward. At this moment, his physical attributes reached an unprecedented level of expansion. 700 for a single attribute. If you replenish the maximum temporary cap of 100 points, the remaining points can reach 800. Going back now would be a waste of this perfect silver-grade fruit. Moreover, Chen Yuanqi was currently seething with anger and was about to vent it. He had assumed that behind the temporary entrance to the underground space would be a gathering place for the remnants of the Myriad Worlds underground, which would allow him to gain a large number of subjects. However, the reality was not what he expected, and he nearly lost his life. This also confirms a truth about the Myriad Realms Cavern, a place of high risk, high reward, and an extremely high mortality rate. You have discovered an elite creature from the dungeons, a juvenile hybrid starry sky dragon. Chapter 52, Fighting a Dragon, Defeating It. Cave Creature, Juvenile Hybrid Starry Sky Dragon. Race, none. Attributes, Combat/Attack, Wind, Ice. Grade, Bronze Perfect. Description, an abandoned young dragon, lost in the underground space. Its attack and defense power are comparable to a high-level silver rank dragon. Even a mid-level silver rank dragon would be defeated by this fiercely temperamental hybrid starry sky dragon. Friendly reminder, if you encounter it, just steer clear. You only have one life. Chen Yuanqi gasped. He originally intended to vent his anger in the 50th underground space and shout, "You all move aside. Leave the rest to me." But seeing this colossal creature, 5 or 6 meters tall, with attack and defense capabilities comparable to a high-level silver rank, is quite remarkable. Chen Yuanqi remained silent. This young hybrid star dragon resembles a western four-clawed dragon, with a pair of jade-white dragon horns on its head, a pair of dark blue dragon wings on its back, and the rest of its body covered with black dragon scales. The overall look is somewhat strange, especially those lantern-sized, crystal-like vertical dragon eyes, which sent chills down one's spine. Be careful. Chen Yuanqi immediately became serious and addressed the 5 pet beasts beside him. Although they're both bronze perfect grade, they don't look to be of the same quality at all. The opponent possesses attack and defense capabilities comparable to a high-level silver rank. Although these 5 pets can still be hatched in the Myriad Realms Mall, the ones hatched will not be the same as the originals. After spending 2 or 3 days with them, Chen Yuanqi had developed some affection for them. Upon hearing this, the light ball rabbit above his head not only didn't come down, but instead gripped even tighter. Laugh. The dragon looked at the humans before it, who were like ants, its vertical pupils filled with disdain. With a flap of its winded tribute dragon wings, the fierce wind instantly blew away and scratched the 4 pets that were left in place, sending them crashing into the cave walls. They were all injured to varying degrees. The dragon's might is revealed for the first time. At the same time, shift. Chen Yuanqi silently recited a command and instantly used his innate skill to dodge the terrifying gust of wind. Given the current situation, it's impossible to predict who will win or lose without a fight. This is a perfect opportunity to fight someone myself. Skill used, his health -20. However, it was quickly filled by the passive effect of the attribute restoration fruit, instantly restoring 100 health points. In an instant, Chen Yuanqi instantly teleported behind the young hybrid starry sky dragon, before the dragon could even react. Silver level skill, Heavenly Dragon Vajrapalm. Without saying a word, Chen Yuanqi unleashed his ultimate attack from behind the dragon. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, let alone when he was facing a dragon, a creature from the depths of the earth. A shockwave of immense power, condensed from a dragon-shaped phantom, erupted instantly from his palm. Skill effect, Dragon Palm Force. Active. Unleashes a dragon-shaped phantom energy from the palm, generating a destructive shockwave 9 meters long and 3 meters wide. A hit can kill creatures of silver tier, mid-level, or lower. Cooldown, 1 hour. At the critical moment, the young hybrid star dragon seemed to sense a deadly crisis. In an instant, an unprecedented power erupted from its body, passively and instinctively covering its surface with a layer of blue light. At the same time, bang! A shockwave emanating from a dragon-shaped phantom seemed poised to pierce through the back of the young dragon. However, Chen Yuanqi's Skyvadra palm seemed to be blocked by the young dragon's instinctive and passive protective shell. Although it managed to withstand the attack, it couldn't withstand the terrifying impact of the heavenly dragon palm. The several-meter-tall young dragon let out a mournful roar. He was shoved hard against the cave wall more than 10 meters away by Chen Yuanqi's heavenly dragon palm. Bang! The stone cones on the cave ceiling were shaken off and scattered all over the ground. That skin is really thick. Chen Yuanqi frowned when he saw that the young dragon seemed to be unharmed. You should know that his silver-level skills are enough to instantly kill mid-level, silver-level enemies. What's more, he also has the title effect of Master of Dungeon Hunting, which gives him an extra 20 damage against creatures below silver rank. But I never expected that I couldn't even kill a bronze-level perfect grade underground creature dragon. The mission was unsuccessful. Is the skill flashy but impractical, or is that dragon just incredibly resilient? In the distance, the young dragon stood up, but one of its wings, which had been flapping, was now broken. He was obviously injured as well. At this moment, the young hybrid star dragon's eyes were filled with extreme rage. I wish I could just swallow that anthole. With an angry dragon's roar, the temperature in the entire underground space instantly dropped. Roar! The hybrid star dragon opened its mouth, and a gale arose, turning the surroundings into a frigid, icy world. Sharp ice spikes appeared out of thin air and circled around it, waiting for the right moment. Chen Yuanqi was dumbfounded. I never expected this dragon to have such a flashy and elaborate special move. I have one more trick on my sleeve. Skill Effect 2, Heavenly Buddha Palm. Active, can conjure a 2-meter wide energy palm within a 10-meter radius, which descends from the sky and kills low-level silver creatures and below upon impact. Cooldown, 1 hour. Without saying a word, Chen Yuanqi teleported to the side of the dragon, and a giant hand 2 meters wide instantly condensed above the cave. With a raised hand, he uttered a single word, fall. The giant hand crashed down. He slapped the young hybrid starry sky dragon hard. It seemed to sense the danger and instinctively raised its head. But unexpectedly, a giant hand came down. Boom! The young hybrid starry sky dragon was slammed to the ground by the impact and instantly fell into a state of injury and dizziness. Call! Chen Yuanqi landed and saw that the dragon was finally dying. If this were a regular silver-level character, they would have failed twice already. Chen Yuanqi glanced at it warily, then checked the condition of the 4 pet beasts. He immediately frowned. The warning beast was unfortunately blown into a sharp stone spike and died instantly. The giant scythe of the giant side mantis also broke, but the puppet warrior and the rock splitter were unharmed. And the luminous rabbit on his head was spared because it was with him. That terrifying? He frowned. With a flap of its wings, one of his 4 pet beasts was killed, and the others were injured. If this were placed in a more open space, wouldn't it be even worse? Although both are bronze perfect, it's clear they're not of the same quality. You purchased a bronze perfect quality creature capture ball, +1. Chen Yuanqi had a sudden thought and began to have an idea about that dragon. At the same time, the 100x reward is triggered. 1. 100 creature capture balls, bronze perfect quality. Second, 10 large creature catching balls, bronze quality, perfect. Upon seeing the 100x reward, Chen Yuanqi immediately chose the second option. Large creature capture ball targets larger creatures. Successful capture is considered taming, and the creature can be transformed into a pet or soul pet. Chen Yuanqi didn't bother to have a heart-to-heart talk with the dragon. He simply used the large creature capturing ball. Capture failed. Capture failure. Soul Bait plus 1. Self-created skill. The Master of Dungeon Hunting title effect has been triggered. Capture successful. Crypt Hunter Master Attribute 2 Hunter Intimidation. Intimidates enemies for 15 seconds with a small chance to tame crypt creatures. It was a success. Just as Chen Yuanqi was about to throw the 9th catch ball, a success notification appeared in front of him. He originally intended to give a try, but failed 7 times. Unexpectedly, he finally succeeded today. Congratulations on taming a young hybrid starry sky dragon, a creature from the underground world. Please select its growth path, pet or soul pet. Soul bait. Chen Yuanqi knew this. He learned from the Bronze Lord Strategy Guide. There are all kinds of pets, including combat pets, guardian pets, healing pets, and support pets. Soul pets are a higher level of pets than regular pets. Similar to the function of a soul ring, they can merge into one during battle to enhance the Lord's attributes. They can complement their master and grow together. Simply put, all the abilities that pet beasts have, soul pets also have. Soul pets are relatively rare and are not sold in the Myriad Realms Mall. What is sold are pet eggs. Choose the soul pet growth method. Then, the young hybrid star dragon that he had knocked unconscious turned into light and possessed his arm. Soul pet, baby hybrid starry sky dragon. Race none. Abandoned. Affiliation. Jiang Chen Yuanqi. Status. Wounded. Sleeping. Attribute-based combat attack. Wind and ice types. Racial talent. Unawakened. 3-item combat talent. Not yet awakened. Mysterious talent. Unawakened. Note: this is a wild hybrid dragon abandoned by the Starry Sky Dragon clan. It is not recognized by the dragons, its racial talents are sealed, and it is accidentally trapped in the underground space. You are really lucky to be able to tame it. Seriously? The stats are terrifying. Chen Yuanqi was shocked when he saw the attributes of the Starry Sky Dragon. This young dragon has 5 unawakened talents. The fact that the young Starry Sky Dragon is still young and its unawakened talents are understandable, but to start with 5 unawakened talents is quite surprising. Isn't that just too terrifying? If we can activate the 100x reward this time, wouldn't that be truly godlike? So, when I attacked it just now, it didn't even unleash one of its ultimate attacks. Chen Yuanqi couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Before the opponent had even awakened his ultimate move, he simply flapped his dragon wings, and the resulting gust of wind knocked down his pet beast. And those seemingly powerful ice spikes were probably something the dragon figured out on its own. How terrifying would it be if there were a chance to awaken them all? Chen Yuanqi was secretly shocked. Truly worthy of being one of the top 10 strongest races in all the heavens and myriad realms. This is still an abandoned young dragon. It seems I'll have to build a good relationship with it after returning to my territory. After I beat it up so badly before, it shouldn't hold a grudge now that I've subdued it, right? Chen Yuanqi was quick-witted. Once he has won them over, they will naturally not betray him. Whether they'll obey or not is hard to say. After all, it's a forced situation. I'll think about it when I get back. Chen Yuanqi glanced at the black and blue dragon pattern on his left arm, then looked at his other pets. The previous warning beast died, so I have to go to the multiverse mall to buy another one. The giant scythe flash mantis also lost one of its swordsmen, reducing its double size to a single scythe, thus having its combat power. Therefore, it could only break its contract and be given away after leaving the area. After burying the dead warning beast, Chen Yuanqi bought a warning beast egg. The Hundredfold Reward instantly turned into a warning beast egg, summoning a new warning beast. As for the giant scythe flash mantis, Chen Yuanqi had to continue to follow. Keep going. Chen Yuanqi chose to continue exploring further. After consuming the attribute restoration fruit, his own attributes have reached an unprecedented level of saturation. He planned to practice more in the later underground space to improve his strength as much as possible. Unfortunately, there are significant limitations regarding skills and such. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. He currently only has 2 skills, one of which is a silver skill with a cooldown. The other is the innate skill, Mantra of Control, but so far I've only learned the move syllable and haven't yet discovered its offensive potential. Putting aside the silver skill, Heavenly Dragon Vajrapalm, which is still on cooldown, he doesn't have any other notable moves. Why don't you try the moves from the Arhut body method? He thought of the physical fitness exercises he had learned from Abbot Jingshan, which had no offensive power and were not some Shaolin secret techniques. But he can still take on 5 opponents at once if he gets into a fight. In addition, his current physical condition is 7 times stronger than before. The power he unleashes is probably also 7 times stronger, right? Stop first. Chen Yuanqi stopped in his tracks, and several of his pet animals were watching him. They only saw Chen Yuanqi suddenly stand up, then move his hand gestures, performing a series of fluid movements that they couldn't understand. You have mastered an unnamed fist technique skill, which has no quality. Civilization points plus 10. After Chen Yuanqi withdrew his fist, he suddenly received a reminder from the Myriad World's civilization. Skills? You can do that? Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised. Naming it? Arhut Fist. This was taught to him by Abbot Jingshan of Winfo Temple when he was a child, and he has become quite proficient in it. Naming successful. However, at the same time, 100x reward triggered. 100x reward. Arhut Fist X1, bronze level. Civilization points, plus 1000. Is there a 100x reward for this? Skill, Arhut Fist. Grade, bronze. Stamina consumption, minus 20 every 10 minutes. Skill characteristic 1. 18 Arhut's hand. Increases own defense by 2. Skill trait 2. 5 elements fist. Hand shapes resemble 5 beasts. Fist attack, X2. Currently, self-created moves have low resource consumption, no cooldown time, and can increase proficiency. Hiss. Is this even possible? These 2 skills seem to broadly summarize some of his original moves. For example, the 5 elements fist here is a combination of Buddhist temple and traditional martial arts, which evolve into 5 different styles of fist techniques. But here it becomes a skill, categorized as one. In fact, for Chen Yuanqi, practicing these 2 moves was just a way to exercise his body. However, this was a huge profit. Chen Yuanqi activated his skill directly, and his combat power has quadrupled compared to his strength before becoming a lord. When he unleashed the tiger form of the 5 elements fist, his power was like that of a fierce tiger, and he instantly broke a stone pillar more than 10 centimeters wide inside the cave with a single punch. Powerful. Chen Yuanqi secretly cheered. The skills don't have any fancy ultimate moves, and their power doesn't seem that great, but this set of skills has one important attribute: no cooldown time. This means that as long as he has enough energy, he can use it at will. Set off. Chen Yuanqi continued forward. The 51st underground space. You have discovered a cave creature, a two-headed red serpent, low-level bronze. Don't move, leave it to me. Chen Yuanqi picked up his weapon, the star-marked sword, and once again used his innate skill and bronze technique. Arhut Fist. Teleportation plus defense x2. I originally wanted to try my hand at punching, but you can't deal with a snake empty-handed. With a simple test, the two-headed snake was instantly decapitated. Strangely, even though the snake's head had been cut off, its body was still twisting and rising, as if it were about to attack. The two snake heads also bare their fangs, as if about to spray venom. Its vitality is truly tenacious. Shift. Chen Yuanqi activated his skill again, but this time he didn't move the snakes. Instead, he moved the two headless snakes away. With a series of incredible movements, the severed body and head of the two-headed red serpent were instantly moved to the feet of the rock-splitting master. At the same time, snake venom instantly shot to the feet of the rock-splitting master. Stomp it to death. Chen Yuanqi spoke up. The rock-splitting master then stepped down with his rocky foot. As for the snake that had rotted into mud, Chen Yuanqi didn't bother to collect it and moved on to the next stop. Chapter 54: Water and Fire Elemental Springs at the Earth's Core. The Cave Dwellers, Ancient Clan. Congratulations on killing 3 Iron-Tail Wolves, a creature from the dungeons. You have obtained 3 wolf pelts, 1 gene of Iron Needle Wolf fur, and 30 gene of wolf meat. Chen Yuanqi put down the black wolf that he had just punched to death. A 100-fold reward will follow. Chen Yuanqi subsequently obtained the bronze quality wolf pelt, wolf fur, and 300 gene of excellent wolf meat. Chen Yuanqi accepted all of these. Even if he didn't eat the meat, he could leave it for his subjects, the falcon, or the bloodthorn wall. The other materials could be kept to make weapons or other items. You have discovered a bronze common geothermal core, which you can pick up. As they continued their journey, Chen Yuanqi personally took charge of the hunting and killing. His title, Master of Dungeon Hunting, was also steadily increasing in proficiency. It wasn't until the 60th underground space that Chen Yuanqi discovered something good. It is a hot spring that you can collect. You have gained geothermal core +1. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. 100x reward optional. 1. Fire element earth core, spring x1, bronze quality, perfect. 2nd. Water element earth core, spring x1, bronze perfect quality. 3. Water and fire element earth core, spring x1, bronze quality, excellent. It's the same choice again. Chen Yuanqi gave a wry smile and shook his head. The same applies to the previous attack-oriented falcon. Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and chose the third option. He felt that 2 elements were better than 1, even though the quality was 1 level lower. You have obtained 1 water and fire elemental geyser. So it turns out it can produce elemental water containing 2 elements. He looked up some information about the Earth's core spring and suddenly realized. The elemental spring water is stored in the water tower of his territory, but it seems to be somewhat different from this water and fire elemental core spring. Chen Yuanqi chose to move forward. You have found a treasure chest and obtained a bronze fine quality steel axe. You killed 3 corrosive mantises. You have discovered a mysterious little secret place. Just as Chen Yuanqi arrived at the 70th underground space, his view suddenly opened up. It was no longer a pitch-black underground space. Although the sun and clouds were no longer visible in the sky was clear and blue. There were lush bamboo forests all around, and there seemed to be a few houses in front of us. In the distance, there is also the towering Tianju Peak that seems to pierce the clouds. The underground space here was completely different from the narrow, dark underground spaces he had seen before. A hidden gem? Chen Yuanqi's eyes lit up. This place is described in the Encyclopedia of the Myriad Realms. Similar to the temporary underground space he had seen before, there were opportunities and dangers, but most importantly, the survivors of the Myriad World's cave might live here. Chen Yuanqi then cautiously approached the houses, but the warning beast did not alert him to any danger. It appears safe at present. There is someone. Chen Yuanqi saw several children playing next to the house. They look like humans, but their skin is bronze, and they don't speak the universal language. But Chen Yuanqi understood. It was because the language of one of the 100 tribes, called the Ancient Tribe, was very similar. The Ancient race is very similar to the human race, but they are ranked higher than the human race, ranking 5th among all races. They look like humans, but what flows in their veins is not blood, but a magical power. Their racial talent is to transform into primordial beasts. When it comes to a one-on-one fight, he has few rivals. However, they have a low reproductive rate, and their numbers are relatively small. Ancient tribes? Chen Yuanqi felt a sense of anticipation. Mother, there are monsters outside. The three children also saw Chen Yuanqi, and even more so the strange-looking pet next to him. The children, who had never seen the world before, panicked and ran away, crying for their parents. The children's cries instantly alerted the small village. Chen Yuanqi was both amused and exasperated, but he didn't want to scare them, fearing there might be some misunderstanding. Soon, 18 members of the ancient tribe, including men, women, and children, gathered in front of Chen Yuanqi. They all looked at Chen Yuanqi with wary expressions. Elder Wild Serpent, he seemed to have appeared suddenly. Soon, the crowd parted to make way for an elderly man from the ancient tribe who was carrying a cane. The old man's skin was like bronze, and his body was covered with terrifying snake patterns that extended to his brow, encircling a black gemstone in the center of his brow. The old man, known as Elder Wild Serpent, walked directly up to Chen Yuanqi, his short stature replaced by a sharp gaze. They were not afraid of Chen Yuanqi, who was accompanied by 5 pet beasts. Chen Yuanqi felt uneasy under their gaze. It was as if they had encountered some kind of prehistoric beast. The warning beast that had been constantly alerting him suddenly died without warning. The other 4 pets were so frightened that they trembled and lay prostrate on the ground. Hello, I came here by chance. I apologize for disturbing you. Chen Yuanqi's heart skipped a beat, but he said kindly. He sensed that the old man in front of him was definitely not simple. All I see are prompts like? This is like meeting the boss. Should we just run away? Chen Yuanqi had the idea of escaping and wanted to retreat directly to the previous underground space. But this idea was quickly rejected because he suddenly couldn't use his talent skills. Human Lord? Elder Wild Serpent stared at Chen Yuanqi, as if trying to see through him, and suddenly spoke. Yes, hello, Senior. Chen Yuanqi nodded in response, forcing a smile. At the same time, the hidden sapling in Chen Yuanqi's mind suddenly appeared, shimmering with rosy light, but quickly disappeared again. Huh? Elder Wild Serpent seemed to have sensed something, raising an eyebrow in a look of confusion. You look like a guest who has come from afar. Please come with me. Then, Elder Wild Serpent revealed a chilling smile and walked into the depths of the village, leaning on his cane. When he laughed, his face looked like a black snake's face. The ancient clans were astonished, each revealing a look of curiosity. Guest. They had never encountered any outsiders, let alone guests. Chen Yuanqi frowned, puzzled by the other party's meaning. However, I chose this path myself, so I might as well make the best of it. Let's see what's going on first. Beside a bronze tree stump that is more than 10 meters wide, an old man sat in a chair, where a table and chairs were placed. In the distance behind, towering mountain peaks rise into the clouds, shrouded in mist, giving them a somewhat sacred appearance. The last time guests came to our ancient village was 700 years ago. Elder Wild Serpent took a sip of the unknown tea and said leisurely. At this moment, Chen Yuanqi was also given a cup of black tea, and he sat there with his body upright. He looked reserved and uneasy. How old are you? Chen Yuan asked in ancient language. Fortunately, he had passively learned the languages of all the tribes last time, otherwise the universal language of all tribes would really not work here. More than 1,700 years, Elder Wild Serpent said calmly. Hiss, 1,700 years old. Chen Yuanqi gasped. This is a big shot who's even more ancient than an antique. Human Lord, where do you come from? The other party suddenly asked. The Myriad Realms Cavern, Chen Yuanqi replied. Myriad Realms Underground Cave? Elder Wild Serpent nodded in realization and chuckled. I forgot. What's the situation on the battlefield of Myriad Realms? Are they all dead? Chen Yuanqi. He smiled wryly and said, Senior, I've only recently become a lord myself. I'm not very familiar with the situation on the battlefield of Myriad Realms. But it seems that all the races are doing quite well. He didn't really know what the situation was like in the battlefield of Myriad Realms, but he could glean some clues from the black market of Myriad Realms. Elder Wild Serpent took a sip of black tea, nodded, and it was unclear what he was thinking. After a long pause, he finally spoke. So, you're also choosing your people? Chen Yuanqi hesitated for a moment, then smiled wryly and said, I'm afraid the seniors won't agree. He wanted to, but these survivors didn't seem like simple people. He had assumed he had encountered ordinary humans and could recruit some to his territory to increase his numbers. But unexpectedly, they encountered people from an ancient tribe, and even descendants of that tribe. Upon hearing Chen Yuanqi's words, Elder Huangshi chuckled. A celestial being came twice before, but he died. Chapter 55, The Magical Tea. Acquiring citizens according to the rules? Comprehending the silver skill, Desolate God Transformation. Chen Yuanqi's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Are you scared? Elder Wild Serpent chuckled. No, I was just curious. Chen Yuanqi gave an awkward smile. Elder Wild Serpent revealed a meaningful smile. Don't worry, that guy's death last time had nothing to do with our ancient god village. We don't know how he died. Maybe he was beaten to death, since that guy was a bit of a troublemaker. Killed. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi fell silent. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the other party was just trying to scare him. Chen Yuanqi simply didn't know how to answer. It's just a bit of a pity for our two clansmen. Elder Wild Serpent said quietly. Chen Yuanqi nodded silently in agreement. All right, it seems you don't know anything. The other person glanced at Chen Yuanqi and sneered. It's not impossible for you to take our people away, but we'll follow the rules. It's very simple. Stand on top. Do you see the 10 rings on the tree stump? You can take 2 with you every time you pass a ring. Once you reach the center, our entire ancient god village worships you as our master. Elder Wild Serpent pointed to the bronze tree stump beside him. Chen Yuanqi looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the tree stump was more than 10 meters wide. The tree rings are 10 in number, with a spacing of more than 1 meter between them. Mysterious tree stump, a 6-star civilization landscape. Attributes. A 6-star civilization landscape. It looks really extraordinary. Chen Yuanqi was secretly shocked. Then he asked, can I use talent skills? Elder Wild Serpent nodded. Seeing Chen Yuanqi put down the tea he hadn't yet drunk, the other party smiled and said, is it because my welcoming tea is not good? No, I was too nervous and forgot. Chen Yuanqi smiled apologetically, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. After all, this tea looks like a culinary disaster. Drinking the secret recipe tea permanently increases your health by 200, stamina by 200, and energy by 200. Skill cooldowns are also refreshed. Puff. Cough cough. Upon seeing this reminder, Chen Yuanqi almost spat out his tea. Permanently plus 200 points. His current personal attribute values have all reached 500 points, including a temporary cap of 100. If the plus 500 temporary attribute value from the attribute restoration fruit does not expire, then add the plus 100 cap. Then his individual attribute value successfully exceeded 1,000. Is this tea really that strong? Chen Yuanqi found this unbelievable. Even a multiverse mall doesn't have such an overpowered item. How is my welcoming tea? Excelente. Thank you for the tea, senior. Chen Yuanqi said gratefully. Well, since we've already had the tea, let's hurry up. Elder Wild Serpent glanced at Chen Yuanqi and said indifferently. Okay. Chen Yuanqi nodded. He had originally intended to shamelessly ask for some tea leaves to brew some tea when he got home. If they kept giving plus 200 points, wouldn't that be like taking off? But it seems that won't work. Then, Elder Wild Serpent kicked him without any politeness, sending him flying to the edge of the bronze tree stump. Chen Yuanqi rubbed his backside, standing on the bark of the bronze tree stump, somewhat puzzled. I don't feel anything. He tried to take a step, but found that he couldn't put his foot down at all. Something strange. Chen Yuanqi frowned inwardly. Sure enough, a 6-star civilized landscape shouldn't be underestimated. At the same time, Elder Wild Serpent revealed a strange smile. The villagers on the sidelines watched as if they were watching a show. Shift. Chen Yuanqi instantly used his innate skill, Mantra of Control, Shift. In an instant, Chen Yuanqi instantly arrived above the center of the bronze tree stump and stepped down. I stepped on it, but not completely. Bang! The next moment, Chen Yuanqi encountered a tremendous backlash and was instantly thrown away. Shift. Chen Yuanqi, who was launched into the air, used his innate skill again to return to the edge of the bark next to the tree stump. Hiss. Chen Yuanqi rubbed his shoulder. The flick felt like an electric shock, sending a tingling sensation through his body. Just a little bit more. Elder Wild Serpent chuckled, offering a reminder. Chen Yuanqi used his innate skill again, attempting to step onto the center of the bronze tree stump once more. However, he was thrown back again, this time even further. I don't believe in superstition anymore. Chen Yuanqi immediately unleashed the Arhut Fist, doubling his defensive power, and teleported for the 3rd time. Fail. In his 4th attempt, Chen Yuanqi took a step back and tried to take the first step on the edge, using all his skills and equipment. Another failure. What should have been a simple matter has become incredibly bizarre here. How exactly do you manage to step on it successfully? Chen Yuanqi frowned. This time, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he calmed down and pondered. Hey, you can't just walk straight past the sacred tree. You have to think about it. Suddenly, someone shouted. It was a child from an ancient tribe who had lost a front tooth who reminded them. However, as soon as the little brat finished shouting, his mother picked him up, pulled down his pants, and started hitting him repeatedly. The child who revealed the method was beaten and screamed. Want to? What are you thinking? How are you thinking? Chen Yuanqi's mind raced as he pondered. Could it be meditation? Enlightenment? His gaze swept over the bronze tree stump in front of him, looking at the large rings on it. Then he looked at the crowd gathered under the tree stump. What was the connection between them? Sacred tree? Ancient god village? Ancient clan? Primordial beasts? Chen Yuanqi simply sat cross-legged on the bark, looking at the tree rings that bore the endless marks of time. This tree stump is clearly not an ordinary tree. The wood has a bronze color, as if it were cast in bronze, and the surface looks extremely smooth. Judging by this trunk diameter, how tall and imposing must this tree be? The 6-star civilization landscape looks ordinary, yet it has such a high star rating. As he watched, Chen Yuanqi frowned and pondered, and time passed unnoticed. At the same time, the small white sapling in Chen Yuanqi's mind reappeared, gradually radiating a glow and slowly growing taller. A peculiar power flowed slowly from the tree stump into Chen Yuanqi's body. Then a bronze-colored flower bloomed on the sapling's branch, and after the flower withered, a bronze-colored fruit appeared, with a strange shape gradually being carved on the fruit. Chen Yuanqi was unaware of these changes at the time. Congratulations on mastering the bronze skill, Wild God Transformation, Level 1. It wasn't until the reminder from the Myriad Realms civilization that Chen Yuanqi snapped out of his daze, his expression one of astonishment. What changed? Just then, 100x reward triggered. 100x reward optional. The fourth level of the Wild God Transformation is of silver quality. The third level of the Wild God Transformation of 100 beasts, quality, silver. You can learn skills for this. Chen Yuanqi felt very strange. He was originally thinking about whether he could find a way to step onto the first ring of the bronze tree stump, but unexpectedly, he mastered the skill. Could it be because of it? Chen Yuanqi noticed the sapling that had resurfaced in his mind. He noticed that the sapling seemed to have grown a little taller, with his innate ability fruit hanging on one side and an unfamiliar bronze-colored fruit hanging on the other. The new fruit clearly displayed the desolate god transformation mentioned earlier. So, what exactly is the origin of this sapling? How did you do that? This reminded him of the strange farmhouse he had visited before. I'm completely baffled. Chen Yuanqi's gaze returned to the skill he had just acquired. The Four Spirits Transformation, the 100 Beasts Transformation. It's somewhat like the innate skills of ancient tribes, isn't it? Chapter 56, the powerful four spirits of the Wild God Transformation. Are the four symbols the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise? Or something else? All beasts? Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and chose the first skill, Four Spirits Transformation. The four symbols look rather sophisticated. Congratulations on mastering the silver skill, the Four Spirits Triple Transformation of the Wild God. In an instant, another mysterious aura enveloped Chen Yuanqi. Huh? Elder Wild Serpent, standing beneath the tree stump, suddenly sensed something and looked at Chen Yuanqi with a puzzled expression. But it seemed he hadn't noticed anything. Skill, Desolate God Transformation, Four Spirits Triple. Level, Silver, Upgradable. Proficiency, 0, 100. Cost, Stamina minus 200, Energy minus 200, activates for 3 minutes. Usage time can be varied. Cooling time, 2 days. Dragon Spirit Transformation Triple. Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Dragon Scales. Transforms into a dragon human. Attack X5, Defense X2. Additional effect 1, Dragon's Might. Phoenix Spirit Transformation Triple. Phoenix Eyes, Phoenix Feathers, Phoenix Crown. Transform into a Phoenix Envoy. Movement Speed X5, Attack Power X2. Additional effect 1, Hallucination. Triple transformation of the Spirit Turtle. Shell, claws, and beak. Transforms into a turtle man, increasing defense by 8, health by 2, and movement speed by minus 50%. Additional effect 1, Rock Solid. Triple transformation of the Qilin. Qilin Arm, Qilin Horn, Qilin Armor. Transforms into a Qilin Envoy, increasing HP by 5 and recovery by 2. Additional effect, Luck. Note, the four spirit transformations cannot be stacked. Chen Yuanqi's expression widened, and he was startled. That's truly incredible skill. Chen Yuanqi was stunned by the lengthy descriptions of the skills. That's real skill. However, this cooldown period is quite long, 2 days. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself that it was a pity. With a 3-minute activation time and a 2-day cooldown period, it seems rather useless. After the initial surprise, Chen Yuanqi calmed down. Where does such a terrifyingly effective skill come from? Chen Yuanqi frowned and thought. It was clearly not something that grew from the mysterious sapling in his head. Last time at the Temple of the Gods, I mastered the bronze divine technique, the Art of the Gods. The skills naturally originated from the Temple of the Gods. And this time, could it be the bronze tree stump that originated from this 6-star civilization landscape? The sacred tree mentioned in their ancient god village? This is definitely related to something else. Chen Yuanqi stood up and tried stepping on the edge of the tree ring again. It was still blocked. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't push it down. He give up? Some people joked and advised Chen Yuanqi. That's right. You don't know our primordial transformation. You definitely won't make it through. Another little brat said with a grin, looking smug. Result. The little kid who spoiled the plot got his pants pulled down by his mom and got a good beating. Well, Mom, why did you hit me? At the same time, Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, as expected, the primordial transformation? The transformation of the wild god? It seems there really is a connection between them. Who cares? Let's try and see. Drink. Chen Yuanqi took a step forward and shouted. The newly learned wild god transformation was activated instantly. Dragon Spirit Transformation. In an instant, Chen Yuanqi's body was covered with a layer of golden dragon scales. Both hands were covered with sharp dragon claw gloves, and a 2, or 3-meter long, divine golden dragon tail condensed directly on his back. It looks somewhat sacred and wild. What? Elder Huangxi and the others who were watching from the sidelines were all shocked, speechless, and showed an expression of disbelief. They were all shocked, their hearts filled with utter horror. How could he possibly know about our primordial chaos? Then Elder Huangxi frowned, stared at Chen Yuanqi, and hesitated. This doesn't seem to be a primordial transformation. At the same time, Chen Yuanqi looked down at his own condition, and with a surprised expression, slowly said, "Holy crap." He clenched his claws, increasing his attack by 5 and defense by 2, making him stronger than ever before. A strange surge of power welled up inside Chen Yuanqi. He felt he could kill everyone present. He successfully took the first step. First ring, second ring. The audience gasped in surprise. How'd he do that? What kind of domain has he awakened? Even I can feel an instinctive fear within me. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Chen Yuanqi has successfully stepped into the third level of the tree ring circle. Elder Wild Serpent was also somewhat incredulous. How could he have comprehended the third level of the primordial transformation in such a short time? Entering the third tree ring means that the other party has comprehended the third level of the primordial transformation. If the other party has never learned this talent, it shows how terrifying this human leader's talent is. Just as Chen Yuanqi was preparing for the fourth tree ring, the same situation as before occurred. It couldn't be pushed down any further and experienced a slight rebound. Phoenix Spirit Transformation. Chen Yuanqi gave a silent shout. Changes have occurred on the body's surface again. The dragon claws and scales instantly disappeared, revealing colorful feathers covering his body. He wore a crown with colorful phoenix patterns on his head. A 3-colored phoenix mark appeared between his brows, and his eyes transformed into strange double pupils. He had a somewhat otherworldly and handsome appearance, like a phoenix king descended to earth. Elder Huangxi and the others in the audience were startled once again. Dual system? How did he do that? However, Chen Yuanqi did not actually step into the fourth ring of the tree. He was just a hair's breadth away from being thrown away again. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanqi's desolate god transformation had entered its cool-down period. The 4 spirits that had been conjured up have vanished. Chen Yuanqi returned to the side and saw that everyone looked stunned. He felt a little regretful that he didn't make it to the 4th lap. However, Chen Yuanqi secretly guessed that the number of laps in front should correspond to the number of skill stacks. Human Lord, how did you manage to do that? Elder Wild Serpent stared at Chen Yuanqi, as if trying to see through him. It seems we underestimated it. This was all thanks to the child's reminder. Chen Yuanqi glanced at one of the little kids, smiled, and said, "How did they do it?" He naturally wouldn't say it. Elder Wild Serpent seemed to remember something, glanced at Chen Yuanqi, and said indifferently, "A reminder from one of our clansmen wouldn't be enough to make you learn the wild god transformation directly, would it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Everyone present, the villagers of Gusen Village, men, women, and children, was stunned and utterly astonished. Origami transformation. This is the legendary. However, Elder Wild Serpent grinned, interrupting everyone's astonishment, and said, "All right, according to the pattern, you could take away 6 people from our village." Upon hearing that those selected could leave, Chen Yuanqi had no time to react. The villagers' shocked expressions suddenly brightened, and their eyes sparkled. "Ahem, what do you think of me, great human lord?" Someone showing off their muscles, looking quite imposing. Who could resist an honest, kind, and powerful ancient tribesman? Someone flipped their hair, looking confident. Uncle, oops, big brother, look at me. Don't underestimate me, just because I'm small. I'm the most promising person in the village. Shaw, crybaby. Don't believe him, bro, look at me. I'm better than him. When I hit him, it's like my mom hitting me. I beat him until he screams. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuanqi was also astonished. These people, who used to be so unapproachable, are now so warm and welcoming that they're almost melting your heart. What's going on? The speed of this change left him full of questions. Chapter 57 New Territories of the Ancient Clan +6. Return. At last, Elder Wild Serpent had to step in and stop everyone from making a fuss. This time, the 5 children from the ancient god village and 1 middle-aged man were directly selected as the leaders. The rest of the people chose to stay in the ancient god village. As for why they didn't all follow Chen Yuanqi, they must have their own rules for staying behind. Or rather, it's a hidden restriction. Chen Yuanqi also found a stone passage leading to the next level of the underground cave space. There was a cave at the foot of the high mountain behind them. However, even if they discovered the passage, they couldn't enter other underground spaces without an entrance ticket. In short, the passageway is there, and they cannot leave this place. However, once they become subjects, they can enjoy the same return teleportation from the Myriad Realms cave as the lords. Senior, let's get together again next time. Chen Yuanqi smiled. The secret underground passage here has been opened up, and the space is fixed, so there's no need to worry about getting lost at the entrance. Otherwise, how could that immortal have come to this place a second time? When the time comes, You can simply use the dungeon entrance ticket to teleport there. Of course, it can only be him alone. Those people will never be able to return here. I hope you're still alive then. Elder Wild Serpent chuckled, holding his cane in both hands. Thank you for your blessings. Okay, Fina. Chen Yuanqi nodded. He then took the 6 ancient tribesmen he had just recruited and teleported back directly. Swish! Chen Yuanqi and the others instantly returned to the entrance of the Myriad Realms cave. Those 5 somewhat wild ancient tribe descendants wandered out and looked up at the world outside. Wow, what's that blindingly bright thing called? Wow, this place feels so spacious. Huh, are those silvery white birds in the sky beasts? They're huge. Can we eat them? The little kids, as if they'd never seen anything like it before, exclaimed in surprise. All of you come back here. Huangma San, a middle-aged man from the ancient clan, standing to the side, coldly shouted. The 5 little brats immediately straightened up and followed Chen Yuanqi, scurrying about. They were too naughty. Please forgive them, Lord. Arma Sand said apologetically. Haha, it's okay. Chen Yuanqi glanced at them and smiled. Then, while explaining the situation of the territory to him, we walked down the mountain. Don't let their mischievousness fool you. These kids have already reached the low-level bronze rank. Once they use their racial talents, they can probably beat mid-bronze tier players. Moreover, the middle-aged man next to him, named Huang Ma San, is a silver-level expert. He serves as the teacher to the group of kids in the ancient village and has extensive combat experience. Unfortunately, for some reason, when they returned to their territory, the opponent's strength had dropped to the high-level bronze rank. However, this does not affect the role of Arma San. This is a good opportunity to have him serve as an instructor, teaching the people of the territory and improving the territory's combat strength. Everyone returned to their accommodations to regroup. Using his authority as Lord, Chen Yuanqi notified everyone in the territory. At the same time, Chen Yuanqi's gaze swept around the valley in the forest. Most of the trees around had been cut down, leaving the area sparse and no longer lush and gloomy. I saw piles of ordinary timber next to the house, as well as various small and medium-sized wild animals kept in cages. Well done, Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. The cry of an eagle could be heard. Then the people gathered together. The new and old leaders sized each other up. From now on, we welcome 6 new members. They are Huang Ma San, Gu Xiaoshou, Gu Qianyu, Huang Xianxi, Huang Welang, and Gu Kk. Some people applauded in welcome. The werewolves howled in welcome. At the same time, all of you will be taught by Arma San as your tactical instructors, i.e., teachers. If you disagree, you may challenge the other party and take their place. In my world, strength reigns supreme. Those with ability will be given abundant resources. Chen Yuanqi chaired the meeting for a while, and then let them talk freely. As for whether a fight would break out or something else, Chen Yuanqi didn't care. As long as no one dies, it's fine. You killed a wild boar and obtained 200 caddies of wild boar meat for wild boar trotters and 1 pig's head. Then, Chen Yuanqi grabbed a 200-pound black wild boar from the pen with his bare hands. With 400 points of strength, without using any skills or weapons, you can instantly kill a low-quality wild boar. The current Chen Yuanqi is no longer the weakling who would lose half his strength after chopping a few pieces of wood. So he doesn't plan to unlock the free mode for now. Let's leave it for now. The effects of the Silver Perfection Attribute Restoration Fruit I consumed earlier are still present. Therefore, activities at silver rank and below do not consume any stamina or energy. 100x reward triggered. 1. 20,000 caddies of wild boar meat and 400 wild boar trotters, quality not specified. Second, 2,000 caddies of wild boar meat without any gamey smell and 40 wild boar trotters without any gamey smell, quality, bronze, ordinary. 3. 200 caddies of high-quality wild boar meat, bronze grade high quality. Chen Yuanqi considered that there were already nearly 30 people in the territory, plus the falcons that needed to be fed. Therefore, we choose the second option. Then, the black wild boar landed and instantly turned into thick, large chunks of wild boar meat without any gamey smell, as well as other parts of the animal. 2,000 caddies of pork were piled up like a small mountain. Chen Yuan used his personal warehouse to collect 500 gene of pork and other cuts of meat. Then he informed the people, "There's meat over there, let's cook it while we can." Another portion is set aside to raise falcons. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yuanqi bought 30 new pots from the Myriad Realms Mall. They were all bronze grade, fine quality iron pots after the 100x reward. Thank you, Lord. The people bowed in gratitude. Chen Yuanqi ignored them and went to the location of the Bloodthorn Wall. He threw all the wolf meat, venomous snake meat, pork, and other prey he had gathered in the Myriad Realms cavern into the Bloodthorn Wall. After cleaning up the trash in his personal storage, Chen Yuanqi glanced at the data of the Bloodthorn Wall. My experience points have increased by a little, but I'm still a bit far from leveling up to the next tier. He glanced again at the venomous swamp outside the Bloodthorn Wall. The Venom Swamp can also be upgraded, but its upgrade path requires consuming poisonous items or water elemental items to become more poisonous and sticky. He didn't have these things for the time being, so he put them aside and ignored them. Another rewarding trip to the underground caves. Chen Yuanqi returned to his territory and took stock of the day's harvest from the Myriad Realms cave. Reviewing moves and gaining a 100x multiplier resulted in the following. A bronze skill, Arhut Fist, the earth core spring with water and fire elements, a soul pet, Starry Sky Dragon, a silver skill, Wild God Transformation, 4 Spirits Transformation, and 6 Ancient Cave Dwellers. He reaped a great harvest, but the dangers he encountered nearly cost him his life when he met a terrifying Abyss Demon General. Overall, there were no major losses, except for the death of 2 warning beasts, the broken arm of the giant scythe mantis, and the consumption of a silver perfect item, a tribute restoration fruit. Chapter 58, Special Building, +1. Sign in to unlock mission template? Huh? The wood elf, was watching Chen Yuanqi curiously from the side. She sensed that Chen Yuanqi suddenly possessed an even more frightening and elfin aura. However, seeing that he meant no harm, and considering the contract they had signed, so the wood elf, Aya, grew bolder and approached. Giant, what are you looking for? She noticed that Chen Yuanqi's gaze was constantly scanning his surroundings, as if he were searching for something. He was planning to place something there. Chen Yuanqi smiled. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the side of the elf tree house. He plans to place a water and fire elemental spring next to the elven shrub. He hadn't forgotten that the fairy tree needed watering, but after seeing the little fairy secretly watering it, he didn't care anymore. If you place it next to the fairy tree, it will be perfectly positioned to absorb the nutrients, allowing the fairy tree to do so on its own. Only, will it cause problems if you would elves or elf trees absorb spring water containing fire element? Chen Yuanqi asked the little elf. Elfia thought for a moment and replied, is it the element of water, which corresponds to the fire element? No problem, it's just a bit spicy. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow. Spicy? Does the element of fire represent spiciness? That's interesting. I'm placing a special structure here that can spout springs of both water and fire elements. Chen Yuanqi arrived at the elf tree and spoke to the Elfia, who was flying in midair beside him. Oh, she nodded, her eyes wide. Then, Chen Yuanqi took out a miniature version of the water and fire element earth core spring, placed it aside, and then placed it in its correct position. Subsequently, the Myriad Realm civilization issued a notification. +1 to special buildings in the territory. Civilization points +20. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. However, it only grants +2,000 civilization points. Chen Yuanqi ignored the amount of civilization points and focused only on the somewhat peculiar geomantic spring in front of him. It's a small pool, about 5 or 6 square meters in size, but the water in it is rather peculiar. One side of the spring water is light blue, and the other side is light red. The 2 colors are incompatible. They float out together, yet remain distinctly separate. That's quite amazing, Chen Yuanqi exclaimed in amazement. However, a green figure plunged into the pale blue spring water with a splash. Chen Yuanqi's face darkened. Hey, come out first, I'll get you a small soaking tub. Good heavens, are you really not afraid of him now? You dare to use the Earth's core spring as a bathing pool right in front of him? Is this water still drinkable? Saw the wood elf. He was startled. Then, realizing something, flew out of the elemental pool and gave an embarrassed smile. Wood elf Aya. I can't control myself. There's no way around it. Her favorite thing is elemental water. In addition, since this place is not the forest of life, the elements are faint, making her miss the taste of her parents' home even more. For a moment, she forgot about the water tower next to her that stored another elemental spring, including secretly taking a bath in it. Then, Chen Yuanqi spent some civilization points to change his location and create a small pool next to it. The water in the small pond flows towards the fairy tree. This little pool is where you take a bath. If you want to soak in the bath or something, go there, understand? Chen Yuanqi pointed to the newly created small pool and said to her, okay, sure. The wood elf nodded hastily, its eyes sparkling with surprise. After saying that, Chen Yuanqi nodded. The plan is to continue the renovation, install pipelines, divert water flow, and connect to the water tower. The water inlet pipe that used to draw water from the foot of the mountain has been replaced with an outlet pipe that leads down the mountain, providing the residents with high-quality water. After dealing with all of this, Chen Yuanqi glanced at the Elfia, who was already eagerly soaking in her private hot spring. She seemed oblivious to the difference between men and women, taking a bath right in front of him. Giant, the spring water you brought is amazing. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and smiled. Could this be considered a boiling elf in a hot pot? Of course, he had no interest in the little elf. The physical structure of elves, apart from their tiny appearance, has no openings. Thinking about this is less appealing than thinking about milk candy. This meat field is well maintained. Chen Yuanqi turned and left, patrolling the 3 meat fields. The first batch of crops planted in the double lineage succulent field will be ready for harvest in a couple of days. It seems that using a wood elf to manage the meat field is a good choice. It's a pity there are no more fairy tree houses. Chen Yuanqi secretly regretted it. He also tried buying a wooden house to see if he could reward the elf treehouse again, or even bring over another wood elf. Unfortunately, we haven't seen such a reward again. If he needs a wood elf, he'll probably have to buy it from the black market in a multiverse. However, he doesn't want it for the time being. Back at my residence, Chen Yuanqi stood on the second floor balcony, overlooking half of the territory. After being busy in the Myriad Realms cave for so long, it's only 3 p.m. today. There's still too few people in the territory. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. His envisioned territory is a complete circle where a self-sufficient and powerful social order can develop. Otherwise, what kind of territory is this with so few people? It seems we'll have to resort to the black market to buy slaves to increase our numbers. He has no shortage of resources, so he naturally has no worries about the basic needs of his people. Unlike other new lords and bronze lords, who were all living in dire straits, barely able to make ends meet. They lived a true wilderness survival life, while Chen Yuanqi lived a true lord's life. I wonder what the current situation is with the milk candy? Chen Yuanqi thought of Jiang Tang. She had sent a message at noon saying that she had found the territory shield and cleared the level. Her territorial shield is different from Chen Yuanqi's. Ginger Candy's territorial shield is the water surrounding the lake's edge on the island in her territory, functioning like the weak water described in ancient legends, where even a feather cannot float. That was the general direction, but the actual results were far from satisfactory. Candy, how are you doing? Chen Yuanqi sent a message. She replied very quickly. That's great. I found the territory shield and bought a premium wooden house. I'm scouting outside now. It doesn't seem dangerous. I'll see if I can find any treasures. After reading Jiang Tang's reply, Chen Yuanqi smiled knowingly. It's good that everyone is all right. Be careful then. Don't be stingy with the protective items I gave you. Use them if you encounter danger. If you need anything, just buy it from the Multiverse Mall. Chen Yuanqi sent another message to Jiang Tang. Okay, you're in charge of earning money to support the family, and I'll be in charge of spending it. Ginger Candy responded playfully. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. At the same time, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her composure hadn't crumbled. Chen Yuanqi was afraid that if she were in such a situation, she might become depressed or suffer from other problems. After all, Uncle Xiong and his group haven't found him yet. I wonder if there's any news from the black market? Chen Yuanqi pondered. I'll go check it out later. I thought about it for a while on the balcony. I wonder how everyone in the group is doing today. He suddenly remembered the chat group in his area. Open the regional chat group and take a look. Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow. So many people have disappeared again? He glanced through their chat history and exclaimed in surprise. Can I unlock task templates by checking in today? Chapter 59 Sign In. A 1,000,000 level increase in civilization points. According to their chat logs, this task template is a small perk left by the Myriad World civilization for its lords. It can also be called a territory mission template. There are daily tasks. As long as you meet the requirements of the task, you can earn 10 civilization points. There is also a territory development task. As long as the territory index reaches the standard, you will receive a certain amount of civilization points in stages. This is a rare little perk for these new players. Sign in. Chen Yuanqi then left the group chat and chose to check in. Hard work pays off. Sign in successful. On the 4th day of signing in, the lore development task template will be unlocked. Today's check-in did not trigger the 100x reward. Chen Yuanqi reviewed the task template. Daily territory development. He opened his daily routine. There are 5 random daily tasks. 1. Cut down 10 timber units. Reward 1 civilization point. 2nd. Catch 1 fish. Reward 3 civilization points. 3. Collect 1 edible fruit. Reward 3 points. 4. Each use of crafting rewards 2 points. 5. Patrol the territory once. Reward 1. After reviewing the daily tasks, it does indeed match the descriptions given by others in the group. But Chen Yuanqi was not interested in the 1 or 2 civilization points that were awarded. Instead of wasting time on this, why not open a shop and do business in the bronze black market? Chen Yuanqi then checked another template territory development, which was equivalent to the main quest. He found that he had completed several tasks in it. 1.1. When the territory area reaches 1,000 million square meters to 1,000 square meters, a reward of plus 10 civilization points will be given. 2.1. 9 to 1 special buildings in the territory. Reward plus 10 civilization points. 3.1. If your subjects number 30 to 10, you will be rewarded with plus 100 civilization points. Huh? Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow. Claim it directly. Claim successful. Territory area target achieved plus 6 times. Civilization points awarded. Plus 10, plus 100, plus 1,000, plus 10,000, plus 10,000, plus 10,000. His territory covers an area of 100 square kilometers, which is 100 million square meters. A reward of 10 points is given for every 1,000 points earned, and 100 points for every 10,000 points earned. So he earned points 6 times just from the territory development mission. You will receive 31,110 civilization points directly. Unfortunately, The rewards become fixed after reaching a certain area. Chen Yuanqi was somewhat disappointed. If it increases tenfold, the reward would be astronomical. Unbeknownst to him, his territory had long exceeded the standard for high-level regional lords. According to normal standards, the territory area for a new lord is 1,000, for a bronze lord it is 10,000, and for a silver lord it is 100,000. Of course, once you reach the bronze lord rank, you can expand your territory. Therefore, the maximum reward limit of 10,000 civilization points is probably a measure taken by the Myriad Realm civilization to prevent lords from excessively exploiting the system. Chen Yuanqi continues to receive. Claim successful. Special building completion, count increased by 9. Civilization points gained, plus 10, plus 1,000, plus 2,000, plus 3,000, plus 8,000. Total points, plus 30,610. The reward multiplier for the second reward suddenly changed. The reason he has 9 special buildings is because they include special resources such as the Bloodthorn Wall, the Flesh Field, and the Nest. He obtained these things mainly from the black market and the Myriad Realms cave. I suspect the first 10 points awarded for special buildings will be for the Thorn Wall, since almost everyone has the territory shield. Most people receive 10 civilization points as their first stage reward. It really is true that everything is difficult at the beginning. Chen Yuanqi's territory has experienced explosive growth, with his index already far exceeding the limit, essentially meaning he has already claimed the rewards ahead of time. It looks rather exaggerated. He continued to collect the one-time task rewards, but for the reward based on the number of people he led, he only received 300 civilization points. After receiving a few other miscellaneous rewards, and completing all the rewards for meeting the requirements, I finally collected them all. After this reckoning, Chen Yuanqi gained a total of plus 69,420 civilization points. Get rich instantly. No, this number is miscalculated. Chen Yuanqi suddenly remembered something. At the same time, a God-tier system with 100x rewards has been triggered. It's here. 100x reward. 1. 69,420 civilization points, x 100. Upon seeing the hundredfold reward, Chen Yuanqi's heart skipped a beat. 100 times the value of 10,000. Thump thump. Congratulations on earning 6,942,000 civilization points. 6,940,000. Chen Yuanqi looked at the points balance displayed on his lord's identity card, swallowed hard, and stared in shock. A hundredfold reward is truly terrifying. 60,000 becomes 6 million. How are other players supposed to play if this happens? Chen Yuanqi seemed to already see countless ginger candies, countless people, and resources beckoning to him. With the remaining 100,000 civilization points on him, he now has 7 million in hand. At this level, what item can't he buy if it's listed? It is foreseeable that his territory's reissuance will soon take off like a rocket. A hundredfold reward? This cheat seems too overpowered, Chen Yuanqi muttered. Then he grinned. But I like it. After receiving the reward, Chen Yuanqi was in high spirits. This feeling is like winning a 10 million lottery prize and becoming rich instantly. Senior, I'd like to ask, how many civilization points do you have now? Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and then sent a private message to Baihu Qianshan, one of his friends, wanting to make a comparison. The other party is an epic-level citizen. This big shot must have accumulated a lot of money, right? What? You want to borrow it? Baihu Qianshan replied. No, it's just curiosity. Chen Yuanqi asked modestly, a slight smile playing on his lips. It might upset you if I told you. No problem. Please feel free to speak up, senior. I'd love to learn from these high-level players. Then Baihu Qianshan replied somewhat smugly. To put it simply, I currently have 730,000 civilization points. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow. Only 700,000 epic-level powerhouses? That's it? Are you trying to discourage me? They didn't even ask what I thought about the 7 million in my pocket. Chen Yuanqi has become somewhat arrogant. However, he was a little curious. If he remembered correctly, Baihu Qianshan was just a high-level lord, right? How can there be so many civilization points? If he didn't receive a 100x reward, he probably wouldn't be able to accumulate 700,000 civilization points, even if he worked his whole life. So after thinking about it, he inquired about the source of the other party's points, and Baihu Qianshan replied, the sources of points are different from those of your lords. Some of them are rewards from lords, but most of them are obtained in the battlefield of all realms and the abyss. A few 100,000 civilization points isn't a huge amount for us at this stage, but for you bronze-level cultivators, it's an astronomical figure. Upon seeing this reply, Chen Yuanqi was slightly taken aback. He then asked Baihu Qianshan how to gain points in the battlefield of Myriad Realms and the Abyss. But the other party didn't tell him, saying, it's better if you don't know your current skill level. Just focus on developing and becoming stronger. Chapter 60. The first shop in the multiverse black market officially opens. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and smiled. So be it. Then the chat with Baihu Qianshan ended. This also gave him some understanding of high-level players. The sun is about to set again. Chen Yuanqi retrieved his lord's identity token, looked at the sky outside, and murmured to himself, "Adjust the scope of protection for all realms." Using his lordly authority, Chen Yuanqi reduced the area of the Myriad Realms sanctuary barrier from 100 square kilometers to the area inside the Bloodthorn Wall. If he wants to restore the original range of the barrier, he can do so at any time. His purpose in shrinking the multiverse protection barrier was to allow the Bloodthorn Wall and the Venom Swamp to hunt dark creatures and grow stronger. Even if these two are breached, there is still the protection of countless worlds behind them. If the 100 square kilometer area of the Universal Sanctuary is maintained, it is very safe. But his territorial shield eventually became useless. Moving the Bloodthorn Wall and the Venom Swamp to the edge of the island is not feasible in the short term, as the perimeter is too short. Tonight, I will leave a passage on the Bloodthorn Wall on the east side. Chen Yuanqi spoke slowly, his voice echoing throughout the entire territory. All the people and animals raised their heads to listen. When night falls, dark creatures will inevitably descend upon the outside. They pose a certain level of danger, but if anyone wants to go out and practice, they can silently request individual protection from the territory's protective barrier to avoid being affected by the disaster night. Upon hearing this, everyone reacted with varying expressions and began to discuss it amongst themselves. Having given all the necessary instructions, Chen Yuanqi, seeing that there was nothing more for him to do in the territory, then activate the Bronze Black Market one-day order. Not long after, the Bronze Black Market number 818 opened. Chen Yuanqi put on a concealing mask to hide his information and entered the black market. Jiangchen store. Even a day later, many people were still watching his shop. However, the number of onlookers was 1/10 less than last night. Little did they know that the bronze lords who had flocked from all the worlds last night had almost overwhelmed the bronze black market number 818. Uncle Xiong and his group haven't come yet. Chen Yuanqi checked the message history of the shop's doorman puppet and sighed silently. Then, in front of everyone, he walked straight into Jiangchen's store. Huh? Someone has entered? Could he be the owner of the shop? Chen Yuanqi? Soon, Chen Yuanqi's behavior attracted everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanqi plans to spend more money to renovate the interior space of his own shop. Having amassed 1,000,000 civilization points, a 20 square meter shop now seems too small. Soon, he spent 50,000 civilization points to upgrade his shop. The exterior of Jiangchen's store instantly transformed into a 5-story building, making it appear significantly larger overall. But the internal environment has undergone a complete transformation. Each floor has an interior area of 200 square meters and is furnished with various storage shelves and various rune arrays. Rune arrays can be used for surveillance, to protect shops, and to remove dust and fragrance. The 4 floors below are divided into 4 sections. The first floor sells various materials and general merchandise. The second floor sells weapons. The third floor sells pet eggs. The fourth floor sells medicine. And the top 5th floor is his private space. It seems the person who just entered was the owner of Jiangchen's store. Chen Yuanqi? Wow, this renovation looks impressive. The experienced bronze lords, who frequented the black market, exclaimed in amazement as they looked at the shop that had suddenly risen to the 5th floor. On the other hand, Chen Yuanqi directly purchased batches of goods from the Myriad Realms Mall, which were then processed by the Hundredfold Reward God-level system. A batch of high-end bronze products, freshly made, were automatically placed on the opposite shelves of Jiangchen's store. Let's get the price at half the price of the Myriad Realms Mall. Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and set the price. Then they checked the patrol and examined the wide variety of goods. A 50% discount is indeed a very low price. However, their counterparts in the black market sell their products at 70 to 90% of the original price in the Myriad Realms Mall. To quickly break into the existing established market structure, a unique and outstanding strategy is necessary to attract more consumers. The business world is like a battlefield, and Chen Yuanqi is quite experienced in this regard. He needs to be quick, accurate, and ruthless, using the lowest possible price to overwhelm his competitors with lightning speed. Goods are sold at 50% off, but his profits were still 10 or 20 times higher. It seems like something is missing from the store. Chen Yuanqi patrolled the area and was generally satisfied. He frowned and pondered for a while. A look of realization dawned on his face, an eye-catching signboard. Whether it's a local business or not, Chen Yuanqi doesn't have anything particularly noteworthy to offer. A 50% discount is the biggest game changer. But for something unique and novel, we still need to make some arrangements. I wonder what this bronze truce order is like. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. He still had 100 bronze tokens granting him a 7-day reprieve. With so many, he naturally couldn't possibly use them all. Even if he gave some ginger candy, he still had plenty in his pocket. How about we try a different kind of scarcity marketing, like a 1 yuan flash sale in another dimension? As Chen Yuanqi pondered, a mysterious smile gradually appeared on his face. To run a business, you need a gimmick. They open shops worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but they don't want to make money. They prefer to lose money. They're just playing around. Thinking of this, Chen Yuanqi took out 3 bronze piece tokens from his personal storage and hung them in a prominent position in the lobby on the first floor. A line of large text and an explanation appeared above. Daily flash sale. 3 bronze piece tokens. Eligibility for participation in the flash sale. Purchase any item in the store with 20 civilization points to participate in the flash sale. Meanwhile, a new line of large characters and an explanation appeared near the entrance. Daily lucky draw. Bronze piece token X1. Requirements for participating in the lucky draw. Pay 1 civilization point to participate in the lucky draw. The higher your civilization points, the greater your chances of winning. The draw will begin when the prize pool reaches 200 participants. Daily lucky draw chances. 3. Bronze piece order available for 7 days. Chen Yuanqi clapped his hands, quite satisfied with his arrangements this time. Ready. You can open a shop now. But should we hire 2 waiters? Chen Yuanqi thought about it and decided to make a decision later. The self-service management in this store is quite intelligent, as convenient as an unmanned supermarket, where customers can pay directly for and receive their desired items. Even if he's not there, the business can still operate. Furthermore, he has already paid money to the multiverse black market and received its protection, so he has no fear of anyone causing trouble. Milk Candy, I'm about to open for business. Do you want to come over? Chen Yuanqi sent a private message to Jiang Tang. She then replied, Okay, I'm coming right now. Then, in the world chat group, Chen Yuanqi used the bronze megaphone to broadcast 10 times to the bronze lords of all realms. Jiang Chen's bronze black market shop number 818 is opening soon. Big promotional event. Weapons, pets, medicines, and all other items are bronze perfect grade, 50% off the official price. He broadcast 10 messages over the loudspeaker, which cost him another 20,000 civilization points. However, he still had more than 50 myriad world bronze horns in his hand, so firing 10 more wouldn't be a problem. He has plenty of money now, and besides, this doesn't cost any money. Is this guy named Chen Yuanqi really that arrogant? Is this for real? What are they selling that's half price? Which human race is this? This kind of advertising is so arrogant. Just as the bronze lords were discussing this amongst themselves, Chen Yuanqi closed the barrier gate of the shop and opened the main gate to welcome guests. We're open today. Didi is waiting for your reply. How should I spend my 7 million civilization points? Chapter 61 opening day was a huge success. Upon seeing the opening of Jiang Chen's store, a group of people outside exchanged glances and then swarmed over. They wanted to go in and see who this Chen Yuanqi was, daring to be so high profile. Is it true that perfect bronze grade items are being sold at half price? If it were truly half price for everything, wouldn't that be amazing? Is this a windfall? When have we humans ever had such a wealthy person? Who knows? Some human lords traveled together and entered it. Some alien lords, whether independent bronze lords or subordinate lords, also went in to check the situation. Huh? Everyone looked on in amazement. You got something special, huh? The interior is so spacious, it must have cost a lot of money. Wait a minute, it seems like there's a lot of stuff for sale. The group saw a floor filled with a dazzling array of materials, ranging from ungraded to perfect bronze. It seems that all the materials sold in the Multiverse Mall are actually available here. They all gasped in surprise. Another Wanbeilu has appeared on the black market? No, it should be the people-friendly version of Wanbeilu. They were genuinely shocked when they saw the price tag. For example, an item that sells for 1,000 civilization points in the Myriad Realms Mall might be sold for 700 or 999 points in other shops on the black market. Chen Yuanqi directly priced it at 500 here. Isn't this store afraid of going bankrupt? The thought popped into everyone's head. With such low prices, wouldn't other stores just come and buy directly from you? However, Chen Yuanqi naturally has his own methods for dealing with scalpers. Huh? Everyone noticed the welfare zone that Chen Yuanqi had specially set up. Daily luck? What is that? Holy crap. Seriously? A waiver for the lottery. Is this shop owner crazy? Offering a truce as a reward? One lord cursed loudly, wishing he could just snatch the prizes from the raffle. Any lord who has experienced a lord promotion war or not understands how rare this token is. This is an amazing tool for turning the tide. Come over here quickly. Bronze piece tokens are also for sale here. You can grab them by making a purchase here. There are 3 flash sales today, and you could try your luck in one of them later, someone suddenly shouted. A crowd surged in, instantly filling the space to stand. The person who just shouted it out regretted it. They should have known better than to say it. Make a fortune quietly. Spend any 20 points to participate in a flash sale. Upon seeing this description, everyone turned to look at the other items in the store and made purchases. In a short time, the lords called on their friends and acquaintances to come and help them seize the spoils. Jiang Chun's store's business was booming from the moment it opened. Huh, where is Chen Yuanqi, the owner of this shop? Some people noticed that they were the first to enter, but they didn't see Chen Yuanqi inside the shop. Now that there are more people and more lords wearing masks of concealment, it's even harder to tell who Chen Yuanqi is. Little did they know, Chen Yuanqi was monitoring the situation inside the shop from the 5th floor using surveillance cameras. There are quite a lot of people. Chen Yuanqi stroked his chin, clicking his tongue in amazement. Next to him was a screen displaying numbers that were constantly increasing. 230 items were sold, generating revenue of 109,270. Right after opening, the turnover exceeded 100,000 yuan, with an average spending of 450 plus yuan per person. After deducting the negligible costs, his profit reached 100,000. According to the surveillance footage, Chen Yuanqi discovered that the reason they rushed to buy so quickly was because each of them bought several items. As if afraid that the ginger and citron store might suddenly raise prices or remove them from the shelves, they wanted to buy more to stock up. After getting used to the exploitation by the multiverse mall and the ruthlessness of the black market shops, they finally found a shop where they could get a good deal. So those worldly lords started scrambling to buy them. Some lords even nearly fought over the same item, but they soon discovered, you still have items left after selling them? Buy again. They restocked again? It's as if the store has a constant supply of goods. Your purchase limit has been increased by 20%. Someone tried to be clever and bought 10 bronze-level ordinary weapons worth 40 civilization points each, then set up a stall outside to make a profit from the price difference. I bought 5, and just as I was about to buy a 6th, I found that the same product had gone up in price. Others get a 50% discount on one item, plus 40 civilization points. He needs 45 civilization points. There's still money to be made. As a result, the price of the 7th weapon increased by 30%, and the price of the 8th weapon increased by 50. It seems that the more you buy, the higher the price markup becomes, exceeding the original price in the Wanja Mall. On the other side, Chen Yuanqi also saw the number of customer purchases on the sales chart. Everything was under his control. Faced with big, data-driven price discrimination algorithms, do you still want to engage in scalping? Chen Yuanqi smiled. He had set prices that were essentially unfair to customers who were familiar with him. Of course, these price increases will be refreshed every week. If there's a large number of purchases made in a short period of time, the purchase will be restricted, and the person will also be placed on a watch list. Chen Yuanqi can block them and refuse to do business with them. He did this, of course, to prevent scalpers from making malicious purchases with their peers. Want to turn this place into a wholesale store? We'll have to ask him if he's willing. Of course, if it's a big business collaboration, Chen Yuanqi might consider selling in bulk. He hadn't forgotten the shop's original purpose: to make money, expand his network for the development of the territory, and get Uncle Xiong and the others to come. Let's go downstairs and take a look. There will be more people there, and they won't recognize us anyway. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. Then, we took the elevator, a small teleportation portal, to the first floor. His teleportation went unnoticed by the crowd, who were using the small teleportation arrays to go up and down the floors. After all, 4 floors are used for selling things. On the other side, Jiang Tang had arrived at the entrance of Jiang Chen's store, but she looked at the somewhat unfamiliar store with a suspicious expression, her pretty face showing a look of astonishment and confusion. If she hadn't seen the words Jiang Chen's store, she would have thought she'd gone to the wrong place. There are too many people. At first glance, the shop is packed with customers. Various alien lords, with different appearances and forms, were orderly, selecting goods. Of course, there are also those with bad tempers and hostile races who directly start fighting. But they were quickly enveloped by a suddenly appearing black cage and teleported to the dungeon of the black market order building. Disrupting the order of black market shops will result in up to 5 hours of detention, depending on the severity of the offense. Seeing this, some people remained calm and continued shopping. Others were surprised and began to discuss the matter. There are way too many people here. Jiang Tang was shocked and exclaimed upon seeing the crowded conditions inside the shop. Also, why are there suddenly so many more goods in the store? Seeing how cheap the items were in the store, she was tempted. She also really wants to buy a whole bunch of stuff to take back to her territory and develop it. When Jiang Tang contacted Chen Yuanqi, the two removed their concealment masks and went to the 5th floor. Seeing the house had grown even bigger, Jiang Tang couldn't contain her curiosity and hurriedly asked, "How did you do that?" Chapter 62 Night of Disaster. The people of Jiangshan voluntarily go to battle. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi smiled mysteriously. Meanwhile, Jiang Tang tiptoed and lightly pecked his cheek like a dragonfly, skimming the water. "Okay, hurry up and tell me, stop being so mysterious." She blushed slightly. Forehead? Chen Yuanqi was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but reach out and touch the spot where he had just been kissed. He raised an eyebrow, looking at her slightly blushing face, and felt a little strange. He asked with a smile, "What are you doing?" Jiang Tang was a little confused upon hearing this and hesitated before saying, "Didn't you want me to kiss you before you'd say anything?" Chen Yuanqi laughed heartily, his expression playful. "When did I say that?" He pretended not to know anything. Enraged and embarrassed, she secretly kicked him and huffed. "What are you doing, trying to be a scoundrel? You've always been like this, especially that smile." In the past, whenever Jiang Tang asked him about something she didn't know, he would pretend to be like this and then ask for a kiss before he would tell her. Jiang Tang was very familiar with his smile. So when he gives that intriguing smile, A kiss from Jiang Tang usually tells you the answer. That won't do. I haven't even asked yet. You have to kiss me again, Chen Yuanqi said with a smile. She lifted her foot and deliberately stomped on the instep of his foot. Fine, I won't say then. When I saw her, she raised her chin and looked down at me, as if she was angry. Chen Yuanqi patted her head and chuckled. I can't tell you now. I'll tell you later. I really can't tell her this. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead. As a result, Jiang Tang's cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly pushed him away, taking a few steps back and scolding him. I'm your older sister. What do you want to do? Chen Yuanqi was speechless for a moment, then chuckled and asked, Is she my biological sister? Didn't we just kiss? Jiang Tang glared at him. He laughed and asked, Is older sister the same as older sister? What if she's adopted sister? Jiang Tang rolled her eyes at him. What is this? Jiang Tang noticed the screen next to her and changed the subject, asking a question. Chen Yuanqi smiled and explained to her. This is the store's real-time transaction record, which can be considered the store's ledger. The issues that both of them were focusing on have now shifted. Then, Chen Yuanqi took out a shop key and handed it to her. You can keep this. You can manage the store when I'm not around. Jiang Tang took the keys and said irritably, What do you mean you weren't here? That a bit off. He was both amused and exasperated. That's not what I meant. I meant that you can open a shop when I don't have time. Jiang Tang nodded upon hearing his words. Okay, and you need to be careful yourself. Don't make me worry. Chen Yuanqi smiled and cupped her face in his hands. I understand. Once you get the keys, it's like you're the second in command of the store. You can manage things like hiring and everything else. Jiang Tang nodded again. Okay, but I prefer the way you call me boss lady. The two looked at each other and smiled. After a while, but isn't this sales figure a bit too high? Jiang Tang exclaimed in shock as she looked at the sales figures, which had already reached 300,000 civilization points. How long has it been? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Chen Yuanqi smiled calmly. The shop doesn't need much supervision. If you want to be the manager someday, just sit at the counter on the first floor. If you'd like to hire 2 attractive female greeters, that's also possible. Oh, okay. She nodded seriously, then suddenly said deliberately. However, I prefer a handsome guy to greet guests at the door. Snap. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Uh-huh. Jiang Tang groaned in pain from her buttocks, then blushed with annoyance. She rubbed her bottom while glaring angrily at Chen Yuanqi. It's a bit soft and doesn't feel great to the touch. You need to work out more. As a 21-year-old old auntie, your butt needs to be firm and bouncy. Chen Yuanqi pointed to his own palm, looking at him with a critical, Let's see if you still dare to be naughty. Hearing his words, the woman pressed her buttocks somewhat insecurely. It feels pretty good, doesn't it? You're asking for it. Then, Jiang Tang gritted her teeth in anger and opened her mouth to bite his arm. You're only 21, you old auntie. Ha. The two joked around for a while. Not long after, the two appeared at the guest house, a place where slaves were sold on the black market. At this moment, Chen Yuanqi and his companion, wearing shielding masks, entered the welcoming hall. Hey, welcome. What can I do for you? I'll make sure you're satisfied. At that moment, the alluring and ever-changing foxwoman manager of the guest house came out. Chen Yuanqi said slowly, I have a big business deal. I don't know if you can handle it. On the other side, Chen Yuanqi's territory, Jiangchen. His people were all fully armed and ready to go to war. Meanwhile, the sky had long since darkened, turning a deep red. The colossal, blood-red eye once again hung high in the sky, coldly and mercilessly overlooking all the realms and heavens. All the new and low-ranking lords retreated into their territories. Mysterious spatial rifts appeared outside everyone's territory, from which a continuous stream of black smoke billowed out. The black smoke merged with the night, enveloping the land, and then red-eyed monsters appeared one by one from within the smoke. They ignored the plants and animals outside, as if they had smelled a treasure within their territory that they were crazy about. Eat up all the life inside. Outside, all the new lords, red-eyed monsters appeared, emitting urgent cries that sounded like the barking of dogs and howling of wolves, as well as the wailing of infants. Some higher-ranking lords will face sieges by dark creatures that are larger in size and more numerous in variety. This isn't even the extreme cases. The extreme cases include the appearance of various dark creature bosses, drastic changes in weather and climate, and extreme heat and cold, such as thunderstorms, blizzards, and extreme temperatures. For Jiangchun, the territory of Chen Yuanqi, things are a little different today. His people no longer cowered in their territory, but this time, led by the ancient clan leader Huang Masan, they chose to launch a probing attack. The purpose of fighting against dark creatures is to hone the courage, teamwork, and strength of the people. Aside from a few high-ranking bronze lords, this kind of thing is basically something that only happens in territories of silver rank or higher. Instruct them beforehand to work in groups of 4 and to evacuate immediately in case of injury or death. Huang Ma said coldly, The Lord has already given instructions. They can go out, but they are responsible for their own lives. Yes. The crowd lined up inside the Bloodthorn Wall and responded in unison. The lineup consists of 10 werewolves, 9 humans, 1 swordsman, 6 ancient warriors, and 20 falcons. The group consisted of 26 people divided into 7 groups, with Huang Ma-san responsible for surveillance and providing assistance in case of crisis. Are you sure you're alone? Huang Ma-san looked at Chen Dao, the cold-blooded young swordsman, standing to the side. Chen Dao nodded, and the bone knife that had become one with him was drawn from his back. At that moment, a cold, bloody light flashed from Chen Dao's blade. His knife, a dark red bone knife resembling a series of vertebrae pieced together, was extremely eerie. But it also gives the impression that this knife is unusual, very sharp, and razor-sharp. Very good. The wild horse nodded 3 times. The Lord has also given instructions that if this member of the Blade clan wants to act alone, let him go by himself. Now, take half a minute to check your equipment again. Also, you 9 pirates are the weakest and don't have night vision, so don't go too far. If someone dies by accident, the Lord will not blame them. If someone performs well, the Lord says there will be a reward. Then everyone cheered and howled. Rakasting territorial asilum. Take up your weapons. Kill. Jiang Chen's people cheered in unison, their morale soaring. Suddenly, 3 even larger monsters emerged from the cracks outside the territory. Its lantern-like scarlet eyes gleamed coldly, emitting a terrifying hiss. Chapter 63, The Young Leader's March. Chen Yuanqi's mega transaction. Kill. The night is not only the domain of creatures of darkness, but also the battlefield of some alien creatures. The werewolf slaves, with their low-level bronze strength, swept through the enemy ranks. Like slicing cabbage, he smashed those low-quality, level 5, canine-shaped dark creatures to death with a single blow. As described by the multiverse civilization, these are merely cannon fodder-level dark creatures. Territory contribution points, +1. Territory contribution points, +1. Each time they killed a dark creature, a numerical notification would appear in their minds. Territory contribution points? Looks like a good thing. Everyone's eyes lit up, and their fighting spirit soared. Brothers, we can't fall too far behind. Let's get ruthless and kill. We finally witnessed the legendary blood moon with our own eyes. It was terrifying. Luckily, we had individual territories to protect us. What was there to fear? My lord, you are forever God. Those pirates, protected by the myriad realms of their territory, withstood the corrosive damage from the blood-red eyes that filled the sky. With the lightball rabbits lighting up the sidelines and everyone carrying a torch, the lighting wasn't too bad. Haha, the mutated monsters don't seem so scary after all. 1 slash and 1 kill, so satisfying. Hee hee. All thanks to the divine artifact and armor provided by the Lord. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There don't seem to be many dark creatures outside the territory. Many are alone. But it's difficult to kill them all at once, because they continuously emerge from the black smoke in the cracks, spreading around the bloodthorn wall of the territory, damaging the territory's shield and attempting to find loopholes to slip through. On the other side, the 5 young boys from the ancient tribe were in close proximity to each other in their 2 teams. So I talk a lot. Gu Xiaoshou pointed at the dog-shaped dark creature on the ground. This thing is really ugly. Yeah, it's not that powerful, so why are they so afraid of it? Gu KK nodded, kicked the 100-pound dark creature's corpse on the ground with her leg. A Wu is probably afraid of being ugly, said the wild moon wolf. Shall we sneak off and see what other fun things there are? Suggested another ancient child, Gu Qianyu. The wild black serpent chuckled. Afterwards, the 5 young boys from the ancient tribe quietly broke away from the group. On the other side, Huang Ma-san, who was in charge of this operation, saw the 5 members of his clan slip away. He frowned. This is outrageous. I'll teach you a lesson later. It's better to worry about those few weak humans than those children. Gu Xiaoshou and his companions were all strong enough to defeat low-level bronze cultivators. With their racial talents activated, they could even fight ordinary mid-level bronze cultivators without any problem. The dark creatures on the field were all of unranked, quality-less strength, making them easy to deal with. Wow, there's a head here, huh? It looks like it was just cut down. The young boys from the ancient tribe, carrying torches, were startled when they saw several bloodied, unseeing dog heads on the ground. However, someone had the courage to kick the corpses of those dog-headed dark creatures. They were dead. This thing is still just as ugly. Who killed him? Everyone stared in curiosity at the neat, smooth cut below the dog's neck. They followed the dog's head, which was surrounded by dark creatures. Halfway there, they encountered 2 canine-shaped dark creatures that emerged from the night, and they were kicked to death in just a few moves. They look incredibly ferocious. Huh, there's a fight going on up ahead? Is it him? Hearing the commotion, Gu Xiaoshou and the others looked in the direction of the sound. Everyone suddenly realized that it was that guy from the knife clan named Chen Dao. Huh, it seems like he can't win. Chen Dao was swatted away by a giant tail. Yeah, he definitely couldn't beat 3 of them by himself, and those 3 monsters didn't look weak at all. Gu KK was eager to try, rubbing her hands together. Why don't we go up and help him? Let me try. Gu Qianyu spoke first. He struck a pose and shouted, the strongest transformation in the history of the primordial heavenly fish. His companions glanced at him. Can you please stop being so childish? The next moment, Gu Qianyu's mouth suddenly turned into a large fish mouth. Watch this. Fish god cannon. He grinned and pouted. Thump thump thump. One after another, fist-sized golden bubbles shot out of his mouth like cannonballs. Slap slap slap. The next moment, the bullet hit the three-headed monster. Roar. They cried out in pain. Their attention was instantly diverted, and they abandoned their attempt to kill Chen Dao, instead glaring angrily at the ancient beast and the others from the ancient clan. Hatred value plus 1,000. Okay, I'll leave it to you guys, brothers. I'm going to take a break. Gu Tianyu was the first to back down, and his fish mouth returned to its normal shape. Damn it, he's useless at everything, but Gu Tianyu is #1 at provoking others. Gu KK snorted in dissatisfaction. At the same time, woo! Without saying a word, the wild moon wolf howled, and its hand instantly transformed into a large, silver, glowing wolf claw. I'll go first. The primordial era transforms. Not to be outdone, the little beast roared, and its entire body was quickly covered by a layer of black keratin, turning it completely black. Bang bang. On the other side, the wild black serpent's 2 feet transformed into a thick, long black tail, the tip of which slapped the ground with a loud thud. Charge! Kill them! The 4 members of the ancient clan, plus Gu Qianyu who was paddling along, charged forward with a roar, oblivious to the danger. 5 people are fighting against a 3-headed, unknown dark creature. This was witnessed by Chen Dao, who had already hidden himself nearby. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and frowned. Court death? Those 3 monsters were all at the low-level bronze rank, which was quite terrifying for someone without a rank. If it weren't for Gu Qianyu's artillery support, he probably would have lost his life. However, considering he hasn't achieved any ranking, his record is already quite impressive. Huh? Chen Dao was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected those guys to be evenly matched with the dark creature. To be precise, they were suppressing the low-level bronze rank dark creatures. What kind of people did the master bring into the territory? Chen Dao was utterly astonished. He had thought he was already proud of himself for being able to kill 30 or 40 canine-like dark creatures. Unexpected. Outside Jiang Chen's territory, the battle continues, with the people sweeping away the cannon fodder dark creatures. On the other side, bronze black market number 818. The guest house was a place where slaves were sold. A big deal? The foxwoman looked at Chen Yuanqi and Jiang Tang. What big deals could these 2 masked human lords possibly make? However, she gave a charming smile, winked at Chen Yuanqi and the other man, and licked her lips. Of course, I love big deals. Chen Yuanqi then noticed the warning that the other party had used seductive arts. Jiang Tang unconsciously held his hand tightly, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid, as if she had been affected by something. If it were an ordinary man of the opposite sex, he probably would have already turned into a lecherous fool and made a fool of himself. However, Chen Yuanqi wasn't interested in the foxwoman, and with his 500 points of stamina, he was completely immune to her low-level seductive arts. He coldly replied, "If we really want to cooperate, I don't want to see it happen a second time." As for what it refers to, the other party knows perfectly well. The foxwoman did the same thing last time, except this time she didn't recognize Chen Yuanqi. This is because wearing a mask can conceal personal information and prevent spying. Oh, look at you saying that. Calm down, have some tea. We foxes are born with an alluring nature. Our charm is so great that we can't control ourselves. I'm so embarrassed. The other party smiled apologetically and handed Chen Yuanqi tea as if it really wasn't her doing it on purpose. Chen Yuanqi sneered inwardly, politely declined the tea she offered, and then said indifferently, "Okay, I'm not going to argue with you about this anymore. I have a big deal to make, but I don't know if you can handle it." Chen Yuanqi asked again. The foxwoman smiled seductively and chuckled. "I can eat you, no matter how big you are. I can eat you. You can make the decisions about the shop." Chen Yuanqi knew she was in charge here, but she must have powerful backers. The other party nodded and said proudly, "Of course I, Fox Charm, am in charge of the welcoming hall in black market number 818. Chen Yuanqi nodded and held up 2 fingers. "Can you handle this amount?" The fox spirit paused slightly, lowered her head to take a sip of tea, and smiled gently. "Even if you increase the price tenfold, I could still eat it." "Are you sure?" Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow. "I meant 2,000 people." Puff. He spat out a mouthful of tea. "How many? You need 2,000 people?" Fox-like Beauty stared in astonishment at Chen Yuanqi and the other man, her face filled with disbelief. Chapter 64. Proposed purchase of 2,000 slaves. Bronze battle platform. The shop's astonishing sales. "You 2 bosses aren't joking with me, are you?" Foxy looked at Chen Yuanqi and Jiang Tang with a strange expression. 2,000 people. What does this mean? For her, 20 people is considered a large transaction. Like other bronze lords that buy slaves 1 or 2 at a time, stingily, as if they wish they could buy them all but don't have the money. She was used to these small, sporadic purchases, but suddenly someone said to her, "Send me 2,000 slaves wholesale." What is a surprise? That's it. A territory with thousands of units is a scale typically found only at the silver or even gold level. Moreover, directly purchasing 2,000 slaves is an extremely generous move, rarely seen among lords below the gold level. Could they be playing a trick on me? Foxy wondered to herself. I'm not kidding. 2,000 people. Can you handle it? Chen Yuanqi nodded and asked. I can eat it. I absolutely must be able to eat it. Foxy nodded hastily. 2,000 people. This is an extremely important client. If she doesn't have enough slaves in her shop, she can call headquarters to order a batch and have it delivered. The vixen didn't have time to ponder Chen Yuanqi and his companion's background. She was overly enthusiastic and directly extended an invitation. Distinguished guests, how about we talk in the VIP room? Chen Yuanqi and Jiang Tang exchanged a glance and nodded. An hour later, Chen Yuanqi, hand in hand with ginger candy, walked out of the welcoming hall. Are there too many people buying them? Jiang Tang looked at him and asked softly. Not many. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and smiled. He originally wanted to expand his power, so he might as well go all out at once. This will save us from having to gradually increase the number of people later. Have you solved those food problems? So many people asked Jiang Tang, worried about him. 2,000 people means 2,000 extra mouths to feed. The demand for grain reserves increased 2,000-fold in an instant. Don't worry, I have a solution. If you need anything, remember to let me know. Chen Yuanqi smiled. He ordered 2,000 slaves and also ordered 100 for Jiang Tang. For Jiang Tang, who hasn't yet advanced to bronze rank, 100 people already exceeds the limit for the territory's population. Of her 100 men, 20 were slaves of low-level bronze rank. As a result, the security level of her territory increased several levels. More people might not be a good thing for her. Chen Yuanqi, having purchased 2,000 slaves and converted them into subjects, would naturally not simply support them. 2 new channels will be opened once the territory's population exceeds 100. Bronze Battle Platform, Battlefield of Myriad Realms. The opening of these 2 channels means that lords can now set out to conquer. The ranking on the bronze leaderboard is determined not only by the points earned in the Lord's Advancement War, but also by the bronze battle arena. The bronze battle arena functions similarly to a lord's declaration of war, but victories on the bronze battle arena grant points and rewards. However, they will not gain promotion ranks, nor will they plunder the territories and resources of other lords. A declaration of war can achieve this. Forcefully declare war, fight to the death, and devour the defeated party to grow stronger. The passive effect of the truce order is to place a sign to halt the war and temporarily suspend it. After using it, the user's territory will have extra time to develop, while the party that declared war will not. Of course, the prerequisite for activating the truce order is that someone challenges it using a declaration of war order. The passage to the Battlefield of Myriad Realms naturally refers to the actual Battlefield of Myriad Realms. Chen Yuanqi found all this information in the Human Lord Strategy Guide, and the book was well worth the money for him. If it were any other new lord, it would probably take a very long time before they learned of these important matters. Chen Yuanqi and his companion went straight back to Jiang Chen's shop. As for the slaves ordered today, the reception hall probably won't be able to gather them all for him until tomorrow. The 2,000 slaves were purchased by him at great expense, so naturally they had strict requirements regarding their quality. He doesn't want rotten fish or shrimp. There are still so many people. Xiandang Witspa. The shop, with a floor area of 200 square meters, was packed with people and bustling with noise. Chen Yuanqi nodded. Looking at the daily lucky draw on the side, the customer had already used up all 3 of their chances to win a prize that day. Each round of a lottery requires 200 participants and a minimum of 200 civilization points. The higher the civilization points invested, the greater the chance of winning. Chen Yuanqi secretly checked today's lottery results. He used up 3 of his bronze peace tokens, but was slightly taken aback when he saw the amount in the prize pool. This has over 40,000 civilization points. 3 rounds of lottery draws will each yield 3 peace tokens. Normally, there will be a total of 600 participants and 600 civilization points. However, each of the 40,000 participants received 70 points of civilization points in the lottery. Who's the fool here? Chen Yuanqi was secretly pleased. No wonder people stay away from gambling. In short, he made a huge profit from this. Even if a 7-day bronze truce is extremely rare, such a one-time bronze item cannot possibly exceed 10,000 civilization points. The flash sales over there were effective too. Chen Yuanqi chuckled. 1,507 people registered for the first round of the flash sale. In other words, there are more than 1,507 lords in the store who have spent at least 20 civilization points. That's a really huge number. Chen Yuanqi couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Come to think of it, the guests come from countless civilizations across the myriad worlds. Compared to that, we're these few people. Let's go upstairs. Chen Yuanqi whispered in Jiang Tang's ear. She shrank back and nodded. Wow, no way. Sales have exceeded 1.2 million? Jiang Tang was stunned when she saw the shop's on-screen ledger. Sales volume, 2857. Sales revenue, 122,4605 civilization points. Chen Yuanqi also raised an eyebrow, taken aback. I never imagined that the lords of the Myriad World civilization had such strong purchasing power. If we calculate based on a minimum of 1,500 people, the average spending per person would be 800 plus. Of course, this is just an average. Some lords can only afford goods worth a dozen or so civilization points, while others can squander thousands of civilization points. If calculated by the quantity of goods, the amount is much lower. Ignoring costs, he earned 1.1 million points. Now we're not short of money. Chen Yuanqi smiled. In fact, he has never lacked anything. Now, with the addition of this lucrative Jiangchen store, their future wealth will likely be even more astonishing. However, at this rate, we'll need to restock, and the store's interior space will need to be expanded. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. Business was booming from the moment it opened. How much did we make? Jiang Tang asked in surprise. After a moment's thought, Chen Yuanqi smiled and said about 200,000. He didn't tell Jiang Tang the real figures. After all, the terrifying profits were too shocking. 200,000. That's a lot. Jiang Tang looked surprised. I never expected the store to make so much money as soon as it opened. Thinking of her previous impoverished life, I felt a deep bitterness in my heart. Even a fraction of what she sold was worth thousands of times more than the civilization points she had earned before. The two stayed on the 5th floor for a while, and Jiang Tang pulled him aside and said, "The items in the shop are too cheap. Why don't we buy some things to take back to our territory and develop our business?" Chen Yuanqi was both amused and exasperated upon seeing this. Buy his own products? You, the boss's wife, still need to spend money? Then, downstairs. Pet eggs, which one do you think I should choose? Jiang Tang looked at him. Of course, we'll choose the highest quality and grade. The type depends on your needs, Chen Yuanqi said with a smile. The two acted as customers in the shop for a while, buying this and that. The experience was pretty good, but the surrounding area was too crowded with customers, making the space feel cramped. Huh, the heart of bronze? So what is the purpose of this bronze heart? Jiang Tang arrived at the special item sales area, pointed to the shelf marked bronze heart is sold out, and asked Chen Yuanqi. Because she hadn't reached the bronze level, she couldn't see the item's description. But she was still quite curious about this special item worth 9,999 points. Heart of Bronze. Chapter 65, The Heart of Bronze. Chen Yuanqi and Jiang Tang. How should I put this? Its effectiveness varies from person to person. If you don't want to advance your rank or go to the battlefield of all realms, its effect may not be that significant. Chen Yuanqi pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Wait until you reach the bronze rank before using the Heart of Bronze." Name, Heart of Bronze. Grade, Bronze Perfect Quality. Effect 1. Negates 50% of the first layer of negative energy damage from Dark Abyss aura. Effect 2. Grants immunity to 500,000 battleground and outer realm war intent damage. Effect 3. Required items for advancing to silver rank or above. Introduction. The Heart of Bronze, the cornerstone of the path to the strong. Note, any life-saving ability is limited to use in the bronze rank, and its effects do not stack. This special item, worth 9,999 civilization points, doesn't seem to have any particular power. However, for those who frequently visit the battlefield of all realms or the abyss, these items are absolutely awesome. However, for some non-local or low-ranking lords, it is not worth buying. Not only is it expensive, but it is also not very useful. It would be better to use the money to buy weapons and equipment to develop the territory. Therefore, 99.99 is a threshold. Those who can afford to buy the Heart of Bronze are basically high-ranking bronze lords who have successfully survived and whose territories are powerful. Subsequently, Chen Yuanqi shared information about the Bronze Heart with Jiang Tang. Whether it's due to the limitations imposed by the multiverse civilizations or not, she still can't see it. Therefore, Chen Yuanqi could only tell her orally. "Oh, I don't need it right now." Jiang Tang nodded after hearing Chen Yuanqi's words. Chen Yuanqi nodded and smiled. He also needs to use the Heart of Bronze, but there's no rush. There's nothing wrong with talking about this with Ginger Candy now. But for those new lords who haven't yet advanced to the bronze rank, things like the Battlefield of Myriad Realms, the bronze ranking, and the bronze battle arena are meaningless. That's a fantasy too far-fetched. The new lords are considering how to deal with the terrible disasters of this world and how to survive. Survival is their only goal. Survival is the only hope. In a world where the strong are respected, only those who adapt and survive successfully have the opportunity to develop and discuss how to become stronger. Okay, we bought almost everything. Jiang Tang didn't buy much. She only bought 2 pets and some miscellaneous necessities and spent most of her time browsing. She already had everything else. They were all gifts from Chen Yuanqi. Okay, let's go upstairs, take a shower, and then chat about life. Chen Yuanqi nodded. Jiang Tang was slightly taken aback and rolled her eyes at him. How would you like to talk? Chen Yuanqi tapped her head. What are you thinking about? I meant the development of the territory after we gain a deeper understanding of it. She scoffed, giving me a look that said, I don't believe you at all. The two returned to the 5th floor and went back to their respective rooms. The room layout is no different from a modern bedroom, and each room has a private bathroom. After Chen Yuanqi finished showering, he waited for half an hour before going to Jiang Tang's bedroom and finding her still in the bathroom. Women always take so long to take a bath. Milk candy. Aren't you worried about catching a cold? Chen Yuanqi sat on the small sofa by the bed and asked through the bathroom door. Why are you coming into my room? Jiang Tang exclaimed in surprise, clearly startled. I was worried you'd faint in the bathroom since you haven't come out for so long. Chen Yuanqi smiled. Hurry up and get out of here. Jiang Tang's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, I was taking a shower, and this brat dared to chat with me through the door. This made her feel very uncomfortable, as if someone was peeping through the crack in the door. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Yuanqi was speechless, then deliberately laughed. We used to shower together when we were kids. When he was 10 years old, he had just arrived at the Jiang family. So many interesting things happened. The nickname Milk Candy also originated around that time, and she used to call him Little Brother, but now she's changed her address. Huh? Jiang Tang scolded through the door. You still have a nerve to talk about when we were kids? How can the nature of our relationship be the same? She used to grumble to her parents that she wanted to be his bride. When we were kids, saying this was just playing house. Now that they're adults, the nature of their actions changes when they dare to say such shameful things. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and smiled, stopping teasing her, and asked, By the way, did you check in today? I've checked in. Daily tasks completed. I earned 10 civilization points. So happy. I'm a little bit pleased. Aren't you happy with the 20,000 civilization points I gave you before? Chen Yuanqi asked with a smile. Creak. The door opened. Jiang Tang tilted her head to wipe her damp long hair, her body wrapped in a white bath towel, which partially concealed her curvaceous and slender figure. A fragrant aroma wafted over. Her delicate face flushed slightly, and she glared at Chen Yuanqi, scolding him playfully. Can these be the same? Earning points by completing tasks is something you do through hard work, so it's naturally a happy thing. But what you gave me was happiness, the love of my little brother. How can simple joy compare to that? When did you learn how to flirt? Chen Yuanqi looked at her with a half-smile, admiring the beauty before him. Jiang Tang is either aloof or arrogant towards outsiders. But Chen Yuanqi was an exception. Whispering sound. She glared at Chen Yuanqi, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and raised her leg to kick him. Who flirted with you? Stop being so narcissistic. Ginger Candy exclaimed in surprise. Chen Yuanqi grabbed the foot she was holding, and her other foot suddenly slipped, causing her to lose her balance and fall flat on her backside. Health -2. Then, while rubbing his buttocks, he looked up and glared angrily at Chen Yuanqi, gritting his teeth and saying, You stinky little brother. Chen Yuanqi watched with schadenfreude. What are you laughing at? Laugh, laugh, laugh. You bastard. Aren't you coming over to help me up? You did it on purpose, didn't you? Jiang Tang said angrily. Shall I give you a massage? Chen roosted up and said casually. I learned massage therapy from a young age. This earned her a glare. However, a dozen minutes later, Jiang Tang lay on the sofa, humming softly, Be gentle on my thighs. So comfortable and fragrant. While massaging her back, Chen Yuanqi asked with a smile, Satisfied? You're an experienced craftsman. So, Jiang Tang said, enduring the discomfort but looking dissatisfied. Then Chen Yuanqi was speechless. Was he still putting on a brave face? Gently. Oh, hey, it's just a massage. Don't make any noise, Chen Yuanqi said casually. After a while, Jiang Tang slumped weakly on the sofa, her clothes soaked with sweat. She covered her flushed face with a pillow, thinking to herself, No wonder so many people enjoy getting massages. That feeling is truly indescribable. In the end, Chen Yuanqi looked at Jiang Tang's shy expression, shook his head and smiled. All right, how about we talk about serious business? Go ahead and say it, she replied. His smile faded slightly, and he said seriously, I didn't see Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xin arrive today. Upon hearing this, the blush on Jiang Tang's face faded, revealing an unnatural expression on her pretty face, and a hint of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. The initial excitement vanished instantly, replaced by a sense of unease and worry. With a silent sigh, the ambiguous atmosphere instantly dissipated. She put down the pillow and looked at Chen Yuanqi. Chapter 66 King's Items. Metals symbolizing King's wealth. The next day, Chen Yuanqi slept until 3 a.m., then couldn't fall back asleep. When he woke up, he found that the sleeping candy was still in his hand. How did we end up sleeping together last night? Chen Yuanqi was a little confused, but he soon realized. Wait a minute, this is my room. He remembered that he had already gone back to his room to rest last night. It looks like someone sneaked in. No wonder I slept so well last night. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself, feeling a little strange. With a beauty in your arms, how could you not be surprised? Cough, cough. Chen Yuanqi silently withdrew his hand and looked at Jiang Tang, who was curled up and sleeping beside him. Move it away quietly. It doesn't feel like you slept for very long, does it? Chen Yuanqi hesitated. I checked the time. It was only 3 a.m., but he didn't feel sleepy. His energy level was still 500, and he felt no drowsiness whatsoever. Shall we go out and take a look? Chen Yuanqi pondered, looking at Jiang Tang, who was fast asleep on the bed. Cover her with a blanket. She still lacks a sense of security. Last night, when Jiang Tang learned that there was no news of her parents, she was indeed very disappointed, like a panicked and helpless little girl. Fortunately, he was there for her. Chen Yuanqi glanced at it, shook his head and smiled. However, the feel of it is getting better and better. Childhood sweethearts. Isn't that what it means for girls to grow up together? We went outside. Huh, out of stock. Chen Yuanqi noticed that the bill screen outside displayed. All shelves are sold out. Please restock. The data below shows that the sales volume reached 10,000 units, and the sales revenue reached 6.6 million plus. This turnover. Chen Yuanqi remained silent. In one night, more than 6 million civilization points were sold. Are people this crazy these days? Little did they know, his 50% discount is absolutely outrageous. Jiang Chen's shop has long been famous throughout the entire Bronze Domain. Now, the lords of the Bronze Domain from all the Myriad Realms are flocking to his shop, and the number of visitors has long exceeded 10,000. Unfortunately, the shelves in his shop had already been completely sold out. The stock was selling like hotcakes. The merchants outside, selling weapons, pets, medicine, and so on, wish they could just tear down Chen Yuanqi's shop. Chen Yuanqi is driving the price down way too far. Half price. They're not leaving anyone else any chance to survive. 9 out of 10 tourists in the black market are there specifically for Jiang Chen's shop. However, the huge flow of customers brought a large number of customers to the number 818 bronze black market, and also allowed more and more merchants and stall owners to earn more money than before. But they still couldn't help being jealous of Jiang Chen's shop. Let's expand and renovate the shop area. Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment. Paying 500,000 civilization points directly increased the store's area tenfold. The floor has 2,000 units, and the maximum storage capacity per floor is 20,000 items. I couldn't help but recall his previous idea of opening a small shop. I sighed silently. Poverty truly limits imagination. Chen Yuanqi then ordered another batch of goods, and this time he went all out. I bought a total of 40,000 items from the Myriad Realms Mall. It costs 1.2 million civilization points, with each item costing an average of 30 civilization points and being a low-quality or ordinary bronze item. However, with the Hundredfold Reward of the God-level system, the value instantly multiplied by dozens or even hundreds of times. I don't need high profits, just a 50% discount, and I'll be happy to earn a few million civilization points in one night. So, disregarding costs, I made 4.7 million yesterday. This amount also includes the number of slaves purchased from the guest house last night. The 2,000 slaves cost a total of 660,000 civilization points. Some slaves were valuable, while others were very cheap. 20,000 points by 1,100 ordinary healthy slaves. 100,000 points by 500 low-level bronze slaves. 500,000 points by 300 mid-level bronze slaves. And there are 100 slaves with various logistical abilities worth 40,000 civilization points. The 100 slaves purchased for Jiang Tang were given away for free by the welcoming pavilion in recognition of the large transaction volume. 660,000 civilization points are enough to support a bronze lord to develop to the gold level. However, its overall strength is naturally no match for the army that was acquired with 660,000 yuan through pay-to-win tactics. If Chen Yuanqi were to step onto the bronze battle platform now, even against a high-ranking lord on the bronze leaderboard, the outcome would be summed up in 4 words. Unrivaled. If outsiders knew what he did, spending 660,000 to buy slaves, they would definitely call Chen Yuanqi a spendthrift. But for Chen Yuanqi, this amount of money was only 1/10 of his shop's income for one night. Why not spend this money? Are we just going to leave it to die? Becoming stronger as quickly as possible is the only way to succeed. The principle of spending money to accelerate your growth works everywhere. Such a pay-to-win development model as Chen Yuanqi's is actually quite common in the Myriad worlds. There are even second-generation lords and nth-generation lords who rely on their fathers or grandfathers' connections. Even bronze-level users get gold-level protection against dimensional reduction. Aren't you angry? However, Chen Yuanqi wanted to buy gold-level slaves. He could afford the price, but he couldn't buy them. The black market rules didn't allow someone of his level to buy gold-level slaves. Back in the bronze realm, even gold-rank players will be suppressed to bronze-rank strength by the rules. Are there any skill books for sale today? Chen Yuanqi arrived outside the black market and went to Wanbelu, where he presented his VIP card. Currently, there are no new skills available for pre-sale through our channels. However, VIPs can pay a deposit to reserve, and we will notify you as soon as possible. The manager of Wanbelu personally entertained Chen Yuanqi. Never mind then. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and turned to leave. Then I walked around the various stalls in the black market to see if I could find anything I missed. Unfortunately, they were all ordinary goods, which he didn't find appealing. Return to the store and withdraw all the sales proceeds. Plus 6670123 civilization points. More than 6 million civilization points were credited to his account, and he still had more than 4 million civilization points remaining in his lord account. His civilization points balance has successfully exceeded 10 million. At this time, he was still a low-level bronze lord. Congratulations to Lord number 015 for surpassing 10 million in lord assets. You have successfully entered the Myriad Realms rich list and ranked 99,999,310th. Reward with a special item. Legendary wealth symbol medal +1. Legendary rarity. A list of the world's richest people? Chen Yuanqi looked puzzled. But were these 90 million people serious? What the hell is the point of ranking someone with 90 millionth place? At the same time, 100x reward triggered. 1. Special item. King's wealth symbol medal +10. King level. A king level. Chen Yuanqi's eyes widened. What does this mean? He hurriedly claimed the hundredfold reward and checked the item's information. Special item. King's wealth symbol medal. Rank king. How to obtain. Personal assets reach 100 million civilization points. Effect 1. Luck bonus. Luck value plus 100 points, greatly increasing the chance of attracting high-quality citizens and encountering treasures. Effect 2. Divine protection. Plus 1 chance to escape death, resurrected with full health after death, and randomly teleported to another dimension. Effect 3. Exuding an air of nobility. There is a certain probability of encountering a mysterious merchant. Introduction. You can't understand the happiness of the rich. Note, there are no restrictions on wearing this item. The effects of wearing this item will not be cumulative. Please do not lose it. After reading it, Chen Yuanqi gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "These attributes, this might be a cheat code, right? Luck, invulnerability. But I don't even have 100 million civilization points in my personal assets." Chen Yuanqi looked at his civilization points, which were still just over 10 million, and asked in confusion. The civilization points obtained in the black market do not receive a 100x reward. However, the items rewarded by the Myriad Realm civilization halfway through the journey triggered a hundredfold increase. You can't understand the joy of being rich? Sorry, I understand this a hundredfold. Chen Yuanqi silently put away this medal, a symbol of king-level wealth. Beyond legendary strength, one would probably be at the king level. 100 million is probably the asset level required for top players to reach their goal. In comparison, this goal is far too distant for those in the bronze and silver ranks. I should improve as soon as possible. I'm too embarrassed to stay in bronze. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. On the other side, Jiang Tang woke up quickly. After chatting for a while, Chen Yuanqi transferred 200,000 civilization points to her. He also presented her with a medal symbolizing the wealth and power of a king. "Take good care of it," Chen Yuanqi said with a smile. Jiang Tang nodded seriously, without asking any further questions about the origin of the king-level quality item. She really couldn't possibly use up all 200,000 civilization points. The two then decided to return to their territory. The slave purchased yesterday will have to wait for notification from the reception hall. They should arrive today. After returning to the territory. Territory dynamics. Lord number 015. Your subject successfully hunted 3 low-level bronze dark creatures and 100 levelless dark creatures last night. Territory contribution points, plus 400. The current territory level is 1 bronze 5. Hunting dark creatures? That's interesting. Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised upon seeing the notice. Chapter 67, The Power of True Words, Hard. The successfully hatched forest horn turtle. He walked out of the Lord's manor. The sky outside was gray, and the giant crimson eye hanging in the sky gradually faded away. The territory was completely silent. It was just past 5 a.m. Chen Yuanqi took down the small luminous pearl from the sea creatures at the entrance and used it to check the situation in the territory in the early morning. The first batch of fruits from the twin-skin succulent field is about to ripen. Chen Yuanqi looked after the 3 meat fields beside him, and then a prompt appeared before his eyes. Dual-type passion fruit meat field, 20 food-type treasure fruit seedlings, 20 herb-type bottle flower fruit seedlings. Status: healthy, mature, 16 hours until maturity. It has to be said that with that little sprite around, the growth rate of the meat field has indeed accelerated a lot. Of course, the elemental water also played a significant role. The other 2 fruit fields, the bomb fruit pulp field and the ice fruit cake pulp field, will ripen by tomorrow morning at the latest. At the normal growth rate, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to mature. The fairy tree seems to have grown a little taller. Chen Yuanqi stood beside the water and fire elemental spring at the earth's core, looking at the elven treehouse before him. The branches and leaves of the fairy tree emitted a mesmerizing glow, and the red and blue waters of the water and fire elemental springs on the ground also emitted a faint light. This scene feels like something out of fairy tale. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi silently recited, "Shift. Activate your innate ability. Mantra of defense." The next moment, he instantly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Etc. Chen Yuanqi suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, isn't this the second day already? Chen Yuanqi hesitated. Name: True Word Technique of Control. Level: Bronze Divine Skill. Cost: minus 20% of health. Introduction, 1 word a day, the Milky Way turns upside down. Does 1 character per day mean that only 1 character can be used per day? Instead, do you learn 1 single word mantra each day? Chen Yuanqi gradually froze, his expression one of shock as he murmured. Is this the effect of a divine skill? Bronze level divine skill. If he had more time, wouldn't he be invincible? No wonder it was rated as a bronze level divine skill. The others were all bronze or silver level, without any divine skill suffix. What exactly is the origin of the Temple of the Gods? Chen Yuanqi exclaimed in shock. To be able to master such an invincible divine skill there, that place must be extraordinary. Normally speaking, it's something that someone at his level could never even touch. This is equivalent to a god-level cultivation technique, which he, an ordinary and unremarkable lord, learned. However, this was all thanks to that mysterious little sapling. Unfortunately, tickets for the Ancestral Temple of Talent were sold out. Chen Yuanqi felt somewhat regretful. He then checked what the mantra he had awakened to today was. Soon, Chen Yuanqi's expression turned strange. Hard. What does this mean? Then, it was just a single, simple word without even any explanation. Just like the character move that I realized yesterday, I have to figure out myself. Is it the hard of firm? Or the rigid of stiff? Or perhaps, like the character move, it can have multiple meanings? It must be said that this word can indeed evoke a lot of thoughts in some people. Cough, cough, hard. He was too embarrassed to even utter that word. Chen Yuanqi silently recited the mantra and tentatively applied it to his arm, imbuing it with a sense of hardness. In an instant, health minus 20. You have used your innate skill. Your right arm has become incredibly hard, greatly increasing your attack and defense capabilities, with power equivalent to a bronze-grade weapon. Duration, 20 minutes. Note, the strength of a talent skill is related to the Lord's attribute values. The higher the attribute, the stronger the effect. If it covers the entire body, wouldn't that be equivalent to wearing a bronze-grade fine armor set underneath? Chen Yuanqi touched his chin and exclaimed in surprise. In that case, it's true that skills alone can achieve this. But it's only at the bronze fine level, which is absolutely nothing to others. However, Chen Yuanqi was currently equipped with bronze-level perfect weapons and armor, and even the Star Mark sword he was using was bronze-level perfect and exquisite, the best of the best. It's only a mere bronze grade, barely passable. However, each use consumes 20 health points, which is quite a significant cost. Chen Yuanqi frowned. Previously, a couple hundred attribute points wouldn't have mattered, but now he has 400 points plus 100 temporary attribute points, and each use costs 20, which is equivalent to using 80 health points at once. Using it once is equivalent to losing most of a new lord's life, like ginger candy. If an ordinary person possessed such a skill, they could only use it 3 or 4 times at most. Otherwise, they would inflict 800 damages on the enemy, while losing 1,000 of their own. The required resources for a divine skill attribute are naturally proportional to its attributes. It seems I need to find more high-end, life-restoring items. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. The effect of the attribute restoration fruit is still active, so I'm not worried about its consumption for now. If it's something like an elemental fruit, it can't restore the health points consumed by the mantra of defense. He had already tried it in a Myriad Realms cave last time. Then, Chen Yuanqi tried out another meaning of the true words of control, hard, stiffness. He switched hands and found that his entire hand instantly became numb and stiff, unable to move. The entire process lasted 30 seconds. A skill that can be used for many purposes, truly a divine skill. After reflecting on his feelings, Chen Yuanqi looked at the situation in the forest, valley, and stream. At the foot of the mountain, there was a row of neat wooden houses, and the lights in several of them were on. Chen Yuanqi knew who was still awake, but he didn't disturb them. Nest, forest horned turtle. Grade, no quality. Hatching was successful, with 18 forest horned tortoise hatchlings emerging this time. Chen Yuanqi saw 4 turtles, each with a shell 1.2 meters wide, half submerged in the stream. The rest of the turtles stayed on the mountainside or in other places. The forest horned tortoise has a large, thick shell that is the color of withered leaves. Its head is shaped like that of a triceratops, with 2 sharp bony horns, one long and one short. Although they have little fighting ability, once they are fed to a larger size, they can be used as ships in the sea to search for food or underwater treasures. Chen Yuanqi nodded to himself. The forest horned tortoise's shell can grow up to 2 meters wide, enough to carry people and cargo. It can also be used to make meat, but I've never eaten turtle meat because I don't know if it tastes good. Chen Yuanqi casually took out a few useless fruits from his personal storage and tossed them to the 4 forest horned turtles that crawled over to him affectionately. The owner of the nest is their master. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi arrived at the outer perimeter of the Bloodthorn Wall, looking at the scattered corpses of dark creatures on the ground. It seems like last night's situation was a one-sided, crushing victory. Chen Yuanqi took a slow step, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. The corpses of the dark creatures were mostly gathered in one place. There were generally 2 ways they died. One was hacked to death with a knife, and the other was their heads smashed open. 10 low-ranking bronze werewolves, plus 6 ancient race members who could transform into beasts and others, against 100 unranked dark creatures and 3 low-ranking bronze dark creatures. Jiang Shen's people could easily crush those monsters. If it were a low-level bronze lord of the same rank as him, the situation would be reversed, and they would probably have no choice but to hide. Are these the 3 low-level bronze dark creatures that attacked last night during the cataclysmic night? Chen Yuanqi looked at the 3 dark creatures lying on the ground, their bodies gruesome and dead. They were a newly emerged species. Just then, Chen Yuanqi's lord identity token projected the phantom of a book. The pages turned, and a white rune flew out, landing on the corpse of the dark creature in front of him. Subsequently, Chen Yuanqi also learned about the information of the dark creature in front of him. Chapter 68, Domesticating Poultry in the Territory. The Starry Sky Dragon Awakens. Encyclopedia of Species from All Realms. Dark Creature, a lowly serpentine hybrid. Rank, low bronze. Attribute, dark. Description, venomous snake man. Watch out for its outstretched neck. Weaknesses, dislikes pungent gases and is afraid of fire. Snake-necked beast? Snake soup beast? This time, the dark creatures were even more frightening, but Chen Yuanqi was not afraid. Without using any skills, he can now cut one down with a single strike. His physical attributes and strength are equivalent to mid-bronze level. Dealing with low-level bronze creatures is like killing chickens. Congratulations, Lord, on adding a new dark creature encyclopedia entry. You are rewarded with 300 civilization points. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. 100x reward. Receive 30,000 civilization points. These civilization points are nothing, just a drop in the ocean. Chen Yuanqi looked at the hundredfold reward without any emotional fluctuation. A few days ago, this reward would have made him happy for half a day. 30,000 civilization points. That's a fortune. Looking at it now, it's just so. I'm tired of earning points. After dawn, Chen Yuanqi sent people over to feed the corpses of these dark creatures to the Venom Swamp and the Bloodthorn Wall. However, the presence of 5 dark creatures prompted the 10 werewolf slaves to request that they stay. They said they would use the cocoa noodle machine he gave them to turn these dark creatures into bread. Chen Yuanqi's feelings at that time were as follows. Really, there are definitely more werewolves than ruthless people. However, Chen Yuanqi didn't pay much attention to it and agreed with their approach. Before this, werewolves ate the corpses of other animals, and in more serious cases, they would even eat rotting corpses and foul water. They were born with poor living conditions and weak strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been captured and reduced to the lowest level of slavery. Now it seems that the 2 territorial shields. Chen Yuanqi looked at the wall of blood thorns and the swamp of poison before him, lost in thought. There are some things I can't keep up with. Forget it. Let's talk about upgrading and relocating the shield of the migration territory later. In any case, these 2 items are now perfectly capable of stopping the invasion of bronze-level dark creatures. Besides, his territory is about to experience explosive growth, so he has no fear of the dark creatures at this stage. Back at the foot of the mountain, Chen Yuanqi watched as his people skillfully drew water from the water and fire elemental spring he had created to cook, using a water mixing machine to make noodles. Looking at the red and blue waters, clearly separated, Chen Yuanqi asked, "How's the water? Do you feel any discomfort?" This is a mid-grade, bronze-level, dual-element water. In other territories, it will be stored away and sold as a treasure. How could they be as extravagant as Chen Yuanqi, distributing the spoils to the people? Thank you, Lord, for the blessed water. We experience no discomfort when consuming this spiritual water. On the contrary, it improves our constitution and makes our bodies stronger. They all express their gratitude. My Lord, we're even reluctant to use this spiritual water to irrigate our farmland. On the other side, Shermu Yang, who was in charge of planting crops in the territory, called himself Ku Dao. For them, this is a rare and precious resource. Using it for planting is such a waste. Heartbreaking. No problem. Feel free to use it. There's a continuous supply. We're never short of anything. Chen Yuanqi smiled. In addition, this water is called the Water and Fire Element Earth Core Spring Water, which contains both water and fire elements. You can use these 2 elements separately as needed. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Lord. Chen Yuanqi nodded calmly, then spoke. In addition, I have 2 more things to tell you today. The people looked at him and listened quietly. First, continue yesterday's task. Clear away the surrounding trees and capture animals within the territory. If you find wild fruits or medicines, do not pick them without permission. Chen Yuanqi glanced at everyone's performance, nodded in satisfaction, and continued. Secondly, I plan to set up a breeding ground. I'll need a few people to sort and confine the captured animals and feed them. Should we keep feeding them? Shouldn't we kill them all? The crowd was puzzled. They had assumed the Lord was going to kill these animals. However, this was Chen Yuanqi's order, and they had no right to question it. Let's keep those wild pheasants and wild boars in enclosures on this mountain next door. Food and water must be provided properly. Chen Yuanqi pointed to another forested mountain in the valley and gave the order directly. Now that most of the trees on this mountain have been cut down, it doesn't look so gloomy anymore. Chen Yuanqi wanted to raise livestock for meat because he would only receive a hundredfold reward if he hunted the animals himself. If your subordinate kills him and then gives it to him, the 100x multiplier will not be triggered. Furthermore, if they are raised in captivity, they can continuously lay eggs, leading to healthy development. After arranging the establishment of a breeding farm for captive breeding, Chen Yuanqi continued speaking to his 20-odd subjects. In addition, I have something important to announce. Around today, our Jianshan territory will be welcoming a large-scale influx of people. You need to be mentally prepared. The influx of 2,000 new settlers was enough to overwhelm the earlier settlers. The people who became pirates, and even the werewolf slaves, would become even more insignificant and mediocre. Among them, 500 low-level bronze and 200 mid-level bronze. These two powerful slave armies, with a little training and refinement, would be enough to sweep through the bronze tier. Apart from a few members of the ancient tribe, the people before them seemed rather useless. Large-scale population influx? How large? The crowd was puzzled, looking at the Lord's expression, who seemed to take it very seriously. They felt a vague unease. Besides, Chen Yuanqi saw the forest horned tortoise that had come over to drink water and pointed at it, saying, "Please don't kill these turtles. If you want, you can try taming it, and then you can have a water mound. Remember to feed the horned tortoises 100 gene, 50 caddies of any kind of meat to them every 8 hours at their nest on the opposite mountain. You can try to tame the falcon again today, but remember to feed it." Everyone nodded. Chen Yuanqi nodded and did not eat with them. As Chen Yuanqi walked up the mountain, he dropped 100 gene of meat and 50 gene of elemental water into the falcon nest, preparing to hatch the second batch of combat-type falcons. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Chen Yuanqi saw the fairy Yi flying among the meat fields. Now, Elphia is no longer afraid of him. Watching her hum a little tune, she looked so happy and carefree as she collected dew from the fruit seedlings. Giants are good. Oh, you actually took the initiative to say hello? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi smiled and asked, "Why do you collect this dew every day?" Elf Aya replied, "Spirit dew." Spiritual dew? Chen Yuanqi was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that she's brewing something by pouring the collected dew into the tree hole every morning? Another worldly elf version of monkey wine? Chen Yuanqi found it quite amusing to watch her collect dew from the 3 meat fields. "I'm going back now." After saying hello, Elphia flew back to the elf treehouse. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and ignored it. "Are you awake or pretending to be asleep?" He suddenly spoke. After saying that, he looked at the starry dragon pattern that had appeared on his arm. The next moment, the dragon pattern transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Chapter 69. Arranging a dragon house for the starry sky dragon. Elemental house. In an instant, a hybrid star dragon with white horns, black dragon scales, and blue wings, standing 5 or 6 meters tall, appeared in midair not far from Chen Yuanqi. That enormous creature spread its wings and let out a roar like a dragon. Roar. The dragon's roar was heard by all the creatures in the forest valley and surrounding area. Creatures of lower quality simply lay prostrate on the ground, trembling. Even the poultry that Chen Yuanqi had kept in captivity were so frightened that a small number of them died. Most of the creatures on the island were like frightened birds. They were clearly terrified by the cries of the unknown and powerful creature. The deterrent effect on higher organisms in the food chain has been etched deep into their genetic makeup. However, the next moment, the starry sky dragon suddenly lost its balance in the air and crashed to the ground with a thud. Turned out to be, its dragon wings were injured by Chen Yuanqi and have not yet recovered. Temporarily unable to fly, the star dragon's injured wings simply could not support its enormous weight. So it fell to the ground with a thud. Chen Yuanqi looked at the fierce-looking, young starry sky dragon in front of him, which seemed somewhat disheveled. At this moment, Zinkinglong also stared blankly at Chen Yuanqi. Their eyes met. Chen Yuanqi had already sensed the starry sky dragon's anger and embarrassment through the soul pet contract. This undermines the emperor's authority and indirectly leads to social demise. "I have some recovery potions and fruit items here. Would you like them?" Chen Yuanqi walked over and looked at the starry sky dragon in front of him. Laugh. The starry sky dragon's enormous, amber-colored eyes flashed with disdain, and it snorted. "You disagree?" Chen Yuanqi suddenly laughed. Although the powerful combat skill set, Wild God Transformation, for spirits, which he had accidentally learned earlier, was still on cooldown, his innate skills and silver skills, such as Heavenly Dragon Vajra Palm, were all available for use. In addition, his attributes are twice as strong as when he fought the Starry Sky Dragon. Moreover, his combat power can be doubled within his own territory. No matter how thick its skin is, it can't withstand being beaten. Seeing the starry sky, the dragon remained silent, its 2 pairs of eyes gazing at the heavens. Clearly, it understands its situation. However, The dragon's proud nature made it difficult for it to sincerely submit to this weak master. This starry sky dragon was something Chen Yuanqi had to forcefully acquire. It's definitely not that obedient, but as long as it's usable, that's fine. These are medications for recovery. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yuanqi took out the recovery medicine stored in his personal warehouse and placed it in front of Zinkinglong. There's no need to leave it injured. This guy's already become his sole pet and can't escape. Get used to things here. From now on, my territory will be your home. Don't damage anything here, or I'll make pork bones soup tonight. Let's let the starry sky dragon get used to it first. We'll talk about the rest later. That's all. Chen Yuanqi arrived at another mountain peak in the valley of the forest. He took out the star-marked sword and instantly activated the weapon's equipment special properties. Moonmark slashes out a crescent-shaped sword aura, 5 meters wide and 3 meters long. The star-marked sword also has a special feature called Star Stream, which can propel the Moonmark 20 meters away for long-range kills. A unique bronze sword of perfect quality is better than a bronze weapon of perfect quality, and its power is naturally greater. Items that can reach this quality are extremely rare. Buzzing. Kaka. The trees on a mountaintop were quickly leveled. Gain 600 units of common wood. Tidal effect triggered. Gain an additional 20 bonus, plus 120 units of common wood. Subsequently, the 100x reward was triggered. 1. Common wood plus 72,000, no quality. Second, multipurpose wood plus 7,200, quality bronze common. 3. Multi-purpose timber plus 720, high-quality bronze variety. Chen Yuanqi then chose the second option. 7,200 units of multipurpose timber were piled up on the ground. Chen Yuanqi looked around. This place was high enough to build a nest for the starry sky dragon, but the mountaintop was not very flat. I thought about it. Let his pet, Rock Splitter Master, come up and gnaw down the sharp, overly high parts of the mountaintop. Chen Yuanqi then notified several werewolves to go up the mountain and carry the timber down. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yuanqi found the pet-type houses in the Pet B section of the Myriad Realms Mall. Pets can be placed in the pet space of the Lord's identity card, allowing them to stay and live outside. Soul pets are similar. You have obtained a large pet house X1 of bronze quality, perfect. So Chen Yuanqi spent 2,500 yuan to buy the largest and highest quality pet house, which is 10 meters long, wide and high, to create a pseudo-dragon cave nest for the starry sky dragon. Dragons usually live in dragon caves or lairs, but there aren't any here, so he'll have to make do. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. 100x reward. 1. Large pet houses X100, bronze quality, perfect. Second, 10 extra large pet houses, bronze quality, perfect. 3. Extra large single element pet house X1, bronze quality, perfect. A super large single element pet house? Upon seeing this, Chen Yuanqi immediately considered choosing the third option, because these types of elemental houses are not sold in the bronze multiverse mall. This might be a god-level system with a 100-fold reward, stolen from somewhere in the myriad worlds, like an elf treehouse. You have obtained a super large single element pet house X1 with a perfect bronze quality. Please select one of the following fixed element options from the elemental house: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, darkness. Upon seeing the prompt from the myriad world civilization, Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and chose an attribute that perfectly matched the starry sky dragon, wind. Subsequently, a miniature version of the elemental house appeared in Chen Yuanqi's personal storage. Immediately afterwards, relevant information appeared before Chen Yuanqi's eyes. Architecture: extra large single element pet house. Grade: bronze perfect. Attribute: wind. Data: the internal space is 150 meters long, 150 meters wide, and 150 meters high. The simulated environment of the internal space is a wind tunnel. Energy required: any perfect bronze grade elemental water, 1 ton per month. This house feels even better than where I live. Chen Yuanqi fell silent. Was his place of residence inferior to Long's? How about we find somewhere else to stay? Consuming 1 ton of elemental water per month? And there's even a perfect bronze level? Looks like another big consumer of grain. Chen Yuanqi smiled wryly. After the rock-splitting master had leveled the ground at the top of the mountain, he instructed the people to leave their original positions. Then, the pet element house was placed there. A pet elemental house, 10 meters high, long, and wide, suddenly appeared on another mountain peak next to the Rocky Mountain. This elemental house has a unique shape and doesn't look very big, but its interior is a completely different world, with a volume 1,000 times larger than the outside. Let's leave it at that for now. Chen Yuanqi clapped his hands and thought to himself, "Don't come up here to look around without permission. This is a place I reserve for a big guy to live in," Chen Yuanqi said, pointing to the pet elemental house and addressing the villagers working nearby. "Yes, my lord." He nodded and said, "Continue with your task." Chen Yuanqi had just finished speaking. His lord's identity card suddenly vibrated. Chapter 70 Ding. Citizens plus 2,000. Bronze Battle Arena unlocked. Territory upgraded. It turned out that it was Ginger Candy that sent him the message. The people at the reception hall said that the purchased slaves had arrived, and that we should go and inspect them. You arrived so quickly? Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised by the speed at which the Yinkaguan, guest pavilion, had responded. Do you have any plans for your territory? If not, let's meet at Black Market number 818. Chen Yuanqi sent a message to Jiang Tang. Okay, I'm coming right now, Jiang Tang replied. Soon, the two met at the entrance of the black market, put on a tribute-concealing masks, and went straight to the reception hall where slaves were sold. Chen Yuanqi presented his bronze VIP card for the guest house, and the fox spirit immediately came out. Beside her stood a middle-aged human man, dressed in fine clothes, with a robust physique and sharp, fierce eyes. Oh, our distinguished guest has arrived. Shall we talk in a VIP room? The vixen said in a coquettish, sweet voice. Chen Yuanqi glanced at the man beside her, then nodded. This is Master Zhang, the manager of our welcome hall in the Bronze Domain, Fox Fairy introduced. Hello, Zhang Xiao. The other person smiled slightly and extended their hand to introduce themselves. Hello, Jitang. Chen Yuanqi smiled slightly and shook hands with him. When you're out in the world, who doesn't have a pseudonym? The other party still doesn't know Chen Yuanqi and his real names, and even when they try to contact them, they tell them to contact Jiang Tang. Moreover, the way to contact each other is not by adding friends, but by using something called a communication symbol. This type of communication symbol is very common in the multiverse. Did you bring the items? After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Yuanqi spoke. It seems Mr. Qi is a straightforward person. Zhang Xiao nodded and laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, 11 black rings and a jade card with intricate gold patterns appeared on the table. All 2,100 slaves are stored in a storage ring within the Sumeru space. A drop of blood on the ring completes the master servant contract. This is our Welcome Hall Gold VIP card, which entitles you to a 10% discount and exclusive VIP services at any branch in any region. If Mr. Qi has any further needs, please feel free to let me know, and I will certainly arrange it for you. In the Bronze Domain, there are very few people who can afford to spend 660,000 civilization points at the guest hall. Such a guest would be treated as an honored guest anywhere. Good. Chen Yuanqi accepted the storage ring and gold card from the Sumeru space and nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, he secretly observed the situation. The 11 storage rings are all one-time sealed spatial items. Once opened to release the people inside, the storage rings will become invalid. Of the 10 storage rings, there were exactly 200 slaves of various races. There was also a storage ring with 100 slaves belonging to Ginger Sugar. It was a pleasure working with you. After checking and finding nothing wrong, Chen Yuanqi spoke up. It was a pleasure working with you. After a brief conversation, the transaction was completed. Chen Yuanqi left with ginger candy. Zhang Xiao watched Chen Yuanqi and the other man leave and slowly took a sip of tea. Sir, have you found out anything about the other party's background? The vixen blinked and said in a sweet voice. The other party shook their head and said calmly. Even if we find out, so what? The myriad realms and universes are not that simple. To avoid being followed, let's go back first. Chen Yuanqi whispered to Jiang Tang. If you leave the black market directly and teleport back to your territory, you can cut off other people's secret tracking. If you go straight to Jiang Chen's shop after leaving the guest house, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. That's perfect. We can arrange for the 100 new people who have arrived in the territory. Jiang Tang nodded and said. Chen Yuanqi nodded. Don't be stingy with the points I've given you. Buy whatever you can from the multiverse mall. I know. Jiang Tang smiled gently, then tiptoed and kissed his cheek. Of course, since both of them were wearing masks, it was just a perfunctory kiss, a mere formality. They're gone. The two had just left the black market when they were teleported back to their territory. My lord, something terrible has happened. As soon as Chen Yuanqi returned to his territory, he heard someone calling him from outside the Bloodthorn Wall halfway up the Rocky Mountain. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi teleported over and asked, What happened? Gu Qianyu, the ancient child who had just shouted, was startled. You're so elusive, boss. That's right, a big monster stole the big house you just built. Gu Qianyu hurriedly said. Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow. Big guys? They stole the elemental house. I glanced at the mountaintop opposite, and sure enough, the elemental house was gone. Which guy is so bold? He then used his power as lord to monitor the situation in his territory. So is this guy. Chen Yuanqi soon learned the truth, his expression strange, somewhat amused and exasperated. After drinking the potion he gave him, Starry Sky Dragon's injuries have almost fully recovered. It seemed to sense his departure and, realizing that the elemental house was a valuable item, it grabbed it in broad daylight, intending to make a quick getaway. And look, they're moving pretty fast. They've already reached the island lake, which is quite a distance from here. The elemental house he had previously set up was placed directly next to the lake in the center of the island by this dragon. The dragon seemed rather smug, as it plunged headfirst into the icy lake in the center of the island to take a bath. Huang Ma-san followed as well. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself, Huang Ma-san is monitoring Zinkenglong, but he may not be a match for him. There's nothing seriously wrong. Don't worry about them for now. Chen Yuanqi said to Gu Tianyu. That stupid dragon. I'll deal with it later. With Gu Tianyu by his side, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. His people were all away at work cutting down trees. Then, Chen Yuanqi took out 10 sumo rings that could hold 2,000 slaves each and made a small cut on his finger with his sword. As the blood dripped onto the ring, 200 master-servant contract details instantly appeared in Chen Yuanqi's mind, including the information and status of each slave, all clearly presented. In other words, the blood oath ceremony instantly made 200 slaves directly acknowledge him as their master. It was subdued in an instant. It's truly amazing. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. The next moment, 200 slaves with strength reaching the mid-bronze rank appeared out of thin air on the ground in front of him. Among them were 100 human slaves and 100 foreign slaves. Most of them looked up at Chen Yuanqi, while others were in a daze like puppets. Chen Yuanqi glanced at them and saw that they all looked listless and dispirited, even though they were physically healthy. But their mental state is another matter. The physical and mental torture they suffered as slaves is self-evident. Chen Yuanqi offered no words of comfort and chose to continue unsealing the remaining 9 rings. Half an hour later, Chen Yuanqi looked at the 2,000 slaves in front of him. Most of them were human, just like him, and a small portion were from various races. Of these, 500 reached the bronze, lower bronze rank, and 300 reached the bronze, middle rank. In addition, there are 100 slaves of various races with different skills, such as farmers, cooks, and pharmacists. These professionals play a vital role in the development of the territory. After he lifted the ban, the number of slaves was converted into the number of subjects. The civilization of all realms suddenly issued a notification. Congratulations on the Jiangchun territory reaching 2030 people. A passage to the battlefield of all worlds has been successfully opened. The passage to the bronze ranking and bronze battle platform of the Myriad Realms has been successfully opened. Jiangchun's territory has been upgraded to level 2 stars, and your lore privileges have been enhanced. The exclusive template for citizens within the territory has been activated. Gain 1,000 civilization points. Chapter 71 Territory upgraded again. 1-star civilization landscape upgraded. Appointment of citizen representatives. The next moment, a massive pillar of colorful light shone in the sky, enveloping the entire island. Chen Yuanqi's territory seemed to be infused with a mysterious power, and everything in the territory underwent tremendous changes in an instant. The mountain where he lived, which had been raised to a height of 200 meters, was raised again to more than 400 meters. Halfway up the rocky mountain, a layer of misty clouds suddenly appeared, obscuring the view of the summit. Some precious and rare medicinal herbs and flowers have sprouted all over the island. The once lush forests on the island have grown taller and taller, absorbing mysterious power, and the quality and grade of the trees, flowers, and fruits are slowly improving and mutating. The animals on the island have also been affected to some extent. The 1-star civilization landscape, Forest Valley, incorporates special buildings, water and fire elemental earth core spring, forest horned turtle nest, combat attack type falcon nest, elf treehouse, dual type passion fruit meat field, explosive meat field, and ice fruitcake meat field, resulting in new changes to the civilization landscape attributes. The Forest Valley, a 1-star civilization landscape, has been upgraded and renamed Element Valley. Its current level is quasi 3-star civilization landscape. The terrain is changing. What's going on? Seeing the visible changes around them, everyone started discussing amongst themselves, filled with fear and unease. Territory upgrade complete. In the end, Chen Yuanqi then received a reminder from the Myriad World Civilization, along with a great deal of information. For example, the right to decide the placement of 2 new passages, the right to decide the size of the exclusive templates open for the people, and so on. Another point worth mentioning is that his lordly power has been enhanced again, allowing him to reshape the terrain and structure of his territory on a large scale. The prerequisite is that civilization points must be spent. As a lord, Chen Yuanqi's combat power, health regeneration, and other attributes have now increased threefold within his own territory. Who would have thought that the transformation of these 2,000 slaves into subjects would have such a terrible chain reaction? It seems that the Lord's strategy guides they sell also have some problems. Chen Yuanqi was extremely surprised by this. According to the Human Lord Strategy Guide, in order to upgrade a territory, the Lord's rank usually needs to be upgraded. Unexpectedly, his addition of a few extra people instantly filled up the level 1 territory experience points. Little did anyone know that his territory upgrade and the resulting increase in rating were entirely due to the 800 bronze level slaves, which geometrically boosted the overall strength of his territory. Of course, making his territory better is entirely beneficial to him. There's no need to panic. The unusual movement just now was because my territory is getting stronger. Chen Yuanqi spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried throughout the entire island. Then, Chen Yuanqi looked at the 2,000 slaves before him and said calmly, "Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Yuanqi, the lord of the Jiangchun territory. From this day forward, you are all part of Jiangchun. No matter where you come from, what shameful or honorable experiences or identities you have, with me you've been given a new lease on life, and each of you has a fresh start. In my territory, as long as you perform satisfactorily, you will naturally be rewarded. If anyone dares to outwardly disobey and try to cause trouble in the territory, Chen Yuanqi gave a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping coldly over everyone. In his territory, no one can escape his surveillance. Their loyalty and thoughts were all observed by Chen Yuanqi from a godlike perspective. These 2,000 newly purchased slaves currently have virtually no loyalty. If these people weren't bound by slave contracts, they would have turned the world upside down long ago. All of this can be changed over time. Once they enjoy the benefits here, their loyalty will naturally increase. If their loyalty level remains low for an extended period, Chen Yuanqi wouldn't mind making use of them by feeding them into the nest and raising a batch of falcons. After Chen Yuanqi announced the general rules of the territory in person, he then selected 2 representatives from among the more than 2,000 people in the territory. A military representative who can command the armed forces of the territory, and a civilian representative who can manage the internal order and development of the territory. For a territory to continue to develop, it is necessary to have officials from both the civil and military factions. Otherwise, with a large population in the territory, relying solely on Chen Yuanqi for decision-making would keep him extremely busy day and night. Without capable people at his disposal, the territory would inevitably descend into chaos. Huang Ma-san, I hereby temporarily appoint you as the military commander of Jiangchen territory and organize an army of 1,000 men. Furthermore, I grant you the power of life and death. Anyone who disobeys me, kill. Well done, great reward. If not, I don't care if you're from an ancient clan or not. Chen Yuanqi pointed to Huang Ma-san standing to the side and gave him instructions. Huang Ma-san himself has reached the silver level in strength, and he is also the instructor of the young cubs of the ancient god village. Although he was suppressed to the bronze level, his strength was still among the top in the territory. Most importantly, his loyalty level reached 89, placing him in a state of unwavering loyalty. Yes, I, Huang Ma-san, will certainly live up to your expectations, Lord. Huang Ma-san stepped forward, his expression grateful, and bowed in thanks. He hadn't expected the Lord to value him so much. The leaders of the local armies were temporarily elected, and the powers granted to them were also temporarily determined. Chen Yuanqi planned to further refine the official titles and positions after the 2,000 new residents settled down, and then make further optimizations based on the situation. Four-Eye Clan's four-eyed ruler, you will temporarily act as the administrator of the territory's internal order. Chen Yuanqi pointed to an elderly man in the group who looked like a human with 4 eyes and blue skin. The elderly man, whose name was rather unusual, Four-Eyed Guan, hurriedly stepped forward, knelt down, and thanked him. Thank you for your high regard, Lord. It's only temporary. Of course, if you do well, you might have a chance to become a permanent employee. Chen Yuanqi nodded and said calmly. This man named Four-Eyed Guan was once the prime minister of a small, civilized country in the Four-Eyed tribe before he became a slave. Unfortunately, his small country was conquered, his mid-level bronze realm strength was crippled, and he became a slave of a conquered nation. He was enslaved for several years before being sold into the hands of Chen Yuanqi. Chen Yuanqi appointed the person because of their years of work experience and acceptable attributes. Chen Yuanqi also considered having a human take on this position. But for Chen Yuanqi, the idea that those who are not of our kind must have different hearts meant that even those of the same kind might not have the same hearts. He only believed in one sentence: the capable shall rule. I believe that some of you are dissatisfied with my appointment, or even disdainful of it. After giving his instructions, Chen Yuanqi glanced at everyone in the room again and said calmly. Some people and people of other races lower their heads when they met Chen Yuanqi's all-seeing gaze, feeling guilty and not daring to look him in the eye. Of course, there were also a few troublemakers with mid-bronze level strength, who looked like they had nothing to lose and stared at Chen Yuanqi with disdain. At this moment, Chen Yuanqi continued speaking, coldly saying, However, I advise you to hide your rebellious nature. Chapter 72, Territory, Contribution Ranking. Territory Shop launched. For those who, even after becoming slaves, still harbor rebellious thoughts. Chen Yuanqi first gave them a day to reflect, since these slaves were all bought with money. If they remain the same, Chen Yuanqi feels that Falcon's Nest and Bloodthorn Wall could be added to the menu. Opportunity is reserved for those who are sensible. You may build dwellings in this area of the island, but the area may not exceed 300 square meters. Chen Yuanqi pointed to the surrounding area of the valley, which features elements of the quasi-3-star civilization landscape, including the valley itself, which he also permitted. Everyone nodded, while some looked around, taking in their surroundings. My lord, I have a question. At this moment, Four Eyes stepped forward and asked. Chen Yuanqi looked at him, gesturing for him to speak. My lord, our numbers are vast, and the problem of accommodations is unlikely to be solved anytime soon, Four-Eyed Man said with a wry smile. The housing problem for over 2,000 people, Letting them sleep outdoors is one thing, but that would probably be problematic. Simple. Chen Yuanqi nodded and smiled. He happened to have something to say. All eyes turned to him. Chen Yuanqi pointed to the side at the foot of the mountain. A white jade stele, 7 or 8 meters tall, appeared out of thin air and stood there. This is the territory contribution ranking. Your contributions and achievements to the development of the territory will be recorded on this ranking. Those who contribute will naturally be rewarded. The top 10 contributors will receive my rewards periodically. You can now line up to receive your exclusive resident identity card by placing your palm close to the jade tablet. Each citizen identification card contains 200 points of civilization points as a subsidy. A citizen identity card can solve some of your needs. The words had barely left his mouth. Those who knew about the civilization points system were stunned upon hearing this. Seriously? 200 civilization points per person. If there are 2,000 people present, wouldn't that mean this lord would have to spend 400,000 civilization points? They're just giving these newly purchased slaves away? That's way too generous. I bowed down to the big boss. Those who understood were speechless with shock, and their loyalty level quietly increased a little. Those who don't understand are puzzled. Where's civilization points? Chen Yuanqi was so willing to spend money for 2 reasons. First, he had a large amount of civilization points. Second, he understood the principle that the money would ultimately come from the people. Only by establishing a solid foundation for the territory can its development be promoted. This is also called currency circulation. Only when the people have civilization points can they have money to buy and sell. The money he earns will always end up in his hands, so small gains don't come in and big gains don't come out. I'm going to give you a perk now, and I hope you'll cherish it, Chen Yuanqi said. Welfare? The crowd was puzzled as they lined up to receive their citizen identification cards. Number 015 opened a citizen-exclusive template for the people under Jiang Chen's jurisdiction. Those who received their citizenship identification cards were initially surprised, but soon their faces lit up with delight. It seems I understand something. Thank you, Lord. Everyone expressed their gratitude. Those who haven't received their citizenship cards, yet are completely bewildered. What happened? However, they soon realized what had happened. The Lord set up a territory mall for them, where they could buy things, including the houses they needed. The territory mall was created by Chen Yuanqi using templates exclusive to their subjects. This mall is like a smaller version of the Bronze Myriad Realms mall, the difference between a large supermarket and a small shop. Chen Yuanqi only opened up the categories of materials, medicine, and construction for them. He blocked out the rest of the shelves. He also cut off most of the weapons, leaving only some practical tools for logging and digging. As for the price, apart from a 90% discount on the building construction, everything else is the original price. Then, Chen Yuanqi placed 2 black hole entrances shrouded in mist a little above the jade tablet, listing contributions to the people. These 2 places are off limits. Anyone who violates this rule will be executed. He addressed the crowd. These 2 black hole entrances are naturally the passage to the multiverse battlefield and the bronze battle platform from earlier. No one can sneak into these 2 places without his permission. After receiving your exclusive identity token, you can move freely within the territory. Just do what you're used to, as long as you don't cause any damage. After Chen Yuanqi listed some prohibited behaviors within the territory, he called out Huang Ma-san and Simu Guan and told them to follow him. The 3 of them walked up the mountain. I won't bother with any formalities. Do the tasks I assign you carefully. You can choose your own team members. Remember to choose capable people, and don't give me any favoritism or backroom deals. I'm raising your territorial authority. I hope you will fulfill this responsibility well. Chen Yuanqi said slowly. Yes, my lord. The 2 replied immediately. Immediately afterwards, the Myriad Realm civilization notified them that their power in Jiang Chen's territory had been enhanced. The 3 then fell silent. When we reached the halfway point of the mountain, which is 200 meters high, we saw the Bloodthorn Wall. Chen Yuanqi then spoke. I'm going to organize a group of people to explore the outside world and share your own perspectives. Arama-san replied. I will train an obedient team for the Lord. I will ensure the stability of the territory for your lordship, Four-Eyed Guan replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqi simply nodded and said, Okay, you guys go back first. In addition, I have added 2,000 civilization points to your citizen identity cards. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them were overjoyed. Thank you, Lord. Afterwards, Chen Yuanqi walked towards the top of the mountain. Huang Ma and his companion stopped beside the inner wall of Bloodthorn, observed for a while, and then walked down the mountain while talking. As the territory develops, both internal affairs and battles between territories become a multitude of complex and troublesome matters. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and sighed. The current goal is to cultivate a group of elite talents who are skilled in managing their territory and building a powerful army for it. Such a powerful subordinate is unlikely to appear anytime soon. To discover such elites within a territory, it takes at least some time to test their abilities. Chen Yuanqi was not very satisfied with Huang Ma-san and Simu Guan, but he could only choose the best among the worst. However, the development of my territory is not bad. It should be a little better than most new lords. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. so there's no need to rush and run too fast. If nothing unexpected happens, the new lords in his group are still in poverty, starving, cold, and all alone. They haven't even discovered their own people yet. They're busy surviving in the wilderness all day, logging, quarrying, and hunting, earning their 10 civilization points by completing daily tasks. However, on the other hand, Chen Yuanqi suddenly remembered something. If they reach the qualifying rounds, will I also have to start a lord war? Because all new lords will participate in a unified lord promotion war once they reach a certain point in time. This is similar to checking in. You'll receive a reward for checking in for a certain amount of time. Chen Yuanqi is still a new lord in terms of time, but his rank has already been promoted to bronze. If I were to encounter other new lords of the same age, wouldn't I be able to instantly kill them? Probably not. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and smiled. Chapter 73 Changes on the Mountaintop. The dual-type passion fruit meat field ripens. Giants, giants, the heavens have changed. The heavens have changed. As soon as Chen Yuanqi went up the mountain, a little green sprite hurriedly flew over and called out. It turned out that the elf had just been collecting flower dew in the meat field, and as a result, the plants in the meat field grew rapidly, and the fruits also expanded quickly. At first glance, the fruits in the 3 fleshy fields are all ripe. This startled her. What's going on? Given her timid nature, she was so frightened that she hurriedly tried to run home. However, to her surprise, her home, the fairy tree house, also underwent changes. From the 8-meter-high fairy tree house, it suddenly rose to 16 meters, making the tree house about the same height as her sister's. The strangest thing is that 2 half-meter-tall saplings, one red and one blue, sprouted from the water and fire elemental springs next to the sapling. It seems to be a different species from the treehouse fairy tree she owns. Not only her home changed, but the giants' homes changed as well. The places where they farmed and the springs where they bathed all underwent tremendous changes. These mutations left Elfia's little brain a bit bewildered. As soon as she saw Chen Yuanqi coming up, she immediately moved closer. May the good man be safe and sound. Upon learning the situation, Chen Yuanqi was speechless. Looking at her, he asked with a smile, "Didn't you hear what I said before?" He broadcast the message throughout the territory to reassure everyone and tell them not to panic. Elf Aya hesitated for a moment, then said, "It seems so," but the scene at that moment terrified her, and she couldn't hear anything anyone was saying. Chen Yuanqi shook his head, then glanced at the situation on the mountaintop. The view from the mountaintop at 400 meters is unobstructed by any fog or clouds, offering a panoramic view of the entire territory. The sky is blue, the clouds are white, and the islands are emerald green. In the distance, the boundless sea seems to be surrounded by a thin mist. At the mountaintop, his residence had changed once again, becoming an exquisite and magnificent castle, marked Lord's Mansion. The area of the mountaintop has increased considerably, and the area of the meat field has also expanded accordingly. Where the water and fire element springs were originally placed, a small artificial hill with red and blue colors has been raised on the mountaintop. The spring water gushes out continuously from the crevices of the artificial hill and converges into a stream. Moreover, on either side of the artificial hill grew a red and a blue fairy sapling, just as the fairy had described. Don't worry, these changes are all chain reactions brought about by the upgrade of my territory. Chen Yuanqi withdrew his gaze and spoke. Elfie nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Chen Yuanqi strode over to the meat field. The fruits in the 3 flesh fields have ripened ahead of schedule. Each fleshy patch is laden with plump fruit, emitting a unique aroma. The fruit is quite large, with the smallest being the size of a basketball. The dual-type passion fruit field features 2 fruits, the bronze-quality food-type treasure fruit and the medicine-type bottle flower. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself, recalling the relevant information about this double-system meat field. The product of this dual-type meat field after it matures will have its taste altered by the concentration of energy absorbed and can be used to produce 100 different kinds of food and medicinal wine. He simply picked a treasure fruit and felt its weight in his hand. You have picked the treasure fruit from the passion fruit food system. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. 100x reward optional. 1. Randomly selected passion fruit x 100, bronze quality, perfect. Second, 100 pieces of the meat-flavored treasure fruit of perfect bronze quality. 3. 100 bottles of the fragrant fruit, bronze quality, perfect. Wow, what an unexpected bonus. Chen Yuanqi was overjoyed. This double-type passion fruit field has a total of 40 fruits, and if all of them trigger the 100x reward, doesn't that mean he harvested 4,000 fruits this time? With my abilities, it would be a shame not to go farming. He thought for a moment and chose the first one. The random flavors are like opening a blind box. Each one is a surprise and an unexpected delight. 100 random passion fruit treasures were obtained, and 99 of them were directly added to the portable warehouse, occupying 1 storage space. The Elfia stared at him with her big eyes, then pursed her lips and watched Chen Yuanqi casually open the fruit. Chen Yuanqi cut open the surface of the fruit, and there was another tough membrane protecting the pulp inside. Ming, flower. Chen Yuanqi looked strange. He never expected to smell the aroma of milk tea again in this place. Once the fruit is fully opened, the aroma instantly fills the air as you look at the white flesh inside. The air was filled with a rich, milky aroma. He took out a small knife from his personal storage, cut off a small piece of fruit, took a bite, and then his eyes widened in surprise. How is it? How is it? Is it delicious? The Elfia hurriedly spoke up, swallowing hard as she spoke. He looked like he was about to cry from craving. Chen Yuanqi didn't speak, but cut off another small piece and put it in his mouth. The white flesh melts in your mouth, turning into a sweet but not cloying juice, filling your taste buds with a rich milk tea aroma. Clearly, the flavor of this treasure fruit is original milk tea flavor. That's amazing. Chen Yuanqi exclaimed in amazement. It feels like drinking milk tea, and the taste is very authentic. Most importantly, this fruit can replenish 300 points of stamina, energy, etc., so eating one means you can go without eating for 2 days. It's definitely worth the price. No wonder food-type meat fields are so expensive and rare, and so beloved by lords. Most people couldn't afford to raise them, but once they're fattened up, they won't have to worry about food and drink for a while. Here, take it. Chen Yuanqi handed the remaining treasure fruit to the little Elfia, who was practically drooling with envy. Upon seeing this, Elfia's eyes widened in surprise. However, just as she reached out her hand, she suddenly seemed to remember something and swiftly withdrew her hand. Looking wary, he said, "But you gave this to me. We agreed that you take 90% and I take 10%, but I haven't received my share yet." Upon seeing this, Chen Yuanqi was slightly taken aback. He then laughed and nodded, saying, "Yes, it's for you. According to the agreement, you could take 1/10 of the fruit." This expense was nothing to Chen Yuanqi. The meat field can produce fruit continuously. As long as this little elf is trapped, the meat field's maturation period will be shortened, and there will probably be more fruit than you can eat. Besides, he has a god-level system with a 100-fold reward, so he can get a 100-fold return on his investment. Even if you eat one bite and throw one away, you don't have to worry about running out of food. Hee, thank you. Oops. The little elf raised her hands to receive the fruit, which was many times larger than her, and exclaimed in surprise. The enormous fruit suddenly pressed down on her, causing her to fly at a significantly lower altitude. "Do you need help?" Chen Yuanqi inquired. Just then, the fairy hurriedly flapped her cicada wings, and her voice came from beneath the white fruit. "No need. I'll take the delicious food home first." Then, Chen Yuanqi saw a white ball fly away, heading towards the treehouse, which was more than 10 meters high. Is she a foodie? Chen Yuanqi shook his head and smiled. Chapter 74, A Certain Lord's Bountiful Harvest. He then continued to examine the other fruit of the dual-type flesh field, the medicine-type vase wine fruit. He tried to pick another one. The 100x reward has been triggered again. 1. Randomly selected passion fruit bottle wine X 100, bronze quality, perfect. Second, 100 bottles of passion fruit flower-shaped wine, bronze quality, perfect. 3. 100 passion fruit bottle wines, warfare/attack series, bronze perfect quality. 4. 100 pieces of passion fruit bottle wine, guardian series, bronze perfect quality. Huh. Chen Yuanqi was slightly taken aback when he saw the 100-fold reward. There are 4 options this time? Not only is it different from the food category we just discussed, but the variety is also quite detailed. Offensive/attack type, defensive/defense type. Chen Yuanqi quickly understood. These 2 options represent 2 different things. One is a potion that enhances combat power, and the other is a potion that enhances defense. As for life-related items, these refer to items that can restore health points. Random means that any choice is possible. Option 1. Chen Yuanqi made his choice. You receive 100 random passion fruit bottle wines. Nothing is more fun than opening blind boxes. Chen Yuanqi then cut open the fruit in his hand. Inside the fruit was a bottle of medicinal wine, weighing about 1 pound. The bottle was made of an unknown material, and it felt like glass to the touch. It was entirely blue. It's hard to imagine that a bottle of wine would grow inside a fruit. This made Chen Yuanqi marvel once again. The flesh field was truly a magical thing. The meat field can grow food, weapons, and who knows, maybe even exotic beauties. The myriad realms and universes are truly fascinating. He opened the blue bottle of medicinal wine, and a refreshing fragrance wafted out. A blueberry-flavored medicinal wine for defense? Chen Yuanqi took a bite and was somewhat surprised. That's interesting. This medicinal wine actually has an alcohol content. The alcohol content wasn't very high, only about 10 degrees, but Chen Yuanqi could still taste it. You drank the Guardian-type passion fruit bottle wine, which temporarily increases your defense by 100 points, temporarily increases your health by 150 points, and temporarily increases your mental immunity. Not bad at all, Chen Yuanqi exclaimed. The effect is slightly different from the medicine purchased from the Myriad Realms Mall, but the effect is still significant. Most importantly, these things have effects comparable to the flesh field fruits of medicine and props. As long as you water the flesh field and fertilize it, you can grow them continuously. The fruit in the exploding fruit pulp field is also ripe. Chen Yuanqi walked over to the explosion fruit's flesh and looked at the hanging black fruits. There were 50 mature fruits. However, the quality of the exploding fruit pulp field in front of him was only bronze common. Therefore, the fruit produced is only of ordinary bronze quality. Chen Yuanqi picked one. At the same time, the 100x reward has been triggered again. 100x reward optional. 1. Explosion fruit x100, bronze quality, common. Second, enhanced explosion fruit x10, bronze quality, excellent. 3. Perfect explosion fruit x1, bronze perfect quality. This time, the 100x reward option is different again. It seems that bronze perfection is the highest quality he can currently obtain and also the easiest to acquire. Once an item reaches bronze quality, perfect, the options become more abundant and rarer. If the bronze level is below perfect, the quality will be improved, but the quantity of rewards will be reduced. As for the silver option, I've only seen it twice. Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and chose option 1. He could save some points for his citizens and put them in the territory shop. Maybe he could resell them for a little bit of points. But he won't choose to put the bomb in the territory store for them to use right now. The time frame is too short, and there's still some unstable factors within the organization. Weapon, explosive fruit, disposable. Grade, bronze common. Attribute, fire. Method of use, throwing or burying. Description, when subjected to an impact force of 5 caddies or more, the explosive fruit can explode, generating a 9 cubic meters shock wave capable of killing low-level bronze, with a theoretical influence range of 15 cubic meters. Is this some otherworldly version of landmines and grenades? Chen Yuanqi looked at the black fruit in his hand and said speechlessly. These types of weapons are also sold in the multiverse mall, but the variety and quantity are extremely rare, and the prices are also quite high. Not bad. Chen Yuanqi did not try it, but instead put it away and stored it in his personal storage. Ice cream cake with meat filling. Chen Yuanqi arrived at the last piece of meat field, which was covered with pale blue fruits. This type is also a food-type meat field, but it's a bronze-level common-grade pastry-type food, ice fruit cake. Otherworldly delicacies with a naturally frozen texture. Chen Yuanqi also picked one, triggering a hundredfold reward. He ultimately chose the bronze perfect level, an option called Little Ice Fairy Fruit Cake, which only had one. He opened the fruit, and the temperature around him dropped a few degrees, with a faint coolness permeating the air. That's interesting. Chen Yuanqi took a bite, and his eyes widened. I felt a chill spread throughout my body, flowing through every bone, as if I were soaking in a cool spring on a hot summer day. This feeling gave him an indescribable sense of comfort. Cool. Chen Yuanqi was amazed. As he looked down, he suddenly saw that the little elf had appeared in front of him at some point. She secretly scooped out a small piece of fruit pulp from the fruit in his hand and held it in her palm, licking it with her eyes half closed as if she were licking ice cream. He even looked completely absorbed in the moment. This little guy is getting bolder and bolder. Was it good? Chen Yuanqi suddenly asked after she finished eating. Elfie was startled and found Chen Yuanqi looking at her with a smile. She gave an embarrassed smile, hid her small hands behind her back, and stammered, her mouth still stained with blue pastry crumbs. It's quite delicious. Hey giant, can I trade you this delicious treat? You get 9, I get 1. The other person's timid appearance couldn't help but make people laugh. Aren't there plenty of these in the field? Chen Yuanqi looked at her with a half smile. The elemental content of the one in your hand is different. Elfie thought for a moment and replied. Oh. Chen Yuanqi was somewhat surprised by this. The element content is different? She could tell that? Looks like the elves are quite something. So, among the 2,000 new arrivals in the territory, there are a dozen or so elves who might be of some use. Chen Yuanqi handed her the few remaining small ice fairy fruit cakes, and then began to collect the fruits from the meat field. Passion fruit treasure fruit plus 19, passion fruit bottle wine plus 19, exploding fruit plus 49, ice fruit cake plus 39. However, the 100x reward was triggered after Chen Yuanqi made his choice. You have obtained 900 random passion fruit treasures, 500 meat-flavored passion fruit treasures, and 500 vegetarian passion fruit treasures. 1,000 life-type vase wines, 500 attack-type wines, and 400 defense-type wines. For the rest, Chen Yuanqi also had options for high, medium, and low-end options. The 3 meat fields yielded a total of 130 meat field fruits this time. But with the 100x reward, he ultimately harvested 13,000 fruits. Finally, Chen Yuanqi generously split the profits 50/50ths with Jinglinjia. Yes, she obtained 65 flesh field fruits. You're such a good person. I'll farm properly. Chapter 75 Sign in, refresh pill. From the group chat. That's a good understanding. Well done. If we have the chance, we'll split the profits 90/100. You get 90% and I get 10%. Chen Yuanqi smiled slightly, looking just like a philanthropist from a wealthy landowner's family. It seemed like a 90 out of 10 situation, but in reality, Chen Yuanqi made a killing. The contract between the two did not mention his gains after a hundredfold reward. Elfie was overjoyed. This was wonderful. Giants are good people X 1000. It's definitely true, but it depends on your performance. Chen Yuanqi nodded and smiled, pointing to the fleshy fruits on the ground. Take your salary first. Okay, little fairy is as well behaved as she can be right now. Her tiny body carried several fleshy fruits, many times or even 10 times larger than herself, as she flew back to the fairy treehouse. He shook his head upon seeing this. They're adorably silly, but it's actually quite interesting. Thinking of this, Chen Yuanqi glanced at the fruit seedlings in the meat field after they had been harvested. The seedlings on the ground were withered and drooping, and the withered branches and leaves could be seen turning into fertilizer for the meat field. It looks like a new batch of succulent seedlings will soon be born. Chen Yuanqi murmured, looking up at the person beside him. Let's go home and see what's changed. The two-story villa that was previously purchased and renovated has undergone a major transformation. The house's information has now been changed to its name, now called Lord Jiang Chen's mansion. Chen Yuanqi went back to check and found that the interior of the house had changed quite a bit. The interior space has doubled in size, and the two-story space has become a three-story space. The original first and second floors were moved up one floor. The first floor has now been transformed into a spacious area, which has become his administrative territory. The walls display a miniature 3D map of the territory, along with the distribution of resources and buildings within the territory, including forests, mines, special buildings, water sources, and more. Moreover, a large black door appeared on the other side of the wall. Chen Yuanqi immediately received the message from the black door. The territory prison can be renamed, a place where evil is suppressed within the territory. When the territory's evil value reaches a certain limit, it will attract even more powerful dark creatures. However, he hasn't opened this prison yet. Once it's opened, he will give away 2 free 10 square meter cells. As for the number of prison floors and cells, and the strength of the suppression, these all require civilization points to unlock, and the cost is not small. Chen Yuanqi's account contains civilization points, but he is not in a hurry to open any prison gates. He doesn't need them for the time being. The rest of the house remained largely unchanged, except that the staircase had been replaced by a teleportation array between floors. Sign in. After scanning the area, Chen Yuanqi returned to the lobby on the second floor. Seeing that he had almost finished his task for the day, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't completed today's sign-in. Successfully checked in, marking 5 consecutive days of attendance. Hard work pays off. You have received 1 refreshing pill. I saw a notification from the civilization of all worlds. Chen Yuanqi was stunned for a moment. A refresh pill? What is this thing? This thing has never been seen in the Myriad Realms Mall, nor has it appeared in the illustrations of the first 3 levels of the Myriad Realms Cavern. He was puzzled. 100x reward triggered. 100x reward. You have obtained 100 refresh pills of universal quality. Chen Yuanqi was astonished. It was the first time he had seen a universal quality item indicated by a 100x reward system. Moreover, this time there's only one 100x reward. There's no other option. Is the quality universal? Chen Yuanqi looked puzzled, and a small jade bottle appeared in his hand. Upon opening the jade bottle, they discovered a pile of small white pills inside. Name, refreshing pill. Level, general. Description, taking 1 pill will refresh your personal status and skills, restoring you to peak condition. The shorter the product description, the more powerful the effect. Senzu beans? Chen Yuanqi had a strange thought. Isn't the function of this thing similar to the senzu beans in Dragon Ball? Take 1 pill, and you'll be instantly fully revived. It's a miracle drug. Can you get such a bug-level item just by signing in during the new player period? Want to give it a try? Chen Yuanqi had the idea of taking the refreshing pill. But after thinking about it, he wanted to see if the people in the chat group would also receive this as a sign-in reward today. Regional chat group, 1892 to 2000. Bronze black market token costs 15 civilization points per day. Anyone want to crowdfund this? I can help with purchasing. I have reliable purchasing experience. Scammers will be punished. Is the proxy buyer going to Jiang Chen's shop at the bronze black market, number 818? Yes, hurry up if you want some. Jiang Chen's shop is almost sold out again. I'll do it. Hey bro upstairs, I already asked you for help last time. Could you go to Jiang Chen's shop and buy me a bottle of energy candy worth 15 yuan? Thanks. I can help you sell items on your behalf. If you have any items to sell, just send them to me. I'll charge a 10% commission. If you're worried, we can sign a contract. I've collected 7 medicinal herbs. I hope you can help me sell them. Alas, I'm out of civilization points. The group chat was bustling with activity. In just a few days, the way people chatted changed drastically. Instead of lamenting and fearing, we can leverage the power of chat groups to cooperate and develop together. In particular, the powerful figure Chen Yuanqi pointed out the way for these new lords in the darkness. Because Chen Yuanqi had broadcast in the bronze domain, although he didn't explicitly tell them the origin of black market number 818, he did mention that it was safe there. In this unknown and terrifying world, the word safety is especially sensitive for them. Therefore, among the lords in Chen Yuanqi's group who had not yet used the bronze black market one-day token, some tried to go to bronze black market number 818. They soon discovered that bronze black market number 818 was indeed safe, with no robberies occurring in other bronze black markets. Sure enough, all the new lords in the group were in an uproar. Some people without a black market token try to add the lords in the black market as friends and ask them to buy some cheap goods from Jiangchen's shop. Some were scammed, while others successfully developed into small leaders and became resellers and resellers. The chat group of nearly 2,000 people split into several smaller groups within just a few days, each helping and developing its own community. Personal shopper? Chen Yuanqi glanced at the chat history in the chat group, raised an eyebrow, and said in surprise, "That's interesting." Chen Yuanqi could also foresee that some people in the group would go to his shop to buy things. At the time, he wanted to use the loudspeaker to tell Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian that they could come to the bronze black market at number 818 to find him without worry. Furthermore, the subsequent 50% off promotions made it even more obvious that everyone could confidently buy from Jiangchen's store. It's normal that such blatant behavior would be known to all the bronze lords and new lords. It seems that the peers in the group have made a good start. Chen Yuanqi chuckled and praised him. A small compliment, nothing more. He wasn't worried that the lords in the group might eventually become his enemies. Chen Yuanqi was well aware that he was not on the same level as anyone else who had joined the group at the same time. As for the narrow-minded thoughts and actions of being hostile towards these people and not helping them, that is unacceptable. Chen Yuanqi disdained such a thing. His store's half-price promotion was just one part of his plan to expand his influence. Only in this way could he develop rapidly. He profits while others benefit, all incidentally. In addition, everyone in this group comes from the same place, so out of consideration for fellow villagers, he should walk ahead and offer guidance as much as possible. After all, he had benefited from the pioneering efforts of some people in the group a few days ago. Moreover, he commands 2,000 troops and has tens of millions of civilization points in his pocket. Among all the new lords of the Myriad Realms, who can rival him? Chapter 76. The refreshing pill is a bit of a trap. Another blow to the starry sky dragon. Let go of unnecessary thoughts. Chen Yuanqi quickly found the answer he was looking for. Chat group bullet comments. Breaking news. Someone on the black market is willing to pay 500 civilization points to buy refresh pills. Holy crap, really? The chat group quickly erupted. It seems everyone got a refreshing pill from today's sign-in. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. But they all only received one refreshing pill. Looking at the chaotic and rapidly changing chat messages in the group, Chen Yuanqi glanced at them and lost interest in chatting. I glanced at the private messages from all realms. There are several new messages. When I opened it, it was from my junior Liu. Senior, just wondering, do you own Jiangchen's store? Senior, do you need any reseller services? I've now become the leader of a 20-person black market reseller team. Senior, do you think we should sell that refreshing pill? Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow, giving an irrelevant answer. Can you see my lord ID? Liu then responded. Huh? No. We added each other via private message in the group chat, so we can't see it. Oh. Chen Yuanqi nodded to himself. The hidden danger eliminated. He couldn't see Liu's ID either. What's wrong, senior? Liu asked. Chen Yuanqi replied. It's nothing. I can't say for sure whether the refreshing pill is good or bad. He didn't know if this thing could refresh the cooldown of silver skills. His wild god transformation was still on cooldown. I think we can sell it and exchange it for more useful supplies, Liu suggested. Okay. Chen Yuanqi nodded. Okay. Thank you for the suggestion, senior, Liu replied. On the other side, Chen Yuanqi took out a refresh pill and swallowed it. You have taken the refresh pill, and your attributes and skill cooldowns have been refreshed and restored. When he checked his own attributes, he found that the cooldown countdown for his silver skill, Wild God Transformation, for spirits and other skills which were originally on cooldown had instantly turned to 0. It's usable now. He gasped, a look of surprise on his face. This thing is powerful. But soon he looked astonished. How come even the attribute restoration fruit I consumed before has lost its effect? The skills have been refreshed. The body's attributes are now at their maximum. The temporary 100 points are gone, but the attributes such as health and stamina have been restored to their maximum value of 400. However, his precious silver grade buff, which automatically restores health, was also removed. What a huge loss, Chen Yuanqi said with a wry smile. His attribute restoration fruit still had 2 days of recovery effect left, and it's all gone just like that. It's a good item. It can refresh cooldown duration and restore attributes. But it's not necessarily a good thing. You can't just use it recklessly. If you take any items or medicines that grant you other buffs, you cannot take the refresh pill, as it will conflict and cancel out the effects of the medicine. Chen Yuanqi looked at the small jade bottle in front of him, sighed silently, and shook his head. This might be useful for those with powerful skill attributes, but it would have the opposite effect on those who need to use drugs. He then put the item back into his personal storage, intending to save it for when needed. I stayed at the Lord's Manor for a while. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi appeared at the island's Heart Lake, a 2-star civilization landscape in the territory. Minus 20 health points. He stumbled, seeing that he only had 80 health points left. Unlike before, his health points didn't immediately recover. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and smiled wryly. It seemed that he couldn't use his talent skills recklessly for the time being. His backpack contained healing items and food, as well as 2 silver-quality attribute restoration fruits. But he wasn't in a hurry to use it. With the Lord's buff, his health is rapidly recovering. Did that guy hide in the elemental chamber? Chen Yuanqi's gaze swept around. The blue lake water exuded a misty chill, and the surrounding trees were covered with a thin layer of frost. Beside the lake in the center of the island stands a large, cave-like house. Come out. Chen Yuanqi walked over and called out. Starry Dragon did not respond. If you don't come out, I'll tear down your new house. Chen Yuanqi said calmly, sitting by the lake. Through the soul pet contract, he learned that the Starry Sky Dragon was sleeping leisurely in the wind tunnel inside the elemental house. When he got close to this place, he had already alerted the Starry Sky Dragon. But when that guy realized it was him, he pretended to be dead inside. Then, Chen Yuanqi stood with his hands behind his back, extended a finger, and pointed it into the air. The Lord's financial power in the territory allows them to transform the territory. The 10-meter-high elemental house was instantly lifted up and slowly flew into the cold lake. Just then, a dragon's roar echoed from inside the elemental chamber. A dark shadow flew out, and the Starry Sky Dragon instantly appeared above the lake in the center of the island, roaring with a dragon's cry. It seemed to be expressing its dissatisfaction. It's like saying, "Don't mess with me, or else." However, Chen Yuanqi ignored the dragon's might, his gaze sweeping over the Starry Sky Dragon, and he clicked his tongue in amazement. It seems the injury has almost healed. Get off, let me ride it. Dragon Knight, is that all right? Upon hearing this, Starry Sky Dragon understood Chen Yuanqi's meaning and glanced at Chen Yuanqi with disdain, as if to say, "You? Huh, believe me or not, I'll sweat you to death with one paw." Once the Starry Sky Dragon recovered from its injuries, it instantly swelled up and became oblivious to its master. So eager to fight, Chen Yuanqi laughed. Shinkong looked at Chen Yuanqi with disdain. Very good. Chen Yuanqi chuckled, took out a life-restoring fruit from his personal storage, and swallowed it. Wild God Transformation. Dragon Spirit Transformation. He instantly activated the upgradable silver skill he had learned in the ancient god village. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi's limbs transformed into golden dragon claws, and a golden dragon tail several meters long condensed behind him. His body was covered with a layer of dragon scales that shimmered with sharp golden light. Dragon Spirit Transformation. Transforms into a dragon man, increasing attack power by 5 and defense power by 2. The attack power increased 5-fold from 400 points. The defense doubled. Plus, with the Lord's exclusive buff, the attributes tripled again. Chen Yuanqi's strength instantly reached the mid-level silver rank. Unprecedented power. Moreover, he exuded a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. The dragon's might of the ancient primordial dragon race. At this time, the Starry Sky Dragon, hovering in mid-air above the island's lake, was completely bewildered by all the changes its fake master had undergone. In particular, the aura emanating from Chen Yuanqi made it feel uneasy deep in its soul. How could someone so weak possess an aura that terrifies yet feels familiar? Starry Dragon was completely bewildered. Chen Yuanqi has already unleashed the power of this skill set. Wild God Dragon Fist. Chen Yuan used his strength to stomp, and his whole body was launched into the air, soaring 7 or 8 meters into the air. He clenched his fist, and a golden dragon phantom materialized, enveloping his fist and arm. A punch was thrown. It made a sound like the wind was being cut. A flash of golden light. Bang! Starry Sky Dragon was stunned by the dragon's spirit aura emanating from Chen Yuanqi and didn't react for a moment. He was punched directly into the lake in the center of the island by Chen Yuanqi. The Starry Sky Dragon's massive body crashed into the lake, creating huge waves and sending chills wafting around it. Phoenix Spirit Transformation. The next moment, a phoenix wing, several meters wide and formed from golden red feathers, appeared behind Chen Yuanqi. He stood on the water and then slowly landed on a large tree to the side, avoiding being hit by the waves. Soon, this skill set went into cooldown. Standing on the tree trunk, one can see the undulating, cold lake water. He sighed inwardly. That's a masterful way to show off, but it's too short. This set of Wild God Transformation is indeed powerful, but its cooldown time has become a weakness of this skill. Chen Yuanqi also felt a surge of power he had never experienced before. The expansion of his strength made him feel like he could crush the elder of the ancient god village. And at this time, the Starry Sky Dragon burst out of the water, stirring up waves once more, and flew into the air above the lake. Then, its dragon eyes looked at Chen Yuanqi, its expression seemingly somewhat complicated. "Do you submit or not?" Chen Yuanqi asked calmly. He still has 99 refreshing pills. Chapter 77, Riding a Dragon. No islands beyond the territory? Roar. A loud dragon roar echoed throughout the entire island. A colossal creature with black scales and blue wings, its wingspan spanning 17 or 18 meters, flew slowly across the sky. It's hard to imagine that this is just a young dragon. I wonder how enormous the starry sky dragon will be when it grows up. At this time, a handsome man in a blue lord's battle armor stood on the back of a hybrid star dragon, his hands behind his back, facing the strong wind in the air, his hair dancing. Riding a dragon feels amazing. Chen Yuanqi's face remained calm, but his heart was filled with excitement. Riding a dragon, something countless people dream of. He made it happen today. He could also tell that this starry sky dragon was extremely unruly, in short, very wild. Judging from the fact that it stole the elemental house and moved here, it's clear that even after becoming his sole pet, it's still incredibly wild. But Chen Yuanqi didn't expect that after he beat up Starry Sky Dragon again, the speed at which the guy submitted was beyond his expectations. He had intended to give it a few more whacks, but it suddenly gave in. It's unclear whether the dragon was beaten senseless, had its brain damaged by the cold lake water, or something else entirely. In short, he successfully tamed the young dragon. Fly out of this island and see the world outside. Chen Yuanqi spoke up. Then, the Starry Sky Dragon let out a roar, increased its speed, and flew out of Chen Yuanqi's territory. It flew towards the sea. Most of the people on the island were trembling with fear. Was that black dragon the Lord's mount? Lord, you become powerful now, haven't you? Your majesty is mighty. The roar of the Starry Sky Dragon made the newly arrived citizens realize the power of their new lord. Dragons, a powerful and rare creature from countless worlds, was actually their lord's mount. This situation triggered a chain reaction, causing the loyalty scores of most people to skyrocket. On the other side, on the vast ocean, more than half an hour later, Chen Yuanqi's gaze kept sweeping across the sea, taking in the area below and around him. Based on the speed of the Starry Sky Dragon, this place is at least 100 kilometers away from his island. What does 100 kilometers mean? It's roughly equivalent to a car driving on a highway for 1 hour. Why can't I see the islands? Chen Yuanqi looked puzzled. Logically speaking, there should be islands at such a distance. Moreover, his vision extended to a greater distance. Yet he found no rocks or islands protruding from the sea, and there was no trace of land in the distance beyond the horizon. How did those 10 people from Amber Island manage to drift here by boat? Chen Yuanqi felt very strange. We advanced for another half hour. Chen Yuanqi still hadn't seen anything, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to head back home. Let's go back first. This world feels a bit strange. Continuing to fly like this is just a waste of time. Let's send someone to investigate after the ship is finished. Then, the Starry Sky Dragon turned and flew back towards its territory. The return journey was expedited, and Chen Yuanqi returned to his territory in less than an hour. Rock Mountain Top. Here, this is for you. After landing, Chen Yuanqi tossed Starry Sky Dragon an upgraded version of the ice fruitcake, the Little Ice Fairy fruitcake. Ugh. The Starry Sky Dragon swallowed it whole. It wasn't even enough to fill a gap between its teeth. Suddenly, it let out a low growl, breathing out dragon breath, as if it were saying something. Want more? Chen Yuanqi understood what it meant. It nodded. Okay, I don't have many little ice fairy fruits either. Here's some for you. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and smiled, taking out 100 low-grade bronze ice fruit cakes from his personal storage. He just harvested 13,000 meat field fruits. Excluding explosion fruits and vase wine medicine fruits, he theoretically only has 6,000 food fruits left. But in reality, he only has 4,110 food-type fruits, including some high-quality fruits. 100 ice cake fruits are just enough to fill the Starry Sky Dragon's teeth, but the properties of these fruits have already satisfied the Starry Sky Dragon's hunger level. The Starry Sky Dragon let out a burp, then growled somewhat discontentedly, as if to say, the taste is much worse. Delicious food is naturally rare. Chen Yuanqi shook his head and smiled. He didn't even have many of the perfect bronze-quality Little Ice Fairy fruitcakes. Seeing that the Starry Sky Dragon's intimacy level had increased a little more, he then said, You're free to move around, but don't yell. You're scaring my captive carnivores to death. Also, stop causing trouble and be more restrained. After issuing a warning, Chen Yuanqi headed down the mountain. Speaking of meat and food, it reminded him of the 2,000 people who had just arrived that day and still had nothing to eat. He then took out 1,100 food-type passion fruit treasures and had the territory shop cut them into 2,200 portions, which were then temporarily listed in the shop's food category. It is priced at 2 civilization points and sold in limited quantities. Each person can only purchase one. This is tantamount to giving it away to one's own people for free. You don't know the cost of firewood and rice until you're in charge of the household, Chen Yuanqi said with a wry smile. To allow Bloodthorn Wall and Venom Swamp to grow and evolve, you need to feed them points. Falcon nests and forest tortoise nests also require carnivorous animals for incubation and feeding. The more than 2,000 people in the territory also needed him, the Lord, to provide food supplies and relief. After all, the territory is still in its early stages, and the inhabitants have not yet developed to the point of being self-sufficient. If he doesn't give them food and makes them find their own, then a number of people will surely starve to death. What was the point of him buying these people? In short, just like raising a child, it requires initial investment. That guy, Starry Sky Dragon, accidentally killed so many wild chickens with his roar. Chen Yuanqi arrived at the newly built breeding farm in the territory and saw that a small number of the wild animals kept there had been frightened to death by the roar of the Starry Sky Dragon. Most of the dead animals were timid creatures like pheasants and rabbits. Unfortunately, the 100x reward was not triggered. Chen Yuanqi casually picked up a dead chicken, chopped it up himself, and then didn't hear the notification of the hundredfold reward. He switched to a pheasant that was still alive and chopped it down. Yu hunted a forest pheasant and obtained 5 caddies of low-quality forest pheasant meat and half a caddy of feathers. At the same time, a 100x reward is triggered. 100x reward. 1. 5 gene of forest chicken meat x 100, half a gene of chicken feathers x 100, quality not specified. In an instant, 500 caddies of chicken were in hand. It seems the only option is to hunt them alive. Chen Yuanqi did not take the 500 gene of chicken, but left it aside for someone to clean up. Let's take stock of the losses, reinforce the fences, and then slaughter a wild boar to celebrate the arrival of our new inhabitants. Subsequently, Chen Yuanqi purchased more than a dozen fence structures specifically for raising livestock in the Myriad Realms Mall and enclosed the small hill used for raising poultry and livestock. These fences effectively isolate the animals from external influences, ensuring their healthy growth. More than 120 chickens and more than 80 rabbits died. Chen Yuanqi listened to his subordinate's report, feeling a pang of heartache. In Chen Yuanqi's view, this was a huge loss. What a spendthrift dragon. Let's deal with the dead chickens and such, and prepare a big meal for everyone in the territory today. Additionally, find some animals with experience or talent in animal husbandry to serve as zookeepers. They will be paid weekly. Chen Yuanqi gave the order. Four-eyed steward, who was acting as the territory's steward, nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. Chapter 78, Jiang Chen's territory, is poised for action. Territory prison. Black prison. Assemble a territory team. 2 hours later, Chen Yuanqi stood on the rocky mountain, overlooking his territory. At this time, clusters of buildings appeared in the territory. Wooden houses, stone houses, tin houses, basically all the buildings that exist in the territory shopping mall have been moved out. The cleared forest area is now neatly arranged with houses clustered together and crisscrossed by lanes. Finally, there's a human touch here. This is what a territory should truly look like. My territory will get better and better. Chen Yuanqi looked at the people gathered at the foot of the mountain and sighed. With just over 2,000 inhabitants, as long as the initial development is successful, the territory's self-sufficiency can definitely sustain its healthy growth. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Chen Yuanqi murmured, and after hearing the crowd's response, he descended the mountain. At this moment, most of the people at the foot of the mountain kept swallowing hard, showing joyful smiles, and some were even moved to tears. It's been such a long time since I've had any meat. Yes, in my old place, I only ate meat once, and I've never been able to smell that intoxicating aroma again. So this aroma comes from meat? My father once told me that it was a treasure only nobles were entitled to enjoy, but I had never seen or smelled it before. Our new master is so wonderful. Praise be to my Lord. I am willing to serve my Lord faithfully for life. All walks of life. For many of these people who were slaves, they had never even tasted meat. In the myriad worlds, food scarcity is a common occurrence in these low-level lord civilizations. In most lord civilizations, all living creatures and edible plants have been eaten to extinction. Many of these 2,000 people were taken away and sold by their former lords in exchange for civilization points and resources. And it is not uncommon for people to sell off their own land. After all, not everyone is as wealthy as Chen Yuanqi. Seeing the average loyalty level of everyone steadily rising, Chen Yuanqi smiled slightly. I've said it before, those who pledge allegiance to me will naturally reap the rewards. But the food in front of us is nothing. This is just the beginning. I hope that one day, all my people will be like dragons, capable of dominating the heavens and traversing countless worlds. Chen Yuanqi did not give a long speech, but simply said a few words to boost the morale of his people. As for Huang Ma-san and Simu Guan, who were in charge of managing the people, they exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. The next moment, they knelt before Chen Yuanqi and shouted, "May our Lord reign supreme over the world. We will be loyal to you forever." Those who realized what was happening behind them knelt down and echoed the call. "May our Lord reign supreme over the world. We are willing to be loyal to you for eternity." The shouts resounded throughout the entire territory, creating a powerful and imposing atmosphere. Only about a dozen people looked unnatural, their expressions shifting, and then they also pretended to kneel down. Chen Yuanqi was startled by the sudden kneeling and worship of the 2,000 people opposite him. Upon hearing their message, Chen Yuanqi was immediately filled with a turbulent and unsettling feeling. A seed called ambition to dominate took root in his mind. Chen Yuanqi then chuckled to himself and shook his head inwardly. I haven't even left the starting village yet, so what's the rush to talk about dominating? Let's focus on stable development first. However, Chen Yuanqi felt that his second war was coming soon. He told everyone to stand up, and then ordered that meat and soup be distributed. One serving is enough for one person. If you're a big eater or have a large appetite, you can take 1 or 2 more servings. Chen Yuanqi continued. The reward is 100 times the amount of wild boar meat, totaling 30,000 jin, plus 1,200 jin of other meats. He took out 4,000 caddies to make meat soup and distributed 10,000 caddies, 5 caddies per person. The remaining surplus food was reserved for the territory's army he was to form that day, 1,000 new recruits. Some of the people did not eat meat due to their own ethnic reasons. So Chen Yuanqi took out 900 loaves of bread from his personal warehouse and distributed them to them. The bread was obtained from the Myriad Realms cavern. He had given some ginger candy beforehand. He couldn't eat it anyway, so he simply took it all out and emptied his backpack. Then we'll go to the Myriad Realms cave again and see if we can find anything better. Thank you, Lord. Everyone expressed their gratitude and thanks. Chen Yuanqi nodded. Remember, don't fight over the food that's been allocated. If I discover someone stealing other people's belongings or food, Chen Yuanqi paused, looked at the dozen or so subjects with low loyalty, and his gaze turned cold and intimidating. Those people kept their eyes darting around and their heads down. Now is not the time to make an example of someone. It may be easy to make a quick and decisive move, but the effect may not be good. Chen Yuanqi pointed at the void, and a black snakehead building appeared. At the point where the snake's mouth opened its fangs, there was a blood-red door, with 2 ferocious beast patterns branded on it. Lord number 015 established a prison within his territory, successfully naming it the Black Prison. You spent 100,000 civilization points to upgrade the Black Prison to level 6, opening up 6 internal layers and 601 prison cells. You have received a new title, Grand Prison Lord, and are rewarded with 5,000 civilization points. Generally, only lords who establish 2 layers of territorial prisons are qualified to receive the title, and it is the title of the newly appointed prison lord. At the same time, 100x reward triggered. Chen Yuanqi's new title immediately became the Lord of the Town Prison. 5,000 civilization points have been multiplied by 100 to become 500,000 civilization points. But Chen Yuanqi wasn't in a hurry to check the attributes that the new title brought. Instead, he pointed directly to the black snakehead-like structure next to the passage to the Battlefield of Myriad Realms, which resembled bared fangs, and said to the crowd, "This is the place in the territory where criminals are suppressed. It's called the Black Prison. As for how terrifying it is, I hope some people won't easily provoke the rules of this territory. Otherwise, I might let some people in to experience it for themselves." The Black Prison, which he upgraded to the 6th level, was no ordinary prison. As everyone looked at the deep, dark, terrifying snakehead-shaped building, they couldn't help but shudder, instinctively feeling fear towards this black house. You should be clear about the honor and sin of your territory. To the criminals, I repeat, do not take chances. Otherwise, there will only be one outcome, unable to live and unable to die. Chen Yuanqi spoke slowly, nodding in satisfaction as he watched the loyalty ratings of the crowd rise. The Black Prison now needs 7 guards, and anyone can sign up to participate. 4 Eyes Guard is in charge of registration. In addition, I will establish a Lord's Guard, consisting of 10 men. Those who wish to participate should register with Huang Ma-san. I will organize a selection competition. The winner, once selected, will be hired. Furthermore, the territory is forming a 1,000-strong battle team, and all those with bronze-level strength must participate. Desertion is not permitted. Any special circumstances must be explained to me. Otherwise, you will be considered a deserter and executed in the Black Prison. Chen Yuanqi spoke coldly at this point. After a long while, he calmed down and laughed. Jiangchen's territory is just starting out and is in need of manpower. We hope everyone can actively participate. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled, and then their faces lit up with longing. Chapter 79 Territory Arena Selection Tournament. After finalizing the registration details for the relevant positions within the territory, Chen Yuanqi suggested that everyone eat first before making further plans. Chen Yuanqi then strolled and patrolled his territory, accompanied by his 3 pet beasts. The 3 pets beside me, Lightball Rabbit, Rock Splitter Master, and Puppet Warrior, are still useful for now. As for when they will be phased out, Chen Yuanqi couldn't say for sure. If he can keep up with his pace, then keep it. The architectural layout of the territory must be planned in advance, including future residential areas, commercial areas, agricultural areas, and military areas. Chen Yuanqi glanced around, thinking to himself. Most of the trees near Element Valley have been cut down and replaced by new houses. His territory covers an area of 100 square kilometers, which is large enough to support 400,000 people in the future. The current population of 2,000 is not much. It can barely form a community ecosystem in the vicinity. We are still severely lacking in personnel, especially elite management and leadership talent. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. He needs 2 secretaries, but he hasn't found any he's particularly satisfied with among the people in his territory. I wonder when that badge, symbolizing wealth and power, will finally take effect. The King's Wealth symbol medal has 3 amazing effects. Luck bonus. Increases luck value, greatly increasing the probability of encountering high-quality citizens and treasures. God's protection, to have a resurrection. Aura of nobility. There's a certain probability of encountering a mysterious merchant. Looks like I'll have to try my luck in the Myriad Realms cave again, Chen Yuanqi mused. Without a doubt, the most suitable place for this king-level medal is either the Myriad Realms cavern or the Myriad Realms battlefield. If he were to encounter the mysterious businessman again, Chen Yuanqi felt he could take off from spot. 10 million civilization points. Does this even warrant questioning the power of money? My lord, the list of candidates for the Black Prison Warden and the Guard has been released. As soon as Chen Yuanqi returned, Simu Guan and Huang Ma Sin stepped forward, each holding a thick form, and said. Chen Yuanqi took the form, glanced at it, and was somewhat surprised. Good heavens! There were 803 applicants for the Black Prison Guard and 1723 applicants for the Guard team, so there was some overlap in the numbers. If we were to actually hold a preliminary selection competition, it would probably take several days to complete. I've taken the forms. I'll let you know the list results later. Soon, Chen Yuanqi returned to the Lord's mansion on the mountaintop, and as soon as he got back, he quickly checked the list. Those without strength or special skills will be excluded from the list. Those with loyalty below 75 points will be excluded, as will those with mediocre overall attributes. After all, the positions being contested are not low-ranking and require the ability to subdue others with force, which is difficult for ordinary people to handle. Using the Lord's Manor's citizen information template, Chen Yuanqi quickly selected 30 people. Among them, 11 are pre-selected members of the Black Prison Guard and 19 are pre-selected members of the Lord's Guard. There are 27 mid-level bronze-ranked individuals and 3 low-level bronze-ranked individuals, including the werewolf Wolfjun from the previous group. Another one is Chun Dao of the Dao clan, who chose to be the guardian of the Black Prison. Chun Dao just advanced to the low-level bronze rank last night. I have to say his advancement speed is quite fast. This also shows that advancing one's people does not require advancing to war. However, at the same level, the commoners cannot defeat the Lord. Let them fight it out to decide who gets the spots, 7 out of 11 or 10 out of 19. Chen Yuanqi decided, looking at the list of selected candidates. As for how a low-level bronze player can fight a mid-level bronze player, just adjust your strength to the same level. Time passed, and it was already afternoon. Chen Yuanqi announced the list of 30 shortlisted candidates to everyone in the territory and informed them that a small qualifying tournament would be held in the afternoon. He spent 300 civilization points to build 2 square arenas, each 10 meters long and wide. Chen Yuanqi stood on the arena, looking at the crowd watching below. 11 Black Prison Wardens, go line up at that arena. 19 Lord's Guards, come wait at my arena. Next, each of you will compete in a ring defense battle to determine who wins a spot in the next round. Each of you will have 2 chances to fail, and the one who successfully defends their position twice will be selected first. You can quit by admitting defeat or dying. For him, there is no such thing as friendship first and competition second. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in commotion, their expressions revealing amusement and interest in watching the spectacle. Then some people started whistling and cheering, seemingly looking forward to today's 2 matches. The competition is about to begin. Who will be the first to defend their title? Chen Yuanqi glanced down and said calmly, today, you will be the referee for the Lord's Guards arena, while Huang Ma San will be the referee for the Black Prison Warden's arena. I'll do it. At this moment, a woman dressed in red, with a sexy figure and long hair that partially covered her face, leaped up and jumped onto the Black Prison Guard's arena. Her red, vertical pupils swept across the audience, her gaze indifferent. The crowd then erupted in another uproar and shouts. Good. Chen Yuanqi also noticed the other party, and information about this woman immediately came to mind. Name, Nana. Race, Nayao clan. Rank, mid-bronze. Loyalty level, 76. Data, height 171 centimeters, bust, waist, hips. Status, healthy, health 200, energy 400, stamina 300. Specializes in illusionary demon eye technique and demonic serpent whip technique. The Nayao clan ranks after 1000th among all races. Before Chen Yuanqi could think further, Nana encountered an opponent, a mid-level bronze-rank human man named Ziyu. At this moment, a challenger also stepped onto the selection arena of the Lord's Guard team, where Chen Yuanqi was located. He was a young man from the Eagle clan named Eagle Feather. Eagle Feather's opponent is a cute cat girl from the cat tribe named Cat Lemon, both of whom are mid-bronze level. My lord, may we use weapons? Someone asked. Chen Yuanqi nodded. All right, go ahead and show your skills. However, he considered that these people had just left with nothing and had no weapons. The territory shop didn't have many kinds of weapons for sale either. Therefore, Chen Yuanqi bought a batch of various low-level bronze weapons from the Myriad Realms Mall, which did not have very powerful attributes. The weapons are here. Choose whichever you like. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yuanqi instantly set up 2 rows of weapon racks on both arenas. Then, the crowd cheered. This is real fighting. Exciting. Chen Yuanqi chuckled upon seeing this, glanced around, and said, "Let the game begin. The first player to win 2 matches will be given priority for a spot." The words had barely left his mouth. The 2 arenas instantly erupted into battle. The crowd below the stage immediately erupted in cheers and shouts, creating a lively atmosphere. Superior. Go all out. Chapter 80 Territory Arena Selection Tournament, Part 2. On the arena of the Black Prison Warden. The Naya tribe's Nanai possessed both eye techniques and whip skills, while the human tribe's Zhe Yu employed swordsmanship. In the early stages, the 2 sides fought evenly. Finally, Ziyu accidentally fell victim to Nana's eye technique, and the scene before him was instantly drawn into her temporary illusion. In that moment of distraction, Ziyu was struck by Nana's whip, the whip's shadow hitting his head directly, and he instantly collapsed to the ground unconscious. Good. Haha, so weak. You got beaten up by a woman. The crowd below the stage jeered and laughed. After being a slave for so long, I'm finally getting to watch a show. Seeing her opponent knocked down, Nana took a few steps back and looked at him warily. Arama-san glanced at the 2 men, waited a moment, and then announced, "Nana wins." On the other side, the contest hosted by Chen Yuanqi is also about to conclude. Both the Eagle Men and the Cat Men are skilled in speed, but the Cat Men are more agile and swift. At this moment, Eagle Feather the Eagle Clan had 4 bloody scratches on his face from Cat Ning of the Cat Clan, and the arena was littered with eagle feathers. This enraged Eagle Feather so much that he took to the air, intending to pounce on and hunt down the cat girl. The next moment, the 2 afterimages intersected. A scream rang out. The outcome was decided in an instant. Cat Ning wins. Chen Yuanqi glanced at the situation and said calmly, "Eagle Feather's eyes have been gouged out, and the back of its head has been opened by Cat Ning's racial talent skill." Then Cat Lemon delivered the finishing blow, and Eagle Feather instantly died. "My lord, I accidentally killed him." "I'm so cute," said the Cat Ning timidly, looking completely harmless. "It's all right." Chen Yuanqi nodded and said calmly, "Just throw the body down there." However, this seemingly cute girl is actually quite ruthless. But for Chen Yuanqi, this was exactly the kind of subordinate he needed. The qualifiers who were about to face off in the audience were all chilled to the bone upon witnessing this cruel scene. 1 person died. This is for real. Most importantly, the Lord supports him. Should we continue defending our title? Or should we go down and rest before trying again? Chen Yuanqi spoke up. "She just needs to win 1 more game." "I'll take a break," said Cat Ning. He nodded, glanced at the audience, and asked, "The competition continues. Who else wants to come up and defend their title?" For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. "I'll do it." At this moment, the werewolf, Wolf, stepped onto the stage. "My lord, may I bring a pet?" Wolf asked. Chen Yuanqi knew that the other party wanted to bring Falcon onto the stage. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. Cannot. He needs capable and promising subordinates, not mediocre people who win by relying on external forces. "I'll fight you." Immediately afterward, a tall, mid-bronze rank ape stepped onto the stage, pounding his chest and letting out a wild roar. Wolf looked on alert, his whole body tense. "Given your different levels, I have to temporarily adjust your strength to the low-level bronze." Chen Yuanqi spoke up. The Lord's power instantly pressed down on the ape named Yuan Dabi, temporarily suppressing his mid-bronze rank strength to low-bronze rank. Within his territory, he, the Lord, was king. Let's begin. The moment the words were spoken, the 2 sides clashed. Both are contests of strength, but in terms of sheer power, the Great Monkey King is far superior to the Wolf King. Bang! Ape Dabi's punch nearly sent Wolf Jin flying off the stage. 3. The crowd roared. "Oh woo!" Some of the werewolf villagers in the audience howled and cheered. Wolf Jun on the arena howled to the sky, and his body instantly doubled in size. Seeing this, Yuan Dabi also used his own skill, and his arms instantly expanded. The ape race gains increased strength and attack power, but their agility decreases. The wolf race, on the other hand, gains increased speed and attack power, with their agility doubling. Just as the 2 were about to clash, Ape Dabi revealed a smug smile. "A wolf tried to outmuscle me?" Suddenly, Wolf Jun slid in with lightning speed, his 2 sharp claws suddenly grabbing from both sides. Tear. Due to his carelessness, Yuan Dabi failed to dodge Lang Jun's attack in time, and 10 deep bloody gashes were instantly slashed on both sides of his inner thighs, with the wolf's claws cutting deep into the bone. The ape screamed in agony, its mobility drastically reduced, and roared furiously with a ferocious expression. "I'm going to kill you." But as soon as he took a step, the tearing pain made his whole body convulse and go numb, and he almost fell. Wolf Jun pressed his advantage, constantly using his speed to kite the ape in a great competition. Wonderful. Chen Yuanqi looked at Yuan Dabi, who was lying in a pool of blood and unable to move, and then glanced at Lang Jun, who was panting heavily and extremely weak. "Wolf Jun wins," Chen Yuanqi announced. He won, but given his current form, his chances of winning the next match are slim. After Lang Zhun left the stage to rest, 2 of the 30 people were directly eliminated, leaving 28 people. It must be said that most races in the Myriad World civilization are indeed ruthless. Losing means death. Of course, this was also with Chen Yuanqi's tacit approval. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to fight so freely. On the other side, Nana, the Black Prison Guardian, was defeated by a 3-eyed opponent in her second round of defending the arena. She had no choice but to concede defeat and rest, waiting to take the stage for the second time. The game continues. Chen Yuanqi noticed that their style was getting more and more aggressive, and they would immediately unleash their ultimate moves as soon as they stepped on stage, fighting to the death. Of the 19 members of the Lord's Guard pre-selection team, 5 were killed outright, and the rest were wounded. Meanwhile, 3 of the 11 pre-selected Black Prison Guardians on the other side also died in the fight. This allowed Chun Dao of the Dao clan to gain an advantage in the end, winning 2 matches, but he also suffered considerable injuries and killed 1 person. An hour later, as the sun set, the matches on both arenas came to an end. Chen Yuanqi announced the list. Only 6 people were selected as the Black Prison Guardians, while 5 were eliminated and died. Chen Yuanqi's Lord's Guard team had 10 members selected, 9 eliminated, and 6 killed. The arena became pitted and uneven, stained with blood of various colors. This is no longer a competition. It's a battlefield where it's a matter of life and death. Congratulations on your successful completion of the task. Chen Yuanqi scanned the 16 people, all of whom had injuries of varying degrees. But the fierce fighting spirit and sharp gaze emanating from each person made Chen Yuanqi very satisfied. Bloodshed will surely bring rich rewards. Nanai, Heishan, and Chen Dao, from today onwards, you will serve as the guards of the Black Prison in the Jiangxin territory. Chen Yuanqi waved his hand, and 6 black snakehead tokens appeared, flying to their front. These are the Black Prison's decrees. Activate them, and from this day forward, you will be responsible for guarding the Black Prison. Yes, my lord. The 6 men accepted the tokens and knelt in gratitude. He nodded, and I've also prepared the relevant rights and benefits for you. Each Black Prison Warden earns 200 civilization points per day and 6,000 per month, enjoys a 30% discount at the Territory Mall, and receives a certain amount of high-quality food and medicine every month, as well as the opportunity to enter the black market. Currently, their role is not significant. They hold relatively sinecure positions. The fact that they enjoy these benefits is enough to make most bronze lords envious. Cat Ningning, Sword Master, Shadow, and the other 3, you 10 will serve as my Lord's Guard from today onwards, directly under my command. These are your guard tokens. Chen Yuanqi continued to distribute tokens. Their benefits are similar to those of the Black Prison Wardens. Thank you, Lord. We will certainly live up to your expectations. The 10 men knelt down in gratitude. As for Wolf, he wasn't included in this list. He was eliminated, but he's still alive. Winning 1 game is already a good achievement for him, and he can probably play a significant role in a team of 1,000 players. The audience below couldn't help but show envy when they saw the person on stage being rewarded by Chen Yuanqi. It seems the Lord has given quite a generous reward. Cat Ningning, you 10 people, come with me. He summoned his guards. In addition, Huang Ma-san, you are responsible for gathering the 1,000-person team for today, and you need to intensify training in the next 2 days. In a couple of days, I'll be leading a group to challenge other lords on the bronze ranking. I hope you all perform well. Chen Yuanqi looked at Huang Ma-san beside him and spoke. It's time to create some rankings. It's already quite good that he gave these new recruits 2 days of training to adapt. After all, in the myriad worlds of civilization, what lords lack most is time, and they play the game of survival of the fittest. Who cares what they are like? They'll grow stronger once they're on the field and see blood. Yes. Huang Ma-san nodded with a serious expression. Seeing Chen Yuanqi leading his newly formed 10 guards up the mountain, Huang Ma-san shouted, all participants in the 1,000-person team, assemble with me. The rest of you disperse. Chapter 81, Chen Yuanqi's True Strength. Rock Mountaintop. I saw everything you did today. Arriving at the gate of the Lord's Mansion, Chen Yuanqi turned to his 10 newly appointed Lord's Guards and spoke. Perhaps some of you haven't adapted to this place yet, and haven't broken free from the mindset of slaves. But your courage proves that you have awakened from your numbness. Do you know why I organized the Lord's Guard? Chen Yuanqi looked at the 10 people from the cat race, sword race, human race, shadow race, and other races. Protect the Lord, everyone shouted. He nodded and smiled slightly. Yes, but also no. I don't need your protection right now, because all of you combined aren't as strong as me. To be honest, they're all experts with mid-level bronze rank strength. But for Chen Yuanqi, if it came down to a fight one-on-one, he could completely crush each of them. Even if it's 1 against 10, it's not impossible. If he were to bring along the Starry Sky Dragon, and have it possessed by a soul pet, then the Starry Sky Dragon's abilities would be bestowed upon him. Not to mention mid-level bronze. It can even kill high-level bronze instantly. But Chen Yuanqi's words made the 10 people in front of him disagree. It wasn't that they looked down on him, but rather that their lord was only at the low-level bronze rank. Even if a lord is naturally stronger than his subjects, That's under the premise of being of the same level. Chen Yuanqi is one level below them. My initial intention in establishing the Lord's Guard was to have a team that could grow alongside me and fight alongside me. As the territory grows stronger in the future, you, as veterans and meritorious figures, may very well have the power to rule over a region. Chen Yuanqi spoke up. The pie in the sky has been painted. Let's see how they perceive it. I swear to serve my lord to the death. Then everyone knelt down on one knee. These people had no choice. Even if someone manages to escape Jiang Chen's territory, where can they escape to? These people are born to be subjects. They will never become lords, and they have nowhere to settle down. The dangers of the myriad world civilizations are far beyond their ability to cope with. Why not follow a lord with potential and strength, and live and die with the new master? Chen Yuanqi nodded and said, now fight me, and I'll get a feel for your strength. Chen Yuanqi's average personal attribute value reached 400 points, which is higher than the individual attribute values of these mid-level bronze rank players. Furthermore, his attributes can be tripled within his territory, making him more than capable of dealing with them. I've already seen enough of their abilities during the previous arena matches, but I still need to test them out myself and verify my own strength. Fight? Everyone was astonished. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if this new master's body is accidentally smashed to death? What? Are you afraid that I, a low-level bronze, can't beat you? Chen Yuanqi laughed. I'll do it. At this moment, a man dressed in a gray robe, with a small sword embedded between his eyebrows and an iron sword on his back, came out. He is a member of the Sword Clan, also known as the Swordmaster. Similar to Chun Dao's Knife Clan, he uses a sword and cultivates a sword within his body. Dare to challenge me, and you'll get a bonus when you get back. If you don't hold back, you won't be able to beat me. Chen Yuanqi nodded. Faced with Chen Yuanqi's repeated provocations, the swordsman's lips twitched. Excuse me, my lord. The swordsman spoke, drew his sword, and his entire being became like a drawn sword, his aura instantly becoming sharp and imposing. Chen Yuanqi nodded, then put on the bronze-grade perfect gauntlets and activated the bronze skill he had mastered, Arhut Fist. At the same time, the swordsman shouted. One move of Yinjian. The sword moved like a swift shadow, directly aimed at Chen Yuanqi. The 18 Arhut's hands. 18 Arhut's hand. Increases own defense by 2. Chen Yuanqi naturally wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. His fist techniques were like shadows, blocking the sword shadows one by one. Everyone's eyes lit up upon seeing this. The lord is quite formidable. Bite. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The swordsman's low-grade bronze iron sword was crushed by his glove. After all, Chen Yuanqi's gloves were of the perfect bronze grade, a quality that completely countered low-level weapons. What? The swordsman's eyes widened. This turn of events was completely unexpected. Not good. The next moment, he sensed danger. However, Chen Yuanqi did not give him a chance. One of his fists moved like a snake, strange and insidious, striking the swordsman directly in the abdomen. The snake fist of the 5 elements fist of Arhut. 5 elements fist. Hand shapes resemble 5 beasts. Fist attack x2, 800 attack points. The swordsman was instantly knocked away, and in that instant, the small sword on his brow flew out and transformed into a sword shield to protect him. I've lost. The swordsman sheathed his natal sword, coughed a few times with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and said with a bitter smile, I didn't expect him to fail so decisively. The remaining 9 people were astonished. No way. They lost already? Did they throw the game? After all, the swordsman's strength ranks 5th among them, so it would be very difficult to defeat him in one move. Or is the lord really that powerful? At this moment, Chen Yuanqi spoke. You didn't lose too badly. The swordsman had sustained some injuries in a previous fight, so he could probably only perform at about 80% of his strength. Here are 5 medicine-type vase wine fruits, which can heal your injuries and are your reward. Then Chen Yuanqi tossed out some vases of wine grown in the meat field from his personal space. A perfect bronze-grade medicine. Thank you, Lord. The swordsman exclaimed with delight upon receiving the reward from Chen Yuanqi. Bronze perfect grade? They had never encountered such a treasure in their entire lives. The swordsman had recently heard in the territory that this lord was very generous. Sure enough, it really was. Who else wants to come? There's a challenger for everyone. Chen Yuanqi said. He does have an advantage in terms of weapons and equipment. But for Chen Yuanqi, these things were unimportant. He was just testing the strength of the 10 people in front of him. He wasn't trying to have a fair competition. I'll come. Cat Ningning stepped forward and said weakly. My lord, please have mercy. Chen Yuanqi glanced at her. This cute girl was the first to take down her opponent. However, Chen Yuanqi nodded and said, Okay, I will go easy on you. The next moment, Chen Yuanqi's combat attack, Aoki Lord set, is activated, and its equipment traits are activated. Chains binding wood. 2 meter long, vine-like trees rose from the ground, guarding him. Each piece of wrapped wood can annihilate items below the perfect bronze level, and the sensitivity of the wrapping is also quite high. When Mao Ningming saw Chen Yuanqi unleash those 2 enormous magical creatures, she was speechless. She could already sense the dangerous aura emanating from those two large logs. If you got tangled in that thing, you'd probably be turned into mincemeat. However, given her agility and speed, she was confident she could dodge their attacks. True word technique of control, hard. Just as Mao Ningning stepped forward to attack, Chen Yuanqi locked his gaze on her and then unleashed his innate skill. The skill was successfully used, and the target was put into a 3-second limb stiffness state. The stiffness was much shorter than the time he spent performing the technique on himself. But in 3 seconds, it's enough for a skilled player to decide the outcome. What? Cat Ningning suddenly stumbled, nearly falling over due to excessive speed and force. Suddenly, she felt a jolt in her heart, and her limbs suddenly became unresponsive and stiff. What happened? Could it be the Lords? Before she could react, the chain of wood swept across lightly, sending the cat Ningning flying. Bang! What happened? Why did she suddenly pause? Everyone was puzzled by this, and, at the same time, a chill ran down their spines. The Lord is so powerful. It's unbelievably powerful. The battle ended too quickly. You guys are a bit weak? This is your mid-bronze rank. After giving the seriously injured kitten girl a recovery potion, Chen Yuanqi spoke. Who else is coming? For a moment, everyone hesitated and fell silent. Oh, Chen Yuanqi smiled contemptuously, deliberately provoking them. Okay, I'll take off my gear and fight you guys. Chapter 82. The guard team is established, utilizing the Bronze Heart and Thunder Spirit Heart. Silver rank Lord set. Chen Yuanqi's dismissive laughter successfully ignited the fighting spirit of the others. I'll go. Sorry for the intrusion. Many challenged Chen Yuanqi, and he took off his lord's battle armor. However, they were defeated either by Chen Yuanqi's powerful attributes or by his powerful skills. His elusive teleportation and terrifying paralysis, combined with his strength and speed that rivaled theirs, made it difficult for them to defend themselves even with their racial abilities activated. However, there was one person who almost hurt Chen Yuanqi. He was the Shadow Clan member known as Shadow. The opponent's attack method was extremely strange. They actually attacked by turning into shadows. When fighting him, Chen Yuanqi was on the defensive, and his shadow form made him immune to most physical attacks. Ultimately, because Shadow's racial talent skill activation time ran out, Shadow surrendered immediately after revealing his true form. Chen Yuanqi was merely testing their strength to get a general idea of their capabilities. You all performed well. I'll say it again. I'm quite satisfied with your performance. Therefore, starting today, the Jiangchen Lord's Guard is established. As members of the team, each of you enjoys exclusive benefits of the Guard. A complete set of Lord's Guard gear, bronze-level perfect equipment. Anything you need can be customized by me, Chen Yuanqi said. He also has another title, Manufacturing Scholar. Special weapons can be crafted, with a chance to improve their quality. Combined with a 100x reward, it's practically perfect. In addition, you will receive 10 extra meat field fruits each day as reserve supplies. At the same time, you can also adopt 2 bronze-level perfect pets. If you have any special needs regarding pets, feel free to contact me, and I will do my best to find one for you, Chen Yuanqi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of shock. The Lord is way too good. A perfect bronze-level skill right off the bat. Something unimaginable in the past. They were pleasantly surprised and deeply moved by Chen Yuanqi's generosity. The treatment is very good, isn't it? Chen Yuanqi asked with a smile. Yes. Thank you, Lord. Everyone expressed their gratitude. This is more than just good. There's food and drink, a complete set of perfect bronze-level equipment, perfect level pets, and a high amount of civilization points to collect. This treatment surpasses that of most bronze lords. Chen Yuanqi nodded and continued. The compensation is generous, but you should also understand one thing. He paused, looking at them. Everyone met Chen Yuanqi's gaze and became serious. High-paying jobs mean high-risk jobs. You should understand that I can't possibly support a good-for-nothing. Chen Yuanqi said calmly. Yes. The group exchanged glances and nodded in response. You all rest and recuperate for one night. Tomorrow I will take you to the Battlefield of Myriad Realms to serve as the vanguard and scout ahead, Chen Yuanqi said. You can bring followers when you go to the Battlefield of Myriad Realms. He didn't need to wait for the leader's 1,000-man team to rise up. Those people would have their uses then. A battlefield of countless worlds. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They all knew this place. All the Lord civilizations are in the Battlefield of Myriad Realms, but not all of them are entirely within it. The Battlefield of Myriad Realms is a place where all Lord civilizations will come into contact. Yes. No one had any reason to resist Chen Yuanqi's words. Do you have the Heart of Bronze? Chen Yuanqi nodded, quite satisfied with their performance, and then asked, Heart of Bronze? Some of them were puzzled, while others shook their heads. It seems that not everyone knows about this special item. Here's what I'll do. I'll put 9 special items up for sale in the territory shop, and you can choose 2 of them. I'll give you an extra 20,000 civilization points to purchase this. Chen Yuanqi said casually. Upon hearing this, they all gasped in shock. 20,000 civilization points. Even if you sold them, they wouldn't be worth this much. 20,000 per person. 10 people would be 200,000. It's terrifying to think about. This lord's wealth is simply terrifying. That's definitely a thigh. In that instant, Chen Yuanqi noticed that their loyalty values were soaring, all approaching 90 points. Alright, you've got your stuff. Just check the territory shop for the latest news later. By the way, you can also build houses halfway up a mountain. Chen Yuanqi gave the instructions. They immediately responded, yes. And so, a team called the Zhangchun Lord's Guard was born. After they descended the mountain, Chen Yuanqi purchased 9 special items worth 9,999 civilization points each in the Myriad Realms Mall. It cost nearly 90,000. Then, the 100x reward was triggered. 100 bronze hearts, 100 gold spirit hearts, 100 wood spirit hearts, and 100 thunder spirit hearts. For this type of item, the quantity of rewards changes, but the quality remains the same. Subsequently, Chen Yuanqi listed 99 of each item in the territory mall, all priced at $99.99. Middlemen make a profit from the price difference and never lose money. You consume the Heart of Bronze and gain new attributes. You consume the Heart of Thunder and gain new attributes. You consume the Golden Spirit Heart. Your attributes are fully utilized, but it has no effect. With Spirit Heart, attribute full, ineffective. Chen Yuanqi knew all the attributes of these items. There are 9 special items. Only 2 items can be used at the bronze rank, and each item only takes effect once. Using more items will not cause cumulative ineffectiveness. Even if you take 10 or 100 bronze hearts in a row, the effect will only take effect once and will not trigger any special physical constitution. Chen Yuanqi tried them all, and the results were indeed as expected. The bronze heart grants him 2 additional attributes. 1. Negates 50% of the negative energy damage from Dark Abyss Aura, first layer. 2nd. Exempt from 500,000 battle zone battlefield and Outer Realm War intent damage. Elemental hearts like the Thunder Spirit Heart don't currently have much effect, but they do have 2 noticeable new attributes. 1. Primary immunity to lightning attacks. 2nd. During combat, there's a 50% chance that lightning attacks and defenses will be added. Like the Bronze Heart, the Thunder Spirit Heart also has a potential attribute. The Bronze Heart is an essential item for advancing to Silver rank. Thunder Spirit Heart, on the other hand, gains additional lightning-related skills after reaching the Silver rank. The same applies to the other elemental hearts. Unfortunately, this did not trigger the 100x reward. Chen Yuanqi felt somewhat regretful. If this can trigger a 100x reward, that would be incredible. Meanwhile, the Civilization of All Realms suggests, due to the effects of the Bronze Heart and Thunder Spirit Heart, your battle attack type green Wood Elemental Lord set has changed. Congratulations on obtaining a 7-piece set of the Azure Thunder Elemental Lord's armor, of bronze quality, perfect/exquisite. At the same time, the 100x reward was suddenly triggered. 100x reward optional. 1. Battle attack type Azure Thunder Elemental Lord set X1, silver common quality. 2nd, 1 set of Thunder Spirit Elemental Lord armor for combat and attack, silver quality common. 3. Battle type green Wood Elemental Lord set X1, quality silver common. Another selection process. Chen Yuanqi was slightly taken aback, then pleasantly surprised. This time, the reward is actually silver level equipment. However, I feel that these 3 options are not that different. Chapter 83, The Powerful Azure Thunder Elemental Lord Set. The 100x reward upgrades items of perfect bronze quality to common low-tier silver quality, building upon the foundation of the Myriad Realm civilization. Judging from the looks of it, the first option, Azure Thunder, seems to be a dual elemental option. The latter 2 seem to be single elemental pure elements. Let's choose the Azure Thunder one then. Chen Yuanqi thought for a moment and then made his decision. And so, Chen Yuanqi's first set of silver equipment was born. Then, the Myriad Realms civilization reminded me. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your Lord set. You have obtained the Azure Thunder Elemental Lord set, silver common quality. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yuanqi's Lord's armor, boots, and other equipment underwent a tremendous change. The equipment was covered in patterns that intersected with cyan tree patterns and purple lightning bolts, with a captivating and sharp luster shimmering between them. This is incredibly cool, like it's been enhanced with special effects, and it's several times better than before. He checked the information about this set of silver-grade equipment and was immediately taken aback. The equipment information is quite long. It has not only been upgraded from the original, but also gained several new attributes. Name: Combat Attack Type Azure Thunder Element Lord Battle Armor Set, 7 pieces. Grade: Silver, common quality. Elemental attributes: Combat/Attack, Lightning, Wood. Common Equipment 1, Wood Release. Consumes -1 stamina point. Can utilize wood element carriers, such as trees, for concealment. Wood Release lasts up to 3 by 24 hours. Consumes 1 stamina point every 2 hours. Wood Release is disabled when stamina drops below 10 points. Wood Release cooldown is 5 minutes. Equipment Commonality 2, Lightning Protection. Consumes -20 stamina. When encountering low-intensity lightning, it can absorb lightning and store energy in the equipment for a short time, which can be released when needed. Set bonus. Chain of Wood. Consumes -50 stamina and -50 energy. It can condense wood and lightning elements within a 200-meter radius to form an 18-meter controllable chain, with a maximum of 8 chains. It can be repeatedly condensed and can strangle creatures of silver common rank and below. Activation lasts until the chain of wood is destroyed, with a maximum duration of 3 hours. Cooldown is 3 hours. Set bonus. Vitality Enhancement. Consumes 50 stamina and 50 energy. Can forcibly inject wood element into creatures within a 200-meter radius to kill or heal them. Activation time, 30 minutes. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuanqi was filled with astonishment. The same set of features, but after the upgrade, the difference is far more than just a tiny bit. The stamina and energy consumed remain the same, but the power and skill duration have been greatly increased, while the cooldown time has been reduced by 4 times. However, the effects of this equipment go beyond just that. There's another section with 2 special skills, something like this. Lightning Summoning. Initial energy -50. During thunderstorms, there is a 50% chance of summoning lightning. This skill doesn't seem to have much effect, and the conditions are quite demanding. When Chen Yuanqi saw the note next to the skill, please wear appropriate equipment when using lightning summoning to avoid being struck by lightning. You can become immune if you consume the heart of lightning spirit. It looks like a trap. Finally, there is one more skill, which belongs to a relatively strong combat skill category. Equipment characteristics. Azure Thunder Release. Consumes -1 to -500 stamina. Absorbs or generates lightning power through the Thunder Spirit Heart, temporarily converting the electricity into Azure Thunder power within the body. Azure Thunder can be released through physical skills, medium weapons, etc., adding Azure Thunder attacks. It can counter the attack power of gold, water, and dark elemental creatures. The duration depends on the intensity of the lightning within a body. The activation duration can reach 30 minutes, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. After reviewing these skills, Chen Yuanqi provided a detailed explanation and summarized it into 3 key phrases. The skill duration has changed, the skills have become stronger, and the degree of freedom has also increased. Absorbable low-intensity lightning refers to ordinary lightning in a mid-level silver-tier civilization. Chen Yuanqi murmured. In other words, it could be immune to lightning damage from the bronze-level world. Chains binding wood. Chen Yuanqi immediately began to test the power of the new equipment. The next moment, 2 new chains of wood broke through the ground beside him. It soared into the sky, instantly reaching a length of 18 meters. The diameter remained largely unchanged, but the length, surface texture, hardness, and speed increased several times over. Wow, was that summoned by a giant? Wow, that's so high. That's terrifying. The Elfia, inside the elf treehouse, saw this scene through the window and exclaimed in surprise. Then, Chen Yuanqi continued to summon, and 6 chains of wood rose from the ground. Like 8 towering pillars, like a giant cage, they surrounded and trapped him. If the length of the binding wood is shortened, it might be possible to create a temporary cage to trap the enemy. It can even launch a surprise attack on the opponent. Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. The next moment, the 8 chains binding the wood rapidly shortened. The length was shortened from 18 meters to 3 meters, and the sharp tail of the wrapped wood was wrapped around Chen Yuanqi's head. It's feasible. Chen Yuanqi glanced around. He was completely blocked off, but a smile appeared on his face as he murmured. Under Chen Yuanqi's control, the 8 chains of wood shortened again, their tails extending to Chen Yuanqi's feet before lifting him into the sky. It seems that these kinds of equipment skills not only have the effect of eliminating enemies, but also have many other ways to play. 18 meters above the ground, Chen Yuanqi looked around. On one side is a water tower, and on the other side is a fairy tree. Thunderclap. Back on the ground, Chen Yuanqi continued to test the attributes and effects of the new equipment. A strange electric current flowed through his body, causing a sensation that was both itchy and numb. However, he quickly adapted to this power. The more his stamina was deducted, the stronger the electric current generated within his body became. Chen Yuanqi could already see the purplish-blue flames flickering on the surface of the body. He raised his hand, and the power of azure lightning coiled around it, transforming into a small, purplish-blue lightning snake that flickered erratically. The next moment, the blue lightning covering his palm became more and more intense, and more blue-purple lightning snakes flickered, as if his palm had transformed into a 2-color electric ball. Amazing! Chen Yuanqi exclaimed in amazement. He didn't feel any electric shock, as if he were truly immune to lightning. He threw a punch casually and simultaneously channeled some of the azure lightning power within his body, unleashing it all at once. The fist slammed into the chain of wood. Bang! A burst of firelight erupted. The chain binding the wood was instantly smashed open with a large gap. The gap charred black, and it began to teeter on the verge of collapse. The strength is acceptable. Chen Yuanqi withdrew his hand, muttering with satisfaction. The ability to achieve such an effect is largely due to the power of the Silver-Grade Lord's Gauntlets. However, the role of the Azure Lightning Force should not be overlooked. After removing the 8 chains binding the wood, Chen Yuanqi took out the Star-Marked Sword. Activate the Star-Marked Sword, try to imbue it with the power of Azure Thunder, and unleash a sword strike. Looking at the equipment's characteristics, Chen Yuanqi saw that the originally silver-white crescent-shaped sword light, after being imbued with the power of Azure Lightning, instantly transformed into a sword light with alternating blue, purple, and white colors, which looked extremely cool. The additional attack method is feasible, and its power is increased by 20 to 30%. I've gotten stronger without even realizing it. After trying out the new equipment, Chen Yuanqi murmured to himself. He felt that if he unleashed his full power, his combat strength could increase several times over. What if you're facing a silver-level expert? He felt that it wasn't impossible for him to fight. Chen Yuanqi was eager to try his luck and hoped to go out and challenge himself as soon as possible to determine his true ranking. After a while, Chen Yuanqi summoned his pet beast, Rock-Splitting Master, and had it level the ground on the mountaintop. It seems like we forgot to bring back a pig from the multiverse cavern, a digging pig. Seeing the rock-cutting master busy backfilling soil, Chen Yuanqi remembered something. He then shook his head and said, "Let's see how it goes before bringing it back." At that moment, the Elfia also flew over, then widened her eyes and reminded, "Giant, what happened to your hair?" Chapter 84 Territory Legion, Legion of 10,000 Races. Mao? Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow. The elf pointed to his hair. "Everyone has body hair. Are you referring to this?" Chen Yuanqi casually touched it and found that something was indeed wrong. His hair stood on end. Goodness, Qing Lei gave him a really bad hairstyle. It's as stiff as if it's been treated with hairspray. After Chen Yuanqi absorbed all the Azure Thunder power within his body into the equipment, his hair finally softened. It seems I've discovered some incredible skill. The sun was about to set. The daytime is about to end. Chen Yuanqi took a refreshing pill, which refreshed and restored all of his body's attributes and skills. "My lord, the 1,000-strong battle team has been assembled. Would you like to name this corps?" Seeing Chen Yuanqi come down the mountain to patrol, Huang Ma Sen immediately came over and asked him directly, "Name?" Chen Yuanqi raised an eyebrow. This massive team of 1,000 people doesn't actually have a name, and calling it a 1,000-person team wouldn't be quite right. And there are quite a few of them. Let's call it the Legion of 10,000 Races. The name should be a little more imposing. This also fits the situation in his territory, whose inhabitants come from different races from all the heavens and the myriad worlds. The Legion of 10,000 Races? Huang Ma Sen looked astonished, then nodded. Just then, a cold voice from the Battlefield of Myriad Realms suddenly rang out. "Congratulations to Lord Chen Yuanqi, number 015, on establishing his territory legion, named the Myriad Races Legion. Due to a naming conflict, the legion has been automatically renamed to Jiangchun Myriad Races Legion with a legion number, Human Race 857857. The Bronze Legion ranking has been activated in your territory. The current ranking of the Bronze Legion is 5003. You have obtained a Legion banner that can be upgraded by 1, no level. You have obtained a Legion Commander Seal, which can be upgraded by 1. There is no level. Civilization points plus 3,000. Upon seeing this reminder, Chen Yuanqi suddenly realized what was going on. Forget that a 1,000-strong battle team in a territory must be named before it can be recognized by the civilizations of all worlds and be designated as a legion. Only 5,003 people? Chen Yuanqi was not satisfied with this ranking. He couldn't even make it into the top 1,000. His territory has 300 mid-level bronze warriors and 500 low-level bronze warriors. If these people are released, they could probably crush everyone. However, this also confirms that the bronze domain of the myriad worlds is not as simple as he imagined. In the myriad realms, there are many so-called sons of kings and grandsons of legends who linger in the lower ranks. How could those grassroots, people who struggle to survive, possibly compare to the privileged second-generation leaders in terms of starting point? Then, the 100x reward was triggered, interrupting Chen Yuanqi's thoughts. 100x reward is not available. 1. Legion banner can be upgraded and can condense 1 bronze Legion soul beast. Second, the Legion seal can be upgraded by 1x level bronze. 3. Civilization points plus 300,000. Chen Yuanqi claimed the reward and then checked the basic information about the 2 new items. Legion banner, upgradable and can condense bronze Legion soul beasts. As long as the Legion banner stands, it can activate a 580-point boost to the entire army's combat power and willpower. There are 3 requirements for upgrading to the next level. 1. Kill 10,000 enemies. 2. Defeat 10 legions of the same level, and you must plunder the enemy legion's flag. Or, absorb and merge with the remaining 70% of the enemy's soldiers. 3. Your lord level must reach silver rank. Chen Yuanqi looked at the map of the territory and the Legion flag imprinted on the flag in his hand. A flag that is heavy can be small, but it can also be made large. The Legion flag of the territory cannot be stored in his personal warehouse. It can only be shrunk down and embedded in the pattern groove on the Lord's identity plate. He then examined another item in his hand, a square bronze seal, unadorned and plain. Chen Yuanqi held it in his hand and felt that it weighed several dozen kilograms. It was very heavy. Name, Legion's Mark. Level, Bronze, can be upgraded. Exclusive controller, Chen Yuanqi default. Description, the Legion's General Seal, authorizing the entire army. Exclusive trait, Guardian, increases the defense of the inhabitants by 20 within the territory. Exclusive trait, Comrades. When declaring war, soldiers can share the Legion commander's damage immunity in the battlefield of all realms and the Abyss realm. Exclusive trait, Military Spirit. There are also various other effects that allow you to appoint military ranks and positions within the Legion. It's a good baby. This is forcing me into battle, Chen Yuanqi thought to himself. Meanwhile, Arama Sen watched him silently from the side. Starting today, Huang Ma San, you will temporarily assume the position of Grand General of the Myriad Races Legion in Jiangxin territory and will manage the Myriad Races Legion. Chen Yuanqi spoke up. Although his legion has the prefix Jiangchun in front of it, he still prefers to call it the 10,000 Races Legion. Once we become stronger, we'll definitely remove the prefix. Then a small bronze token condensed from within the Legion seal in his hand and flew out. The token then grew larger, and the character, General, appeared on it. Yes. Huang Masan hurriedly knelt down and excitedly raised his hands to accept the token. From this moment forward, you shall be General Huang. Chen Yuanqi said. Yes, he replied, bowing his head. As for the army situation, you can make arrangements tonight based on the circumstances. I've shrunk the multiverse protection barrier to the inside of the Bloodthorn wall, just like before, so you can go out and train. One more thing I need to remind you. The number of bronze-level enemies in our territory has increased dramatically. I fear that on nights of disaster, dark creatures of corresponding strength will appear. Chen Yuanqi remembered something and reminded him. The severity of a night of calamity is related to the strength of the territory. The more powerful the territory, the more terrifying the night of calamity will be. His territory still has over 690 days of protection from all worlds, so he has no reason to worry about the invasion of dark creatures. However, the dangers of the night of calamity remain constant. The number of dark creatures only increases, and their strength grows ever stronger. If they go out to fight the dark creatures, it's still necessary to remind them not to let their guard down. Yes, I will tell them. Arama nodded. Okay. Chen Yuanqi nodded. The land was being cultivated where needed, and animals were being fed where needed. The development of the land was proceeding in an orderly manner. He also secretly monitored the dozen or so guys with the lowest loyalty scores that had remained unchanged. Quite the actor. Chen Yuanqi chuckled softly, shaking his head inwardly. Let's ignore them for now and wait a bit longer. He needs someone to stand up for him. Naitong, how are your 100 people being settled? Chen Yuanqi sent Jiang Tang a private message. She replied quickly. I had originally planned to let them build their own houses, but then I decided to spend 10,000 points to buy them a premium wooden house. It's too expensive. It's not that they're not eating enough, so they're being made to catch their own fish, but catching fish is so difficult. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuanqi replied with a smile. Why keep your points? Spend them freely, just like you used to buy things at home. Buy whatever you want. I'm sending you 220 edible treasures that should last you 2 days. Subsequently, Chen Yuanqi sent her 220 passion fruits. What would you do with it if I gave it to you? You have so many people in your territory, you need even more food. Jiang Tang did not accept the items he sent immediately. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. If Naitong is in trouble, I'm responsible. I'd be happy if I can make it up to her when I have time. Chen Yuanqi posted a message, playing the victim. 200 fleshy fruits are nothing to him. He can harvest another batch in a few days. But you can tease milk candy as often as you can. The ginger candy was refused delivery. Chen Yuanqi was slightly taken aback. Jiang Tang is worried that if he takes it, there might be problems in his territory. Take it. My current food supply is sufficient. After repeatedly asking questions and confirming that it wouldn't affect Chen Yuanqi, Jiang Tang finally dared to accept it. Thanks. See you at the black market tonight. Chen Yuanqi was replying to her message when he saw another one. Compensation is not out of the question. He raised an eyebrow. I'm not going to the black market tonight. I have things to do. Chen Yuanqi sent a message to Jiang Tang. Sigh. I won't get involved in anything ambiguous. I'll just let it drag on like this. Okay, sure. Then please be careful. Jiang Tang didn't ask him what he was going to do, but instead reminded him. Good. Chen Yuanqi didn't plan to tell her that he was going to the Myriad Realms Cavern. After all, the Myriad Realms Cavern was such a dangerous area that telling her would only make her worry unnecessarily. My chat with Jiang Tang has ended. Chen Yuanqi summoned the Starry Sky Dragon through a soul pet contract, bringing it over. He then led the remaining 3 pets to the entrance of the Myriad Realms cave. I'm preparing to enter the Myriad Realms cave again, planning to clear the first level tonight and move on to the next. Chapter 85, Revisiting the Ancient God Village in the Myriad Realms. A triple strike of treasures, a weapon-type meat field, with his 3 pet beasts and 1 soul pet.